you for being my father.
She melted their hearts and changed Orario forever.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell and Syr Adopted a Daughter, the Eye Spirit of Orario movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Bell is a male. After a little spirit girl came into their lives, Bell and Syr grew closer thanks to her, acting as their parents. However, she disappeared, leaving a mark on them deep within their hearts. However, leaving a certain uncertainty within our protagonist. What if, thanks to this experience, Bell realized he'd started developing feelings for Syr? How far would that feeling escalate? That will be answered in this fanfic. Noelle's two young parents writing their own love story thanks to the angel who brought them together. Chapter 1. Goodbye Noelle. I have to get to her. The young man with white hair was moving forward with great difficulty in the icy wind that hit his face and chilled him. His ears were almost frozen, his nose was red, and his fingers were almost necrotic. But despite these conditions, he continued walking forward without slowing down. I must finish this," he said as his heart broke into pieces. The more steps he took, the shorter the distance between him and his goal. And, above all, what he would do became inevitable. An internal debate was brewing within him. Do it and save many lives, except hers. Or not do it, condemning every being for miles around, but allowing that smile to never fade. It was the dilemma of someone who aspired to become a hero. The snow increased in quantity and density, preventing him from continuing normally. However, he did not give up his attempts. The cold was very strong. It wasn't long before his ears and nose would freeze to pieces. Nevertheless. I don't matter, the only thing that matters is reaching her. His joints ached. His skin was cracking. His blood trickled down and after a few seconds it froze, stopping the bleeding. Only the numbness in every part of his body due to the cold prevented him from fainting and, consequently, freezing to death. You don't want to hurt anyone, Noelle, that was never your intention. He barely managed a whisper. His voice trembled and his teeth ground together from facial and oral spasms. Vito is the only one to blame for all this, not you, not my little daughter. He muttered, feeling a pressure in his chest. Noelle. That grey-haired girl whom Syr took in the Lady of Plenty a few days ago. The princess who decided that the waitress and our white-haired protagonist would be her parents. Who laughed with happiness at being with his parents. Who only sought to smile and have a peaceful life, which he never had. It seemed like it was just yesterday the day he met her. There was a Christmas party at the bar I normally frequented. Bell, as was his custom, visited the establishment early in the morning to get the daily bento that Syr had given him every morning since they met. Upon arrival, he noticed the unusual flow of customers so early in the day. This surprised him, but he didn't give it any importance. As he crossed the door, he caught the eyes of those present, especially the beautiful waitress he was looking for. She kindly greeted him from a distance, asking him to wait a moment as she would get the food she cooked for him. He nodded and sat down momentarily at one of the tables next to a group of adventurers he knew. He chatted with them as usual. Their leader offered to let him visit the casinos again and fill his pockets. Bell, nervous, denied the request, reminding them that he was banned after the disaster he caused with a certain elf who was his companion and who curiously also worked at the bar, although under anonymity. Suddenly the voice of a certain catgirl caught his attention. It was Anya, who gave detailed instructions in her own unique style, as well as her way of speaking. That is, adding Naya at the end of every sentence. Don't drop it, Naya. Mamma Mia won't be happy if that happens, Naya said. The white-haired man lowered his head to the waist of the brown cat and there he saw a girl with grey hair and eyes of the same color who was wearing the uniform of the establishment's waitresses while holding a wooden tray with 3 glasses of water on it in both hands. The infant smiled happily, not caring about her companion's warnings. This surprised the young man, who had never seen this new waitress. Criticism swirled around her head that, at such a young age, she shouldn't be working and that Mamma Mia, the owner of the establishment, was starting to hire minors in order to pay them less, thus starting a child exploitation network. He shook his head and shook off that absurd idea, which, for some reason, didn't seem so crazy coming from the dwarf. Here you go, Bell. Syr interrupted that train of thought when she approached him, holding the box wrapped in a white handkerchief. A little steam rose from it, indicating that it was freshly prepared and still warm. Thank you very much, Syr. He thanked her, looking away, embarrassed by the outfit the beautiful waitress was wearing. It was a white outfit that flared at the hips, which were encircled by a red bow. In the middle of the top garment were small black cotton balls, simulating buttons. She also wore a hat of the same color on her head, which also had a red and green bow with a white cotton ball in the middle. In Belle's eyes, she looked extremely cute, looking like a snow doll. This was noticed by Syr, who blushed and smiled, proud of provoking that reaction in the young man she was interested in, that boy she fell in love with. Yufufu, were you delighted? She asked mischievously, pointing at her body so that the white-haired man could better observe her. As expected of this nervous rabbit, he just blushed and babbled. Why yes, why you are so beautiful that I can't put it into words. It was his answer. Syr puffed out her chest, pleased with the compliment. A certain green-haired elf looked at them, placing her palm on her chest, on the spot where her heart was beating strongly. After being rescued from the dungeon and sharing several extremely embarrassing moments with the boy her best friend was talking to, it was impossible to resume the cordial and friendly relationship they had maintained until then. However, returning with Syr and Bell, they continued talking, or rather, the latter was constantly flirted with by the dangerous girl, who did not cease in her attempts to embarrass him for her own delight and enjoyment. The scandal they caused was so great that they inevitably caught the attention of the little girl from before, who came over to where they were. Line up. Noelle spoke, catching the eyes of both young men. Afraid of the stranger, that is Belle, she ran towards the only familiar face near her, hiding behind it. Are you? What's up, Noelle? Syr questioned. Mom, who is he? The infant asked, leaving the boy in question speechless. Huh, Mom? The rabbit screamed, shocked. Suddenly a flying ladle came from the bar, embedding itself in the wooden wall near him. Turning towards the source of the attack, he found himself confronted by a furious Mamma Mia, with her index finger placed over her lips, clearly indicating that she should be quiet. The rabbit nodded apologetically. Don't be afraid, my child. He's your daddy. The waitress replied mischievously, winking at the person who had been given that title. The noisy reaction of our protagonist was not long in coming. I won't do it again. The dwarf shouted from the same place. Belle remained silent and, in a whisper, asked Syr for an explanation, who laughed at his reaction. While this was happening, Noelle tugged at his pants. He lowered his head to look at her steadily. Dad, are you my dad? The infant's eyes filled with hope touched his heart. He sought help from the waitress who had gotten him into this mess, but she clasped her hands, pleading with him to play along. He sighed and accepted. He felt indebted to her for the bento he received without giving her anything in return, so he chose to do her this favor. Why yes, I'm your father. And Syr is your mother. He replied, smiling as best he could. The buzz was immediate. Word spread rapidly that Rabbit Feet, a recently famous adventurer from the Hestia family, had a daughter and that the mother was one of the staff at the Lady of Plenty. But, leaving that aside, the girl's reaction was one of absolute happiness. Dad, I'm Santa Claus. She jumped up and down, excited, introducing herself. I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you, Noelle. The white-haired man introduced himself, bending down to be at her level and giving her a smile. She smiled too much and hugged him. Her small arms wrapped around him, clinging to his neck. A strange chill came from Noelle's hands, but he didn't pay attention to it. I always wanted a mom and a dad. Carry me. He asked, celebrating his dream come true. Elle consulted the mother. He read her lips when she said, hold your daughter. With no other option but not disliked, he made the request. He lifted her off the ground in his arms. I'm so high. I'm huge. Noelle declared, laughing wildly. A small smile spread across the faces of the shop's visitors and staff. The scene was tender and touched their hearts. And from there, that false family was formed. That day, due to Noelle's pleas, Belle did not go to the cell and stayed all day at the bar, spending time with her and her mother. After some time, for some strange reason, Syr asked him a question full of ulterior motives. Hey, my girl, what would you like? A little brother or a little sister? Syr? The rabbit's reaction to such a question was not long in coming. Brother? Sister? The gray-haired girl tilted her head, not understanding what he meant. Yes. Would you like mommy and daddy's next child to be a boy or a girl? The waitress clarified, winking at the man in question. Both. The princess responded with joy. Both? I guess we'll have to try really hard, dear. Syr said. Why are you putting your hand on your belly? Our rabbit protagonist questioned. That father, mother and daughter relationship didn't stop there. Days passed and that bond born from a lie grew stronger and stronger. No one would be exaggerating if they said that they truly seemed like a happy family. They were going out together. They ate together. They had fun together. The young white-haired man even stopped visiting the dungeon for that time because, in his own words, he had to take care of his daughter. His family found out what he meant and were informed about the details. That little girl who came out of nowhere one day and was found by Syr had truly become her daughter. Being by his side made me forget everything I was carrying behind me. Who is it? What were the circumstances of your birth and life before you met her? Where are your real parents? Many questions that went unanswered and that, for Bell and Syr, didn't matter. They focused on the now. Enjoy that little angel that brought you together. However, not everything could be happiness, especially in Orario where the remnants of Evilus continue to live. One day, as the father was leaving his home, the chimney mansion on his way to the Lady of Plenty, he came across a shocking scene. All the waitresses, including the owner herself, were standing with the Ganesha family outside the business. All except her daughter. Syr was crying her eyes out, begging Shakti, the city police captain, to find her. Bell approached, asking what happened there. The beautiful, gray-haired girl ran into his arms and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. It's about Noelle. She was kidnapped, Bell. He revealed through tears. The void formed in the white-haired man's stomach, who paled at the news and the impact it had on him. His despair was immediate and he asked how it happened. Syr explained that Anya and Noelle went to buy ingredients for the bar a couple of hours ago and that, when the catgirl was distracted, she disappeared. She searched everywhere, inspecting every damn corner of the market to no avail. Belle turned to where the brown cat was, completely depressed and blaming herself for this. He gathered his courage and held the hands of the fake mother. I'm going to find her. No matter how long it takes, I'll save her. He promised to the four winds, totally determined. He ran at full speed toward the guild, leaving that place behind. Ina, his advisor, saw his face pale and scared, worrying about his condition and forgetting to ask him about the rumor that he had become a father. The half-elf questioned him about what brought him there. Bell, almost out of breath, replies that he wants to see Uranus. Not the least bit concerned by the overwhelming silence in the Adventurers Guild resulting from such a blatant request, he insisted. The brunette nodded, going to inform Royman, who a few minutes later informed her that he had received an affirmative response from the deity. She hurried to where he was. It didn't take long to convince him to ask for help in that emergency, explaining that the longer they didn't act, the worse the consequences would be. Suddenly, during this dialogue, it was revealed that it had started snowing in Orario. In any case, it wouldn't be strange, given that winter had arrived, however the problem lay in the suddenness of this and the amount of snow that was falling. The bad feeling was produced deep inside Bell, who ran away from where he was, abandoning Uranus. He realized that nothing good would come of this, so he summoned Fells, asking him to inform him about the details of that sudden freezing winter. Long story short, turns out that feeling was right. It was Noelle. The sky turned dark north of Orario. Bell, without warning or consulting anyone, ran in that direction, where the blizzard of biblical proportions was originating. He walked past a bar he frequented, being seen by Syr and Anya. They both assumed that he had learned of Noelle's whereabouts, so they followed him. From the shadows, another catman watched over them, soaring through the skies at high speed. Before going to the heart of the matter, a strange, partially frozen man greeted them. This one had his eyes closed and brown, almost reddish hair. He warned them not to get close to that thing. Bell asked him what he was calling thing. He smiled and replied. You were the ones who played house with her, right? He asked, causing a chill to run through Syr and Bell, who frowned at that statement. He, without a doubt, was the one who kidnapped Noelle. Your name is Vito, isn't it? The voice of another person on the scene, not counting Bell, Syr and Anya, echoed, saying the above. This stranger pulled back his hood, revealing his identity. It was Alan Frommel. Ani-chan. Anya Frommel's brother. Who, for some reason, knew that guy. It was at that moment that he introduced himself. Yes, indeed, his name was exactly the same as the one Alan pronounced. Several details were revealed, especially the relationship he had with Evilus since the Dark Ages. As he introduced himself, his frozen arm detached from his body. Haha, that spirit is really troublesome. He commented, sowing doubts in those present. What are you talking about? Bell questioned. Didn't you notice? The adventurers in Orario have become gullible and idiotic. That brat you and that foolish waitress so lovingly cared for is a spirit, the spirit of ice. He revealed, pointing out all the snow surrounding them. She was found by our organization in the dungeon a few days ago, but she escaped, although it wasn't difficult to find her, considering she was displayed in plain sight. He expressed, reporting on the origin of the infant. It was bombshell after bombshell. They didn't process the previous news, and you got another one. Kidnapping her was so easy. That stupid cat didn't realize she was missing until minutes later, lol lol. He sneered, pointing at Anya, whose spirit sank. Alan, however, gripped the handle of his spear and gritted his teeth. At an absurdly high speed. Slash. The toe was impaled. Ha. Pain is nothing but a delight to me. I only regret that I can't see her suffering now that that girl's power has been unleashed. He screamed, spitting blood, however, it didn't seem to affect him. Alan. Don't kill him. Syr ordered the catman. Kua. Evilus's member vomited a large amount of blood. We discovered that no matter what we do, its power is not diminished when we instill pain in it. It will unleash an eternal winter until its power is exhausted and it disappears. I wonder how long will it take for that? He confessed, slowly losing his life. White hair covered Belle's face, preventing it from being seen. You'll only stop him by killing her bunny feet, so what will you do, paper hero? He ended, dying. Bell. Syr named him. I must go for her. He declared, turning to his left with a complicated expression. I will stop her. He promised, starting his journey towards Noelle. Going for his daughter. The cold, the lack of air. He wouldn't let any of that get to him. The voice of that little girl who only wanted to be happy to be part of a family guided her, gave her strength. If his legs couldn't hold up, he would make them endure. If the pain was too much, I would resist it or use it as a power source. When he least expected it, Noelle's silhouette appeared on the horizon, indicating that he wasn't far behind. He reached out, trying to reach her. The distance was getting shorter. The picture was becoming clearer. The deafening scream caused his ears to bleed. It was Noelle's cry, used to unleash the full potential of his power. His body gradually became translucent. Noelle. He named her, trying to get her attention. I couldn't kill her. His heart wouldn't resist it. He preferred to die than to harm that innocent girl. I wasn't able to. Please stop. He begged, through tears. He fell to his knees, succumbing to the cold. His body froze. However, before he fainted, he placed his hand on his daughter's cheek. The pad of his thumb gently and delicately wiped away her tears. You are not a bad girl, Noelle. You're my daughter, so please stop. I am a weapon. I've always been that. Belle got a response. No, you're not. Those mean men hurt me. They said we'd play, but they only hurt me. They kept calling me weapon. The little girl screamed, increasing the power of the blizzard. They tied me up and abused me. They asked me if I could use my powers to freeze people. They said it would be fun, but it only caused pain. That wasn't your fault. Belle's weak voice responded to everything she said. Yes, I can. I can freeze them. They weren't real games, they never were, they were just training me to become their weapon. Said. The frigid air was diminishing. They got it by stealing my own life, my happiness, my childhood. Every word was filled with pain for Noelle as a result of the memories of that terrible experience. Using what strength he had left, Belle stood back up and hugged her. He surrounded her with his body, giving her warmth. Allowing you to listen to your heart. Providing you with what you lacked. Love. Belle noticed that she was losing weight and she was becoming more transparent. He recalled Vito's words. It will unleash an eternal winter until its power runs out and it disappears. He thought, clinging to her. Thanks to Evelus's constant games, his energy was depleted. Perhaps that was the reason why, after escaping, he couldn't remember his origins. You're not alone anymore, I'll stay with you. Said. She hugged him back, happy that her father would take care of her. So, Dad, will I die? Noelle asked, surrounded by white snow that stretched for hundreds of miles around. But without the wind blowing like before. Bell, who had fought fiercely against the strong, icy winds to get there, bowed his head. Yeah. She responded by clenching her fists and digging her nails into her palms, causing them to bleed. The little spirit girl he had only recently met, but who in that short period of time had won his love, tilted her head. Dad, what is dying? Asked. As his heart calmed, his ice power faded. I wouldn't know how to answer that. It's like, one day you're here and the next you're gone. The rabbit responded from his lack of understanding regarding that subject. If I leave here, will you and Mom come with me? Noelle asked, a little dejected knowing she would have to leave. Eventually, but by that time a considerable amount of time will have passed. The white-haired man answered. They both separated and sat right on top of it in the thick snow into which it was gradually sinking. It doesn't matter. If I can stay with you forever, I'll wait. Belle felt a lump in his throat at the feeling of the little girl who still didn't know what fate awaited her. Small tears spilled from her eyes, sliding down her cheekbones and cheeks until they fell precipitously to the white floor. I'll be a good girl, Daddy. I promise I'll wait and not bother anyone wherever I go. The spirit said, taking the hand of the one she considered her father, despite the fact that it all started as a joke by a certain waitress from the Lady of Plenty and that she recovered her memories, knowing that they were not actually a real family. She was happy taking the role of daughter, while the white-haired man was her father and, the aforementioned, her mother. I know. While you were with us, you've behaved well, you're an excellent daughter, and both your mother and I are proud of you. The so-called father responded, showering the infant with praise. Suddenly, Noelle yawned, stretching his small body in a clear sign of exhaustion from the overuse of his spirit powers. The ice around him confirmed this. She lay back on her dad's lap, slowly closing her eyes. The young man, his heart rate altered as well as his breathing as he held back the rest of his tears, tenderly stroked her head, combing her hair by running his fingers through the strands to untangle it. "Dad, will you tell me a story? I'm sleepy." Noel asked weakly. With his voice breaking because this would be the end, he spoke. "Oh sure, I'll tell you a story my grandfather used to tell me every night," he declared, recalling the nights when Zeus read him a book before sleeping. It was almost always the same one. "A story my great-grandfather told you," Noel muttered. Bell nodded. He didn't need the book, nor did he need to remember it exactly. Every line and paragraph remained in his memory. Once upon a time there was a hero that no one took seriously. He was known as the Jester Hero. Thus the story began. Seconds passed. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours, during which time the snow around them began to melt. The girl listened attentively without saying a word, at times a smile forming on her lips, or giggled at the absurd adventures that the hero of Fantasia experienced. The little hand of the little girl held one of the rabbit's fingers, and, as the story came to an end, it gradually lost strength. And despite not being the strongest, much less the bravest, he never gave up or took a step back, turning the myth of his existence into legend. He concluded, smiling melancholy as a faint glow that had appeared in his red eyes faded after its brief emergence. "So what did you think, Noel?" he questioned, but there was no answer. Bell pressed his eyelids against his eyes, letting out his sobs and giving free rein to his crying. He knew the reason for his daughter's lack of response. He bowed his head in her direction and, "I love you, my little Noel," he said, letting a couple of his tears fall on the pale cheeks of the lifeless girl and then giving her a tender and affectionate kiss on the cheek as a sign of farewell. As he did this, Noel's icy body began to dissipate into tiny snowflake-like particles. Bell, who had her on his lap, just watched the scene, stunned. The hand holding his finger was the last thing to fade away. He bowed his head. Sorry I couldn't save you," he apologized, crying profusely. A blurry light appeared in front of him and a tender voice he knew answered him. "Thank you for being my father, please also thank Mom and tell her I'll be a good girl. I'll wait for you to see you again." It was Noel who was floating through the air while the sky dragged her. Belle remained silent, speechless. She waved goodbye, waving her hand back and forth. The white-haired man smiled. "We'll see each other again, Noel," he promised, seeing her off. Noel smiled too, and before disappearing completely, he said one last thing. "Dad, when I get back I want a brother and a sister," he asked, recalling the time when his mother jokingly asked him if he would like the next child to be a boy or a girl, to which he replied both. Bell chuckled at this and shamelessly replied. "So it shall be, my child, you will not be alone when we meet again." The dangerous girl disappeared into the sunset, leaving this world. The ice was melting. The glow gradually faded, leaving only Bell in the middle of the desert where the battle took place. The ice age summoned by Noel, the ice spirit, had come to an end, leaving broken hearts in its wake. As Bell sat silently, staring up at the sky, several footsteps approached him, without him flinching. Bell. Syr named her, that girl from the Lady of Plenty, that Noel was referring to when he said, "Thank Mom, too, and tell her I'll be a good girl." The white-haired man turned to her, a pained expression on his face. Inevitably, the dangerous girl understood what was happening and was infected by that feeling. Her tears flowed without any apparent end. "Sir, Noel said that she'll be a good girl, that she'll wait for us," the boy said, without losing that smile. "And he thanked us for being his parents," she finished, breaking the waitress's heart even more as she genuinely saw in that little girl who came out of nowhere one day a daughter she loved dearly. I couldn't have wished for a better daughter." That was the answer he gave. Belle stood up and walked over to her, who was desperately wiping away the wetness on her cheeks from her crying. And he hugged her. "I couldn't have wished for a better daughter either," he agreed, pressing the young city girl's face into his chest. She soaked him, reciprocating. "Christmas, Christmas." Syr repeated the spirit's name, with great pain. "We'll meet again, I swear, my girl." Before the eyes of their closest and not so close friends, they mourned the loss of that girl who came into their lives and filled them with happiness and joy in the short time they spent together. Unaware that despite the pain his loss represented for them, he turned. The angel who united them. Chapter 2. How does the pain of loss affect you? Belle's perspective. In the chimney mansion. 2 days had passed since that fateful event. 2 days in which the young white-haired man, that adventurer who faces every risk with a smile on his face and remains faithful to his ideals, had not left the solitude of his room. The pain, the disappointment in himself and the sadness didn't allow him to leave. He felt like he failed. In her hand still lay the weight of letting Noel die, that little girl who came from nowhere and injected happiness into her life. That little girl who only wanted to be happy and, above all, loved. That's why he fell in love with Syr and Bell so quickly, because they granted his wish, they were his parents, his family, his everything. But as if it were a bad joke of fate, he was snatched away from her. When the weight of the past that hurt her released her, the disgusting and cruel reality had to come to imprison her and turn her into what she had been told hundreds of times it would work for a weapon. They took away that little girl's smile. They destroyed the illusion of being part of a family. And, not content with it, they took his life. Sorry. Bell's words echoed in the room. He was under the sheets, covering himself completely. The furniture inside that shelter was smashed to pieces. The curtains haven't been opened since he came in. Hadn't seen the light of day. The white-haired man's trembling, lament-filled voice was a clear indication of how he felt, of his state of mind. He lamented. The dark circles under his eyes indicated how little sleep he had gotten. His skin, even paler than before, confirmed his deplorable state of health. Bellcranel couldn't sleep. Every time his eyes close, trying to rest, the scene outside Orario repeats itself. It was the punishment that his own subconscious imposed on him. Remembering the death of Noelle. Remind her that he didn't save her. Even though he promised to protect her, he failed. And yet, it wasn't the first time. Hugging herself, her arms shaking, she inevitably compared the situation to that of a certain vouivre. That time I wasn't able to protect her either. If it weren't for Fels, would she be like this too? Ween would have remained dead. He muttered, rambling. His vision blurred and his head spun. Just imagining that outcome made him sick. Noelle. Tears spilled from her cheekbones, sliding slowly down her cheeks to her chin, falling onto the bed. I failed as a hero. I failed like his father. He clutched the sheets in frustration. How can I say I want to be a hero if I didn't save that innocent little girl crying out for help? Even though she was within my reach, she slipped through my fingers. His breathing was labored. His chest hurt. Dad. The voice of the dangerous woman was constantly repeating in his head, it wouldn't leave him. But more than being a gift, I considered it torture. How is it possible that he has grown so fond of Noelle in such a short time? Love is difficult to understand. True love. It's not about love in the sense of man and woman. If not the kind that only a father can give his daughter. And vice versa. Although they didn't share blood and it all started with Syr's joke, little by little they became fond of each other. Every moment they shared became a precious memory for him. Time doesn't determine how much you love or will love someone. It's not considered an intrinsic factor. And Bell is proof of that. I just wish the pain would end. He murmured. Those scarlet eyes, which almost always shine, reflecting the rabbit's passion and determination, turned dull. It was as if, along with Noelle's death, something else had been taken away from her, ripped from the depths of her being. Your happiness. His determination. Immersed in his own pain and self-loathing, he didn't hear when the bedroom door opened, despite the creaking of the hinges. Bell. Welf, the boy's best friend, named him, peeking out. She saw him with his back to her, sitting up in bed, covered from head to toe, as he had been since he returned to the mansion after that winter had vanished. No one knew what caused that state at first, however Fels let them know. Noelle's death was what destroyed him emotionally. Uranus's assistant knew this when he watched closely as events unfolded, at the god's request. Belsama. Lily took a step into the room and her foot accidentally kicked a tray of food. When he looked at the ground, he noticed that it wasn't just one. There were several. The food was beginning to spoil, to rot. Belsama. Arahim, the beautiful Renard of the Hestia family, who was rescued by that hero who was now far from that image, held in her hands another of these trays with delicious food on it. She had been in charge of giving them to him since he went into confinement. But he hasn't managed to get her to eat. Thank you, Arahim, please leave it there. The exhausted and depressed rabbit expressed, without even turning around. His voice sounded muffled, lifeless. The blonde lowered her head, saddened by the state of her savior. Yes, Belsama. He answered, bending down and placing it on the ground while he picked up the others to prevent them from emitting a bad smell. Well frowned, annoyed. The Kodo, who had been cooking for the young man alongside Harahim, also felt defeated. But Hestia, by far, was the one who felt the worst within the family, not counting Bell. Bell, please eat, what you're doing isn't healthy, it's not healthy to swallow that pain. Said the little pigtailed goddess. I don't have an appetite, sorry. He apologized. TCH. The red-haired blacksmith clicked his tongue. Let's go in. He spoke, warning the rest. The door was opened wide, allowing the family members, including the deity, to enter. What are you doing? I want to be alone. Bell questioned, turning in that direction. Forgive me, old man, but it's time for an emergency meeting. It's not healthy for you to continue like this. Welf replied, walking to the bedroom window and drawing back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to enter. Ugh. That groan of pain or discomfort came from the young man being hit in the face by the rays of light, causing him to be dazzled and making it difficult for him to adjust his vision again to a clearer environment after 2 days of complete darkness. "Let's talk." Hestia spoke, walking through the sea of debris. "About what?" the rabbit questioned. "You know perfectly well what we're talking about." He answered. "Bel-sama, allow me." Abraham approached him, removing the blanket that surrounded him. He didn't put up any resistance. Perhaps weakness from starvation was the cause. That's when they witnessed the bad state he was in. As mentioned earlier, the black bags under his eyes indicated a clear lack of sleep. Messy hair. Tremor in the extremities. Her skin, which, in other words, was like marble, white and cold. "Bel-dono, please don't face this grief alone. Trust us, we're your family and we want you to get better." Makoto spoke to him, expressing her intention to help. "Bel-sama, Lily will be here for you if you need her. I don't want to abandon the hero who saved me." The hobbit said, trying to give him words of encouragement. "You were my hero, Bel-sama, I beg you to allow me to support you." Abraham followed him. "Hero?" Bel raised his head, facing them. I'm not a hero." He answered. But. Both women wanted to reply. The hero wouldn't let an innocent life slip through his fingers twice. He stopped them, placing both hands forward. His knuckles were stained with blood, even the flesh of the wounds showing through the broken skin. Punching the walls was the only way he found to release that frustration, that anger, that rage. But at the end of the day, only sadness remained. "I was just an idiot who believed himself to be more than he really was. I don't deserve to be called a hero." He added, however. "Applause. I will not allow anyone to tarnish or belittle the image I have of the hero who saved me. Not even you, Bel-sama." Abraham screamed, on the verge of tears. To the surprise of those present, the Reynard slapped the white-haired man. The boy's cheek reddened. He placed his hand over the area, his mouth agape. As if that tiny bit of pain had helped him wake up and come out of the trance. "Friend. I know you're broken inside. I know you have to face this. However, you're making a terrible mistake if you think you have to do it alone." Welf declared. "We're with you. Don't hold it back, let it flow, share it with us." Hestia followed him. Suddenly Bel's face crumpled. Tears streamed down his face. "I failed, I didn't save her." "Speak." "He was in my hands before he died, even though it would be the last day we would see each other, he said goodbye smiling at me." Every word was laden with pain and sadness. He suffered every second of his existence and yet he left this world with a smile. His voice trembled. His heart ached. "I wasn't the best father, but Noelle was by far the best daughter." An almost imperceptible smile appeared on the rabbit's lips. "And I couldn't do anything to stop him from dying." He paused. The first step to overcoming it was to open up to others and, in that way, share the experience. "His life slipped away from me and Noelle just thanked me for being a part of it." He sighed, wiping the moisture from his cheeks with his shirt sleeve. "That's why I'm not worthy of the title of hero." Concluded. "Bel, I know you think you failed, but you didn't." Welf took the floor. "What do you mean?" "The facts are there." The white-haired man replied. "Before me, I see only someone who gave his all to bring happiness to that little girl. Who risked his life for hers. And who, thanks to that, was able to die in peace, having known the love of a family." Iridid placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. He raised his head. "You have 2 choices. Move forward and use this as a driving force to continue or wallow in self-loathing, focusing on what you've lost and not on what you still have left, what you can salvage." He communicated. "What I can save." Bel muttered. "Because you're definitely not the only one suffering. There's a girl out there who must be dealing with this loss too, so don't abandon the mother of your child, man." The rabbit's eyes regained their shine. And out of his mouth came a name. That gray-haired waitress who was Noelle's mom. "Sir. If you're suffering, how is she? Now more than ever, she needs support. Well, the girls at the bar can act as one, I'm sure you're the one." Iridid added, giving him a goal. Despite Hestia's annoyance, as she also has romantic feelings for her son and the sadness of Haraham and Lily, who fell in love with him, they did not oppose. "So, let's go. That girl is waiting for you." He added. "Okay." Bel replied, leaving his bed and standing up. "One moment." Before he left the room, to go to the Lady of Plenty, both Makoto and Lily, Hestia and Haraham stopped him. "Take a bath first, old man. You look terrible and smell worse." The blacksmith suggested. Bel looked at the rest of her companions and they nodded repeatedly. "They are." Sir Freya's perspective. In the Tower of Babel. At the top of the enormous Orario building, the largest in the dungeon city, on the top floor, was a velvety red penthouse. In the large room, in the center of it, was positioned a wooden throne with a crimson seat. On it sat a silver-haired woman, holding a glass of wine in her hand. In a normal situation, this wouldn't be unusual. On the contrary, this scene has been repeated so many times that it can be considered commonplace. However, it was different from the previous ones. The throne was covered in scratches. The seat padding had been ripped out. The table in front of it was smashed, and several wine bottles, some of them broken, littered the glass, rolling on the floor. Who was responsible? Simple, the same resident of that place. Otter, bring another one. The silver-haired woman's normally charming voice made that request to a huge man belonging to the demi-human race, specifically a Bose, nicknamed the King. Freya's gaze remained forward, focused on her giant viewing platform that allowed her to have a complete view of Orario, staring into nothingness, as if she were completely lost. Freya-sama. I don't think it's right to keep drinking. The captain of the family, who was guarding her and worried about the deplorable condition of his goddess, who hasn't stopped drinking wine for 2 days, responded. The smell of alcohol emanating from her breath confirmed this. I won't argue with you, Helen, serve me more. The deity responded, ignoring her son's suggestion and making the same request to her daughter, who also accompanied her in this stage of mourning. She was a beautiful woman with silver hair, which covered much of her face, and silver eyes. Her figure was truly beautiful, as were her facial features, making her stand out as an unusual beauty. Also, that unusual beauty wore a black suit, similar to a tight dress with an opening in the front that highlighted her enviable figure. The aforementioned woman's expression reflected intense discomfort, coupled with a certain depression. Freya-sama, I don't know if it's a good idea to shut yourself off from the world like this. You haven't been to work in 2 days, Mamma Mia hasn't stopped asking about you. This isn't the end of. Don't you dare finish that sentence. You know better than anyone how I'm feeling right now. So save your damn empty words of encouragement. The deity interrupted, spitting out that threat angrily. This made the young assistant back away, afraid of the reaction and of awakening the wrath of her goddess. Sorry Freya-sama. He apologized, bowing his head in submission. If no one's planning on getting me a drink, I guess I'll go get it. The woman, seeing that no one paid attention to her, decided to stand up and go get the bottle herself. Her bare feet crushed glass and splinters on the floor. But I didn't feel any kind of pain. Blood, your feet are bleeding. Helen alerted when that red liquid flowed from his goddess. I feel nothing, the pain in my heart is stronger than any physical damage. He replied, downplaying it and going to the bottle cellar in the room next to his. Step by step he left the blood stain in the shape of his foot on the floor. As he walked away, Otter and Helen watched his back, their expressions complicated. I've never seen her like that, so miserable. Bose commented. The image of that woman who had always stood out for her beauty, even receiving the title in this field, was not in her best days. By sharing her feelings, I can empathize with her. However, her pain is far greater than what I share. She lived alongside that child, cared for her as if she were her own, and grieves her loss as a true mother would. The silver-haired woman revealed. There was no need to try to understand that sadness. She was aware of it from experiencing it firsthand. However, no matter how hard she tried, the impact was different. I guess I'll tell Mia she won't be back anytime soon. Otter declared. As he tried to leave the large room, Helen grabbed him by the shirt, stopping him in his tracks. Don't leave me alone, I beg you. He said, his eyes crystallizing, showing how great his fear of being abandoned there with Freya was. If you leave I might not be able to stop her from doing something crazy. He explained. The always serious and stoic captain of the Freya family opened his eyes wide, showing concern. Don't tell me it's been considered. Yes, returning to Tenkai, abandoning us. Helen completed the sentence. That was worse than they imagined. It's one thing to feel sad, but quite another to seriously consider returning to heaven. To that prison he complained about so much and fled. Baradin points an arrow at her, waiting to end the goddess's life. I fear that if he comes back it will be to accept that fate. Tears fell from the girl's eyes. The terror of losing her was immense. No one would have imagined that the game of house, the joke he used to get close to bellcranel, would result in this. Expressed the king. The memory of that was recent. Freya, accompanied by her bodyguard, that is, him, to the Tower of Babel, chatted peacefully about the infant she had encountered. She became full of words every time she told him about her. Noelle tried the ice cream and loved it. We share that love. Things like that came to light day after day. Even though the beloved she'd waited for millennia for was with her, her attention was focused on that little girl who appeared out of nowhere and captured her heart. Not in a romantic way. Not as a whim or desire. But like a mother knowing her daughter. When he returned to Syr, the other goddess's body went out. He confined himself to the tower, drowning in that sadness. I don't want him to leave us, I don't want him to die, to disappear. Helen muttered, tightening his grip on Bose's clothes, wrinkling them. Please stay with me and prevent that from happening. She finished, wiping away her tears and staring at him, trying to convince him. You don't need to ask. If staying here prevents our goddess's death, I will gladly remain by her side. Freya's loyal follower gave the answer without hesitation for a second. Suddenly footsteps were heard, approaching. Freya returned to her throne. In her hands, she held 3 bottles of wine for her own consumption. Stupefying himself with alcohol was the only way he could think of to ease his grief. He crossed to their side again, ignoring them and sitting back on the throne. He removed the cork from the glass bottle and poured some of the crimson liquid into the glass. He pressed his lips to the rim and took it. "Freya-sama, may I ask you a question?" Otter said to her. The aforementioned raised her index finger, asking for a minute. The contents inside the cup emptied quickly, taking less time than the time it took the goddess to go get the bottle. "Go ahead, you're free. I don't promise to answer, though." He answered, refilling it. "Why haven't you been to visit bellcranel?" Those questioned. The sound of flowing liquid stopped. "I've had that doubt too. That bond I created with him could be leveraged to get closer to him." "Be quiet." Ellen expressed her thoughts, but Freya silenced her, preventing her from finishing. Little by little he lowered both glass objects, placing them on the armrest of the seat. His breathing became labored. "My Noelle wouldn't have wanted it like this," he declared. His voice broke as he spoke that name. His crying began. "She saw in me something I'm not, and what did I do? Take advantage of that for a selfish goal." She explained, being hit by the image of Noelle's smile. "I used her for my own benefit. I used that burning desire of hers to be part of a family to tie Belle down. I acted, I cheated, I hurt that little girl who only wanted love." He continued. After a few moments of his conversation, he would stop and take a breath. It was extremely difficult for him to put the sentence together because of the sharp pain in his chest that only grew worse. "And before I knew it I started loving her like a real daughter, even though I'm not capable of having one." He added. The crying intensified. "I've thought about everything I've done so far, all those vile deeds I've committed, and I've come to the conclusion that it's always been this way." He added. "I always use others for my own purposes, regardless of the harm I may cause to others, in order to achieve my goals." The deity's mind went back in time, recalling the damage it has caused for as long as it can remember. "I'm a monster worse than that evilest member who took Noelle from me." It was the way it was perceived. "Freya-sama." Ellen screamed his name, shedding tears. "I disgust myself, I hate myself. Maybe the world would be better if I gave up existence and died once and for all." Those purple eyes lost their shine, they became dull. "And maybe then when I'm reincarnated I'll be able to live up to Noelle's expectations of me, and I'll be able to meet her again." He muttered. "Applause. Hey." Freya was suddenly slapped, bringing her out of the trance of self-loathing that dominated her. "You missed 2 days of work just to think and say stupid things." Mamma Mia spoke. When did you come in?" Freya asked, rubbing her cheek, which had been reddened by the blow. "What the hell does that matter? Just drop that depressed princess attitude and come on. There are a lot of customers today, and even if you're clumsy, we could use the extra pair of hands." The dwarf grabbed her hand and pulled her up off the throne. I don't want to go back. I won't go back." The goddess responded by shouting, struggling to be released. "Mamma Mia, I don't think I should force her." Ellen tried to reason with the owner of the bar, which was crowded, but instead received an angry look. "Keep quiet," he ordered. "I walked in just as you started on that depressing monologue. You were so caught up in your own hatred that you didn't even notice me. You idiot goddess." "Oh Otter. Tell him to stop." The deity sought help from his most faithful son. "I'm sorry, Freya-sama. But as someone who cares about her health, I have to agree with her. Leave the darkness and cold of this room. Do something other than drink yourself to sleep because you're so drunk." Bose did not give him the help he was asking for. "I don't want to go back. I won't go back to that place that reminds me of her." He raised his voice, confessing the reason for his not returning to the Lady of Plenty. "It's no longer the safe place I used to escape to when I was bored, now it's just a damn reminder that Noelle isn't with me anymore." He added. "So please, Mamma Mia, don't make me go." The broken deity prayed from the depths of his heart. The room remained silent. "Pray, why is everything always about you?" The dwarf broke the stillness. What?" She raised her head, staring at her. "Think for a second and tell me who else must be suffering from the loss of Noelle." Mamma Mia questioned, trying to make her see reason and get out of that bubble where the only thing that mattered to her was her own feelings. "Anya." He named the catgirl, who must feel responsible for the death of the infant since she was in charge of the kidnapping. "Just her?" The dwarf asked him to think carefully. The image of the white-haired boy, his Audra, crossed his mind. "Bell." He named it. "If you're suffering, how is he?" "Now more than ever, he needs support." "Well, his family can act as one, I'm sure you're the one for it." The bar owner explained. Freya's bangs covered the top of her face as she ducked her head. Don't abandon your daughter's father, you fool. He added. As she finished her sentence, Freya's image slowly changed. His purple eyes turned gray. Her straight hair rippled. And his height was reduced. Come on. She resigned herself, allowing herself to be taken to the bar. Mamma Mia carried her in her arms. Very well. However, first we'll go give you a shower, you stink. Hey? Freya or Syr now tilted her head. The dwarf smiled in a frightening way, instilling fear in her, who simply gulped. Amidst the young woman's screams and pleas to be taken down, they left the Tower of Babel. A single thought crossed the raptor's mind. Maybe I can clear your mind and help you forget about it for a moment. I've never seen you like this, Freya. His intention was to distract her. Minutes later. Welf and Bell walked side by side, heading to the Lady of Plenty to visit Syr and, incidentally, eat because the rabbit had not eaten for 2 days. Walking in the opposite direction were Mamma Mia and Syr, who was wearing a white dress and a hat, the only clothes she kept in her penthouse, so after the bath, they had to wear those. The two young men were talking with their companions, asking what they would say if they met. What they didn't know was that it would be sooner than expected. Hey? Hey? Bell and Syr's eyes collided as they reached the entrance of the establishment. They both blushed. They were facing each other, a few meters away. The blacksmith and the dwarf exchanged glances and nodded. Well, they hadn't planned it, they understood each other's intentions. Well, old man. I just remembered that Hephaestus-sama needs me for weapons maintenance. See you. Wait. Iridiid, using an unbelievable excuse that was clearly a lie from a distance, retreated at top speed, leaving Bell raising his hand. I'll go in and see what mess Chloe, Lunwar, Ryu and May made while I was gone. Mamma Mia. Bam. The bar door closed behind the dwarf, who ignored her waitress. Thus, they were both alone at the entrance. They looked away, nervous. Hello Syr. Hello Bell. They spoke at the same time. Sorry. You speak first. Sorry. You speak first. This was repeated. Then no. You first. Then no. You first. And it happened again. They stared at each other for a second and… Huff. The two began to laugh at the coincidence. That was weird. Phew. Syr said. Ahahaha, you don't even think about it. Bell replied, wiping away a tear that fell after laughing. The atmosphere lightened. So tell me, Bell, what brings you here? The gray-haired girl asked, smiling friendly. Although behind this gesture there was still pain, which the white-haired man noticed. He took a deep breath and sighed. Syr, would you like to walk with me? He made his proposal. Welf's advice was to invite her to share a moment together so they could support each other and open up to each other. And that's exactly what he did. Hey? The waitress in civilian clothes opened her eyes in surprise. I'd like you to join me on a date, if you don't mind. The rabbit clarified. A date? The young woman repeated, not believing it. Don't know if I can. I was away from the bar for 2 days, and Mamma Mia will get mad if I do it again. He excused himself, looking away. But… just accept, damn it. The dwarf's scream was heard loud and clear from inside the Lady of Plenty. The pair blushed when they found out they were overheard. I guess I'm free. Syr said. That means. The boy spoke. Yes, I agree to go out with you tonight, Bell. She nodded, smiling at him and agreeing to go on a date with him. Chapter 3. I promise I'll be by your side. The impromptu date began as soon as the waitress received permission from the bar owner. The beautiful sunset appeared. The sun was setting and the sky was tinged with a beautiful warm orange color. The magic stone lamps began to light before the imminent darkness that would come with the night. Autumn was ending and winter was arriving. The weather in Orario changed as winter approached. The days were shorter and less hot, the nights colder but tolerable. The leaves on the trees stopped falling and only the trunk and branches remained. Winter in the city brought with it a series of seasonal festivities, sparking excitement and joy in both young and old. The goddess festival that commemorated the goddesses of fertility in a form of gratitude for the fruitful harvest of previous seasons, where the main figure was Demeter due to the title she holds. Other celebrations were also held, such as the winter festivals, where delicious food was plentiful, as were game stalls for fun. It was a time of joy and happiness. But you can't always enjoy it. On the streets, as hundreds of businesses along the sides began to open their doors and street vendors set up their tents, the pair of young people walked forward calmly. They walked side by side without saying a word, their heads bowed, overcome by nervousness, as well as the fear of touching a sensitive nerve that would ruin the experience, creating an uncomfortable and unwanted atmosphere. Syr held the hem of her white dress, which extended below her knees, and placed one of her hands on top of the straw hat that rested on her head, thus preventing it from being blown away by the wind. Bell, on the other hand, moved his right arm irregularly, trying to adjust it in a way that would not cause discomfort and/or pain. The aftereffects of his dungeon battle against the calamity and the days he spent in the deep floors with Ryu were still taking their toll. If it weren't for Uranus taking care of paying for the expenses at the insect family headquarters and the tool he uses on his arm, he would have an even larger debt than before for the hestia dagger. The red-haired girl, noticing the young man's gestures and the frown on his brow, broke the barrier that separated them. "Bell, how's your arm?" she asked, worried about his health. She knew how difficult that experience was for him and his best friend, Ryu. How close they came to death on multiple occasions. His concern was obvious, though he hadn't had time to think about it lately. The white-haired man stopped trying to adjust that limb and turned to his left side, where the girl who was accompanying him expressed her doubt. I guess I'm fine. It hurts sometimes and my bone pops, but I can handle it. There's also a pretty big scar left on my bicep, but it's fine overall. Airmid said I'll be better in 4 days and can return to the dungeon as usual. I haven't been feeling up to going lately, though. He responded by explaining what the family healer insect had instructed him to do for her speedy recovery, and when he spoke of his return to adventures, he looked slightly dismayed, scratching the side of his head as the sound of his voice gradually faded. The waitress looked closely at that arm, for some reason it aroused her curiosity. Her pale gray eyes scanned him from side to side. Above his elbow, the sleeve of his jacket flared due to the bandage where his arm had been severed when he'd faced the juggernaut. Along this, on the forearm, some parts also became enlarged, as if they were protuberances. I assume that's the device he was referring to. He thought, sighing without paying much attention to it. Out of sheer curiosity, or perhaps by accident, his gaze collided with the white-haired man's hands. When this happened she opened her eyes wide in surprise. The rabbit's knuckles were covered in bruises and wounds that hadn't fully healed yet. She wasn't known for her knowledge of human anatomy, but she could tell that several of the bones were in an irregular position. Instinctively, he went to the second one on the left to rule out the possibility that it was due to the same event in the dungeon. However, this one was in the same or worse condition than the previous one. It was impossible for them to be wounds inflicted in the dungeon. It's as if he had punched a solid structure until he was exhausted, and due to the condition of his right arm, he dedicated himself to unleashing his fury on his healthy one. It was the hypothesis that best fit the situation, according to the girl. She lowered her head, saddened. She didn't need to be a genius to know the reason for this. You haven't had a good time either, have you, Bell? You've suffered a lot since she left, right? Tears formed, which she quickly wiped away, thus preventing him from noticing. I'm glad your condition has improved. He responded to what his companion had said, turning to look at him and smiling. Thanks for the good wishes. And tell me, sir, how did everything go? The young man, trying to continue the conversation so that it wouldn't end, asked that question. Oh? And not so good lately, she answered, laughing awkwardly, not looking entirely convinced. On the contrary, she seemed uneasy and unwilling to reveal any more information. She even jumped when the word was spoken to her, as if she were scared. Bell turned his attention to the beautiful girl for a moment and, typical of his observant and overly attentive nature, he noticed a certain incongruity in her. He's forcing a smile, why? He mentally questioned whether that gesture, which normally conveys warmth and a certain mischief on the part of the dangerous woman, did not emanate the usual intentions. Standing face to face for a few seconds, a look on the waitress's normally white and well-groomed face alarmed him. They were black bags under those normally lively gray eyes. That was a clear sign of the few hours of sleep he had. Wanting to satisfy his curiosity, he looked for any further traces of poor care in the woman. Not to judge her, just to make sure the suspicions arising in his head weren't just unfounded. Soon enough he came across her thin, delicate hands, which he placed on the sides of his hips and moved as his legs did the same. At first glance, you wouldn't notice anything unusual. However, if you look closely. Her nails are broken. He thought. And not only that, it looks like he hurt his fingers. He added to his train of thought. She looked back at the front, placing both hands on the skirt of her dress, stopping the young man's analysis in his tracks. That didn't matter anymore because he immediately knew the truth behind the lie. That not so good was actually terrible. The days following Noel's death undoubtedly left a deep impression on the girl's heart. You haven't had a good time either, have you, sir? You've suffered a lot since she left, right? Without knowing it, they both thought the same thing. I must change the direction this quote is going. Otherwise, we'll just sink into depression, and that's exactly what I don't want. He told himself mentally, setting a goal. Hey sir, would you like to eat something? He asked, lightening the mood. Are you? The girl tilted her head at this. Let's get something to eat. I skipped breakfast and lunch this morning, so I'm starving. The white-haired man reported, scratching the back of his neck and smiling. I've been drinking so much wine that I've forgotten to eat, so I'm not very hungry, but maybe it's a good idea to say yes. It was the thinking of the counterpart. Sure, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Before Bell could open an escape route, Syr's index finger rested on his lips, silencing him. I'd love to have lunch with you. He replied, accepting the proposal to eat together. I'm starving too. I hope you take me to a place that has delicious food. He stepped forward, said this, and moved his head partially to the right to look back at his date, smiling and winking at her. The boy's cheeks reddened as Syr's mischievous and lively personality returned. I hope I meet your expectations. He replied, visibly nervous. He took a deep breath, gaining confidence. He must maintain this atmosphere of peace and joy that took so much work to achieve. I'll guide you, sir. He said, approaching the female and. Hey. He held her hand. Follow me. He added, leading the shocked young woman away. Was it? The red-haired girl screamed internally, her heart racing. Wait. Where did he get so much confidence? She questioned the shameless act of that restless rabbit who always runs away from her flirtations. It's very warm. He spoke about the contact between both skins. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I am in your care. Part of her enjoyed the initiative in her companion. However, the other. But do I deserve to feel happy? She still felt like a monster who harmed everything she touched. That conclusion she'd come to in the 2 days of suffering and mourning the loss of Noel wouldn't be erased so easily. She didn't believe she deserved the joy of holding hands with her beloved Audrey, that existence she had waited for and sought before even knowing it existed. His spirit sank. However. It may not be the most expensive place, but you'll definitely love the food. The comment and the smile that followed it from Bell brought her out of that state. He returned the gesture. Even though the pain it carried wouldn't easily disappear, and neither would that self-loathing, just for today he would forget it. They walked for several minutes without letting go. Some people looked at them, and their voices carried into the surrounding area. The fame of Rabbit Feet is still alive and well, so any issue he's involved in will be a topic of conversation for the city's residents, who are always looking to satisfy their hunger for entertainment. Although this wasn't something that interested the protagonists of the rumors, they paid no attention and continued on their way until the white-haired man stopped at one of the street stalls. Bell. What are you doing here? A squeaky voice they both knew shouted the rabbit's name and a question. Sorry to bother you, Kami-sama. We came here to eat and I couldn't think of any other option but to buy Jag-American. The young son of the saleswoman, who was none other than the goddess Hestia, apologized. Hello, Hestia-sama. I'm sorry if we're inconvenient. I wasn't aware that Bell was bringing me here either. Syr took the floor, greeting and giving a small bow to the deity as a sign of forgiveness for any trouble they might cause. I was honestly expecting a coffee shop or something. She put on a poker face and muttered. Well, she didn't deny herself Jag-American, she was hoping to eat something other than greasy potato croquettes. Somewhere in Orario, a certain golden-haired woman frowned. They have insulted the Jag-American. He muttered, getting angry. Hestia sharpened her vision, carefully observing the waitress of the Lady of Plenty. Although the fact that her beloved son was holding hands with another girl filled her with jealousy, she was aware of the circumstances they were going through, so she didn't react badly. The pigtailed deity is surprised by the young woman's physical condition, quickly deducing the cause. It has been a very heavy burden to carry for both of us, neither of us has slept properly. He thought. Sighing heavily and allowing that quote to unfold, he spoke. What are you going to order? She returned to her job as an employee and ignored the underlying mixed feelings produced by seeing the man she loves with another woman. I would like 2 Jag-American, Kami-sama. One filled with meat and. I want mine stuffed with shrimp. As Bell ordered, Syr told him his request. One comes with meat and the other with shrimp. Hestia raised her voice and prepared them. A few minutes passed, during which the pair waited for the food. The pigtailed goddess would occasionally make a comment to which they would respond. They were trivial things. When asked where they were going next, Syr shrugged, not knowing their next destination. Bell simply said he wouldn't say yet, piquing the 2 women's curiosity. The Jag-American were made and delivered. The potato-based dish steamed and emanated a truly delicious aroma, making the couple's stomachs growl. The white-haired man paid the corresponding 30 valis and, together with the gray-haired woman, they left, saying goodbye and thanking Hestia for taking care of them. The latter saw them moving away. That girl reeked of alcohol. How come Bell didn't notice? He said, returning his 5 senses to work. The pair of young people sat on the benches around the fountain near the Adventurers Guild and ate. Despite the time, the flow of people increased. The sun had not yet completely set. A few rays of this light illuminated the streets, although that light was consumed by the light from the magic stone lamps. I ate the food bite by bite. It tastes better than I imagined. Syr said, after swallowing. Bell chewed and nodded, satisfying his hunger and agreeing. I ate Jagamerican for a long time. It was the only food Kami-sama and I could afford. At least until you started giving me your bento. He confessed. Hey? This took her by surprise. Even though my family's financial situation has improved, I still enjoy them like the first time. Just like the food you cook for me, sir. He added, taking another bite of the potato croquette and ignoring the fact that his companion was blushing as the compliments continued. Do you enjoy my food? Incredulous, she wanted to make sure it was true. As a goddess, she's able to detect lies. This is how she learns that Alan, Helen, and the children at Maria's orphanage are lying to her about the taste of her cooking. Of course. Any food made from the heart is delicious. What you're making is no exception. He answered without a shred of doubt. She, totally happy, goes to the floor, hot and steaming from her head. Silently, he ate his Jagamerican. I thought he ate it out of obligation. She said, relieved that wasn't the case. The minutes passed and everyone looked at the city. The sound of footsteps, voices, laughter, shouts, the neighing of horses pulling carriages. Yes, Orario was full of life. The wind blew. Syr's hair billowed as she held onto her hat, which she took off upon arrival because the sun no longer bothered her, so that it wouldn't blow away. It was a calm and joyful night, which infected anyone who found themselves immersed in that atmosphere. For the first time since Noel left, Bell and Syr were enjoying the outdoors. However, out of the corner of their eyes, each of them noticed different things. In the danger it was a street stall. In it there was a person I knew. Frozen. He muttered. Yes, it was an ice cream shop I frequented. There were many delicious flavors in it, her favorite being chocolate chip. He momentarily considered asking Belle to buy him one. But she had a memory from not many days ago that saddened her. Noel. He muttered. The scene played in his head like a movie. Belle, Noel and she walked together, as was customary, since that fake family was formed. It was midday and the birds were singing. The heat, although bearable, was conducive to eating an ice cream dessert. The three of them decided to go buy them. Although the girl didn't know what it was, noticing her mom's excitement, she wanted to try it. His eyes lit up when he held the cone in his hands. Excited, she asked if it was just for her, to which the pair replied yes. As he tried to eat the scoop of ice cream all at once, he hit his chin and fell. The infant's crying was not long in coming. Typical of his age, he screamed and moaned, sad that he couldn't eat it. To fix the situation, Syr gave him hers and then turned to Belle, who gave her his, leaving him without dessert. Fufu. It is a father's duty to please his daughter as much as he pleases his mother. Said. The white-haired man didn't complain. Besides. He suddenly approached her ear. Don't worry, dear. I'll make it up to you tonight. Remember, Santa wants a brother and a sister. He whispered, blushing at the father. Why? It's delicious. Very rich. I love it. Noel interrupted the flirting, screaming with joy and enjoying the ice cream. A smile appeared on Syr's face. Really? It's mommy's favorite flavor. That means we share tastes. Express. Yes. Can I try that one? The little girl replied, pointing to the one that previously belonged to the rabbit. The dangerous one gave it to her and she tried it. Differing from the previous reaction, this time she looked disappointed. It doesn't taste bad, but it's less sweet. He analyzed, holding his chin. Fufu. Dad has never liked sweet things. The waitress clarified, grabbing it again. But I love everything that's your father's. She licked it provocatively without taking her eyes off her husband. Suddenly the memory stopped, touching the girl's heart, who lowered her head. On Belle's side the situation was no different. He noticed a bookstore where he bought stories about heroes. He sighed heavily, as if struck by nostalgia. Noel. He named her. He also had a special memory above all the others he kept. That was the day Syr and Noel accompanied him to that bookstore that also served as a library. They both asked him which book he recommended and that got the white-haired man in strength. They entered the establishment and he began his long passionate speech, typical of a true lover of hero stories. Dungeon Oratorio recounts the historical events that took place in Orario during the ancient times, before the descent of the gods. It consists of a collection of multiple tales of the heroes of old. As a massive epic, Dungeon Oratorio spanned multiple volumes. While an original version existed 1,000 years ago, several of these volumes were eventually lost, leaving few able to read it in its entirety. Mother and daughter listened attentively, not missing a single detail. They were amazed at how quickly he spoke and how eloquently he shared one of his favorite topics. Syr found this charming. Stories like Full Land of Water and Light or the story of the hero Albert are among the most famous. Personally, I prefer the heroic tale of the Argonaut who is the hero everyone called a buffoon but who nevertheless strived to fight for his ideals and. He stopped dead in his tracks, turning to face them. Sorry. I'm boring you, aren't I? He apologized, feeling sorry for showing them such a childish face on him. No problem. If Dad's happy, I'm happy. That's what Noel replied. Yes. That side of you I didn't know about is so cute, I love it. Syr agreed, winking at him. Please stop making those jokes. SHHHHHHHH. The boy begged, being hissed at by the bookstore owner when he raised his voice. Noisy daddy. Yes. Your dad is very loud. A pair of dangerous people laughed. That memory ended there. And, like Syr, Bell was left crestfallen, saddened. Plunged into depression, exactly what they wanted to avoid, they were warned. The childish voice caused them to search for its origin. Dad? Mom? It was a girl who was walking hand in hand between her parents. Each one held her on one side. As if by a twist of fate, they had the same memory. The two of them walking next to Noel like that. When they went to visit Maria's orphanage to bring them food and at the same time her daughter could play with the orphans there. As they were going there, Noel pulled them and held their hands together. They intertwined their fingers and looked at each other, then at the girl. Daddy and Mommy must be like this. He celebrated, laughing. Oh Belle. If that's what you wanted, darlings, you should have just asked me. Said the dangerous one. It's not like that. The white-haired man responded, restless, typical of him. Syr crouched down to be at her daughter's level. Phew. Good job, very well done, dear. He congratulated her. The pair sighed again and the food was finished. This visit had the opposite effect to what was expected. I won't let the mood be ruined. It was the young man's thinking. Suddenly he stood up and stood in front of his companion. Belle? She called him. There's another place I want you to come with me to. He extended his hand to her. Syr, without hesitation, held her, agreeing to accompany him. Belle lifted her out of the seat by pulling her forward. And so the date continued. Little by little they moved away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The number of people on the streets was decreasing. The path they were traveling seemed familiar to the girl, yet she remained silent. After minutes of walking, they finally arrived. I suspected it since we entered Daedalus Street. I just want to know what are we doing here? Syr questioned. Did you forget this place? Belle responded with another question. She denied. It was impossible for that to happen. That place they visited was. You brought me here when doubts aided me and fear dominated me, earning me the hatred of all Orario. He clarified. Yes, it was after you protected that vouver. The waitress added. But you still don't answer me. He added. The adventurer took a couple of steps forward. When I saw you, I figured it was the perfect place to fix everything because your eyes have been so sad today. Express. Arrange. The young woman tilted her head, confused. On that occasion you supported me and acted as a support for me. Belle said, turning and landing on his front. He reduced the distance step by step and. That's why I wish to do the same for you. Allow me to help you as you did for me. He covered the girl's cold thin hands with his own. Syr's heart rate accelerated to unimaginable levels. Nevertheless. I know that this way we will overcome his departure. The rabbit added. The void formed in the girl's stomach, losing the shine of those gray eyes when those words were spoken. It hurt so much that he's gone I understand better than anyone. I miss her cheerful voice running to hug me. His familiar and affectionate way of calling me. Stop. Belle spoke, detailing what he loved about Noel. Syr asked him to stop. The way he tried to steal my sandwiches even though I wouldn't deny him anything he asked for. Please be quiet. That time Board tried to pick her up and told her she looked like a bad guy, breaking her heart and her pride. Belle really? The day she cooked with you and the kitchen burned down, being gifted by Mamma Mia and May. I don't want to relive those memories. The gray-haired girl's muscles tensed as Belle continued, laughing as the memories amused him. It was great being his dad. He added. And I imagine you loved being his mother. The waitress's fragile body trembled. It's not like that. He lied. I know that's not what you mean. Stop, seriously. You're pissing me off. Those smiles weren't fake. Be quiet. That look of pride on her face when she achieved something wasn't a lie. Keep quiet. The gray color in the iris flickered, alternating with purple. I don't know why you say all those things. I'm fine. That's not true. Belle yelled, causing him to jump. That love wasn't a lie. This pain you feel isn't a lie either. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I won't. Not until you accept that you're suffering. That his death hurts you. Be quiet. Applause. I don't want to relive those memories. I don't want to. Syr slapped him through tears while raising her voice, that brittle voice on the verge of breaking. His legs wobbled and weakened. He fell to his knees on the grass. Her crying increased. I don't want. He repeated. Bell knelt before her and hugged her. You're not the only one who feels this way. I'm hurt too that it's over, that he's gone, that he abandoned us. It would be easy to deny it and pretend it never happened. But I don't want to forget her. I don't want to pretend that I'm okay with this. That's why I live carrying that weight. I'll live for her as I would have wanted. Because Noelle wouldn't want us to be sad. Syr clung to him. Her face buried in the white-haired man's chest, soaking him with tears. And maybe to overcome this we should stick together, like our little girl wished. With her feelings running high and nothing to hide, the waitress finally opened up. I loved her so much, she was my little girl, my beautiful little girl. It all started as a joke to annoy you, but in the end I ended up seeing her as my own daughter. Revealed. I didn't want it to end so quickly, I didn't want it to. He added. Her words were muffled by Bell's chest. I promise I'll be by your side. Adding her to calm her down, the aforementioned swore. The moonlight illuminated them. The icy breeze crossed. On that seemingly ordinary night, two souls touched. Back to the bar. Are you feeling better? Asked a rabbit. Yeah. The girl replied, smiling at him. Besides, I'm not cold anymore. Thanks for lending me your jacket. He commented, stretching out his arm so that the garment could be seen. It's nothing. He replied, looking away again, something he has been doing for a while now. He scratched the back of his neck and avoided her. Fufu, what's going on? Syr asked, laughing. She found that attitude adorable. And nothing. If anything's wrong, tell me. We promised we'd support each other. Faced with the refusal, she played the support card. Hesitantly, he spoke. I didn't want to tell you, but if you insist. She remained expectant. When we hugged, I smelled a very strong scent of alcohol coming from your mouth. That's why I avoided facing each other. The smell made me dizzy. He confessed. The waitress's excited smile gradually changed. Disappointed and embarrassed, she blushed profusely and. HMPH. He tapped him on the shoulder several times. Ouch. Hey. That hurts. You shouldn't say that to a lady. Much less to me. There was no complaint to be made and he continued, puffing out his cheek, pouting. You asked me to tell you. Penance. Burp. Suddenly, while shouting angrily, he burped. If she had blushed before, now she was completely red. BFFFF. Bell stifled a laugh at this. It never happened. Understand. The red-haired girl, completely humiliated, grabbed a white-haired man by the collar of his shirt and pulled him closer, threatening him to forget about the burp. The scandal did not stop and the force of the blows increased. Sooner rather than later, they arrived at the entrance of the Lady of Plenty, ceasing the battle between the tactless man and the lady with the alcohol-smelling breath. There, it was time to say goodbye. Although the waitress wanted to reaffirm something. Playing nervously with her hair, she said. Bell, did you really mean what you promised me? The aforementioned tilted his head and, unaware, replied. What thing? Syr crossed her arms and puffed out her cheek. Now what did I do? Author's note. Being a jerk, Bell, that's all. I apologize for my bad memory. Express. Without making eye contact, she replied. Standing by my side, silly. He clarified. Having remembered this, Bell replied. Oh, that's it. Of course. There was not a shred of doubt, pure determination. Syr's lips curved into a smile. That's what I wanted to hear. He muttered. Hey? And nothing. See you tomorrow. The waitress hurriedly said goodbye and entered the bar. See you later. Stunned, the white-haired man turned around. Until. Bell. They called out to him, turning instinctively. That's where. Mua. They kissed him on the cheek. He was unable to hide his surprise, placing his hand over the area where those soft lips made contact with him. Almost as quickly as the kiss, the person responsible pulled away. He put his arms behind his back and spoke. If possible, the next one I give you won't smell like alcohol. It was Syr, who winked at him and stuck out her tongue, joking with him. Walking back, he returned to the bar and went inside. Red as a tomato and motionless as a statue, Bell stood in the middle of the street. As he prepared to return to his headquarters, filled with doubts and feelings he didn't fully understand, his shoulder was stung. Bell. I almost forgot. It was the waitress again. Noticing her seriousness, the young man abandoned the trance. It's Anya. We have to help her. No need for explanation, he replied. Okay, let's go. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the Lady of Plenty lay a depressed catgirl. Stupid cat Naya. That adjective hurt her. Immersed in pain and despair, she murmured. Maybe Naya Ani-chan and that evilest member are right. Naya, everything I touch is destined to be ruined. Naya. Having been partly responsible for Noel's kidnapping and subsequent death, Anya was remorseful. It was my fault. Naya. Chapter 4. You're not a stupid cat. It was a cold night inside a dark room in which the noise of diners, celebrations and the clashing of beer mugs were camouflaged by the sound of hands scratching the sheets and a body moving from one side to the other on a bed caused by a brown-haired catgirl who had closed her eyes, apparently sleeping. However, I was sweating cold. The hairs on her ears and tail stood on end as if she were suffering from a strong chill that put her on alert. Small tears slid down the girl's cheeks and a word came out of her mouth after this. Sorry Naya. He apologized, gripping the sheets tighter. Por favor Naya de detengas Naya. He begged. His voice was brittle and emitted a certain painful emotion. Yes, she clearly suffered from nightmares that tormented her. His arms trembled, his chest ached, and his crying intensified. His breathing became labored as these symptoms became more severe. Stupid cat Naya, useless Naya. He said, repeating the words that kept echoing in his head and that were said by several people. Alan, his brother. The Gullivers. Hedon. Several members of his family from whom he became estranged. Those insults weighed on her, they hurt her. Stupid cat Naya. He repeated. Now those who directed such a derogatory adjective at him were Sir Flova, su amiga. Bellcranel, the kindest young man she's ever met. And sorry, Noel Naya, sorry. That little girl who was the root of all the suffering he's experienced recently in the last 2 days. The guilt she felt over Noel's death tormented her deep in her dreams, slowly sapping her spirits to the point that, like Bell and Syr, she refused to leave her room, confining herself to that dark, lonely room. Where did Anya's journey, filled with wounds and bad memories, begin? It was only necessary to enter the world of dreams in which she found herself immersed. It all began the day the Black Dragon, without warning, swept away the peaceful life of her parents, Alan and her, ending the lives of almost every inhabitant of that quiet city, without the power to defend themselves from such a calamity. Amidst the rubble and destruction, the bodies of their parents lay buried, their blood spilling around the ground as the purple fire slowly died down and ashes drifted slowly through the air. For someone who has had a bad time all his life. Someone who, at a young age, lost those who were supposed to guide her in life. His parents. The memories of that are blurry. Pain. Llamas. Ashes. Alone with no one to extend a hand to her. Or at least that's what some people would think. However, she had someone who supported her and helped her through that difficult situation. Her brother, Alan Frommel. Both of them, having lost their loved ones, alone in that destroyed city with no one to come to their aid or where no adult nearby could care for them, had to fend for themselves. Alan was the one who fought and sacrificed the most to ensure Anya's well-being. All to protect his little sister, whose back was soaked with tears every time he picked her up when she got tired. If the girl's legs couldn't hold up, Alan would lift her onto his back and carry her. If his own legs couldn't hold up, he drew strength from deep within himself to keep going. They wandered in the desert in search of shelter. Sometimes they ate leftovers they found in the garbage. On other occasions, neighboring villages allowed them to eat alongside them, but they were aware of the burden they represented. That's how their days together were. His brother was lost with the passing of time, wandering towards a better destiny. That smiling, happy boy Anya had known for as long as she could remember was fading away. Anya struggled to win him back, adopting a lively and energetic personality to lighten the load on her brother. Because revealing the sadness that burdened her would likely represent an even heavier burden for him to carry. It was in this way that she remained hopeful of recovering him. However, she didn't understand that he did it for her. He must have grown up quickly to protect her. Be strong. Because losing his sister, the only person he had left in the world, would be losing himself. She believed that as long as she helped him in every way she could, they would never be separated. She made mistakes, of course, like any girl that age. However, the distance between them was growing. I didn't see him smile. He showed less and less emotion in his expression. He focused solely on surviving with her. Despite her strong attempts to please him and prevent that bond from breaking, Alan walked away from her. He felt as if a vital part of his existence had been lost. Your dear brother. When she showed up, things took a complete turn, in Anya's opinion. Who is she? You might ask. Simple Freya-sama. During that nomadic life where they didn't settle anywhere for more than a few months, they met that silver-haired goddess, extremely beautiful. Like a benevolent woman offering them a new beginning, she welcomed them into her family. He gave them a roof to protect them from the scorching sun and the freezing night. Food to satisfy the hunger in your stomach and calm its rumbling. Clothes to cover and warm them in the cold winters. Shoes to protect their small feet, covered in wounds from all the time they spent wandering aimlessly. Freya gave them reasons to live. She united them in a new family where they would lack nothing financially. She was the savior of the pair of siblings. Or like a mother, according to Anya's own perception. The only thing I ask of them was that they strengthen themselves so that the comfortable life they had achieved would never be taken away from them again. And so they began as adventurers. The idea of fighting side by side with Alan excited her. Both of them were trying equally hard. Although it was not a perfect life due to the problems between the members of the Freya family, who did not hesitate to show hatred towards the rest, they gradually grew, increasing their strength and enhancing that hidden power that they did not know they possessed. The catgirl's goal was simple. I want to be strong Naya so that I'm also able to protect Ani-chan Naya. The noble motivation born from that feeling of debt and gratitude for all the time she was cared for and guarded by Alan. However, not everything is rosy. At some point, the distances became long. His brother's growth and diligence led him down a separate path. While she remained at level 4, he continued to grow exponentially stronger, completely unlike his sister. The greater the separation between forces, the less he recognized the catboy. It was as if he was watching him from behind, reaching out his hand but unable to grasp it because it was already out of his reach. But even so, she fought fiercely to at least spend a minute with him. She wouldn't give up until she showed him she could trust her and didn't need any protection. Maybe that way she'd be able to win him back and go back to what they were before. The pair of brothers who enjoyed the days before the Black Dragon's attack with joy and happiness. Anya's dream was to return to those times when they smiled and were happy. She no longer remembered the last time she saw him draw a smile, even a small one, on his lips. One day like any other, he accompanied Alan and 4 hobbits on an exploration mission to the dungeon in the deep floors. As a level 4, that wouldn't pose much of a risk, especially considering she was standing next to 4 level 4s and a level 5, Alan Frummel. However, without her knowing for sure what happened, from one moment to the next, she was surrounded by countless monsters after losing track of the 5 of them. His head was dripping with blood and his arms were shaking as he held his spear. It was there that his life flashed before his eyes as he felt death was near. Tears formed in her eyes, fearful of the fate that awaited her in just a few seconds. Until, between fear and shock, she managed to let out a scream, one she promised herself she would never say again. "Oh Ani-chan save me Ani-chan Naya." That scream, almost tearing his vocal cords, echoed in the dungeon. When she was about to be killed, the wind was pushed, waving her hair. Thousands of body parts flew across the ground, just like the scarlet liquid that stained his forehead in a bloody and cruel spectacle. At high speed someone was moving, dismembering, tearing apart and skinning any monster that surrounded the chestnut. Opening her eyes completely stunned and impressed, she managed to visualize the person responsible for this. It was his brother. Again he came to her rescue as he had ever since he could remember. The massacre ended and he shook the spear to remove the blood on the tip. Turning his back on her and looking at her full of anger, he did not say a word to her. Delayed again. Yes. We were near the 37th floor. Freya-sama will not forgive the mishap. Alan. You should have let him die, the weak die. Exactly. There won't always be someone there to save her. The voices of 4 brothers of a race of short people sounded in unison, angrily claiming the catboy, who remained silent without responding. That stupid cat is just holding you back. The quadruplet said, annoyed and using a derogatory adjective for the poor girl. Anya just hung her head. The relationship with the members of the Freya family was tense, so much so that she did not have breakfast with them for fear of an attack or insults. Of course, that didn't mean she didn't have friendly companions. Thanks to her inherently cheerful and energetic personality, which differed from most of the family members, she was able to befriend Mamma Mia, who occasionally scolded her for doing silly things, but since she was retired, she no longer lived in Folkvanger. She also occasionally chatted with Hythe Velvet, the red-haired pigtailed healer, whom she would constantly visit after her training and battles. Although, apart from the 2 women, the members spent most of their time apart from each other. Anya normally visited her goddess, who received her in her chambers, but despite this closeness between goddess and daughter, she never told her about the problems she suffered or the insults she received. I've already given her so much trouble Naya. I don't want her to have any more trouble because of me Naya was the catgirl's way of thinking, the reason why she wasn't honest with the silver-haired woman. And on top of that, he was still close to his brother, so he didn't mind receiving those insults or not being liked by others. As long as she didn't leave Alan's side she would hold on. He became her pillar and reason for living. Having shaken off her fear upon being rescued, she trotted over to the catman to apologize for her recklessness and not keeping up, which had led her to get into a dangerous situation where her life was threatened. She sought comfort and a kind gesture from him after the hobbit's rampant attacks, as well as her own regret after noticing a tiny wound on his cheek, blaming herself. "Oh Ani-chan Naya, yo. Keep quiet. Before Anya could speak, she was silenced, her apologies stopped dead in their tracks. This made the hairs on the cat's tail stand up. They're right. I refuse to accept it, but I can't hide the truth. You're a damn burden, you always have been, only causing me problems and limiting me. Alan agreed with the Gulliver brothers, opening up and saying everything he thought, extremely angry and without holding back, despite the harsh words that came out of his mouth second by second. This caused a shock to spread through every part of Anya's body, and she opened her eyes wide in disbelief at the fierceness with which she was being spoken to. And, between babbling, she asked him a question. What do you mean, Ani-chan Naya? Due to the trembling in his voice, he found it difficult to pronounce the question. At that instant, Alan's grip on the spear shifted. Having been on his back the whole time, after a few seconds of seemingly gathering courage, he finally deigned to turn around. The expression on his face cracked the chestnut's heart, who had never been looked at in that way by him. Wrinkled eyebrows, furrowed brows, and empty eyes. As if anger took control of his body, he raised his voice. Ever since we were kids, you've been chasing after me. You have no idea how much trouble I've been through because of you, or how much suffering I had to endure because you couldn't defend yourself. I'm sick of fixing your damn mistakes and errors, paying the price for them. Give up on that shitty dream of becoming an adventurer, or you'll die. Because you're just. Word by word, as the voice increased in volume, Anya's chest ached. It was as if thousands of pins were being driven into her heart, constantly wounding her with no apparent purpose. His eyes crystallized, on the verge of bursting into tears. She was completely shocked, she had no idea that her beloved brother would speak to her like that. You're just a useless cat. He concluded the fight by using a variation on the derogatory adjective that the rest of the Freya family used. Those two words alone were enough to turn his heart to dust. Wait, Ani-chan Naya. She wanted to approach him. He ignored her, heading deeper into the next level of the dungeon. But this did not stop her. Please don't abandon me, Ani-chan. I'm sorry for all the harm I've caused you, Naya. I'm sorry if I was a bother and a burden, Naya. I promise I'll get stronger, Naya. I'll work hard day and night to not depend on you, Naya. But please, Naya, stay with me, Naya. She begged. Weeping and trembling, she reached out to grab Alan's hand and stop him from answering. Place. He received a slap to make him move away. A sharp sting followed by pain and redness occurred in the girl's palm. Partially turning his face to look at her out of the corner of his eye, Alan answered. No matter how many times you say that, you'll only get yourself killed. You're merely a hindrance on missions. If I continue to take care of you, I'll never be able to fulfill Freya-sama's expectations and wishes. A strong pressure in Anya's chest made her uncomfortable when she heard the name of the goddess. Her goddess, the woman who was like her mother. Freya-sama Naya. He named her. Yes, now I strive and fight to please our goddess. You long ago ceased to be my concern and became a nuisance that I haven't gotten rid of until now. The black-furred cat replied, resuming his walk and moving away from her. Pained, falling to her knees and nearly breaking her vocal cords, the catgirl screamed. Please don't go, Naya. Don't abandon me, Naya. Stay with me, Naya. Don't leave me alone, Naya. I don't want to lose you like I asked Mom and Dad, Naya. Gradually the volume of his voice decreased until it was almost hoarse. The hairs on Alan's tail stood up and his ears twitched at this, reacting and momentarily slowing down. His chest swelled and he tightened his grip on his spear. However, he ignored her again and continued walking. This is the best. Yes, without a doubt. Without you getting in the way, that idiot cat can be of use to Freya-sama. Get out and don't come back. The hobbits gave their opinion, following behind him. Kneeling on the floor, completely stunned, empty and broken, she cried. He cried like never before. That stupid cat, Naya. She said to herself. Everything that happened after that event is blurred for her. The derogatory words repeated themselves in his head. Her brother's insults echoed and resonated in her mind, slowly torturing her. He walked in the dungeon, returning to the surface without knowing how exactly. Wandering aimlessly and staggering from side to side without blinking. He felt guilty. Despite his enormous desire not to leave, he decided to do so. If I leave, Ani-chan will be happy, right? She thought, with nothing stopping her from making that choice. It would no longer be a hindrance to him. He would part with it, just as they asked him to. No matter how much her heart ached, she didn't want to keep holding it back. Since she was a child, she was a burden, and that day she confirmed it thanks to her brother's statement. They broke those ties that weakened over the years, leaving her alone like a poor abandoned cat. Somehow he reached the Tower of Babel. He got into the elevator in search of his goddess. I would talk to her. When she was finally in the room where the silver-haired goddess resided, being received by Helen, she entered. The reason for the visit was obvious. Freya-sama Naya, I want to renounce the family. He revealed, lowering his head as he entered the room. The expressions on both Freya and Helen's faces were one of surprise. Not just at what was said, but also at the way it was said and the way they looked. For obvious reasons, the deity didn't want to abandon her to her fate. That depression and deep sadness could lead her to kill herself after losing the reason she lived. Understanding how she felt, he tried to investigate the matter and thus fix it, as well as comfort her. He approached her, hugging her and wiping her tears with his fingertips, however, she didn't seem to react or even care. Freya tried to comfort her, but Anya wouldn't allow it. What happened? What made you think about quitting? I just lost the reason that inspired me to be adventurous. The catgirl responded bluntly without making eye contact. What was this about? Simple, he blamed her for stealing from his brother, and he couldn't look at her face without being reminded of his new goal. Although, deep down, he knew he was using that as a mere excuse to avoid facing his own guilt. Noticing her daughter's broken heart and pain, the silver-haired woman closed her eyes so that she could then give her verdict. Okay, my child. If you're sure, I won't stop you. I won't take your Falna away because I fear for your safety, but you're free to take whatever path you please. Anya nods, about to leave. I suggest you visit the Lady of Plenty. Mamma Mia recently opened that bar and is looking for waitresses to help her. I don't want you to be left homeless or without a place to sleep. If you never return to Folkvangr, that place is perfect for you. Thank you, Freya-sama. The chestnut girl answered, listening to her and considering it. Anya, the day you decide to come back, I'll welcome you with open arms, my pretty kitty. The goddess finished. The girl's eyes filled with tears and her lips trembled. I definitely couldn't hate her. Walking through the crowded streets of Orario, the minutes passed until he finally found himself in front of the main door of the bar his goddess suggested he visit. What do I have to lose by trying Naya? He questioned himself, opening the door and entering. It was a crowded place where everyone was drinking beer, eating snacks, and sharing conversations without hesitation. The adventurers smiled and celebrated a successful trip to the dungeon. The common inhabitants of Orario enjoyed food and drink. It was harmonious, noisy, but warm. Anya? What brings you here? The voice behind the bar of the establishment's owner named her. She walked towards her location. Mamma Mia, Naya, see, can I talk to you, Naya? Asked. The dwarf noticed the sadness on his face and nodded. They both left the bar through the back door that led to an alley. It was at that moment that the catgirl confessed that she had given up on her family and Freya suggested they go to that place. Do I have nowhere else to go, Naya? There's no other place that will accept this stupid cat, Naya. She declared, full of self-loathing and feeling cold. Mamma Mia placed her hand on top of Anya's head, ruffling her hair. This reassured her. You're welcome. The extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt, I'll set up a room for you upstairs. He responded, accepting her in a warm and welcoming manner. Hi. The chestnut answered. Suddenly the door overlooking the alley opened. Mamma Mia. May is getting into an argument with a customer who said her food tasted bad. She's about to shove a spatula where the sun doesn't shine. The beautiful young woman with gray hair interrupted, announcing the pitched battle between the diner and the cook. TCH. That brat has no self-control. The dwarf clicked her tongue. Sir. Teach Anya, you'll be partners from today on. He ordered the waitress, entering the bar. Hey. Who insulted my best cook's food? Ah. Crash. In less than 5 seconds the screams stopped and a window was heard breaking. Welcome to the Lady of Plenty. My name is Sir Flova. The young woman introduced herself, leaning forward slightly. I'm Anya, Naya. I'll be in your care, Naya. The catgirl responded by telling him her name. The lively girl held her companion's hands. I hope we get along, Anya. He said, smiling at her kindly. I'll do my best not to cause you trouble, Naya, even though I'll probably screw it up, Sir Naya. She answered, dejected. There's nothing wrong with failing. Just don't let it stop you from improving or make you give up. The girl replied, winking at him. And that same seemingly dark night in the cat's life, her new job began. Sir lent her one of her waitress uniforms and they got to work. The chestnut's lack of experience in handling a tray was evident from a distance. He walked holding it with both hands at mid-height and staring intently so that the glasses on it wouldn't wobble. The hours passed without incident. He gained confidence each time he successfully fulfilled his customers' requests. However, not everything is rosy. In a moment of carelessness, when he got excited, he lost his balance on the tray and… clash. He broke what was on it. It was just an empty jar that would go back into the sink to be washed. Anya turns pale at this, terrified. The place remained silent and received many glances. His breathing became agitated as did his heart rate. Sorry, Naya. Oh, I messed up, Naya. She panicked as her vision darkened and tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm stupid, Naya. He was complaining. As he reached out to pick up the pieces, another hand got there first. "No problem. Let me help you." Syr was the one who picked up the pieces of glass. This surprised the chestnut. "Well, at least you lasted longer than Syr without breaking something. You broke the record." Mamma Mia, far from getting angry, looked at her with a certain amount of mockery and sarcasm. "That's not true, Mamma Mia. I doubt I've broken anything in less time than Anya." The gray-haired waitress replied. "You broke a plate on your first order." Ugh. In the absence of any negative reaction to her mistake, Anya remained silent and stunned. Why aren't you angry, Naya? Won't I be punished, Naya?" "They are curious. But of course I'll scold you. You'll do the dishes and the money will come out of your paycheck." The dwarf answered. Just that, Naya." Open-mouthed and unable to believe such a small reprimand, she questioned. "Why would we give you a harsher punishment? We all make mistakes and we won't judge here. It's your first day. As you get used to it, you learn and it won't happen again. After all, we're not just your classmates. We're your friends and your family." Syr replied, standing up and walking to the trash can to throw away the glass. Anya's eyes glazed over and she cried. "Buck. Hey, are you okay? Did you cut yourself?" The waitress ran to his aid. She cried incessantly, wiping her tears with the sleeves of her uniform. When her partner didn't respond, Syr simply hugged her to calm her down. Calm down, we're here with you." She stroked his hair and patted his back, demonstrating surprising maternal skills. It was on that day, which the catgirl would never forget, that after so many years of pain, she felt part of a home. Thank you, Sir Naya. Thank you so much, Naya." He thanked her from the bottom of his broken heart. Days passed, turning into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. More girls arrived at the bar, expanding his family. The wounds of the past healed. The nightmares disappeared. The sadness faded away. Slowly, she recovered that bright smile that characterized her. She was once again the lively and energetic girl who brought joy to everyone around her. Ryu, Chloe and Lunwer joined her family, becoming, along with Syr, her best friends. Despite the tough start among the top 3, she was able to make friends with them. That abandoned cat was happy again. Until one day, like any other, early in the morning before the bar opened, Syr, who had gone to buy groceries at the city market, returned with a rather peculiar companion. She was a disheveled and stained girl, with dirty torn clothes. Her hair was gray, as were her eyes, which looked tired. Fearful, she hid behind the waitress, clinging to her skirt and peeking out from time to time. While I was shopping, she approached me and wouldn't stop staring at me. I went to the other stalls to buy what I needed and she kept following me. So, seeing her so dirty, I assumed she was an orphan. I asked her name or if she was looking for Maria's orphanage and she just shook her head. I offered her an apple and she wouldn't leave my side of the street. The gray-haired young woman explained how she met the girl. I also asked her if she happened to know who her mom or dad was, that I would help her find them, but she didn't know how to answer. When we made eye contact, I saw fear, pain and sadness in her eyes. I didn't want to abandon her. He added, justifying why he brought her. Anya's gaze fell on the infant, watching her intently. And for a brief moment she saw herself back when she lost her family in the Black Dragon's attack on her hometown. Sir's skirt is gently pulled by Noel, so she turns down. "What is a mom?" the girl questioned, not knowing the term. The girl placed her index finger on her lower lip, thinking about how to define it. "A mother is the person who gives you love every day. She behaves affectionately, lovingly and gently toward her daughter, who shows you love in a genuine and warm way. She also kisses you on the forehead before you go to sleep and, above all, protects you." He answered according to his very subjective point of view. The infant lowers her head and holds the hem of her red dress. Suddenly, she lifts it, as if she were gathering courage. "If I'm a good girl, will you be my mom?" she questioned, full of hope and desire. Syr was impressed by this request. "I don't think it works like that, Naya. Besides what Syr said, Naya, a mom is the person who I accept." Chloe, who wanted to explain the requirements for a woman to become a mother, was interrupted by the gray-haired girl, who responded positively to the proposal. The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Her cheeks blushed and a huge smile spread across her lips. "Mom. Mom. Mom." he repeated, hugging her leg and jumping with excitement. The waitresses remained completely absorbed by the decision their friend made. "I'll be your mom. So, since you don't have a name, it's my duty to give you one." The first time Mother spoke. "Name?" "Yes. Besides daughter, I must have another way to refer to you. So what name would you like?" Not knowing what a name was, the girl expressed her doubt and was answered immediately. "Naya. I know how to call him Naya." Anya jumped up and down and raised her hand to be given the floor to make her suggestion. "What name do you have in mind for my daughter?" Syr questioned, listening to her. It'll be called Noel Naya. Like the story of the man who gives presents to everyone Naya. Noel, that doesn't sound bad. What do you think, my girl? Yes, I really like Noel. I want to be called that. The name seemed to be the right one for her, so much so that she jumped for joy. Then it will be Noel. The waitress informs those present. Bien Naya. The chestnut celebrates. Noel, these are your aunts. They're good people, so don't be afraid of them. I'm sure they'll love you as much as I do. Syr placed his hand on the aforementioned woman's back, giving her a little push so she wouldn't hide anymore. Nice to meet you, my name is Ryu. I hope we get along, Noel. Hello. I'm Lunwar, I promise to take good care of you. Hey Naya. My name is Chloe, you can call me Chloe Obbison. Do you happen to know a boy your age? I'm just curious. Hey I'm Anya Naya. I swear I'll be a good aunt Naya. The four waitresses introduced themselves to the young woman, each in their own very pure style, especially one of them, which is quite twisted. Hi, I'm Noel. Frightened by being surrounded by these women of different races, she reciprocated the gesture. And she's Mamma Mia, you can call her Grandma. Before the dangerous woman could finish her sentence, the dwarf spoke. I'm Mamma Mia, call me Mamma Mia. If you ever get the wonderful idea of calling me Grandma, I'll scold your mother, and you'll be sorry. The bar owner threatened, emanating a terrifying aura, causing Noel to nod repeatedly as every muscle in her slender body tensed. Mamma Mia. Don't scare my daughter. She's just a kid. The waitress complained, puffing out her cheek. During this time, the brown-furred catgirl kept an eye on Noel. She sensed innocence deep within her, but also a strong desire for love. In his mind he set a goal, a target to achieve. She was a burden to her brother, maybe with Noel she can make up for it. Take care of that girl without abandoning her. Protect her. Help her be happy. Come on, love, we'll give you a bath. Syr said. I'll help you, Naya. Anya volunteered. I guess we'll delay the opening time. I think your uniform will fit me. Mamma Mia said to the cook. Are you planning on making me work, Mamma Mia? They questioned her about the waitressing staff of the Lady of Plenty. No. The dwarf looked away. There's no remedy. Ryu commented, given the lack of conviction that this answer conveyed. Ignoring the moral debate surrounding putting a child under 5 to work, Anya and Syr left, taking Noel with them. They put her in a tub and washed her hair with shampoo. The toddler played with the foam, throwing it at her mother and the catgirl, who bristled whenever the water came close to touching her. They covered her with a towel after drying her off, and Syr carried her to the chestnut's room, where May's clothes were already on the bed. They dressed her, and both had the same opinion. You look beautiful, Naya. It looks great on you, Noel. The pair of waitresses, seeing her in those clothes, flattered her for how cute she looked. Thank you, Mommy, thank you, Aunt. The gray-haired girl thanked them, holding the edges of her dress and bowing to them, as if she were a high-class lady. Howie. That scream echoed in the bar. After this, the three of them went down to the first floor. Anya, could you instruct Noel? Teach him how to work. The dangerous woman begged, clasping both hands. Naya. Naya. I don't think I'm right for that, Naya. Anya didn't seem convinced. She's by far the least skilled waitress in the place. I trust you. I know you'll do a great job. The brunette's cheeks blushed at the trust placed on her shoulders by her best friend. Yufufu, Naya. I guess I have no choice, Naya. I'll do it, Naya. Scratching the back of her neck and laughing arrogantly, she agreed. Come on, Noel, Naya. He held his niece's hand. The first order of the day arrived. It was food and a couple of beers. You bring them glasses of water out of courtesy, Naya. He said to the redeed, giving her the tray with it. The young woman nodded. Don't drop it, Naya. Mamma Mia won't be happy if that happens, Naya. Said. The infant smiled happily, not caring about her companion's warnings. The pair walked to the table where they placed their order. The two handed over the things, and the men thanked them. They were an elderly couple with their beautiful daughter. They were a family known to the bar workers, but that's a story for another time. As they walked back, Anya's apron was pulled by Noel. Anya Obbison, who is the man Mommy is talking to. The catgirl turns around and sees Syr chatting with Bell while giving him a bento and flirting with him, as was customary every morning. Suddenly he smiles. Yufufu, Naya. I recommend you go meet him, Naya. He suggested with clear malice in his intentions. The girl, confused, tilted her head but went toward them. I wonder what will happen, Naya. The person responsible for her curiosity thought. Mom. That was faster than I thought, Naya. He continued on his way to the bar to take more orders until he overheard part of the conversation the pair of lovebirds were having. Don't be afraid, my child. He's your daddy. The waitress declared mischievously, winking at the person who had been given that title. The white-haired man's loud reaction was not long in coming. I won't do it again. Beside Anya, Mamma Mia screamed. Poor Bell Naya. Sir already got you into this Naya. The young woman felt sorry for the boy. Dad. I'm Santa Claus. She jumped up and down, excited, introducing herself. I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you Noel. Naya. I accept Naya, I guess you're not able to refuse Naya. Apparently the rabbit was convinced to adopt the role of father, surprising the chestnut. Minutes passed and Bell left for the cell, leaving his daughter's mother and daughter at the bar. That joke went too far Naya. Chloe scolded the gray-haired waitress. Definitely. Shy Naya. Anya and Lunwer agreed. It's getting louder. The beautiful green-haired elf's blushing cheeks also claimed him, although for some reason she seemed jealous of the situation Bell got into with Syr. The red-haired girl whistled, pretending not to know what they were referring to. I don't know what you're talking about. Bell is Noel's father. He declared. Yes. He's my dad. They both love each other very much, I saw it. Noel jumped energetically. Sir, Ryu and the rest were called out for that comment. How do you know that, my love? The first of them questioned him. Because. Mommy sees daddy the way she sees me. And she talks to him the way she talks to me. So if mommy loves me, then she loves daddy too. He argued from his point of view. You're so cute Naya. Anya hugged her, pressing her cheek against hers and rubbing it. Anya Obbison. Confused, but without complaining, Noelle allowed herself to be hugged. Time passed normally and little by little they were getting closer. Anya truly loved her, as an aunt and mentor, and Noelle, as a niece and apprentice, spent a lot of time together. The latter told her all the fun things she had when her dad and mom went out with her. On a normal day like any other, the two went shopping for groceries and ingredients before the Lady of Plenty opened. They were both holding paper bags filled with fruits, vegetables, meat and other things. As they returned to the establishment where they worked, they chatted peacefully. I recommend you Naya that you ask them to kiss Naya. I'm sure Sir Naya will thank you Naya. The cat girl recommended hearing that Belle fulfilled any of the infant's wishes, so it occurred to her to force things a little between them because, according to her, they both liked each other and the sooner they accepted it, the less time it would take for them to join as a couple. Yes. But what is a kiss? Noelle's answer ended with a question. The brunette blushed. She wasn't even close to being an expert on the subject of couples. Despite that, she tried to explain. It's when Naya T two people who love each other put their lips together Naya and T that's I can't say it Naya. Forget it Naya. Embarrassment overcame him and he was unable to finish his answer, closing his eyes for a brief period of time and looking away. He quickened his pace. Please don't ask me for more details Naya. A few seconds passed and she didn't receive a response from the infant, who normally waited for her turn to speak whenever her grandmother, father, or mother did so. Anya opened her eyes and turned to her side, where she followed her. And it wasn't. Disappeared. On the floor, lying on the ground, was the bag he was carrying. He searched the surroundings without success. Suddenly he panicked. And Noel Naya. He screamed, feeling his breathing become difficult, but he received no response. He became absolutely terrified and started running around, throwing away his food and shouting Noelle's name. She asked any civilian she passed if they hadn't seen her. A little girl with gray hair and a uniform like the one she was wearing. However, everyone denied having seen her. His fear increased excessively in the face of constant refusals. Using the maximum speed his legs could carry, he ran all over the damn city to find her. Every alley, street, even the walls. But there was no trace of Noelle. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, she leaned her back against a wall and slid down into a sitting position. She clutched her hair and trembled to the point where she found it difficult to stay calm. At that moment, two words echoed in his head. Stupid cat. Every fiber in his body tensed. He suffered from severe stomach pain, feeling dizzy and wanting to vomit. I lost her Naya. He swallowed, calming his nausea. I got careless for a second, and I lost her Naya. She said in disbelief at the facts. As on that occasion when she was abandoned by her brother, she stood up and, staggering, went to the Lady of Plenty. Sooner rather than later she reached her destination, knocked on the front door and entered, upset. Hey. Where are the? Mamma Mia was going to complain about the purchases, but she noticed the pale state the cat was in. Anya. The dwarf screamed, running toward her, fearing she might faint. This alerted the rest, who rushed to her. What's going on? Ryu asked her, worried. The chestnut's legs couldn't take it anymore and gave up. Chloe and Lunwer held her, lending her a shoulder. Then Noelle and Naya. Revealed. This caused everyone to open their eyes wide. How come it's not? Sir's brittle voice questioned him. I blinked for a second while we were walking back from the market Naya. And it disappeared Naya. Visibly affected and crying, she briefly explained what had happened. Sir, before anything else, ran out of the bar. Sir. Wait. They yelled at him. The others followed her and… Oh. The dangerous girl was on the floor, in pain. Are you okay? The woman with short blue hair extended her hand. That's Shakti. Ryu recognized her. Lion. The captain of the Ganesha family noticed the fear in the waitresses and the bar owner. That's Shakti. Please help us. The gray-haired waitress quickly stood up, ignoring the passing pain and holding the vigilante by the shoulders. What's going on? Orario police chief questions. Then Noel Naya. Noel Naya was kidnapped. Flooded with tears, Anya spoke. The blue-haired woman's expression changed. Tell me the details. As a visitor to the bar, he ran into the girl a couple of times. He also ran into her during his patrols when Bell and Syr were hanging out with her. Rumors that Rabbit Feet had become a father spread and it was hard not to know about it, as well as who the mother and daughter were. Anya explains everything that happened, omitting no detail and pointing to the area where she last saw her. As Shakti took notes and Syr grew increasingly worried, someone appeared. Sir? The aforementioned turned around at the call. It was Belle who approached, asking what happened there. The beautiful gray-haired girl ran into his arms and hugged him, burying her face in his chest and soaking him with tears. It's about Noelle. She was kidnapped, Belle revealed. The void formed in the white-haired man's stomach, who paled at the news and the impact it had on him. Anya watches as his expression gradually changes from concern to fear. And without warning, Belle ran off. Syr couldn't stop crying. The cat girl's chest ached. Stupid cat. That word repeated itself in his mind. She was guilty of her best friend suffering. She hurt that young rabbit-like girl who had been kind to her from the very beginning. And he lost the one he swore to protect. Completely broken and empty, she fell to her knees. Until a strong blizzard blew from the north of the city. Everyone turned to where this icy wind was coming from. The snow was falling. It's strange that it snows in Orario. We're close to tropical areas and deserts. What's this about? Mamma Mia commented. Suddenly, at full speed, Belle crossed where they were. We must go there. We must go for her. He shouted angrily, heading to where that winter was born. Syr and Anya, sooner rather than later, followed him. After several minutes of running, they finally reached the outskirts of Orario, where the snow had settled more heavily than in the city itself. Before going to the heart of the matter, a strange, partially frozen man greeted them. This one had his eyes closed and brown, almost reddish hair. He warned them not to come closer. Everyone questioned him about who he was and why they couldn't go in that direction. It was there that Alan made an appearance, revealing who he was. Ani-chan. Anya named him as soon as she heard his voice. After this, that man named Vito revealed the origin of Noelle and that she is responsible for that uncontrolled winter. It was bombshell after bombshell. They didn't process the previous news and you got another one. Kidnapping her was so easy. That stupid cat didn't realize she was missing until minutes later lol lol. He sneered, pointing at Anya, whose spirit sank. Stupid cat. It echoed in his head for the millionth time. Another person told him this. Suddenly he was impaled on Alan's spear. He started shouting and mocking. Confessing that if they don't stop her before her energy runs out, she will die. With that in mind, Bell set out to go after her for his daughter. And that's where he began his journey. Both waitresses looked at the path he followed, hoping that what that evilest member told them was a lie. Less than 5 minutes passed and… the snow is melting. Alan spoke, noticing that detail. Sooner or later Syr and Anya ran forward, searching for Bell. However, when they got close enough, they only saw him lying kneeling on the ground, stretching out his hands. A few drops fell on them. Bell. Syr named him. The white-haired man turned to her, a pained expression on his face. Inevitably, the dangerous girl understood what was happening and was infected by that feeling, the same case as Anya. The tears flowed without any apparent end. Bell revealed his last words to the girl's mother. They both hugged each other and cried. The catgirl, stunned, just watched. Noelle had died and consequently hurt a pair of parents. And it was his fault. Because of his damn stupidity he died. She was kidnapped while in his care. Clutching his chest, he murmured. Sorry Noelle Naya, I'm sorry Syr Naya, excuse me, Bell Naya, I messed up again, I'm a stupid cat Naya. It was in that last dialogue that the dream ends. Agitated and breathing heavily, she lifted her back from the mattress, sitting on the bed. It's the second night this has happened Naya. He swallowed and declared that. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a blanket. He wrapped himself in it and hugged her. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it would jump out of my chest at any second. Maybe Naya Oni-chan, that evilest member Naya, everyone who called me stupid cat Naya is right, every person I associate with Naya is destined to suffer and fall into misery Naya. He muttered. That girl herself was facing her grief, guilt and pain. Noelle's smile flashes through her mind. It was my fault Naya. And Noelle Naya, it was my fault that you died Naya. He repeated, bursting into tears. He blamed himself for that girl's departure. He locked himself in his room for the next 2 days. Sometimes they would knock on her door to ask if she needed anything and she wouldn't answer. Every now and then Ryu would come in to make sure she was okay and give her food. The elf knew perfectly well what a broken person, plunged into sadness by a loss, looked like, and she wouldn't abandon her friend. In the silence of his cold, dark room a sound echoed. It was the door being knocked repeatedly. She ignored him as she had done before. However, the blows did not stop. 5 minutes passed and the visitors did not stop trying to see her. He walked slowly. His legs were weak from lack of food and energy. He placed his hand on the knob and turned it. When the light came in from the hallway and he was able to see who it was, his tail bristled. Eyes. They named her Bell and Syr. Ham. The aforementioned slammed the door, closing it. Again, his breathing became labored, making it difficult for him to breathe properly. The knocking on the door returned. Anya. Anya. Please let us in. We want to talk to you. Let us in. The white-haired young man and the gray-haired girl insisted, speaking to him from the other side. No. I know what you want to see me for Naya. I know perfectly well that I'm a stupid cat Naya. I know that's what you want to tell me Naya. He raised his voice, pushing to keep them out. It's not about that. They both answered in unison. You're not fooling me Naya. I've seen it in my dreams Naya. You're trying to tell me how much you hate me for being the one who caused her death Naya. Every time I close my eyes trying to sleep the scene repeats itself Naya. You yell at me and complain about losing her Naya. You call me a stupid cat Naya. You show your hatred towards me Naya. I've seen it a million times in my dreams since Noelle left Naya. The cat girl's voice broke as she revealed the details of those nightmares that tormented her every time she closed her eyes. Hate me but get lost Naya. I don't want to look at your faces when you insult me Naya. I promise I won't associate with you again Naya. It's not about that, Anya. That's not what we're here for. Syr shouted, trying to convince her that those assumptions were not real. They lie. They lie Naya. The chestnut replied. I've only brought them trouble Naya. They suffered because of me Naya. Like everyone who comes into relation to me Naya. I'm just a damn burden Naya. She added, seeming as if she would soon become hoarse. None of us believe that about you. They lie. If you let us in you would check it out. No. We're here because you're our friend and we care about you. We don't blame you for Noelle's death. Amidst the shouts, Bell and Syr declared this in unison. Then there was silence. The discussion ceased. What do you mean you don't blame me Naya? The cat's weak voice asked. He no longer resisted and they were both able to enter. Sitting on the floor, the girl looked up to see them from below. What do you mean you don't blame me Naya? He insisted. That's exactly it, Anya. We don't blame you. Syr replied, extending his hand. The brunette, stunned, looked at it for a second before taking it. Bell also offered his. Struggling together, they lifted her up, bringing her to her feet. How can you not hate me or blame me Naya, because of me Noelle got lost and thanks to that he died Naya. She asked her question, stunned by the lack of bad reactions from the pair, contrary to what had appeared in her dreams. I blamed myself for his death too. There wasn't a second where I didn't feel responsible for his death. I even felt the coldness of his hand fading before my eyes. I thought I could have done more. The young man confessed. I felt like garbage when I involved her in this. I also felt responsible for her leaving. I suffered day and night, believing that I should have done things differently. The human followed him, bowing her head. They exchanged glances, held hands, gathered their courage, and nodded. But I concluded that, despite the pain and what led to our daughter's death, it wasn't fair for us and you, the victims, to bear that burden. They said in unison. Victimas Naya. Yes, victims. We were just victims like Noelle. To put that weight on our shoulders when what led to Noelle's death was the vile acts of evil and cruel people. The white-haired man answered him. The only ones to blame are the members of Evilis. Syr added. Anya falls to her knees. I wanted to protect her Naya. I wanted to stop being a useless Naya, stupid cat Naya. Said. Her friend knelt down and hugged her. It was like that first time at the bar when he broke the beer mug. The very fact that you strive for the happiness of others makes you special. Despite what you've suffered in the past, you want those around you to smile. You're not useless, much less stupid. You're my friend and I would never think that of you, much less blame you for my daughter's death. The brunette clung to the girl, hugging her even tighter, to which she reciprocated. You really don't hate me, Naya. Why, you're not lying, Naya. I'm being completely honest. You'll always be my friend and I'll be looking out for you no matter what. Without stopping her crying, she smiled with relief. Is it the same case with you, Bell? Naya asked. He kindly answered her. Yes, I don't hate you. If Noelle loved you as much as an aunt, it's because you were truly an excellent guide for her, so it didn't cross my mind to blame you for her death. Besides, no one who cares so much about the well-being of my daughter and those around her could be a bad person. Thanks, Bell. Naya. Having been forgiven by them, he could finally be at peace with himself. Come on, Bell, let's go. Syr told him, making room for him in the hug. I don't think it's suitable. Bell. Naya, please. Anya begged. The aforementioned sighed and gave in. The three joined in a hug that represented reconciliation. Thank you, Naya. The catgirl repeated. You're not alone, you have all of us, your family. Syr murmured in his ear, patting him on the back. From the completely open door, peeking through the frame, Ryu, Chloe, Lunwer and Mamma Mia watched the scene, happy with how this problem that seemed to have no solution turned out. Pray you're changing. The dwarf thought, smiling, proud of what her goddess disguised as a human had become. I'm going back home. Will you be okay, Syr? If you want, I can walk you too. No problem. I'm perfectly fine. Bell offered to take her to his own residence, however, the gray-haired girl placed her finger over the boy's lips, silencing him and answering her. Time passed, having cleared things up with Anya, they could finally go to their headquarters without worries. Oh, okay. I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning, as usual. Well, I can't go to the dungeon until I'm better, I'll visit you for breakfast. He declared, scratching the back of his neck and blushing when the waitress finally removed her finger from his mouth. See you later, Bell. Smiling, she said goodbye. He looked nervous, looking away without moving. Noticing this, the young woman leaned closer to his ear. Phew, do you want another kiss from me? I thought you didn't like the smell of alcohol. He whispered to her mischievously. It's not about that. The white-haired man replied, reddened up to his ears. Tee-hee. Ugh. Calling for the waitress's joke and provocation again, he left the bar. When she finally left the site, the woman was interrogated. Sir. What do you mean, oh, another kiss? Ryu was the first, blushing profusely as swirls formed in her eyes. Yeah, Naya. You better not have touched his butt, Naya. Chloe followed him, clearly irritated. Wow, you finally had the courage. Lunwer took it as normal, as if she had expected it, continuing to sweep and smiling at him, happy. They kissed Naya. Anya, who finally deigned to get out, was left speechless. Oh girls. Did you hear him? That wasn't supposed to happen. Syr shifted like an embarrassed maiden, feigning surprise even though it was her intention all along for them to find out. The truth is, Bell promised me he'd stay by my side. He revealed, smiling with happiness and accomplishment. The barmaids cried out in surprise in unison. Except for Mamma Mia. Are they dating? Ryu asked. Syr denied. We're not together like that. He responded, clarifying the situation. But I'm sure he'll keep his word even if we're not in a relationship. I'll just try to make him fall in love with me, but I don't want to force that to happen. He added, placing his hand on his chest, as if taking control of his heart. My wish now is to be the kind of person Noelle saw in me. It ended. The girls were speechless. It was as if a different Syr were standing in front of them. From the bar, the dwarf looked extremely happy. You better take responsibility, brat. If you hurt her, I'll kill you. He thought, directing that threat to one of those responsible for the change in his goddess. Freya's wounds were slowly healing. Her way of thinking was distorted, turning her into a pure woman and abandoning that worldly desire to appropriate what does not belong to her or correspond to her. Noelle, my granddaughter, thank you for bringing them together. For the first time, at least in his mind, he called that little girl his granddaughter, thus ending his internal monologue. Chapter 5. Meeting between the elf and the rabbit. After forgiving Anya, the white rabbit left the Lady of Plenty so she could return to her headquarters after a day filled with emotions, mostly sadness, which caused her severe pain. However, this was part of overcoming. In his mind, differing from the days after Noelle's death, there was no memory that saddened him and produced regret, now it was just a scene that repeated itself inside his head, and it was. I didn't have time to focus on it when it happened, but Syr kissed me. It was the murmur that came from her mouth, causing a slight, almost imperceptible redness on her cheeks. That event occurred after they opened their hearts to each other on the Bridge of Heroes, where they sealed their promise and decided to share this bitter episode together without abandoning each other and in this way overcome the death of their beloved daughter, remember her with affection and wait for her return, concluding with a return to the bar where the dangerousness, typical of her, sowed discord in the heart of our protagonist Rabbit and, as a result of this, took advantage of the opportunity for those soft lips to touch Bell's cheek. As for the latter, he continued his way to the fireplace mansion uninterruptedly. His head was down, staring at the ground, while he kept his hands in his trouser pockets, immersed in the internal debate that was unfolding within him. I told him, I promise I'll be there for you. For some reason, I feel like I was too direct and it could be misinterpreted. He muttered and sweat ran down his forehead. He took his hand out of his underwear bag and placed the tips of his index and middle fingers on the surface that had just been touched by the mouth of the beautiful waitress to whom he had addressed those words, gently caressing it and recalling the sensation it produced in him. His heart was beating wildly, as if he had just finished a long run in a dungeon while an army of monsters pursued him. That was comparable to the euphoria his heart suffered when he remembered something as simple and almost unimportant as a kiss on the cheek. However, this had far-reaching effects than anyone would have expected. Not only in the heart but also in the mind and soul. What is this? He wondered, placing his palm on his chest, specifically on the left side, where he could feel his accelerated heart rate. What is this that I feel? It is questioned. The last time he felt an emotion of that kind and with such power as the one he is experiencing now seems far away. Suddenly the image of the beautiful waitress standing in front of him and smiling at him crossed his subconscious, as if it were a vision. This froze him, standing still in the middle of the street, taking a deep breath. His heart pounded faster and his breathing became labored as a result, thus concluding the main symptoms of the imaginary encounter. Sir. He named her. To this day I never questioned how important you are in my life, sir. He said to himself. You have been one of the presences that supported me the most throughout my stay in Orario, perhaps even the most. You were the third person who believed in me after Kami-sama and Aina. So why did I never give you such a privileged place? He questions, locking himself in his own bubble where doubts kept arising, gradually filling him with confusion. What do I really think about Syr? What is she really like to me? A friend? Confidant? Support? She has played so many roles in the short time they have known each other that it wouldn't be unreasonable to give her more than one role in the rabbit's life. He straightened his back and stared up at the beautiful, starry sky, so full of light. One star in particular shone brighter than the rest. Not even the streetlights, which would normally interfere with the appreciation of that cold, pleasant night, could dim it. An almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. How should I deal with this situation? Since you left, the days have been very hard for Dad, Noel. He declares to the four winds, although his voice was lost in the bustle of the city, that at that hour was when activity increased due to the return of the adventurers from the dungeon, who sought to celebrate another day of life by surviving the fearsome interior of said place. The laughter of a child burst the bubble in which she wrapped herself. The unmistakable sound of fun born within a pure and joyful soul. The harmonious melody that reminded him of his daughter. He turned from side to side in search of the young woman who was making that melancholic sound. But there was nothing. Ahead, behind, to the right or to the left, there was no trace of the person responsible. Bell snorted. Of course it's impossible that it's you. He expressed, clenching his fists and digging his nails into his palm. Thank you for being my father, please also thank Mom and tell her I'll be a good girl, I'll wait for you to see us again. The last words of the gray-haired girl were repeated. How is that supposed to happen? He gritted his teeth, gnashing them. How will we meet again? Do spirits reincarnate? Doubts flowed like raindrops on a cloudy day, constant and unsettling, soaking every thought and darkening the horizon. He resumed his walk, immersed in that doubtful and out-of-his-mind state. The memories stored in his head as if it were an ancient trunk came to light. The memories formed with the girl and being accompanied by Syr, the mother of this improvised family. Suddenly a spotlight turns on above the rabbit's head, figuratively, it should be noted. Maybe Syr and I could. An idea, a way to reconnect with that young woman and become Noel's biological father. Maybe that way she could be reincarnated. It was like flipping a coin. However, just as that idea arose it was declined, rejected. Bell shook his head vehemently, trying to dismiss it. The great repulsion that was a product of that was produced within him. Considering being with Syr just to fulfill my selfish goal of reuniting with her, what the hell crossed my mind? If I approach her with only those intentions and no love involved, what kind of person does that make me? He ruffled his hair by running his fingers through the strands and squeezing them, filled with frustration. Using her for that purpose would break her heart and I promised to protect her and stay by her side, so I won't allow myself to make such a massive failure that would jeopardize our relationship. he thought, sighing long and hard. He patted his cheeks repeatedly to recover. Okay. I guess I shouldn't get too deep into these emotions because I'm clearly not in my right mind. He said this to abandon the internal dialogue he had been doing before, which was leading him down a very unpleasant path. He continued his walk through the congested streets of Orario, as previously described. Besides, Syr and I are just friends. Nothing more. So from the start, setting up that scenario where we both have children is impossible. He commented. Nevertheless. But if things are like this, why am I not convinced? I'm supposed to love Ace Wallenstein, I could swear it before all the gods. That being the case, why do I feel so unsure of my words? He expressed, confused. Syr and I, are we just friends? Contrary to the first time, this time it was said with doubt. The memories were not long in coming. That day he met her, and from that moment on she took it upon herself to feed him those delicious bentos that seemed to make everyone sick except him. The approaches they have had almost always end with a mocking laugh from the dangerous woman when she seems to be serious. That time he defeated the silverback and Syr welcomed him along with Hestia so the latter could rest after that hectic encounter that represented a danger for both of them, and, being alone outside the room, he practically confessed to her. He said, I fell in love, but wasn't that just another one of his jokes? He expressed disagreement about how to interpret those words coming from the waitress. And the moments they have shared do not end there. The day he gave her the grimoire, which was only too convenient given that the magic she gained from it has been an invaluable aid in her adventures. The visit to Maria's orphanage, where he met another side of her that he hadn't known before and was able to bridge the gap that he always felt separated them from being close. And, the one who keeps it with the greatest affection. What will never abandon me will stay by my side. The day after the incident with Wien, which earned him the repudiation and hatred of almost all the city's inhabitants, including the children he visited in the orphanage who had once admired him and now hated him, was one of the most difficult for Bell since arriving in Orario. He endured the insults that pierced him like needles through his skin. Every person who didn't know what motivated his actions beat him up. Or so I thought. Syr arrived and made him see that it was not like that. He listened to him without doubting him for a second. I like it when you run forward without stopping. The waitress's kind gesture of support was so strong that it remained engraved in the rabbit's memory. Instinctively, she smiled as the lap pillow scene flashed through her subconscious, culminating in the expression described above. Syr gently stroking his hair to reassure him. It was a vivid memory. I really just see her as a friend. He finally understood that he couldn't relegate her to that role. That's what he came to. Just a friend. Is that girl who has been by your side since you started your adventure just your friend? Doesn't that young woman who has supported you since you met play a more important role in your life? The first conclusion he reached was gradually breaking down. She wasn't just a friend. So what's it for me? He questioned. If she wasn't a friend, as he had thought all this time, what role would he give her? His body? His heart? His soul? There was not a single corner of his being that could process it. Almost always that kind of thing. Flirting. Advances. Approaches. Anything about the waitress and the lady of plenty loving the fearful rabbit was always a joke. It was always a joke, right? Right now it was impossible to label them as such. He was sure of one thing, though. He wouldn't get the answer that night, so he stopped winding it up and decided to enjoy life in the city and the happiness that radiated from it on the eve of the goddess festival. The street stalls on the side of the road received hundreds and hundreds of people. The smells of delicious food accompanied the steam that hit the boy's face and entered his nose. There were smiles, fun and delight. They enjoyed the atmosphere. Couples holding hands and walking around. Some even feeding each other. It was a sweet but somehow tender act. Love was in the air, not just romantic, but also familial. Fathers, mothers, and children enjoyed each other's company, food, and games while smiling, reflecting the happiness they felt. A momentary happiness, but one that is immortalized in every being who experiences it. They'll notice that. Will I ever be able to smile genuinely again like that family? Will I ever be able to share a moment like that with them again? To him, those strangers were a reflection of what Syr, Noel, and he once were. Despite having promised the dangerous woman that he would be her support and help her through this emotional slump, overcoming the loss of her daughter Belle was still far from feeling better. He wasn't in the right frame of mind to lend a hand to someone going through the same thing as him. However, her strong desire to care for others took its toll. The pain of loss wouldn't leave him soon, so the only thing left for him to do was learn to deal with that guilt so that, in this way, he could protect and guard Syr, as he promised to stay by her side and return that beautiful smile he showed her when he met her, which seemed distant. To protect her, to be by her side is my wish. He whispered weakly, and a faint burning sensation originated in his lower back, similar to the heat produced when you place a towel moistened with boiling water on someone's bare skin. It wasn't as strong as the feeling he felt when that strange presence atop the Tower of Babel watched over him, the goddess Freya he'd met at the Apollo family banquet, confirming that she was the one watching over him during the Ishtar family incident several years ago, but it still caused him some discomfort. Although, for some reason, the words that came out of his mouth, especially the last 7 of the sentence, caused a kind of déjà vu. It was as if I had made a similar promise months ago. Walk beside him. He thought it was a variation of the stand by her side he said to Syr on the Bridge of Heroes a few hours ago. His head ached from analyzing the situation so much without success in finding a satisfactory conclusion. He was still far from finding his motivation from now on. There was still a long way to go to reach the future that was promised to be given to Noel the day he was reborn in this world, no matter how. The future where children don't suffer or cry. One where they can be as happy as her daughter was in the days before her death and after her escape from Evilis. One where dreams come true. Where the pain of losing a loved one to bad people never reaches good and kind people. Regarding Syr, I need a different perspective that gives me an angle I'm not considering. Maybe Welf knows how to identify how I feel about her. Though for some reason I feel like if I tell her, she'll give me advice that will end Orario in flames. Why would that be? He held his chin, several imaginary question marks appearing above his head. He wondered if it was really a good idea to consult the blacksmith about this matter and the discord within his heart. At this sudden and brief pause, where his walking ceased, he didn't notice that right behind him a person, a girl to be specific, was walking at a short distance from him while lowering her head, without paying attention to the road, so it was inevitable that. They will collide. Sorry. Bell quickly reacted, turning around upon hearing a crash and reaching out to assist the individual in question. Don't worry. The woman murmured, clearly numb despite the blow, as if she were empty and devoid of any emotion. A hollow shell with nothing inside. Her long orange hair, which reached her waist, covered almost the entire surface of her face, preventing her from even seeing who was responsible for her fall and how he was trying to help her. His clothes were disheveled and tattered. These have not been easy days for this girl. She stroked the affected area to relieve the pain, but as mentioned before, it didn't even appear. Nothing. He muttered. This Lafia. The young man recognized the depressing figure of the elf at his feet. As soon as she heard her name called, she recognized the voice and paid due attention to identify its owner. She raised her head and focused her gaze on him. Despite his bangs covering a considerable area of his face, she was able to look at him in detail. It was none other than his rival. Bellcranel. He said his name. Suddenly an immense anger flooded her. Her cheeks flushed and her arms trembled, she bit her lower lip and stared at him with all the anger her thin body could muster. This Lafia. Bell called out again as she began to shake and clench her fists. Bellcranel. The orange-haired girl yelled at him, pointing at him with her index finger in an accusatory manner. The white-haired man took a couple of steps back at this, raising his hands. He felt as if he had committed a crime and was being accused like the worst scum ever. Sorry I bumped into you. He apologized again, overcome with fear by the elf's sudden reaction, with whom he has a history of arguments, fights, and even shouting, although of course, most of these things come from her, not him. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The girl grunted as she tried to stand up, however. In his haste, he stepped on his staff, slipping again. Careful. The rabbit yelled, preventing her from hitting herself again by placing his right arm behind her back and holding her hand with his left. Loki's daughter's eyes closed and opened in a blink. His body was leaning back and Belle's was leaning forward. Their faces came so close that it seemed they were going to kiss, like the typical romantic scene at the end of a dance. The female's long ears were dyed a deep red from base to tip. Her lips trembled and a chill ran down her spine. Are you okay? The albino asked him. Her expression of surprise was immense. Sue. Are they? Belle, let go of me. Let go of me. Plaus. Pua. Lafia's screams and struggles were immediate in an attempt to be released. Fool. Pervert. You're taking advantage of my situation to seduce me. You can't fool me. Rabbit in eternal heat. Insults and derogatory adjectives increased in number as he continued to support her. What are you waiting for to let me go? He declared, closing his fist while continuing to kick and wriggle like a slug in salt. Miss Lafia. If I let go, you'll fall. The poor man, unjustly accused, responded that he only wanted to help her. When he managed to face her, amidst the random swipes with no apparent direction or intention to harm, a fist at the speed of light approached that spot without giving him the chance to react. Pua. The boy's arms released the elf, and his head was pushed back, taking several steps back and placing both hands on his face as a clear sign of pain. Upon being released, Lafie almost fell again due to losing the support on her back, but was able to maintain her balance and avoid it. He bent down momentarily to pick up his staff and pointed it at the wounded man. "Don't do that again," he threatened. "Touching me is strictly prohibited. You must do that with Miss A's. Wait, no. You must not do that with her or me. I will not allow you to put your lusty hands on her. We are rivals and you will not get the advantage of me." The girl's thoughts were so enigmatic and contradictory that not everyone would understand her. Perhaps not even she understands herself. Bell, who returned his head to its usual position without removing his hands from his face, frowned and grimaced in pain. The powerful screams of his counterpart echoed in his ears, however, he focused on the smell of iron and the sensation of liquid seeping from his nose. Suddenly. Lafie realized something. That thick scarlet liquid seeped through Bell's fingers as he desperately tried to stave off blood loss. "Why, you broke it. I think you broke my nose," he said in a strange way, unable to breathe well due to the wound and the blood blocking his nasal passage. He wiped the liquid with his shirt, but it kept flowing, so as soon as he removed his hands, more flowed. "I'm sorry. Hey, are you okay?" Despair in the young elf was not long in coming. I'm not, I'm definitely not. But you don't have to apologize, Miss Lafie. It was my mistake to touch you without permission, considering how tense our interactions usually are. However, I didn't want you to get hurt again because of me, so I decided to act despite knowing how it would turn out." Stopping the bleeding for a few moments, the albino spoke, comforting her and removing her responsibility for the damage. "It was just a premeditated accident," he added, drawing a smile behind the blood and hands. Lafie's staff was slowly lowered to rest on the side of her leg after holding it on one side. "How can you?" he muttered. His voice trailed off, his lips trembled. For some reason the boy's kindness was not well received by her. "It's typical of you, that heroic attitude," he said at an extremely low volume, almost imperceptible to the human ear. If he had acted that way in the face of risk so quickly, perhaps Phylvis wouldn't. Memories plagued and tortured her. Her skin paled to the point that she looked like a ghost. The scene of Phylvis, her best friend, holding out her arm to pull her out of danger while a monster devoured her, stayed in her head as a form of punishment for not having rescued her when she needed it most. Blood soaking her face and the brunette's arm remaining between the teeth of that beast. His stomach turned just thinking about it. And from there several questions arose. If she shook his hand faster, would she still be alive? If he acted more decisively, would he avoid that cruel fate? If she hadn't been in shock at the loss of the elf's fauna, would her legs have reacted and thus gotten her out of Nos? Lafie blamed herself for her friend's fateful end. His breathing became labored. He began to hyperventilate, a crushing pressure in his chest preventing him from filling his lungs, and his vision became completely blurred. Bell spoke without being heard. Several seconds passed where the tone was identical. Dialogue from the rabbit. Absolute silence from the beautiful broken fairy. "So there's no problem. I promise I won't go near him again. I understand that he hates me, so it must be unpleasant having me in his daily life, right? Don't worry about your nose, I'll just run to my headquarters to ask Lily to cure me with a potion," the rabbit explained, scratching the back of his neck for short periods of time before returning his palm to the wound. "Goodbye, Miss Lafie," he concluded, giving her a small bow and turning to leave. "Hate?" That came from the orange-haired girl's mind. "I don't hate him, I envy him," it was answered. As the young man was about to take the first step, he was stopped. "Wait?" Lafie asked, holding his wrist. The young man turned in her direction, facing her with clear confusion on his face at the sudden act. Can we talk?" The elf expressed her intention. Absorbed was the only thing the rabbit could answer to the request. If this were a normal interaction between them, it would have ended the moment one of the parties withdrew after the thousands of gestures, shouts, and accusations from which the boy fled without looking back. However, today was different. Not only the situation, but Lafie herself seemed out of sorts, very different from the girl he'd met several years ago. The seriousness and the somber aura that surrounded her were proof of this. Bell may be a complete idiot when it comes to understanding women's feelings, mostly romantic ones, he must clarify. But he would never ignore someone pleading for help, even if they didn't put it into words. "Okay," he answered, nodding. Until the trickle of blood fell from his nose, breaking the tense atmosphere. But let's stop that bleeding first." "Why, yes, I think it's an excellent idea." Lafie abandoned that depressed state, returning to her usual state of prioritizing before the conversation. Minutes passed, and the bleeding finally stopped. They walked side by side, ignoring the comments surrounding them about the small scene they'd played out in front of the crowd in the middle of the street. This couldn't have mattered less to them given what was on their minds. Sooner or later, they arrived at a place both of them knew, a place where you could say they met. That's right, we're referring to the area near the walls on the northeast side of the city, where Bell and A's normally train. In one leap, they reached the top of the same and sat on the edge of the outer side of the same, seeing the enormous forest, followed by desert, several kilometers ahead. Thanks for the handkerchief. The albino thanked him, as he had the cloth tied around his nose to prevent the blood from falling and absorbing it. Don't even mention it. Much less give it back to me. Keep it. The orange-haired girl commented. Besides, it was my fault. I'm the one responsible for you getting hurt. I shouldn't have reacted like that. You just wanted to help me, right? She added, filled with regret, although it came from something unrelated to what had happened a few minutes ago. Yes, that was my intention. Bell confirmed. Lafia's legs contracted to the point where her knees were touching her chest. She circled them and hugged them, pressing the right side of her face into her thigh to stare at her companion. A smile formed as the corners of his lips curved. Fufu, it's always like this. You try to help others no matter what situation they're in. Regardless of the problems it may cause you in the future. He communicated this, letting out a laugh that preceded it. Haha, I guess I can't deny that statement. Bell scratched the back of his neck, laughing just like the female. The smiles on both of their faces never disappeared. They were comfortable in each other's company, even if they tried to deny it. Lafia looked up at the star-filled sky, reveling in the beauty of this night that the world had given her. And? Do I deserve this? It was questioned. His inside suddenly filled with bitterness. He gritted his teeth and frowned. Does he really deserve to be happy after what happened with Philvis? That empty promise of going together to the sacred tree died with her. He pressed his upper lip to his lower lip and peeled them back, preparing to speak. Yeah, you get into a lot of trouble. But, at the end of the day, you're true to your ideals and fight to keep the people you care about and love safe. I really envy you for that. He added. It no longer sounded like a compliment, contrary to his previous comment. The elf opened up, pouring out her heart. The problem is that deep inside, she harbored a tremendous hatred for herself, directed at someone other than herself. As if she were collateral damage. Her ears drooped and she pressed her knees to her chest, hugging her legs tighter. This was noticed by Bell. This Lafia. Shocked by the comment, he named her, turning to his side. The girl's thin body trembled and tears flowed seemingly endlessly. Like a rain that's just beginning. Like a rain that never ends. If only I were like you, if my legs had reacted like yours in the Minotaur battle, or if I acted decisively without freezing in fear, like when you faced the Apollo family in the wargame maybe. Her voice cracked as the conversation progressed. Her back spasmed and her tears dampened the cloth partially covering her thighs. Maybe she would still be alive. It ended. The rabbit's bright scarlet eyes turned dull at this last statement. A pang originated in his heart, causing discomfort in his chest. She had remained silent so that Lafia could draw out the poison that was damaging her inside. He didn't know what was happening to her. The trauma that was tormenting her. The shackles that bound her to suffering and prevented her from breaking free. But when he said she'd still be alive, he almost immediately thought of Noel. Because that dialogue, filled with self-loathing and disappointment, was identical to the one he'd dedicated to himself day and night since her passing. What are you referring to? He asked, swallowing saliva that barely passed through his throat. Indifferent to the mood of her companion, the young woman continued. If I were like you, Philvis's life wouldn't have slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, maybe I would have saved her. His anger increased. But that damn luck you have, which allows you to get away with every bucking problem you get into, she'd be here with me. I really envy you. The tears kept falling one after another as they slid down her reddened cheeks and headed to her chin, then trickled down into the open air to her thighs. Despite being hit by the poison Lafia spat out, Bell wasn't affected. Though a certain helplessness arose within him, the product of a memory. The memory of how she couldn't save Noel, which was what negated her friend's argument. So lucky you say. He muttered. What else would I call it? Fortune. Bliss. It doesn't matter. Everything you put your mind to, you succeed. Though it would be unfair to blame you for that since you didn't choose for it to be that way, so I should blame the fates that blessed you with that ability. The elf replied, staring at the ground. Her eyes were completely empty. They reflected no emotion or life. I don't. You save those who ask for your help. You rescue those in a life or death situation. You don't hesitate to risk everything in yourself to achieve it, and despite this, you don't suffer any kind of consequence. Even I can't imagine you doing something stupid because I immediately associate your actions with a noble cause. It's unfair, very unfair. Lafia interrupted him, taking out the bitterness and hatred pent up by the boy to her right. These negative emotions were beginning to infect Bell. However, he wouldn't allow it. She took a deep breath and exhaled the air that filled her lungs, remaining calm so as not to lose her composure. The one speaking now is not the real Lafia, but one who was overcome by the pain of loss. I don't consider myself a lucky person. He gave his opinion, his head down. This caught the attention of the orange-haired girl, who looked at him completely indignant and incredulous at the statement. Yeah, right. Getting used to luck caused you to not recognize it as such. It became your status quo. Either that, or you're too stupid to notice, or you're too modest. If it were the last one I would really hit you. He expressed his dissatisfaction in a hostile manner, in which sarcasm was most prominent. Bell smiled even though his hand was balled into a fist, his nails digging into his palm. The pain kept him from succumbing to the atmosphere. Miss Lafia, I know what I'm about to say will sound rude. But please, if you don't know the suffering of others, don't comment. He replied. Oh? Am I wrong? Absolutely. Thinking you're the only one suffering is selfish. They exchanged responses. Emotion surfaced on one side, contrary to what was happening on the other. Lafia's cheeks turned completely red. I don't believe you. You're totally different from everyone else. You don't know what it feels like to work hard and strive to achieve goals that get further and further away from you every day. You don't know. The screams began. Of course I know. I know the helplessness it brings. Calm and serene, the albino responded. This increased the elf's fury. The shouts increased in volume and the insults escalated in tone. He began to list the times when everything went right for him. The battle against the Minotaur in the dungeon. The fight against the Goliath in Riviera. The war game against the Apollo family. Araham's rescue in the Pleasure District. What happened with the Xenos where he earned the repudiation of Orario and in the end none of that had repercussions because he was left as the hero when facing the Black Minotaur on the surface. The girl's lungs filled with air to give one last scream. Everything works out for you. Everything. You're always the hero even if you do questionable acts. You never fail to get what you want. So don't give me that nonsense about you not being lucky. You don't even know the pain of losing someone you love. He yelled, standing up, clenching his fists and crying his eyes out. Bell didn't hesitate. His gaze remained fixed on the distant outskirts of Orario. That was the attitude of someone who knows who they really are. What they are. I wish that were the case, Lafia. Because if that were the case, Noel would still be with me. He declared. The euphoric state in the aforementioned was diminished upon hearing the revelation. The name he didn't know was called out, creating confusion in his head. Then Noel. He repeated. I remember his hands, cold as snow. The words I said to him before leaving. The smile she gave me when I hugged her. The boy's hands were shaking. Drops from her tear ducts fell into them. Lafia didn't understand who he was referring to. He searched his memories for a girl named Noel, but found no answer. She was just a little girl, her only wish was to be happy with a father and a mother. To regain the childhood that was taken from her ever since she could remember. But that destiny that you claim blessed me with snatched it away from me. The orange-haired girl's skin prickled at the expression of pain followed by the prayer. Then little girl. He muttered. A recent memory, no more than a week old, appeared. It was an afternoon inside the Twilight Mansion. Tiona, who looked dejected, and Tyne were explaining to Ace a rumor circulating on the streets. It was about rabbit feet and a waitress from the Lady of Plenty having a daughter, and they were seen loving each other while they walked through the streets of Orario with the infant as if they were a happy family. What was their basis for claiming she was the couple's daughter? Simple. The girl repeatedly said mom and dad to refer to them. Were the rumors true? The girl who accompanied them on the streets of Orario. She said until she was interrupted. Noel, his name was Noel. Lafia's fist landed on top of his chest. Noel, did he die? The white locks covered the middle upper part of the boy's face. 2 days ago there was a snow and ice storm. It was on that date that I lost her. They ripped it away from me and with it a part of me went away. Lafia stood there, motionless, watching him. Deep regret was beginning to replace her previous anger. I would give anything, even my own life, so that she could get hers back. Without suffering, without manipulation, without living the way others want. He added. The elf's surprise was enormous, impossible to conceal or mask. It wasn't just the fact that the rumored infant daughter of bellcranel and Syr turned out to be real. It wasn't just that she was dead, either. But every word that came out of the rabbit's mouth was exactly the same as the ones that have tormented her since her friend's death. She took the seat next to him again. You feel like you've failed. The days by his side seemed distant and darkened. Express. Bell just nodded. Nevertheless. I failed to protect her, but that's not the end of the story. He answered after a couple of seconds, smiling. If I focus on what I've lost, I'll lose sight of what I can still save. And that wouldn't be fair to the rest. Lafia, impressed, spoke. H, how can you be so calm? Question. I'm not. Inside, I'm shattered and broken into a million pieces. But I know Noelle wouldn't want to see me like this, wouldn't want me to ruin my life by sinking into sadness. So, to honor her memory, I'll continue to be what she considered me to be. He replied, brimming with confidence. Before the expectant elf, he completed his sentence. A hero. She saw in me a hero, a father, a good person, and I won't let her down. He reached out straight for the stars, as if trying to reach them. It was a symbol. It represented a goal. Reach for that bright light that represented his deceased daughter. I will protect what I love, those I love, because it was what I loved too. He promised to the four winds. I will create a world where children like Noelle can smile without the worry of a lurking evil. One where they can focus on growing and being happy. So, when we're reunited, we'll have the life he's always dreamed of. Meet. This last thing caused doubt in the orange-haired girl. The thought before the collision between the two echoed in the young man's head. How will we meet again? Do spirits reincarnate? Yes, gather. Confirmed. How are you so sure of that? They interrogated him. Thank you for being my father, please also thank Mom and tell her I'll be a good girl, I'll wait for you to see us again. Noelle's voice repeated that oath. Because I promised him and he promised me, so I'll take his word for it and I'll keep mine. The rabbit's determined expression was so contagious that it infected his companion, who simply looked at him with admiration and gave a slight smile. Fufu. That's your kind of thought. He laughed, making that warm comment, accompanied by tranquility. I guess so. The white-haired man answered. Lafia could understand that bellcranel was also a human. Absorbed in the night sky, they enjoyed the stars and the moon that illuminated it. The minutes passed and they opened up to each other. Bell recounted the days in which he served as Noelle's father, clarifying the conditions under which this took place. Lafia tells of her experience with Philvis and the tragic ending to that story. It was a conversation between two individuals trapped by the injustice of fate. Two companions walking this path of suffering. The conversation continued until these last few days, specifically, hours before their meeting. And, like the fool Bell, he stepped into dangerous territory because of the comfort he felt at the moment. And that's why I want to stay by her side. Losing Syr's smile would destroy me. He confessed. That sounded like a love proposal, you rabbit in heat. Lafia commented, not saying this in the usual way. She, too, was affected by the peace this shared moment brought her. This brought the boy out of his bubble. I mean, what I'm saying is, it's not what you'd say to a random girl. I'll stay by your side isn't much different than I'll be with you for the rest of my life, or at least that's what I think. Knowing that, it's hard not to consider it a proposal. The elf explained. Is that so? Bell blushed. Yes, but you have Miss A's. So you shouldn't behave like that or say those things to anyone other than her. You're cheating on her. And the same old Lafia returned. That's not what it's about at all. First of all, I doubt it counts as cheating because we're not even in a relationship. Nor will they be. I won't allow it. I seriously don't understand your point. The usual exchange between the two also returned. After the screams, they took a breath and yawned. Fatigue made an appearance. They have been long nights in which they fell prey to insomnia and nightmares. Nights when they closed their eyes, their minds played tricks on them, torturing them. Although now that they knew they weren't the only ones walking the path of loss and shared their experiences, a weight was lifted off their shoulders. I've been having doubts lately, Lafia. The rabbit commented, attracting the attention of his companion. About what? Asked. The image of Syr. The image of A's. Each one crossed her mind. Why the one with the dangerous one first? I didn't know. Of my love I'm questioning the love I feel for Miss A's in recent days that doubt is increased. He answered. Buck. Don't give me that thing. Lafia reacted quickly, moving away from him. It's not what you think. I won't let a rabbit like you touch me. You have Miss A's. I don't mean you. The boy revealed. What I mean is, what if I'm falling in love with someone else? He left that question hanging in the air. Womanizer. The orange-haired girl pointed at him. I knew you were a womanizer. He reproached him. Sorry. I think I didn't make myself clear. I'm not interested in hearing it. The elf quickly ran off, leaving him alone on the walls with his hand outstretched and a bewildered expression. He didn't let me explain. The rabbit muttered, sweating cold. He lowered his arm, giving up and desisting from pursuing her to clear the air. That sounded like a love proposal, you rabbit in heat. What the girl said resonated in his subconscious. What if it was? What if my heart said what it truly meant? It was questioned. Her emotions were still too blurry and diffused to be labeled. It didn't help that his attention was focused on something other than romance, so much so that in recent days, A's Wallenstein had disappeared from his mind. I guess it's not something I'll find out tonight. He stood up and walked down the walls, resuming his way home and thus concluding the brief meeting between the elf and the rabbit. En alguna parte Orario. So Vitol lost his mind and was killed. Damn idiot. The woman with red hair that reached her shoulders, visibly irritated, commented. Unfortunately. The masked individual confirmed this. TCH. Even though she was a brat, she would have been useful in killing Arya. He clicked his tongue, showing his displeasure at losing what they considered a valuable card in their plans. It doesn't matter, I'll kill her. He added. It's not a huge loss. The balance is still in our favor. The growl from an unknown location made the ground shake. From the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes emerged, shining brightly. It's time for Orario to give in to despair and put an end to this era of false heroes. The masked man shouted, opening his arms. He turned, waxing his companion. Are you ready, and will you do whatever it takes, even if it means killing her? He asked him. The stranger nodded without hesitation. This produced a euphoric laugh, and we laughed it out loud, full of satisfaction, in the stranger. Everyone to your positions. The final battle between the forces of good and evil will soon begin. Loki, will you and your stupid family be able to stop us? That was your problem. You thought it was a battle between two of you. He mocked, naming the red-haired goddess, with whom he had a certain rivalry. However, he was unaware that the very thing he mocked so much would be what would lead to his defeat. Chapter 6. The determination of a hero and a queen. A gentle breeze blew across the sky. Bringing cold air, moving anything lightly enough to be pushed by the wind it carried behind it. It was a night that foreshadowed the cold dawn, just as all have been since autumn had fallen in Orario, and even now that winter is at its peak. The white locks of hair of a young man who was spending his first winter in the city fluttered like a flag on a flagpole, clearing his face, revealing his forehead. He stood like an inert statue from which you wouldn't expect any kind of reaction due to his lifelessness. However, he was a man of flesh and blood. His fist was inches from the solid wood of the door. His expression was filled with hesitation, but it was impossible to ignore how deep he was in his thoughts. Thousands of things were running through the mind of that adventurer who had experienced a lot in the last few days. Since he arrived in the city, to put it mildly. Some very good ones. Others not so much. Although, on this occasion, what had him so immersed in the depths of his mind was far from directly related to him. I wish I could help you, Lafia. I didn't know Phylvis as well as you did. I don't think I even had the chance to speak to her face to face. But if she was so important to you that you could cry and grieve over her death like that, she was definitely a wonderful person. He said in his subconscious, remembering how he was the object of the young orange-haired elf's pain just a few seconds ago. A chill ran down his spine as he considered a latent possibility that, thank the gods, did not happen. If I hadn't had support, if I hadn't had someone supporting me when the Noel thing happened, would my words have hurt my loved ones? To what extent would I lose control if someone important to me died? He thought. The icy wind blew again, raising every hair on the rabbit's head. Those scarlet eyes momentarily lost their sparkle. He pressed his teeth together with such force that they ground together. His breathing became labored and agitated. I will not allow another life to slip through my fingers. I will not rest until in that world children can laugh and be happy without fear. He declared vehemently in his mind. Images of all the people who mean something to him flashed by. His goddess. His family. His Enos. All the people of Orario who have supported him and with whom he maintains a friendly relationship. To name a few. However, deep inside a bar, a girl shone with her presence as if she were the sun itself. When I don't even believe in myself, you'll be the one who believes in me, right, sir? A slight smile played on his lips, lightening his frown and letting go of every muscle fiber in his body. I'm not a god, that's why I won't be able to save everyone's life in this world. He muttered. His knuckles, which until recently had been static, approached the door and gave a solid knock, calling inside the enormous mansion he called home. Someone's footsteps inside came from the other side, indicating that he was heard. But I'll try, because that's the kind of hero I want to be, one who will do whatever it takes to make this world a better place. So when we meet, my child, you'll live the life you've always wanted. He finished. His lips trembled as he lowered his fist until it rested against the side of his leg. Without giving sadness a chance to emerge, her smile returned and she puffed out her chest, preventing the tears from falling. The knob turned and the hinges creaked. The light inside the mansion, soft and warm, greeted the boy, who narrowed his eyes as he met it head-on. A beautiful, well-proportioned figure greeted him, offering a cordial welcome. It's a pleasure to have you home again, Belle-sama. The beautiful Renard with golden hair and a maid outfit spoke, tilting her head to one side and smiling at him, while her fluffy tail moved from side to side, contrasting with the upright and calm attitude that the rest of her body showed. She was clearly feeling nervous and masking that emotion. Expecting the boy's reaction, she increased the speed at which her tail was shaking vigorously. Bell, understanding that this reaction came from how much she was concerned about his health as a result of the precarious condition in which he had been observed a few hours ago, decided to respond to him in the same way she had received him. "Thank you so much for welcoming me so warmly, Haraham," he said, curving the corners of his lips and giving her a kind gesture, which calmed the renard, since her tail stopped moving and lowered, its tip hitting the back of her well-defined thighs, which stood out because of the stockings of the suit she wore. "Belsama." A couple of tears formed on the blonde's lower eyelids. Suddenly she threw herself at him. Her slender arms wrapped around him and her toes extended to reach his chest, pressing her face into it. Tears flowed continuously as her upper and lower limbs trembled. Belsama regained his smile. The girl murmured, her words muffled by the small distance between her mouth and the young man's clothing. A lump formed in the albino's throat. "When I saw him so immersed in pain and hopelessness I thought I'd lost my hero. It makes me happy that it's not like that," Renard expressed. "Haraham." He named her with difficulty, pausing. The blonde slowly pulled away. The girl's blushing and tearful face was observed in detail. "I made her worry a lot," he thought with some regret. "I'm back, Haraham," he said immediately, smiling at her again and tilting his head slightly to one side. The demi-human's lips trembled. "Belsama," he screamed, wanting to throw himself at her even harder than before. But, "Don't hog my Bell's attention." A certain goddess who doesn't know how to read the environment grabbed her by the tail and pulled her. "Hiya." The curious scream came from Haraham, who covered her mouth afterward. "Hestia-sama, that hurts," she complained, blushing and still with her hands over her oral cavity. "Then let me through." The goddess of the hearth screamed, pushing her away and practically forcibly taking the position previously held by the family maid. "Hey." That sound came from the son of that grumpy and jealous goddess, as a drop of sweat ran down his forehead and he looked at her with an expression that judged her actions. Hestia stood in front of the albino and spoke. "Ujum. Bell, please bow a little," he asked, clearing his throat first. Oh okay," the aforementioned responded, removing the previously described expression from his face and doing as requested. And suddenly, the little goddess placed her arms on the boy's shoulders and her hands behind his neck, pulling him towards her prominent chest that received like a soft and spongy pillow the extremely flushed face of the rabbit who avoided breathing at all costs while he was there. "Hey Kami-sama." The cry of despair was uttered, but the voice was drowned out. "How are you feeling, Bell? Are you better? Did your meeting with that girl clear your mind? And more importantly, did you not do anything sinful that would deserve divine punishment with her?" Ouch. While she showed concern by asking him questions about the young man's condition, part of her jealousy emerged from that skirmish, raising her voice angrily in a scolding that almost broke the aforementioned man's eardrums due to the proximity between the black-haired woman's mouth and the albino's ear. However, she was stopped in her tracks by a strong and accurate blow to the head from a certain hobbit who took control of the situation to prevent that deplorable goddess from making a ridiculous scene at such a sensitive moment for the captain of the family. "Hestia-sama, please stop humiliating yourself," Lily asked. Hestia was still holding the area that had been hit with both hands, shedding small tears that were born from the pain caused by the punch. "That hurt. It hurt so much, Lily. I just wanted to know if..." Hestia demanded, but was again not allowed to proceed. "Hey Kami-sama, please avoid comments like that," Bell asked, covering the middle and lower part of his face with his forearm. There was no part of his face that wasn't flushed. Even his ears suffered the same effect. "Ugh." The deity bowed his head, remaining silent. Due to the scandal, the rest of the Hestia familia made an appearance. "Bell, were you able to clear your mind? How are you feeling, old man?" Welf voiced his questions. As the mastermind behind the plan and involved in the date between the beautiful waitress and her companion, it was no surprise that he was interested in the results this plan could achieve in improving the mental health of both emotionally broken individuals. "Welf." Bell named him, somewhat surprised. "Bell-sama, were you able to ease the burden that weighed on your heart?" Baraham followed him. Because of his sudden reaction, she hadn't been able to ask him that question earlier when she opened the door and greeted him. "Haraham, I..." The beautiful Renard's name also came from the albino. Before he could even explain himself, the barrage of questions was orchestrated by the next girl. "Bell-sama, what happened on your date?" The word date stumbled and came out with difficulty from the hobbit's mouth, who disliked the idea of her loved one being in a situation worthy of such a name with any girl other than her. Nevertheless, she swallowed her pride if it represented an improvement in the declining state of the one who had saved her several years ago. "Bell, Lily. The truth is..." Again, he tried to tell them what had happened on the date between him and Syr, but to no avail. "I recommend you don't avoid any details," That girl, even if she seems nice and friendly, gives me a bad feeling. She smelled of alcohol when I ran into them at the Jag-American stand. Hestia scolded, shaking her hands up and down. Hey Kami-sama. I don't understand what you mean. The rabbit said. He sighed deeply. He swallowed and prepared to speak, hoping there wouldn't be another interruption. Me too. Bam. The kitchen door was kicked hard, producing a loud sound that caught the attention of those present, who instinctively turned to that spot. Dinner's ready. Bell dono. It was Makoto, the only member of the Hestia family who was missing from making an appearance. Oh. I want dinner too. From the living room, the figure of a certain god with peach-colored hair emerged. SHHH. The beautiful girl with sky-blue hair that extended a few inches above her shoulders hissed at him, pulling him back into his seat. Hermes-sama. Asfi. The presence of two acquaintances, whom he also considers friends, was at least unexpected for Bell to receive at his headquarters, especially considering the time at which they were visiting. It's good to have you here, Bell dono. I cooked a delicious dinner so you can momentarily forget your sorrow. I hope you like it. The Oriental placed the trays full of food on the table and leaned forward, giving a small bow to the captain of the Hestia family. I want to eat too. The traveling god slipped from his place toward the dining room. Bam. But Asfi, the captain of that idiot god's family, beat him. Read the atmosphere. The girl scolded, grabbing his arm for the second time to return him to the chair. Standing in front of his family and two close friends, noticing the interest everyone had in his well-being except for Hermes, who seemed to only want to have dinner there, and Asfi, who was merely controlling him like a toxic wife, the boy broke down. The drops fell one by one from his face. A hesitant smile appeared on his face. Using the sleeves of his jacket, he wiped the moisture from his cheeks, which were slowly becoming soaked with tears. Every individual in the room turned their attention to him when the sobs were heard. Surprised, they took a step forward. Bell. They called him. The young man's pale lips were licked. A dry feeling emanated from them as the rabbit did this. A certain effort was evident in him, as if he were trying to calm the overwhelming emotions that wouldn't leave him. As if he were trying to enter a state of tranquility so he could communicate something to them. I told Sir we should share the pain, so I have to. He muttered, remembering the conversation he had with the aforementioned waitress on the Bridge of Heroes. Share the pain. Lighten the face on mind and body with those who were willing to take it. And he knew that everyone in the room, except for Asfi or Hermes, would undoubtedly accept that sorrow. He wiped the tears from her cheeks. He raised his chin and consequently his head. Those scarlet eyes, full of life, shone. The decision was made. The decision of. I want to talk about my feelings with you. Release that pain that ate away at him so much. Don't keep it to yourself and prevent it from reaching others. It's hard to be strong, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't show weakness when your own world falls apart. There was not a single pair of eyes that was not intensely focused on observing the rabbit's determination. He stretched his back, placed his arms at his sides, and, closing those trembling fists, spoke. I loved Noelle, I loved her like a daughter, as much as Ween. Her departure was as if a part of my heart had been forcibly ripped out, and the after effects of that damage ate away at my very core with pure pain. Every second after she was taken from me, I thought about what I could have done differently, when I failed, why I didn't protect her. If Ween had remained dead that day, what would have become of me? Well, I found the answer, but now with Noelle as the protagonist of that uncertain and unwanted future that came to torment me. The albino swallowed. There wasn't a single muscle fiber or ridge in that thin body that wasn't trembling as the words continued. Senti que fal no yo en verdad fal. Su vida si des Venicio en mis manos como granos de arena cayendo des la separación de los dedos. Des que liga Orario he vivido muchas aventuras. Varias han sido divertidas, otras aterradoras. Pero al final del día siempre lo resolvíamos. La mala suerte o destino, no obstante por primera vez fue diferente. The pain in the words was immense and was emphasized when the sentence reached its twilight. Bell. None of this was your fault. Welf interrupted. I know. The answer left the members of the Hestia family catatonic. In recent days, they tried, without success, to make him understand that he wasn't responsible for the tragedy that saddened him. That he would now accept it without hesitation was considered progress by any protest or rebuttal. I can't control the decisions of others. I'm not responsible for the harm that evil people commit. I'm only the master of my actions and the victim of the consequences they bring. Today I was able to understand that. All I can do right now is remember her fondly. Keep the promise we made to each other and strive to rescue what's within my reach. Isn't that right, Welf? A slight smile full of confidence was directed at the blacksmith who had given him that advice that very morning. The Redeed's expression lit up and he smiled just like his best friend. That's how it is. He answered, giving her a thumbs up. I'm not alone. I haven't been alone since I met you. So I want you, please, to listen to my selfishness. The young adventurer asked, observing each member of his family carefully. Expectantly, the aforementioned listened attentively. Can I share my pain with you? Will you accept that burden? Asked. Before anyone present could respond, the footsteps of the small flame goddess echoed at high speed until. Sure, Belle. They stopped dead in their tracks when she hugged her son with affection and love. Just like a mother. You don't even have to ask. We're a family, we started just the two of us, and I'll never abandon you or let you suffer in silence. Hestia declared, infusing more strength and caressing the back of his neck. Hey Kami-sama. The boy muttered, his voice straining and cracking. Of course we won't abandon you or refuse you. In fact, we're honored that you trust us so much. Lean on each other's shoulders. No one will turn away. Welf was the next to speak. Makoto, Haraham, Lily and he approached the wounded captain of the family and joined the hug. The tears were inevitable. However, unlike the days following Noel's death, this time they were filled with pure happiness. The kind of happiness that only love can bring. Not a romantic or passionate love, but the kind your family provides. Thank you, thank you. Belle was grateful. Seconds ticked by. The overwhelming emotions that had surfaced in that moment of weakness dissipated as time passed. Hermes, who was still watching the scene, waited until it was appropriate to get involved. And that opportunity appeared. It's a pleasure to see you're coping with your daughter's passing, Belle. Sincerely, the traveling god expressed. He didn't call her Noelle or that girl. He referred to her as what she represented to his treasured friend. A daughter. He knew the general context of the situation and those days shared between Syr, him, and the young woman. However, it was what happened a few seconds ago that made him understand the true impact and magnitude Noelle had on the hero's life. I do my best, Hermes-sama. The albino answered. I can tell, boy. The peach-haired deity replied. Suddenly, Hermes' sleeve was tugged lightly to draw his attention to the cause of it. Hermes-sama, I do not wish to be insensitive, but remember the reason for our visit. Also, do not forget that in a few minutes we are to meet with Loki-sama and the Brave One at the Twilight Mansion. Asfi, adjusting her glasses and whispering to the patron god of her family, reported. The latter sighs heavily, removing his hat. As diligent and upright as ever, little Asfi. He complains, taking steps forward toward the purpose of this sudden visit to the fireplace mansion. Hestia, would you give me a couple of minutes alone with your son? Hermes leaned forward in a small bow to communicate his intention and ask such a favor of the small goddess of the hearth. She turns to him, frowning, angry that this moment of joy, so close to her son, would be cut short. However. I understand. He understood the importance of the matter. Although he snorted and groaned, he broke the embrace. The expressions on both her and the rest of the Hestia familia members changed radically, altering the mood that preceded the proposal. What is it that? The rabbit wanted to question him. Don't force him to do anything, Hermes. Remember the only condition I imposed on you. I know, don't force it. Although you must also understand that in these desperate times, desperate measures are the order of the day. Hermes thought. Both deities exchanged words in that brief dialogue. There was a brief exchange of glances between Hestia and her children, except for Belle. As if telling them it was time to leave. Araham Dono, come with me. Makoto grabbed the Renard by the hand and led her away. Expectantly, Belle just looked at them. I'll go to my workshop. Don't take too long because dinner will get cold. Welf placed his arms behind his back and walked away. However, he paused for a second. I must prepare the weapons in case you accept. Weapons? What? The confusion only increased in the albino's mind. We'll need potions, the guild better give us a juicy reward. Lily complained, trotting to the door and leaving the mansion. From one second to the next, the headquarters was completely abandoned, ignoring the presence of Belle, Hermes and Asfi. What's going on? Why did you leave? He questioned the first of them. The situation was handled with such mysticism that his own ignorance of what was happening and what motivated this behavior made him uncomfortable. Belle. Hermes named him, and he answered the call immediately. What would you say if I told you that the battle against Evilus is about to break out? Would you join the side of Orario to save the lives of the inhabitants? These questions came from the mouth of the god. The Evilus. The rabbit repeated. The bottomless hole appeared in his abdomen. The name of that organization resonated loud and clear in his subconscious. Following this, a strong chill ran from his back to the nape of his neck. Evilus. He thought. The bombardment of memories in which that word was uttered hit him. He heard it from Ace. From Lafia. About the Loki family in general. From Ryu. That evil association that seeks the destruction of the world. That has taken so many precious lives that represented a light in the lives of several people he loves. A strong pressure on his chest was suffocating him. He was short of breath. I couldn't breathe properly. Noel's incessant screams echoed inside his head. Those mean men hurt me. They said we'd play, but they only hurt me. They kept calling me weapon. Ugh. That moan of pain came from the young man. The figure of Vito appeared. Their first meeting. Your name is Vito, isn't it? When Alan appeared on the scene, he almost immediately recognized the stranger and quickly associated him with Evilus. He was part of them, the ones who hurt Noel. He muttered. She clenched her fists, her nails digging in. Threads of scarlet liquid trickled from those gaping wounds. Her muscles tensed and her teeth ground together. A strong desire that does not characterize those who seek to become heroes approached him. A strong desire for revenge. Hermes looked down and noticed it. I'm sorry to resort to this to convince you. To use that pain and anger against them to get you on our side despite the instability that weighs on you. He thought. Bell took a deep breath and stared at him. Expressionless, completely blank, he replied. I don't care about the role, I will participate. The victorious smile appeared on the god. But Orario needs a hero. The Loki family and the rest of them, even if they try together, are not enough. Although if you can't convince Freya, everything will go down the drain, Loki. In the distance from their position, glancing at the great building in the center of the city, the so-called Tower of Babel, a red-haired goddess stepped off an elevator that took her to the top floor of that architectural masterpiece. The screams of the same woman and banging on the door were not long in coming until a young woman with a hexy figure and silver hair that covered part of her face greeted her, allowing her to pass. There is little time. The hands are about to strike the hour, and all we can do is have faith that our strength is sufficient. Trust in the new generations to subdue evil. Hermes' mental dialogue continued. I won't let anyone else's smile be taken away. Bell declared. So that, amidst the fear, the tears, the dread and the pain, someone may emerge who brings hope to the hearts of those who have lost it. The figure of the rabbit shone brightly in the eyes of the traveling god. Someone worthy of being called a hero, and that's you. So, I'll support you in every way you can become one. Included. And the Lady of Plenty. Bye girls. I promise I won't miss work starting tomorrow. The cheerful voice of that beautiful city girl echoed inside the bar, specifically through the half-open door, as she said goodbye to the establishment's employees. Don't make me come for you again. Mamma Mia threatened from the bar, pointing at her with a spatula. Hi. Syr jumped, startled. She knew this wasn't an empty threat or a joke. Mamma Mia. Please don't bother her. Ryu said, with a swollen face and red eyes, like the rest of the waitresses who did not stop crying for a considerable time. The trembling smile appeared on the lips of the red-haired girl. Thank you for listening, I really appreciate it. She communicated to those present, giving them a sincere smile. One she couldn't remember the last time she gave them. Sir, you have nothing to thank me for. The elf was the first to speak. Yeah, Naya. That's what friends do, Naya. Chloe followed him. Syr opened his eyes fully. Friends? He muttered. Of course. After so many years living together, it's impossible for us not to consider you our friend. Loonwere confirmed. The lump formed in the waitress's throat. Of course, Naya. Without you none of us would be happy, Naya. Anya opened up. The heart of the dangerous girl beat strongly. Her cheeks blushed completely. The giggle came from Mamma Mia. Thank you. Syr's response was brief and she left the place, leaving her companions confused by her reaction. Outside the bar, she placed her hands on her chest. Friends, they are my friends. He sounded happy when he said it. As a goddess of beauty, I've always found it difficult to form real and sincere bonds. That they consider me their dear friend makes me very happy. Small tears formed in the city girl's gray eyes. If they knew who I really am and what I've done, would they still love me? He questioned himself. A hint of fear mingled with that joy. He looked out the window. There they were. They were talking with Mia. His reflection, although blurred, was observable. Syr placed his index finger on his face in the glass. The violet flash flickered in the iris. Someday. Someday I'll show them who I am. I'll stop the lies. He bowed his head and turned his back on the place. He walked a few meters until, in a dark alley, he stopped. Eden, your jealousy is very strong. There wasn't a moment during my date with Bell when I didn't feel that aura intending to kill him. The voice of the dangerous woman was eloquent and funny as she spoke to the complete darkness before her eyes. From the shadows emerged a figure of a blonde-haired elf. Are you ready to go, Freya-sama? Asked. The young woman nodded, smiling at him. Okay. Eden understood the message. But for some reason unknown to him, his legs didn't move. Freya-sama. He named the goddess. Yeah. She takes care of him. Bellcranel, does it make you happy? He questioned. The waitress's mouth opened momentarily in surprise at this unexpected question. Then it closed, forming a gentle friendly expression. I truly love him. My heart leaps for joy when I'm by his side, and the words he said to me on the Bridge of Heroes were like a proposal of love. She commented, placing both hands on her chest, filled with excitement. Suddenly, her excitement subsided. I'm afraid it won't be reciprocal. However, I want to be the woman Noel saw in me. If he rejects me, it's all over. I won't force him or tie him down. Concluded. Even though there was pain in his words and fear of not being reciprocated, the memory of his daughter was worth more than what he had sought for so many eons. He couldn't understand it, couldn't understand why he placed more weight on those fleeting moments than on the goal he had so longed for. But it's because the heart and love cannot be understood. You can only follow what it tells you. I understand. Hedden muttered, turning his back on her. I'll watch over her from above. Helen told me that Loki-sama wishes to see her. Please walk quickly. The elf asked. Loki? Syr tilted her head. Before addressing his son to explain the reason for the goddess's visit, he jumped and landed on the roof of one of the buildings. Moo. Don't be rude to me. He complained, puffing out his cheek and crossing his arms. Resigned, she began the journey to the Tower of Babel, where that unexpected visitor awaited her. What are you planning? You wouldn't look for me if it wasn't necessary. He questioned. Slight suspicions arose in her. Nothing concrete. High above, Hedden watched her. Odds aren't supposed to change. So who is the Freya-sama I'm watching now? Syr jumped and smiled, enjoying life as the blonde looked on. Bellcranel, can you save her? Will you be her otter? He associated the change of his goddess with that rabbit. I guess I'll have to pay him a visit. I'll make sure that sincere, pure smile doesn't fade. It ended. Chapter 7. Do it for her. At the Tower of Babel. That same night. I already told you to stop bothering me with that, Tsubaki. He claimed a beautiful woman with red hair, a few strands of which reached her shoulders and a patch over her right eye, sticking out on her face as she blushed and avoided eye contact. A laugh filled with joy came from another woman with dark skin and incredibly beautiful like the one described above, named Tsubaki. It's that Hestia-sama, what other proof do you want? It's clear that Welf loves you and you want to reciprocate. Why keep delaying the inevitable? You even think about him all day, and it's become annoying to hear the same story over and over again. At least go out on dates to vary your delusions about him. The aforementioned declared to her goddess while carrying a couple of boxes full of low-range armor, such as daggers and short swords, and then opening the door of the post where they worked and storing the gadgets inside. That Tsubaki, she never tires of bothering me with that. Hephaestus complained as he packed the rest of the weapons into more boxes in preparation for closing the place down. However, while her mind wandered with the possibility of going on dates with that man who has entered her heart, the presence and call of a young woman caught her attention, stopping what she was doing. Oh, Hephaestus-sama. He greeted the aforementioned woman cheerfully, causing her to turn around. Syr-chan. Nice to see you. What brings you here at this hour? Hephaestus returned the young waitress and questioned her about her presence in the market area of Babel. It's unusual to receive customers at such a late night time, much less from a girl as unfamiliar with adventures as the waitress, so it's no surprise that her presence there caught the attention of the goddess of blacksmithing. Fufufu. It's a secret. Syr placed her index finger over her lips and winked flirtatiously, thus avoiding revealing the reason for her visit. Always so mysterious. But I think that's part of you. Iridide shook her head, placing both arms on the ends of her waist as she closed her eyes and sighed in disdain. Anyway, take good care of yourself. The Ganesha family security left a couple of hours ago, so there's no one to keep watch. So I recommend you don't stay in public view for too long. A beautiful young woman like you will attract the attention of the wrong people. Hephaestus nudged him in a friendly manner on the shoulder while smiling and expressing his concern. Oh, Hephaestus-sama, what things he says. The gray-haired waitress placed both hands on her cheeks, smiling silly and feeling flattered, moving her head from side to side in a tender scene to say the least. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer. Have a nice evening. The deity wishes her, ending their conversation while ruffling the young woman's hair, behaving in such a familiar way with her that it was surprising for anyone who wanted her not to know the context of their relationship. I'll see you another time, Hephaestus-sama. I still wish you a nice evening and. The waitress answered, reciprocating the goodbye. However, she stood on tiptoe and whispered. And good luck with the Hestia family blacksmith. After this he returned to his position, put his arms behind his back and smiled while winking at her. The deity blushed and began to babble. Bye-bye. Skipping like a country girl, Syr retreated, disappearing into the few people in the hallways. That girl is a case. It seems like she always knows everything that's going on around other people. Iridide muttered to herself, sighing and calming her spirits. Watching the dangerous woman's back from behind, he began to question several things. Why does she come here so often? She never buys anything. A boyfriend? No, I doubt it. She's completely in love with Bell. Every time we meet, she makes that clear, showering him with praise. Even though she denies it sometimes, her body language doesn't lie. Suddenly the aforementioned called the elevator. If your destination is higher up, why do you come down here first? He wondered. Yes, it is a mystery. He concluded, dismissing all the doubts that were springing from his head. Maybe, just maybe, he was just getting off the elevator and making a quick stop to talk to her about love and other things. Suddenly, a tall thin figure crossed the hall. She noticed him when she glanced at the stranger. This one had blonde hair and a hood tunic that covered almost his entire body. Hildresleaf. I suppose she came to visit Freya. Speaking of which, I haven't heard from her in a couple of days. This was the hypothesis he had when he noticed the elf, which he directly associated with the goddess of beauty who lives on the top floor of the Tower of Babel. Eden headed up the stairs to reach the place without saying a word to anyone, causing the few visitors to move away from his imposing presence. I hope you're okay. She whispered, looking out for the well-being of the silver-haired girl who, although they are not exactly friends, considers her a somewhat sad presence upon learning her story. Hephaestus-sama. The Braves sent us a letter. Tsubaki walked out of the weapons post with a paper envelope in her hand. Why didn't they warn us before? Snapping out of her train of thought, the goddess groaned and stopped what she was doing. I don't know, but it seems urgent. The blacksmith reported. Apparently the battle will begin soon. They declared. In the elevator. Sir, who was leaning his back against one of the cold, hard walls of the elevator with his eyes closed and his arms crossed, was deep in thought. Memories of recent events came flooding back. It's been a day full of emotions. And it wasn't over yet. Loki's consultation was still to come. What do you want? To come here directly at this hour, it must be urgent. He said, referring to the deity with whom he maintains a certain enmity and competition. He sighed deeply, not paying much attention to it. He'd know in a few minutes anyway. She slumped her shoulders, truly exhausted. Every part of her body ached. Yes. Definitely walking around downtown Orario for several hours after all I'd done in days was a terrible decision, not that I'd made it in the first place. He thought, feeling his feet throb. Nevertheless. I promise I'll be by your side. The words Bell had dedicated to her repeated in her mind. The trembling smile filled with emotion appeared on her lips. Then came the kiss on the cheek. At another time, this wouldn't have had such a profound impact on her heart. But after the albino's speech, it was impossible not to get emotional. And the reconciliation with Anya, her friend who felt guilty about what happened with Noel. Maybe it wasn't such a bad decision. Thank you, Mamma Mia, thank you for dragging me out of my room and forcing me to face this pain, share it, and try to move past it. She heartily thanked the little girl, her firstborn daughter, who, despite having distanced herself from the family, continues to work for their happiness. Small tears slid down her cheeks. Tears of happiness. Without her, she would still be drinking the wine bottles in her storage until there was not a drop of alcohol left, or falling asleep from the effects of them amidst broken glass and bottles, spilling their contents on the carpet, drowning in her own suffering. Her hands, on the fabric of her snow-white dress, closed, pressing it. I was an idiot, the biggest idiot in the world, for believing I was alone, that everyone around me was nothing more than mindless pawns who adored me only for my beauty. I was stupid for so disregarding the feelings of those I love. I've been so used to being surrounded by millions of people who see me as a trophy and are willing to do anything to earn my appreciation that I failed to see the sincere love directed my way, mistaking it for a mere consequence of my charm. For the first time in my entire existence, I feel genuinely loved, and I didn't have to force anyone to make that happen. What have I been doing all these years? Feelings were running high. Regret was pouring out from all sides. That emotion of self-loathing and regret for belittling others lashed at her like a whip, striking her heart. For Syr, or Freya, who all along believed that she would not be loved if it were not for her physique or charm, and that the only way to get what she wanted was by forcing and controlling others, finding out that reality was different, that which she believed was completely wrong, filled her with uncertainty and a feeling unknown to her. Yufufu. She gave a small, stifled chuckle between ragged breaths caused by suppressed crying. He wiped away the tears with his hands. Mamma Mia, Ryu, Anya, Chloe, Lunwer, May, Belle, Noel, there are people like them who genuinely love me just as I am. Not that tyrannical goddess who pretends to be the queen of all, but Syr, my true self. He placed both hands on his chest. Tears were falling. It didn't matter what she thought she wanted before. This revelation opened her eyes. Her true desire, ever since she can remember, is to be truly and sincerely loved. Anything extra seemed unnecessary at this point. He took off his hat and pressed it to his chest. Why did it take me so long to realize? He questioned himself, laughing somewhat self-deprecatingly. As if that conclusion had been so obvious from the start. The speed of the elevator began to decrease. He was slowly approaching his destination. From one moment to the next it stopped permanently. The sound that announced the arrival at the indicated floor followed it. The door opened. After that, the bars in front of it opened as well. When the red-haired girl took her first step out of the elevator, Heden's figure greeted her head-on, his back against the wall next to the apartment entrance. "Yufufu. You didn't need to take the stairs. You could have gotten in the elevator with me and avoided walking." Syr mocked, covering her mouth with her hand and looking at him maliciously as well as mockingly. The elf adjusted his glasses by pushing the center of them. "You know perfectly well why we shouldn't be seen together. It was your request." The blonde replied, clarifying the situation and why he did not perform such an act. Syr put her hands on her hips and shook her head, invalidating her son's argument. "I know what I said. But at this point it doesn't matter. You're giving too much weight to rumors." "What? Are you afraid that word will get around that you were seen with a beautiful waitress from the Lady of Plenty?" He questioned, trying to annoy him and provoke a reaction from him. Heden remained stoic and imperturbable, like an oak. "You're boring." The young woman complained, looking at him with disappointment. "I'm honestly glad to see her happy again. Although being the target of her attacks isn't so much so." The elf thought. "Anyway, Loki is waiting for me." Syr changed the subject and stepped forward to open the door and enter the room. "However. Are you?" The blonde man's arm prevented her, placing himself between her and the entrance. "Is something wrong, Heden?" The waitress asked as she tried to lower her arm and continue on her way, but it proved useless as she couldn't move it even a millimeter. "He still has that form. He must return to his original appearance or else Loki will know the truth," he reported. The girl looked at her body. She hadn't noticed that detail. Nevertheless. "Let him know. I don't care." He was no longer interested in the slightest. Heden's eyes widened at that. What? What do you mean? Why would you tell him your secret?" he asked, incredulous at the statement. Syr's grey locks partially covered his face and he calmly gave his son an answer. "I'm tired of the lies. Tired of pretending and resorting to my human form to enjoy life. I'm tired of being a goddess." He revealed his regret. Heden remained silent, lowering his arm. He was surprised. Although he had suspected it, he hadn't expected her to accept it so quickly. "That's why I think it's best to gradually reveal my identity. I know that those who love me will accept me just as I am. After today, I want to shed my mask, even though right now I don't have one." He added, smiling decisively and placing his arms behind him. "But my question is, would it be a good idea for Loki to be the first to know?" Doubts arose. He held his chin and analyzed the situation once he had put aside his initial excitement. Heden gave him a "Are you serious?" look. They exchanged glances and reached the same conclusion. "Yes, definitely not," they said in unison. "That flat-chested goddess isn't trustworthy and it would be difficult to tell her so." So, having decided that night she would not show herself to her as she is, Syr proceeded to detransform, regaining her appearance as a goddess of beauty. Her tied hair grew and the band broke. Her breasts increased in size and her curves became even more defined than in her normal human appearance. "Now then, let's go in." Determined, she tried to enter again. But Heden stopped her for the second time. There was still one detail that persisted. "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" he questioned him, pointing at his body. Freya looked down and realized what he meant. She was wearing those simple clothes, that white dress she'd been seen wearing all over town during their date. It would arouse Loki's suspicions if he found out about the incident. It was better not to risk it. True. In a childish manner, he punched his right palm with his left fist. So, he quickly proceeded to strip. What do you think you're doing, Freya-sama?" Now the elf became nervous. His cheeks and even his long ears blushed profusely as his goddess slowly lifted the white dress almost to her thighs to remove it. He quickly turned around so as not to see her without clothes, as she was brought into the world, not literally, it should be noted. "Please don't do that out of nowhere," he complained, shaking his hand in embarrassment to readjust his glasses. "Yufufu. It's just that I know that out of respect for me, you wouldn't do anything immoral. Besides, there's no need to worry. I'm not stripping." Freya mocked her son and revealed the truth. This confused the blonde who turned his gaze back to his goddess. "See? I only rolled up the parts of my goddess outfit that might have been visible during my date." The Redeed explained, lifting her dress, under which was the black red-edged garment. "Freya-sama, please don't do that again." Heden took off his glasses and rubbed his eyelids, extremely tired, as if he were under so much stress that he couldn't stand it anymore. "I have to admit I was surprised by Mamma Mia's suggestion. It's as if she foresaw the fact that I'd need to return to my goddess form and that I wouldn't have the opportunity to go back and change clothes. Sometimes she makes me theorize that she developed clairvoyance. The girl reported, whispering the last thing. That scenario was presented in her memoirs. The dwarf handed her both garments, washed by Otter, while she bathed her as if she were a child and her mother. Mamma Mia scrubbed my back too hard with that sponge. A tear filled with trauma and pain slid down her cheek. She felt a burning sensation there, as if her body was reacting to the memory. He shook his head to suppress that memory and patted his cheeks, coming to his senses and regaining his composure. Whatever. I have to go in now. Please put this away. Freya removed her dress and handed it to Hedin, throwing it to him, and he caught it. He pulled the fabric down his legs and extended the fabric on his arms. Although his suit was wrinkled, it was better than nothing. He placed his hand on the knob and gently turned it, then pushed the door open. The hinges creaked, alerting the individuals inside the room to the opening. The first thing the silver-haired goddess noticed was a stalking scene. Yes, you read that right. A crime of stalking was unfolding right under their noses. Ellen and Loki looked at her. The former was being hugged from behind, and the latter was the one doing the same while fervently struggling to reach the breasts of the goddess's attendant, who, incidentally, was pushing her palm against the Redeed's face to push her away. That Freya-sama. Help me. Loki-sama won't leave me alone. Ellen's pleas were issued. Hey. Look who we have here. You're finally here. Come on, tell your daughter to let me grope her breasts for 10 seconds. I promise to pay you well. Loki greeted her and made his request while with his free hand, he took out a bag full of valis to show her that he was serious about the offer. Loki-sama, please leave me. The silver-haired girl shouted. Never. It's your fault for having such round and well-proportioned breasts. They're perfect. How come they're so even? The red-haired goddess replied. Freya slowly closed her eyes and gave a long sigh. Loki, I'm starting to get fed up with this act of yours. Leave my daughter alone. She asked him seriously and looked somewhat exhausted from what seemed to be a common scene between the deity of jesters and the goddess's assistant, something recurrent, including the reprimand. Loki quickly let go of her, crossed his arms, grumbling, and obeyed that order. Someday I'll squeeze those breasts and enjoy it. He pointed to the prominent Helen Mountains. Don't bother me anymore, Loki-sama. The poor human answered vehemently and frustratedly. Freya's footsteps echoed on the floor even though the carpet muffled them. She moved toward her throne to sit. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to allow Helen to beat you up or knock you out. You've earned it. He threatened before placing his shapely rear end on the padded single chair. Helen glared at her. Getting beaten by that beauty of yours as an assistant is a reward. A feat. It backfired because I like that kind of thing. Iridied mocked. Freya, already seated, crossed her legs and answered. You're a lost cause. I don't know how your children respect you so much. That was the sincere impression of the deity. Yufufu, you of all people are saying that to me. I recognize the smell of alcohol in the air and I know how to identify a freshly made up room. The red eyes of the goddess of lies glittered as they were revealed. She drew a malicious smile on her face with a clear objective. To provoke her rival. Meanwhile, Freya's became even more serious and expressionless, something no one had anticipated. It's been a rough few days, I suppose. I doubt we'll both get drunk for the same reason. I do it for pleasure. You, on the other hand, out of spite. Sadness. It doesn't matter. You could have invited me. I'd gladly go with you if there was soma wine involved. You know very well that my goal and desire is to surpass you in any field. Loki said in a threatening and challenging manner. But Freya did not falter or fall for provocations. Although, more than out of competitiveness, I would have accepted out of curiosity. Curious to know if, when you were drunk, you would allow me to touch your breasts. I envy you, damn perfect goddess. The goddesses of beauty are terribly beautiful. Loki's hands were approaching the silver-haired girl. He was moving his fingers in a way that would disgust any decent person. However, Freya stopped him with her index finger. Stay out of the way, stop acting like a clown, and tell me what brings you here. Cold and direct, that's how the order was delivered. He looked down on her as if she were a simple ant. That was enough to make it clear to Loki that his jokes would have no effect and that, at worst, he would arouse the deity's wrath. You're boring. He complained, straightening his back and crossing his arms. She looks angry. No, more like upset. What did I say? Is she going through something? Nah. That narcissist just lifts a finger and her problems are solved. He thought, downplaying the goddess's condition and going straight to tell her the reason for his visit to the Tower of Babel. I'll be brief because it seems you're in no position for small talk. I need you to join us in the coming conflict against Evilus. They'll make their move in 3 days, and frankly, much to my chagrin, I won't be able to stop them without your help. he revealed, putting his hands in the pockets of his mini shorts and frowning at the latter, as if his pride was swallowed. Loki's admission of the need for Freya's family in the battle was a clear sign of the level of desperation he held within him. Once Freya would rejoice in her rival's weakness, but not now. Evilous? He whispered in shock. While he was familiar with the organization and its activities within the city, he hadn't yet become so involved in the matter. Ignoring the theft of the Key of Nos, which was in Ishtar's hands, it could be said that he hadn't been involved in the slightest in the battle to destroy them. Yes, Evilous. I've been fighting them ever since they weakened during the Dark Ages. With Astri and her family gone, it's been difficult to weaken their forces, especially considering they only grew stronger over time after Thanatos and Enyo took control. However, we've reached a critical point where I sincerely doubt we'll win. He confirmed this, revealing some details about the organization at present and his estimates regarding the upcoming outcome. Freya held her chin, thinking about part of what her counterpart had said. Thanatos him involved in that organization. He doesn't seem like the kind of god who would seek to bring evil and destruction to Orario. And you're not wrong. He was just a puppet of Enyo, who's the real mastermind behind it. He took advantage of Thanatos being overly diligent in his work as the god of death and convinced him to participate in some nefarious deeds with the excuse that, by doing so, he could help people's souls be purified in Tenkai to make the evil disappear. Now that I say it out loud, it sounds really stupid and I feel like Thanatos was a real idiot for thinking it was a good idea. Freya's doubt was immediately answered by Loki. Enyo's name was repeated, causing noise in the silver-haired girl's head. Who the hell is Enyo? I don't remember a god with that name existing. Asked. Because there isn't one. Enyo is a nickname he uses to hide his true identity. We only know that he's the mastermind behind Evilus's resurgence and that he may be aware of our plans, given that every time we get close to catching him, we reach a dead end and he escapes. It's frustrating. He knows and is in control of Nos. He has extensive knowledge of the dungeon since he managed to control the demi-spirits, making them work for him, and, if that's not enough, he knows how to create those creatures that have given us so much trouble. Do you understand why I call him a threat and ask for your help? Iridide explained, looking visibly upset and desperate. All those moments when she's felt the opportunity to catch Enyo has been clear and each time she's missed it. Despite telling her this, Freya didn't seem to care in the least. She remained deep in thought. Creatures. He muttered. We suspect that, aside from the monsters we've fought, he may have an ace up his sleeve. A secret weapon that tips the scales in his favor. If not, I doubt he'd be so confident of victory. That's what makes me believe that, even with the support of Hermes, Hephaestus, and the guild, we won't be enough for a full-scale conflict. Loki added, giving his impression. A secret weapon. The silver-haired woman repeated. This irritated Iridide. Stop repeating what I say. It's starting to get annoying. He complained. A vein bulged on his forehead, indicative of his anger. This brought the deity out of his analysis. I apologize for that. It's just that this matter is very serious and apparently too risky. The point here is, how would it benefit my family to participate in your crusade? Freya looked reproachfully at the goddess of lies. TCH. Intimidated by this, she clicked her tongue. Are you serious? Even in a situation like this, you plan to behave like a stupid tyrant. Isn't it enough for you to know that if we don't win, there will be thousands of deaths? Not only will there be consequences for my family, but for Orario as well. The city will be plunged into a war like in the Dark Ages, no, even worse. With no moments of peace, people dying and piling up in the streets like mere waste. Children shedding blood and being used as bait to deplete the rest of the adventurers who wish to do good. Do you want that to happen again? Loki questioned Freya's attitude, telling her about possible future scenarios that would bring the fall of the forces of good to the center of the world. And it seems it worked. A chill ran down Freya's spine. Her eyes widened as if she was completely stunned. A deathly cold froze his fingers, causing his limbs to tremble. His skin prickled. Reading her body language, Loki continued. He had her where he wanted her. You remember, don't you? The innocent people, the comrades, friends, and loved ones who were lost in that war. The smiles that couldn't be saved. Just because you decided to suppress those memories or just because you weren't interested, that doesn't mean the rest of us would forget. Ganesha, above all others, lives with the torment of that last night where we made many sacrifices. A certain lament emanated from the Retide's words. Her fists clenched, her nails digging into her palms. He opened his eyes again. They were flushed, as if the mere thought of it happening again terrified them. Varma. Freya named Ganesha's deceased daughter. That girl, now that she thought about it, was identical to Bell in personality. His death at the hands of children who had been implanted with bombs to appeal to the sentimentality and weakness of the adventurers was revived in his mind. He was present at the funeral and witnessed firsthand the suffering of Ganesha and the deceased sister. What would have happened if someone close to the goddess suffered that fate? For example, Anya. The very idea terrified her. Do you understand? Even if we're selfish and self-serving, there'll be nothing left to compete for if Orario falls. We can't allow that era to repeat itself, for dreams to be lost and hope to fade. I refuse to accept that the sacrifices of the past were in vain. I blame Estrie for implanting her stupid ideal in me, just like my family. Fighting for justice and all that, let's do it because it's the right thing to do. Loki reached forward to seal the deal with a handshake. But she received no response. The silver-haired woman remained stunned, staring at the floor. Her breathing was labored and she covered her mouth with her right palm. What did he just say? He questioned while sweating profusely. Hey? Esto brought confusion to the red-haired goddess, who tilted her head. Benefit for my family? I'm not supposed to say that to seek that. He ran his fingers through her locks and squeezed them. Freya-sama. Helen named her. Suddenly, a feeling of repulsion hit her. A tremendous nausea filled with self-loathing. What's wrong with him? Loki asked the assistant. I keep thinking like the tyrant I want to stop being. Why? He questioned the air. The gods do not change. That phrase was said in his mind. No, I want to change, I must change. She said to herself. The gods do not change. The gods do not change. It repeated itself incessantly in his head, echoing. It was not only rooted in his thinking, but also in his being. That rotten personality you want to get rid of. But she would fight against that. Do it for her. Noel's smile appeared. The gods do not change. This one got dark. Do it for her. He repeated, forcing himself to come to his senses. It wasn't easy to change overnight. It never would be. However. Do it for her. People change when they decide it's time to. Do it for her. Do it for her. Do it for her. He spoke relentlessly. If he hesitated, the tyrannical goddess would win. Those priceless memories of his daughter's side, the promise he made her, and the desire to live up to the image he had of her, must have outweighed everything. My Noel is more important. Whisper. Are you? Noel. What? Many questions arose in Loki's mind as he failed to understand his counterpart's internal struggle. Thousands of imaginary question marks appeared above his head. You mentioned a secret weapon. The red-faced and tearful silver-haired woman spoke to him. Surprised by the sudden change, she hesitated. Hi. Confirmed. Any idea what it is? He asked. I could sense the concern in his words. This curiosity stemmed from. What if her secret weapon is another girl like Noel? He was terrified of that possibility. The man Alan killed said they were planning to use Noel as a weapon. What if she wasn't the only one? The only thing we're certain of is that it was hidden in Nos. We know little or nothing about the rest. But, as I mentioned before, it must be a very powerful weapon. Just to give you an idea, a few days ago, the snowstorm that hit Orario was the result of Evilus's carelessness. According to sources, they lost their R. Before Loki could continue, she was stopped in her tracks. I already know that, and don't say gun or you'll make me angry. Frey warned with an aura of death, interrupting her sternly. The Reed gulped. That expression on the goddess's face made her skin crawl. My son Alan was there. He was the one who ended the life of the Evilus member. Frey revealed. Wait. He was there. He killed Vito. Why the hell did he kill him? We could have gotten information out of him. Loki claimed. Another stern look was thrown. Don't stray from the point. Whether or not to question him, whether or not to keep him alive, wasn't my responsibility, nor am I to blame for what you're accusing me of. It was Alan's decision. The deity replied. TCH. Loki clicked his tongue. Do you even know how they brought that winter to Orario? If the attack had been postponed, the consequences would have been far greater. Asked. Freya's lips trembled. No, I don't know. She answered, however, it was a lie. Loki recognized the lie almost immediately. Not because she was the goddess of lies, far from it. There was no need to know that, since the beautiful woman's body language betrayed her. However, I wouldn't insist. For some reason, I feel it would open a wound and cause discord between us. It's better to keep it a secret. I understand anyway, are you with us? He changed the subject and again offered his hand to close the deal. Freya saw the hand. Be the person she thought I was. He thought. His was approaching. Noel's voice calling her mom with a beautiful smile on his face gave her the strength she needed to abandon that personality that had remained rooted in her for so long. That pure guileless smile. That sincere love that he gave her. If anything was worth changing for, it was that. But it didn't stop there. Be the person he sees in me. Now it was Bell who visited her in her subconscious. His words. His love. Maybe it wasn't romantic love, or maybe it was, she doesn't know. But Bellcranel undoubtedly loved her and wanted to see her happy. Prey wants to be worthy of that love. He smiled. His goal was clear. He wanted that back. He wanted his beloved daughter back. To have that beautiful, happy family again. He looked determinedly at Loki and they shook hands. "When do we start preparations?" asked. Loki returned the gesture. "Let's finish off those sons of bitches once and for all." They began to laugh maniacally grimly as they moved their clasped hands up and down. From a distance, Helen watched the scene. "I'm surrounded by crazy people," he muttered. He loved his goddess, but that opinion wouldn't be influenced by that love. "You're not the right person to say that. You're not very sane either," Hedin replied, silently watching this intersection unfold. Suddenly, he turned around. It was time to leave. "See you later, Freya-sama." He said goodbye, crossing the door and leaving the place. "We'll go to war against Evilus like old times. However, by that time there's still one task I have to complete," he thought before getting into the elevator and leaving the apartment. The next morning. At the fireplace mansion. "I'm stepping down," Bell said to his family, who were peacefully having breakfast in the dining room. "You were dressed in your usual armor and sheathed your daggers. Even though you still had the device on your arm, which limited your movement, you were determined to go to the dungeon. Good luck. Don't get into too much trouble. Remember, 15th floor maximum," Hestia reminded him. "Greetings to Syr. Don't forget what I advised you." Welf winked at him. Bell blushed. Welf, there's no way I'm telling him that," the albino replied, embarrassed. "What did he say to Bell-sama?" Lily complained. "What are you planning on having my Bell say to that waitress?" Hestia's jealousy was not long in coming. "Good luck, Bell Dono." Makoto, ignoring the noise, wished her partner and family captain the best. "Take good care of yourself, Bell-sama." Arahim, who was waiting for him to finish saying goodbye before opening the door, gave him her best wishes. "Thank you very much, Arahim." The albino thanked him before leaving. He walked calmly through the streets, observing the inhabitants at their street stalls and others out for a walk to enjoy the day. It was a calm morning. The sun was shining, but there was no warmth. The wind was blowing, but not enough to bring the cold. Bell had in mind what was coming. "I must protect this way of life," he said to himself. The battle against Evilus would be soon. He didn't want to lose and thus plunge Orario into misery. He would do his best to be useful to the city that has given him so much. He looked at his arm. "I'm still not 100% healthy. I need to take care of myself and avoid further damage. It would be counterproductive to injure myself in the dungeon before the conflict," he muttered, closing his hand with difficulty. He continued on his way and, although his destination was the dungeon, he had to make a stop. Step by step, he drew closer to the Lady of Plenty. Memories of the previous night haunted him. It even made it difficult for him to sleep properly. He was blushing. What face will I see her with after she kissed me? He wondered, placing his hand on his cheek and recalling the warm sensation. That softness, pressed against his cheek like a kiss, would never leave him. I repeat deeply, giving myself confidence. "Okay, time to visit Syr." Suddenly a hand grabbed him by the breastplate. It was the only thing he managed to say until he was pulled into the alley next to the bar. Chapter 8. A terrifying teacher. An unparalleled sense of power gripped the rabbit as 4 fingers dug into the space between his breastplate and his chest. It was as if a monster had grabbed a simple paper doll and pulled it toward him. With no option to refuse, no chance to resist or even try to break free. That was what overwhelmed the albino, a difference so profound it would frighten even the so-called hero. The wind ruffled his hair, the speed at which the force dragged him prevented him from clearly observing who was responsible for it. When finally, after thousandths of a second that seemed like long minutes of anguish for the victim of the abduction, he was finally able to focus his gaze. He felt slightly dizzy, a result of the sudden change in speed in his perception of things. He was staggering erratically. "It's the alley next to the Lady of Plenty, what am I doing here?" The first thing he did was analyze the location in which he was. It wasn't far from the previous kidnapping site. In fact, it was just a couple of meters from the aforementioned location. So what happened? The dizziness gradually dissipated as time passed naturally. 3 figures appeared before him, 3 that gradually became 1. He closed his eyes, pressing them shut to speed up his recovery from that semi-ill state, but at the same time, he pushed himself with his legs to get away from that stranger. He tried to leap backward and return to the main street, fleeing from whatever it was. However, I can't move," he mentally muttered. The impression within him increased. Despite the great strength he, a level 4 adventurer, possessed, all it caused was for his feet to be embedded in the ground without any movement from the position he was in. The grip was tighter than before, as if the stranger wouldn't let him escape. He opened his eyes again, trying to visualize the person responsible for his failed escape. Having done so, he had a better view of the man in question. He was an elf with long golden hair and taller than him. He had white skin, as expected of his race, and red eyes like his own. In addition, he wore glasses that rested just above his delicate nose. If you saw him from a distance, you would hesitate to assign him a hex due to his androgynous appearance. However, seeing him up close and with a look of disgust directed at you, it was very difficult not to understand that he was a man. That elf analyzed him from head to toe. The expression on his face progressively twisted into a combination of disappointment, disgust, and hatred emotions, perfectly identifiable to the person who was the target of them. Who are you? Before the young man's question could be uttered, his body was suddenly jolted, his back slamming into one of the adjacent walls with great ease. His teeth rattled and chattered together. Ugh. That moan came from the rabbit, who again had little or no reaction to it. TCH. Who are you? What does this mean? Clicking his tongue and growing frustrated at how little he could do to free himself, he asked as he placed his good hand on top of the elf's wrist, pushing it. Don't make things complicated, brat. You can't possibly equal me in strength. The blonde declared calmly and emitting a very marked aura of superiority. The rabbit's fur prickled. This guy is too strong. He's scary, very scary. His heart beat rapidly from the terror of having that stranger in front of him. Without knowing what motivated him or the reason for what he did. He swallowed. He's a very different force than Miss A's. With her, in our confrontation, despite holding back, I was able to keep up with her for a considerable amount of time. But he makes me understand better the difference between adventurers. He's definitely a first-class man. He thought, associating the elf's power with the strongest person he had ever faced, in this case it was the Princess of the Sword, who, despite the conditions of her battle in that distant Xenos conflict, did not feel so overwhelmed. However, here and now, well, it was like an ant fighting a damn elephant. Using the hand that held a staff with a sword-like tip, the elf adjusted his glasses and sighed. I didn't come to kill you, kid. If that were my goal, I would have accomplished it before you even realized it. Your head would have fallen off your body without you even noticing. He expressed it with a serenity unbecoming of such a threat. Bell, for his part, had no doubt that the above was possible. I've got other reasons for coming to you. So, the sooner you calm down and stop trying to get away, the sooner I'll let you go. Understand? Their red eyes collided. His were dull, while Bell's were twitching. It's hard to calm down in a situation like this where I was practically kidnapped out of nowhere. He replied. His voice was choked, and every word that came out of his mouth came with great difficulty. Yes, I understand. But if I had let you go from the start, you would have run like a terrified rabbit back into the crowd, and it would have drawn too much attention to drag you back to a private place. Honestly, it sounds exhausting and a waste of time trying to recover from that situation. So I went with this. So, if you want your freedom, I need to be sure you won't do the above. The blonde replied, bringing his face closer to Bell's. That's a very accurate assumption indeed. Given the opportunity, I wouldn't think twice. The white-haired man agreed. It was exactly what he would do if such a scenario arose. Whatever. I guess it's time to introduce myself. The stranger ignored the answer and commented on the above. He regained his posture, stretching his back and looking even taller than before. His gaze lowered, looking down at the rabbit as if it were mere waste. My name is Hedon Selland, better known as Hilder's Leaf. I am a first-class adventurer belonging to the Freya family. He revealed his name, affiliation, position and family ties. 2 words plunged Bell into such fear and despair that his blood ran cold. That familia Freya. He hesitated. Someone belonging to the most powerful faction in Orario was standing just inches away from him and clearly didn't like him at all. He has only heard stories of the Freya family, and in none of them are they described as kind adventurers. Many say that they can't stand each other and even hate each other. Other sources say that if you get close enough to Folkvinger, you'll hear piercing screams of pain. Flames burning, bones breaking, and rocks shattering. Everyone claimed that not a day went by at that family's headquarters when there wasn't a carnage inside. If only the face of said family, the King Otter, imposed respect and terror in the hearts of those who dared to cross him. And if that weren't enough, the goddess of that family. Did Freya Sam ascended? The boy questioned himself. He's known, ever since the conflict with the Ishtar family, that the goddess of beauty was watching him. He's absolutely certain she was responsible for the feeling of being watched that hits him from time to time when he leaves his mansion. He remembered the words he had spoken to her when he had just defeated Phryne. She said, I love you. That came back to his memory. He returned his attention to the elf and for some strange reason, his silhouette seemed strangely familiar. His mind wandered through all the information stored in the adventurer's brain in search of someone similar to Hedon. Past events played like a movie inside his head until he stopped at the critical point of his battle against Asterius during the mission to return the Xenos to Nos. Because he was immersed in his fight and the Black Minotaur required a high level of concentration, he was unable to appreciate the people around him. I only heard the words of support. I heard the way they chanted his name, sending him all the support they could. Every step he took, every blow he dealt and received, was witnessed by thousands of people around the entrance to the dungeon. Even people on top of the enormous buildings were spectators of the confrontation. And between them, well. That look, unlike the others, didn't emit good wishes. His was terrifying. Among them was Hedon. He finally found him. In one of the buildings that housed people, he noticed for a split second their presence along with that of another dark elf who seemed to prevent Ace and Bet from interrupting the conflict. Orario laid eyes on me that night. Admiration, respect, fear, those feelings lay within many. However, there were also some that bore hatred and resentment. Hers was one of them. Maybe. Due to the long silence from the young adventurer, immersed in his subconscious, he failed to comply with a basic rule of coexistence. Hedon tightened his grip on the rabbit's breastplate and lifted it up. Her feet left the ground a few inches to stand face to face with him, breaking the bubble she was trapped in. It's rude not to introduce yourself to someone who did it to you, you damn brat. The elf's discontent, not to say anger, was immense, even frowning and tightening his grip, causing the straps holding the armor together to tear as it held the wearer's full weight. Even though he most likely knew his details, he demanded to hear them from him. Bell suddenly inflated his lungs to desperately answer. However, the tip of the staff embedded itself superficially in his neck. No screaming, stupid rabbit. The elf threatened. She anticipated that he would raise his voice to introduce himself due to his nervousness, so she opted to silence him and avoid calling out the previous one to passers-by. The albino's Adam's apple grazed the sharp tip of the staff, tearing the outer layer of skin. When he instinctively swallowed, it lodged itself deeper into the gun. The wound wasn't deep enough to pose a risk, nor was it deep enough to cause pain, but it was deep enough to suggest that with one false move, Hedon could kill him. The red thread slid down her skin from that place. The bellcranel. My name is bellcranel. I belong to the Hestia familia. Sweating cold and controlling his emotions, he finally gave her the information she demanded. The blond man moved the staff away and placed it at his side, where it had been before, pointing it at him. The grip weakened until it released the hanging body of its victim. He fell to the ground on his feet. I'll make a couple of things clear. If you run away, I'll kill you. If you refuse to do what I tell you, I'll kill you. If you ask stupid questions in my company, guess what? I'll kill you. The elf's scarlet eyes glowed brightly after threatening him. Bell took a couple of steps back, hitting the wall again. Hedon turned his back on him. It landed facing the entrance to the alley. People were constantly crossing the busy streets during early morning hours, and sooner or later they could attract unwanted attention. Even this brief conversation is a matter of chance. With so many eyes, it's impossible to continue. We must retreat. He declared. Retreat to where? The young man walked a couple of steps towards him, asking him that. Where will your training be? The blonde turned to him with a threatening look. Bell stepped back again. But. He began to break the second rule the elf had imposed on him. However, as he did so, his eyes fell upon a small window to his left. He advanced towards her. This window overlooked the interior of the Lady of Plenty. The place was packed with people. Waitresses came and went from the bar delivering food and drinks to visitors. Among the beautiful girls in uniform was Sir Flova, the girl he was going to visit before this brief mishap. She would deliver customers' orders with a sweet smile and then, in her free time, glance at the delivery door, waiting for their arrival. That beautiful smile that was lost for several days, he loved it. I promised to be with her today. He justified himself, remembering the promise he made her the night before. To visit her again. He placed his hand on the glass and caressed a distant image of the dangerous woman with tact and affection. His heart rate was altered. Just seeing her had that effect on him. Hedon landed behind him, reflected in the surface. Bell turned to him, who looked less scary. I've taken care of that. It's time to go. He declared. How? The elf turned his back on him for the second time and advanced to the end of the alley. Remember what I told you about stupid questions. Just follow me and keep quiet. Indian. The white-haired man looked at Sir from the window before doing anything. I promised to make it up to you, sir. He got engaged. Following this, he entered the shadows, losing himself within them and disappearing from the scene. The blond man saw him out of the corner of his eye. Interesting. He said mentally. Inside the Lady of Plenty. It's been a very peaceful morning, hasn't it? It feels calm. Bloomwer commented, inhaling air until her lungs were full and exhaling it afterward. In her hand she carried several dirty dishes that she would take to the kitchen to be washed after being used by customers. Yes. I feel like today will be a good day. Ryu smiled after answering her. The beautiful elf was cleaning the recently vacated tables and collecting the tips on them. I don't know Naya. I have a lot of soil Naya. Chloe was leaning on a broom, which she was pretending to sweep with, and complaining as always. Don't slack off Naya. When Mamma Mia hits you, that's why you faint and leave all the work to us Naya. Anya, the brown-haired cat girl, scolded her companion. It's a bad omen to make comments like that at the start of a workday, Lunwar. Mamma Mia, the bar owner, said from across the bar where she took orders and delivered food. Do you believe in that kind of superstition Mamma Mia? Ryu questioned the dwarf, giving her the coins he had collected. She put them in the box. There are coincidences that surpass the barrier of possibility. The same thing happens with superstitions. The aforementioned reported. Like, if you wait for something to happen, it won't. He added, glancing at his waitress, who was patiently waiting in front of the bar's entrance door for someone in particular to arrive. After 2 long days of absence due to Noel's death, during which they received no news about his condition or whereabouts, he finally returned to work. That date with Belle helped him recover his state of mind, and although he still suffers from the departure of his beloved daughter, having several memories to relive by being in the place where he spent the most time with her, he has decided to move on. The rest of the girls at the bar turned their attention to him. Syr remained expectant for the appearance of that boy she loved so much. Her gaze was filled with emotion. She found it difficult to hide the trembling smile that brought such a feeling. Her cheeks flushed and, completely restless, a thought wouldn't leave her. I'll see him today too. He whispered, revealing what was predominant in his anxious and desirous mind. Clearly he was referring to bellcranel. The date he shared with her the night before was still present inside him. The warmth of his embrace, the strength of his arms, the sweet words, the promise of love. Not a second passed after their separation when she didn't relive those moments, which remained etched in her body, soul, and heart. Because of this, she had difficulty sleeping properly. The urge to see him again on a new day, to reassure herself that everything was real, kept her from falling asleep, causing her to suffer from insomnia. Yet, despite this, she didn't look tired. Mamma Mia's face broke into a tiny smile, but inside, she was truly happy. Seeing her beloved girl like that filled her with pride. Even though he saw her in her worst state since he met her, she's happy again for now. Silly, you look like a lovesick brat. She sneered. A lump formed in her throat. Overwhelmed with joy, she genuinely wished that this state of mind would continue for the person she loved most in the whole world. Her beloved mother, who years ago took her in when no one else would. Freya, I hope that child is really what you have been searching for. He expressed within himself. It's amazing how happy the person you love the most makes you feel. He turned around and took the plates of food and then gave them to Lunwar to deliver to the customers who ordered them. It's been a long time coming. He usually visits the bar just before it opens. Ryu commented on the delay of the long-awaited individual. The custom was as he mentioned. Belle would arrive, Syr would flirt with him, then hand him his bento, and then head off to the dungeon. It's been like this ever since they met. It was the little girl's favorite time of day. The few minutes they spent together at dawn would energize her for the rest of the day. Yes Naya. It's ungentlemanly to keep a lady waiting Naya. Anya added, reproaching the rabbit while shaking her head. I don't know Naya. But since dawn Syr hasn't left there Naya. Chloe added, placing a hand on her cheek and looking a little surprised at that. Lunwar, who was returning to the bar, also joined the conversation. In fact, since it was my turn to clean the kitchen today, I was the first to wake up, or so I thought until I saw her sitting in a chair. She pulled up to the center of the bar to wait for him. She'd already dressed and everything. It's strange coming from her, who often arrives late or doesn't show up at all. The human recounted, remembering the fright she felt when she saw a silhouette sitting in the middle of everything in the darkness. She nearly scared me to death. I was about to attack her because I thought she was a thief. However, I remembered that no one would be stupid enough to steal from Mamma Mia. He laughed lightly, although the trauma didn't disappear, he used that simple reasoning, and in that way he didn't do anything crazy. This may sound strange coming from me, but I suggest you let her do as she pleases. Deep inside, she still holds the pain of loss, and I doubt it will ever go away. That girl has been changing by leaps and bounds since you and Rabbit joined her life. In fact, I'm surprised by the leap she's made between before and now regarding her treatment of Belle. None of us doubted that she loved him. Her actions spoke for themselves despite our constant denials when we asked her about her feelings for him. But now she's let loose. Deep down, she feels like she's finally close to achieving what she's longed for true love. Mamma Mia interrupted the conversation, adding her point of view regarding the beautiful gray-haired waitress. The rest of the girls found the dwarf's long-winded response odd, as she was normally stern and direct when speaking. She seemed concerned about the oldest waitress in her bar. Whatever. Listen to me. Besides, I'm glad you're back. Or rather, that you're back. You and Syr bring color and life to the bar. Things get very depressing without you here. The owner of the establishment added, giving a smile to the brown-haired catgirl, who returned it. I won't leave again, Naya. I won't run away again, this is my home, Naya. He answered. While this was happening, the anxious and eager mind of the dangerous woman was kept busy, so much so that she ignored the calls of clients close to her position. Little by little, despair consumed her, which was motivated by the delay of her beloved order and the lack of reason for it. When I arrive I will complain to him. He promised. Come on, Belle. I want to know how you were after we parted ways. I doubt you'll pretend like what happened yesterday didn't happen and take responsibility for your actions, the responsibility for having struck this lady's heart even more than before. You practically proposed to me by promising to stay by my side, and in gratitude, I had no choice but to kiss you. I want to witness your reaction when I remind you of that. Will you be flustered like always? Will you squeal while blushing and trying to cover your face to prevent me from making fun of you? Also, I want to know if you also stayed up all night waiting to see me. There are so many things I can use to annoy and embarrass you. But in the end, it only proves how much I love you. I won't pretend that it's just jokes anymore. I will make it absolutely clear how much I love you. That long mental monologue reflected Syr's interpretation of yesterday's events. The oath the rabbit swore to her, the one that bound their lives together and acted as a surety, a mutual support that would lift them from the pain of loss. It also revealed what she wanted to do when the albino showed up. Noel, thank you for this. I promise that when we reunite, our family won't be a sham, we'll be one through and through, just as you so desired, my girl. He clasped his hands together and placed them over his beating, racing heart. His lips trembled as he crossed the image of the girl in his head. The lump continued to form in his throat as he remembered her. However, it would be strong. It wasn't a goodbye. It wasn't a farewell. It was just a see you soon. And the date of their reunion would come, of that she was sure. Suddenly, the doorknob was moved. A silhouette appeared through the glass panes of the door. A shadow that indicated someone's presence on the other side. Her heart, overcome with emotion, accelerated its rhythm, something that seemed impossible considering her previous state. It's him. He shouted, drawing the attention of the bar's customers and workers, who turned their gaze to that spot. She quickly ran out and yanked open the door to admit who she thought was Belle. Even the hinges creaked at the suddenness. Suddenly she launched herself at him and without a second thought wrapped her arms around him tightly, burying her own face in his chest. My Belle came to see me. Did you miss me? Were you able to sleep despite the excitement of seeing me the next morning? Did you lie down staring at the ceiling and rubbing the cheek where I kissed you? Tell me everything. She shook her beloved vehemently like a child shakes a toy. She jumped up and down from her position without letting go. However, something seemed strange about the physique of her loved one. Are you? Since when did your breasts grow considerably? He questioned as a pair of mountains crushed against his chest. He looked down to witness it. Wow. They're bigger than Ryu's and I've seen them naked. She declared, relieved of shame. Hey. Ryu complained from behind. She didn't like people talking about her body like that, even if it was her best friend. She was ignored, though. The girl Syr was hugging made that sound. The red-haired girl raised her head and saw a familiar face. Oh. You're Anna. He quickly recognized her. It was about Anna Clays, the young girl who belongs to a family of florists who, months ago, was used as a bargaining chip for her father's bets with dangerous people and that Ryu and Syr had to rescue from the hands of Terry Cervantes, the owner of El Dorado Resort. After the events that occurred that day and after she found out that her savior, with whom she had fallen in love at first sight, referring to Ryu, turned out to be a woman, they formed a beautiful friendship and from time to time she comes to the bar accompanied by her family. Sir, I won't deny that I would never refuse a hug from you, but I'm having trouble breathing. Could you please let me go? He ordered the chestnut, completely crushed by the waitress's force. At the request, Syr quickly complied and separated. Forgive me, Anna. It's just that I thought you were Belle since he promised to come see me and I mistook your silhouettes. I'm sorry if I acted too forcefully, but that's the kind of relationship I have with my beloved rabbit. No, wait, that's not what I meant, but we've been making a lot of progress in our feelings since yesterday, and I was excited. That's not what I meant either. He apologized as he tried to explain the reason behind such a warm welcome, but the more he tried, the worse it became, turning into a tangle of meaningless conversation threads that were suddenly switched to start another. Whatever. I won't deny that I don't regret hugging you. Your skin is so soft and your breast so firm. You have my approval." Recovering from the brief lapse, he complimented the florist's physique, winking at her and giving her a thumbs up. "Yes, sir. That was unnecessary. Please stop revealing things about my body," the brunette demanded, embarrassed by the shameless way in which the red-haired girl flattered her appearance in front of all the customers who visited the bar. "Fu. Be proud. You are really beautiful." Syr patted her back a couple of times, laughing at her. "I don't think that's what it's about," he replied. Fu. Tell me, are you coming for breakfast? It's weird that you're visiting without your parents. Are they busy? Should I assign you a table next to the rest of us so we can chat?" The waitress quickly gave her a gentle push into the bar, believing she was coming as a customer, as had become customary in recent months. "I apologize, but I must decline the offer." Anna stood tall, not giving in to his magic attempts. Why?" the aforementioned questioned. "That's why I'm not here today." The florist justified herself. Oh, I understand. If it's for Ryu, I must remind you that she's a girl. However, I'll respect your preferences since I don't blame you. Ryu is really beautiful. Her skin is very soft and delicate to the touch. I love how it shudders just by touching it with the back of my fingers. Besides, her hair smells like fruit in the mornings and she looks extremely cute when she's embarrassed. The dangerous girl misunderstood everything and began to spill the beans about her best friend, assuming the brunette's visit was due to the love she claimed to have for the elf, even though she thought she was a man. Perhaps her love had crossed a barrier of commonality according to the morality of that world, and Syr, or Freya, as a true believer in love, supports this idea. Before she could continue revealing the deepest secrets of a beautiful forest fairy, she was interrupted. It's not because of that. Syr. There are limits to what you can say about me." Both Anna and the person being described complained to him. The waitress sealed her lips. "Oh, how exaggerated. If they're like that now, I can't imagine them getting married," he replied. "Enough cheese." They yelled at him again. Taking advantage of the brief moment of calm, Anna cleared her throat and decided to continue. "I came because there was a flower order for you, sir." Revealed. The aforementioned opened her eyes in surprise. It was pointed out. "For me? Really?" He tilted his head and tried to confirm it. "Yeah." The human reaffirmed. The expression of surprise changed to one of utter disgust and revulsion. The gray color of his eyes changed to a dull, slightly purple one. "TCH. If they're not my beloved bells, I don't even want to see them. In fact, cremate them or give them away." Absolutely refusing to accept a gift from anyone other than her loved one, she rejected that act of love before even knowing who sent it. In fact, she cared little or nothing about who it was. In fact, according to what the letter of assignment said, they are his. The florist warned. "Then I will gladly accept them." The previous displeasure abruptly turned into overwhelming emotion. She came right up to Anna's nose, who had to take a couple of steps back because her friend's face was so close to hers. "Where are they? Where are they? Why didn't he just give them to me personally? Are you embarrassed to act romantic? You fool. I want to see your reaction when you give them to me." He repeatedly questioned while questioning why Bell sent an intermediary to give him a gift and complaining about it. I'm about the first thing they're outside. I can't get them in." The chestnut replied. What's that for?" Syr asked. "It's just it would be hard to even try to do it." He answered, a drop of sweat running down his forehead and glancing behind him. The rest of the waitresses approached the bar entrance, curious. "You see. Last night we received a letter describing the quantity of flowers you wish to give and to whom to give them. Inside the envelope was the money to pay for it. Since we were asleep we couldn't see it, but it was signed bellcranel, so when we opened it this morning, we were surprised to find that practically all the flowers in our shop were just enough to fulfill the request, and the recipient was none other than you, sir. The problem is that." Anna again turned her gaze to the outside of the bar. The girls looked inside and were pleasantly surprised to find the order. "Wow." It escaped from their mouths. In front of them was a huge, multicolored mountain with all kinds of flowers. The mountain easily exceeded 3 meters in height and 1 meter in width. Syr was the first to leave, completely speechless. "Yeah, I made that same face when I found out we could go almost a month without selling anything because of this purchase. I had to drive a cart around 15 times to get them here." The florist declared, sighing and pointing to the aforementioned cart. "Hey Anna, do you happen to still have the letter?" The gray-haired girl asked, stunned. "Yes. Here you go." The letter was delivered. The open envelope made it easier to investigate inside. From this I take 2 sheets of paper. The first one read the directions to Anna and her family. However, in the second one it was directed towards Syr. He began to read it. His heart pounded knowing it was his own. "Dear Sir. I hope this letter finds you well. I want to express how important you are to me and my sincere desire to make you happy. I was looking forward to seeing you today or tomorrow, but due to reasons beyond my control, I won't be able to. Even though distance may separate us temporarily, I want you to know that every minute of my time will be dedicated to you as soon as this period is over. I look forward to sharing moments with you and doing everything I can to see you smile. Until then, I want to send you this small token of my affection. I hope you receive it with joy and see it as a reminder of how much you mean to me. Take care of yourself, and I look forward to the time when we can be together again. With love, Bell. He read the end of it aloud, placing his hand on the left side of his chest. Through touch he felt the beating of his heart, which jumped incessantly. Her cheeks flushed. A lump formed in her throat and small tears welled up in her eyes as her lips trembled into a smile filled with emotion, one of which was love. He pressed the letter to his chest. So where do I keep them? I don't think we should leave them in the middle of the street. He questioned the chestnut without receiving a response from the person to whom such detail was given. Keep them in the spare room at the bar. It used to be hers, but she's only been there a few times since she moved. If they stay in the entrance to my bar, they'll scare away my customers. Mamma Mia responded to her waitress's silence, during which the sound of footsteps reached her ears. It was Syr, who walked slowly toward the mountain, then increased his speed, jumped, and threw himself down. Syr? They called her. I love them. They smell so good and they're really beautiful. I love them. I love them. I love them. I've never received anything like this before. I love you, Bell. I love you, I love you, I love you. She shouted with joy, taking several flowers in her hands and throwing them upwards, as if they were a multicolored rain. She was like a little girl enjoying a snowy day. She would gather several flowers and hug them while lying on them and turning from side to side. Surely that's how much Bell loves me. I'm really delighted. He shouted. He was no longer ashamed that the world knew how he felt. She loved bellcranel. Nothing would change it. It was an extremely beautiful scene in the eyes of passers-by. The love that a simple young woman professed to her predestined soul was genuinely tender. Mamma Mia. I'm sleeping in my room at the bar tonight. I want to sleep surrounded by flowers and dream about Bell when I smell or see them. Like a child asking her mother for permission, she addressed the dwarf. The aforementioned woman's expression lightened. Well, it looks like we'll have to close the bar temporarily to store them. So, ladies, let's get to work. Do. The order was obeyed almost immediately. Syr continued lying on the ground surrounded by the flowers. She delicately picked one up and smelled it. Fufufu, I didn't know you were so detailed, my beloved otter. He mocked. However, inside, that already great love grew in size. She brought the flower, a violet rose, to her chest and pressed it as her heart beat rapidly. Bell, I love you. He concluded. The image of the young man immediately appeared in his dreamy mind. In the Riviera forest. We have arrived. Hedden warned when he braked suddenly and Bell, who was behind him following him, did too. What are we doing here? The albino questioned, observing the enormous esplanade in front of them both. This will be your training, of course. The blonde replied. Training? What for? The young man continued to express his doubts. The elf just glared at him. The rabbit's fur prickled as a result. I'll be brief, kid. I truly hate those who ask too many questions, and for me, one question falls into the too many category. And I especially hate you. However, there are reasons beyond my control why I do what I do and tolerate the displeasure you cause me. Even though she doesn't know it, every action is for her well-being. She declared, turning around and facing him. There's no way I'd allow someone as mundane and idiotic as you to come within 20 meters of Syr Sama. So there's a lot of work to be done on you to become someone worthy of her. He explained, adjusting his glasses in the process. Syr Sama. The young man muttered. Ignore that part for now. Focus. He asked for Freya's son. But what exactly are we training for? I don't understand. Bell replied. Due to the time and the coming conflict that stupid goddess Loki dragged us into, we will have to train your attributes because you will probably be indispensable in the battle against Evilus, and of course I will not allow you to be killed. The elf reported, revealing that he would be part of said mission. My attributes? That's how it is. Hedden confirmed the albino's doubt. It would be an honor to train with a first-class man like you, Mr. Hedden. It's just my arm. Bell showed the device that covered his left limb. I'm aware of the damage you suffered and the precautions you were prescribed. However. Suddenly he pulled out several vials of mermaid blood from his robe. Trust me when I tell you, during training, that arm will be the least of your problems. Express. The shiver ran down the rabbit's spine, and he swallowed. Hedden raised his staff, pointing at him. Hold your daggers. He ordered. Stay alert. No dudes. Do not be afraid. Bell instantly stood up and prepared for the attack. Don't fail. And above all. The elf's red eyes glowed brightly. The magic circle surrounded him, and the sound of electricity resonated in the ears of the young boy who was about to receive what in the Freya family is called initiation. Don't die. He concluded his speech, and after this 2 words came out with total anger and force. Halus howled. Ooh. The gigantic explosion, visible from the city of Riviera, originated in the center of the forest. Thousands of blue lightning bolts fell from the crystal-filled sky before even making a sound. Chapter 9. Save me from myself. In Riviera, the safe city on the 18th floor, an earthquake originated in its center. The stones rose up, and the timbers that made up the buildings and tents inside the dungeon began to creak one by one without any apparent end. Contrary to the normal attitude a visitor would take toward this event, visitors to this area remained calm, without letting this influence their activities. Those 2 are still fighting. How long has it been? A day and a half. 2 days. The owner of a bar asked while serving drinks to his customers at the bar, with whom he frequently chatted. The little fledgling has been falling victim to Hildra's leaf. There's no doubt that the Freya family is made up of only monsters. Lord, answered the bartender, looking out the window as several explosions and lightning erupted from the deep forest. He even noticed movement in the surrounding trees. I'm afraid that if they don't hurry up and leave, Riviera will end up like last time with the Black Goliath attack. The owner of the establishment was worried. He lost his business that day, and it's been hard to get it back. It was a good idea for the union to commit to repairing the damage in the face of such an unforeseen event, but that wasn't enough. With days of lack of work, he hadn't been able to stay afloat until now, when he reopened the bar. Speaking of which, haven't you been notified yet that the dungeon will be closed tonight? The man with the huge scar on his face asked him that. Yes. It seems the rumors about a major conflict looming were true. Anyway, I bought property insurance, so I'm not worried. That was the aforementioned's response. The voices have spoken, passing a message from person to person. The heavy air hangs in all parts of Orario, and if that weren't enough, an aura of distrust, as well as fear, has recently taken hold in the hearts of adventurers and ordinary citizens alike. What do you know about that? The bartender questioned, placing both hands on the edge of the bar, reducing the distance between the customer and himself. Not much. It's believed that Evilus's troops will mobilize and attack anyone who stands in the way of their victory. It's hard to imagine the scale of the conflict. Their expressions quickly changed. Their expressions revealed a tremendous concern about their future and that of the inhabitants. It was a toss-up. So many years have passed during which Evilus has been kept at bay since the Dark Ages. But despite that, there has been no lasting peace. It was stillness, not peace. The conflict recently erupted again, contained by the Loki family and their close associates. But everything seemed to indicate that it would end that night. They would no longer be able to mask the events and pretend things were under control. The evacuation convoys will be arriving soon. You'd better not be late. Ward stood up, pulling out a bag full of valis and setting a couple of them on the side of his beer mug. I know. Believe me, I have no intention of getting caught in the crossfire. I've had enough of the Dark Ages. The gentleman scratched his snow-white beard after a long sigh. Although, unlike before, when hope and spirits were at rock bottom, we now have the emergence of new heroes. Who knows? Perhaps in this conflict, one of the great candidates will rise and save the city. Let's make a bet, friend. The opponent's comment caught the adventurer's attention. A bet? This seemed to confuse him. I'll give you every scrip within my guild account if the hero of this journey is someone other than Little Rookie. The bartender's eyes widened. Really? Of course I accept. He responded after processing it. The valis sign appeared in his eyes, a euphemism for the money he believes he'll receive. Are you sure? There's no point in backing out. Lord wanted to confirm the choice of the bar owner. Of course. Why would I hesitate with a safe bet? There are many adventurers capable of taking on Evilus's forces, adventurers with enough experience to appease them. The Little Rookie has proven his worth, but he still needs to mature. The man justified himself, placing both hands on his waist while smiling calmly at a bet that had, on paper, been won. Ha. Perfect. Then we have a deal. Hands extended, then shook, sealing the deal. Following this, the only customer in the establishment said goodbye. The inhabitants and merchants within Riviera traveled in large wagons. One specific group hired more to serve as security guards along the way to the surface. It was a difficult job due to the number of people leaving the hidden city on the 18th floor. However, money is money. Good luck, kid, you'll need it. You better make me money like the last times. He thought, smiling maliciously, confident of victory. Two rabbit's feet could never fail. He finished, jumping several times to join his family members to begin his work. The explosions in the center of the forest continued to occur. The training between the human and the elf was far from over, despite almost 2 uninterrupted days of combat. You're probably wondering, what's going on over there? Well, the answer is simple. Firebolt. The sequence of explosions rocked the area. Hundreds of rubble rose up as 3 crimson balls were shot from a certain albino's palm into nothingness, impacting on the ground. Or maybe they did have a specific goal, but it was no longer there. The rabbit's eyes darted around in every possible angle, trying to predict where he would be attacked from. His body was riddled with wounds. The magic stones on the tool in his arm were slowly falling off due to the amount of damage it had sustained. Armor, pants, boots, etc. There was not a single piece of clothing or artifact on the boy's thin but well-marked body that was not cracked, torn, or broken. His breathing was labored. His muscles burned as if they were exposed to flames without any protection. Only one dagger was the weapon he had at his disposal. That jet black dagger his goddess had given him many months ago. The unicorn horn dagger shattered. I've grown so accustomed to fighting with 2 that being alone feels strange. This was the young man's thought as he sharpened his senses to prevent his opponent from harming him for the millionth time. Between the trees a dark figure moved at great speed. Firebolt. He used his magic again to hit it, however, he only lit fire to the wood that slowly consumed the flames. His head was spinning. His grip on his dagger wavered from the almost diminished strength he was putting into its handle. His hair had lost its characteristic white color. It was covered in burns, ash, dirt, and some dried blood. It was no different than an animal that took mud baths until it fell asleep. He spun around his own axis, his guard up. After so many blows, stab wounds, electrocutions, and impacts with rocks and trees, he sharpened his senses so as not to fall victim to any of the above again. The leaves shook, some came loose and fell slowly to the ground, distracting the albino for brief moments. I couldn't tell if the wind itself was responsible for it or if it was him. He swallowed, fearful. If he learned anything in the last few days from the brutal training he was subjected to, it was that if you didn't have fear inside you, you couldn't survive. Just as many believe that love is a driving force, the fear of death is even more so. There is no greater power than that of a man who sees death approaching. He will kick, cry, run, and fight, not caring about his health, just to get out of that situation alive. You said I shouldn't stop fearing you. How could I in the first place? I've lost count of the number of times I've turned into a burning ball of flesh. Is this how you train in your family, Hidden-sensei? Is there that much of a difference between you and the Loki family? Sweat trickled down his forehead as he pondered this. His attention didn't waver, even though his mind briefly focused on what was troubling him. A trickle of blood began to flow from the trembling hand holding the dagger. The porous surface of the handle had scraped the palm hundreds of times, causing the wounds and calluses. He gritted his teeth. He frowned. The seconds seemed to drag on, but deep in his heart something told him that the wait was almost over, so he prepared to stop any attack. Focus, Bell. He closed his eyes and after this he murmured. When his words stopped, the air around him grew heavier. Despite this, he remained as still and stoic as an oak. Suddenly, he heard something shoot out from one of the trees. The rustling of leaves and the creaking of branches confirmed it. He perceived the sound of an object cutting through the wind with ease, as if it were a simple stick of butter, and he traced its trajectory in his mind, concluding that it was headed for his head. The already worn boot slid to the side to avoid being hit by the blow. The tip of the elf's staff was embedded in the ground, creating a shallow crater in it. Bell opened his eyes and charged forward, looking to counterattack. But when he was about to plunge his dagger into his opponent, something strange happened. It's not there. The elf was not there. There was only a rusty sword a couple of inches from the albino's feet, which was used as a distraction. The chill ran up his spine at high speed, but not fast enough to cover the entire path before a cut pointed straight ahead at his face. DCH. He just tilted his head, receiving a cut on his cheek from which blood began to flow. Hedden extended his staff with both hands. He looked directly at his student with fierce determination. He gave him a look you'd only give your worst enemy before murdering him. The rabbit's eyebrows furrowed and, not allowing himself to freeze, he replied. He leaned his body to the right side, where the blonde attacked him. Hedden ran his hands down the surface of his weapon. The clash of metal rang out. Sparks flew. Hestia's dagger collided with the handle, pushing it to the side so that he was left unprotected. The elf's body followed the trajectory of his weapon under the power of the impact. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. His shoes slid through the sand, turning. Bell wanted to take advantage of this gap. If he allowed her to get in front of him, he wouldn't stand a chance. His left arm, which was damaged in the deep floors weeks ago, lit up. The bells were not long in coming. He had activated his Argonaut ability. In less than a second he managed to concentrate enough to do it. Hedin looked at him sideways, his expression unafraid. Ah. Bell screamed, as if doing so gave him enough strength to push his fist forward without the wind resistance being an impediment. It also helped him ignore the pain that every tiny movement in that limb caused him. The distance narrowed. The young man's knuckles began to make contact with the soft fabric that made up the robe of such a terrifying presence. However, in the face of this, he made a mistake assuming that he wouldn't fail. In the blink of an eye, Hedin tensed the muscles in his legs. It was the first time in a day and a half that he'd actually made an effort to fight against him. The rabbit's eyes widened in complete terror as it went from nearly hitting him in the side to heading for the elf's palm, with no way to avoid it. It was then that the wind was pushed by the impact. The leaves of the trees were hit by the air current that was created, some of them detached from the branches, following the course of this intense breeze. You failed. Before Hedin could reproach him for the albino's failed attempt, he smiled. No, I didn't. He answered. This confused his teacher. Suddenly he had a bad feeling and looked up. There was an emerald-colored dagger just millimeters away from him, free-falling at an alarming speed. Any object thrown upward must fall sooner or later. If it can descend without air resistance, it will fall at the same speed at which it was thrown. Hedin quickly released the young man's fist and jumped back. The tip of the dagger embedded itself in the ground, grazing the elf's fingers. Nice try. But you shouldn't reveal your strategy too soon. He declared, adjusting his glasses and pointing the staff at him. When she focused her gaze on him, she didn't notice that he was lying with his arm outstretched with nothing in his hand. I didn't do it. Bell replied proudly. A burning sensation emerged from the blonde's cheek. Slowly, using his free hand, he tried to touch her. His fingers became moist. When he looked at what it was, he noticed that it was a reddish plasma-like substance. He turned around almost immediately and saw the hestia dagger embedded in a tree after having pierced through several others. I was able to cut it, Hedin-sensei. The boy reported, his breathing labored. He was struggling to fill his lungs with air due to fatigue. The elf's bangs covered the upper middle area of his face. His lips parted and uttered two simple words. Halis Hildra. With a calm that would chill anyone, he called upon his magic. Here we go again. Bell whispered, knowing what was coming and crossing his arms to receive the attack. The blue thunderbolt struck him, electrocuting him and sending him flying until the tree slowed him down and he then fell into a lake. Air escaped from inside, forming bubbles that rose to the surface of the water. His consciousness was fading. The smell of burning was ignored because, if he inhaled oxygen, it would allow water to enter his lungs. Despite this state, a single thought appeared in his head. I could have hurt Hedin-sensei. He declared before fainting. In the distance, the elf remained in a catatonic state. He looked at his blood-stained fingers. His arm was shaking from what one assumed was uncontrollable anger at having been harmed by such a wretched being, as he considered the boy he was training. However, on his face there was a smile. Not only that, his eyes were lit up. Those red eyes were shining brightly. He removed the rest of the blood with his palm, soaking it with said liquid and closing it tightly, thus forming a fist. You are great. He gave his opinion. A great sense of pride was evident in his voice. He walked slowly along the path of destruction. Now I understand why Freya-sama set her sights on you. You have an unbreakable will. I destroyed you. I burned every piece of your skin, I cut every fiber of your muscle. I broke every bone in your body. His subconscious seemed excited. And you still fight without giving up. I couldn't believe the tenacity that brat had. A normal person would have given up or perhaps died. But you never wavered. I tore you to pieces for a full day and a half without a break. But you didn't hesitate for a second to continue. His steps were even heavier. Even his feet were digging into the rock. Everything made sense. It wasn't a fluke. You truly have the potential to be a great hero, the potential to save her. He declared vehemently. He arrived at the shore of the lake. Get out of there. Said. I could see the rabbit sinking. The air bubbles were no longer escaping from its nose and mouth. I said get up. He shouted, making the surface of the water tremble. The rabbit's eyes suddenly opened. He slowly stood up. The lake distorted as Bell's head emerged from it. He took a deep breath. He felt tingling in every part of his body. His arms hung and moved from side to side as if they were pendulums. They were broken. 10. Hedin handed him a potion. I can't grab her. Bell replied, looking completely exhausted and staggering. The elf uncapped it and placed the mouthpiece of the tube in his student's mouth. Without further ado, the boy began to swallow. As soon as the potion passed down his esophagus, he could feel the pain dissipate. When the contents were empty, he spat out the tube. With my strength and energy restored, I had one thing to do. How did I do it, Hedin-sensei? I managed to cut his cheek. He questioned, celebrating the damage he caused to the elf. Hedin turned to him with a complete frown. When you're able to even dirty my uniform, you'll have the right to rejoice. He pressed the young man's jaw and lifted him up. Having finished his reply, he threw it away again and turned his back on him. Bell sat with his head bowed. Yes, I guess so. He looked slightly disappointed. And I thought I had a breakthrough. You're right, if I can't make things difficult for him, how can I even protect Syr? He questioned him, standing up and leaving the lake to go after the blonde, who looked at him out of the corner of his eye walking behind him. Though I'll give it to you, you're a fast learner. Perhaps, given enough time, you can be worthy of my approval, you idiot student. He commented. The rabbit spirits lifted at this. I will live up to your expectations, Hedon-sensei. He answered her. Stop calling me that. He threatened him, placing the sharp tip of the staff against his neck. Hi. The albino came down to earth. It's time to go. Our training, though fruitful, is over for now. Hedon warned. Huh? Why? The human questioned. Because our presence will be required soon. The sun has begun to set on the surface. He answered with great seriousness. The boy's expression changed. It didn't take much thought to figure out what that meant. Evilus. They'll name them. Yes, the conflict would start in a couple of hours. In Orario. Twilight Mansion. Where the hell is that rabbit? That question, uttered with extreme concern, was uttered by Loki, who practically shouted it just inches from the face of the little pigtailed goddess. I don't know. I haven't seen him since yesterday morning. Hestia responded vehemently. This can't be possible. We had made preparations for the battle and he was already in the mix. Finn rubbed his eyelids in clear stress. He was supposed to have gone to visit Syr early in the morning, but he never returned. In fact, he wasn't even seen in the dungeon after that. It's like he just vanished, leaving nothing in his wake. Welf said, arms crossed and leaning his back against a nearby wall while biting his thumbnail. The troops of the Loki family and company were mobilized. Dozens, if not hundreds, of adventurers who joined the battle were led by several generals, among whom Riveria, Gareth and Lily. Lily thinks it's not a bad thing. If that were the case, we would have heard. The Hobbit expressed as she reviewed the strategy that Captain Loki of the Elva family had given her. She had been given command of 3 squadrons, which would be in charge of prowling around Labyrinth Street. How are you so sure? What if Evilus found out he was recruited? Hestia's fear manifested when that possibility crossed her mind. I honestly doubt it. I only asked for your help so soon, so the information couldn't have circulated so quickly. Especially considering that even you guys have only just found out. Hermes entered the conversation, directing this last dialogue towards the red-haired goddess and her son. Loki sighed heavily. Be that as it may. If he doesn't appear, we'll have to make do. There's no guarantee that he'll be indispensable. Besides, aside from that, we still have several adventurers much stronger than him. The deity crossed his arms and declared this while bowing slightly down to emphasize the latter to his rival. If that were the case, Hermes wouldn't have asked us for help, flat chest. Si mofo hestia sin permite que esos comentarios le fetisen. The vein bulged on Loki's forehead. Enough is enough. There's no time for this. Finn interrupted. The matter is this. The 3 of you must go to Demeter-sama's headquarters. We cannot allow her to leak information to the enemies. If that happens, we will most likely be ambushed. The blonde reported, pointing to the 3 deities present. What if there are adventurers protecting her? The goddess of the bonfire complained, worried about putting herself at risk. That's why they will be accompanied. The Hobbit replied. It was at that moment that 3 women appeared on the scene. Who should be taken to Demeter-sama? The first one spoke. She was a girl with brown hair. Her face seemed slightly dull, although it showed a certain sadness. Bloomer knew. The cat girl with the same hair color as her placed her hand on her friend's back, stroking her reassuringly. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, Naya. The second cat girl, albeit a brunette, also showed support for her companion. Are you? The girls from Lady of Plenty. How did they convince Mamma Mia of this? Hermes was speechless to see the trio of waitresses there. It was about Lunwar, Anya and Chloe, who would be the bodyguards of the 3 gods who would go after Demeter. Let's just say I've never spent so much ballas from my guild account. Finn simply said that in response to the traveling god. The 3 of them advanced towards Hermes, Loki and Hestia. Child of Demeter, are you sure about this? The second of them questioned him. Lunwar's brow furrowed. I refuse to accept that my goddess is responsible for this. I'm not asking you to come with me, I'm demanding it. I must get to the bottom of this. The fighter responded, holding back tears. If Lunwar goes, so do we, Naya. We won't leave her alone, Naya. Anya also participated. We're a team, Naya. Chloe added. Hestia placed her hand on the human's shoulder. I don't think Demeter is the mastermind behind Evilus either. She said, connecting with her. They both know her, perhaps Hestia more than Lunwar, and neither buys that story. Let's clear his name. The black-haired girl winked at him and gave him a thumbs up. The pallor in Lunwar dissipated before the support of the flame deity. While this was happening, Hermes was addressing the pair of cat girls. "Why lion?" Hermes asked, his attention drawn to the absence of the beautiful forest fairy, who also works as a worker in the bar of that money-loving dwarf. "Well, Naya." They both turned to the side. There was Ryu. He was talking to Lafia. "That elf showed up at our bar, Naya. She asked for your help with what was coming, Naya." The brown-haired man sharpened his gaze and held his chin. "What are those two planning?" He asked mentally. "We can't wait for Bell any longer. It's time for us to get to our stations." Finn warned. The small group of gods and a handful of adventurers nodded. The sun's rays turned orange. The enormous star was completely hidden in the west, opening the sky for a full moon to emerge. A chilling silence reigned within the city. No disturbances, no noises, not a single light to demonstrate the existence of life in the surroundings, coupled with the atmosphere of unrest that foreshadowed a break in the previously described atmosphere. No one would have imagined that at that moment the fate of many would be at stake. High atop a building, a goddess watched intently over the place she once called home. It was Demeter. Her serious and imperturbable countenance, like an expressionless doll faced with the magnitude of upcoming events, caused a certain fear in anyone who focused their attention on her. Behind the woman stood a masked stranger covered in a scarlet cloth. That presence was the famous Enyo, the one who pulls the strings of Evilus. It was not necessary to see his face to know that behind that cover, there was a smile from ear to ear. "And the battle begins, I hope you're ready, Loki," she whispered, opening her arms with delight and a certain ecstasy in her tone. After the end of his prayer, the pounding of dozens of legs moving, breaking the calm, marked the beginning of the encounter that would define the fate of thousands of people. Demeter lay head down, clenching her fist as it trembled. Una potente explosion provino della esta Orario. Murmurs and orders came as a result of this disturbance. "Run, resist. No matter how many of you there are or how hard you try, you lost from the moment you decided to oppose us." The arrogance that was extrapolated in the form of words was palpable. From the depths of the subsoil, a being made of vegetation emerged. At the center of the thousands of roots surrounding it was a humanoid figure that seemed to be controlling it. He was a demi-spirit. He wasn't the only one who had entered the scene. In the depths of the dungeon, another one also appeared, tearing apart every corner of Rivera with great ease. Inside Daedalus Street, a third demi-spirit appeared, taking several buildings in its path. The Nos two women were face to face about to fight. It was Aes, who was pointing her rapier firmly at Revis, who was wearing a strange armor and sword made of flesh. In the center of the city, a few meters from the guild and the entrance to the dungeon, a pair of Amazon sisters, a werewolf and an orange-haired elf, stood in front of a hooded woman, about to remove the cloth that covered her. And finally. Boo! The Xenos received a visit from the last one. Asterius's roar shook the city. It was like a warning to those present. A warning that things were waiting to explode. At the top of the Tower of Babel, a woman watched what was happening while she calmly sipped a glass of wine. Her beautiful violet eyes located Hermes, Loki, Hestia and the bar girls heading to Demeter's headquarters. "Daughter of Hermes, I am ready," said the aforementioned. "Are you sure about this, Freya-sama?" The beautiful girl with light blue hair questioned him. "Yes. Enyo has to pay for the damage he did to my little Noel." The goddess responded without any filter. She had no intention of hiding her resentment. "So you are." Asfi's eyes widened. "Does that matter now?" Freya turned to her with a threatening look. Perseus's skin prickled. The Asfi falcons were set alight. The goddess of beauty was carried in the latter's arms, but not before putting on the jet-colored helmet that was provided to her. Hermes-sama was right. "Sir is Freya." That was his thought before putting on his own helmet and disappearing. From the top of the viewing platform he launched himself, flying. The wind ruffled Freya's silver hair and she focused her attention on a single goal. He was letting his desire for revenge get the better of him. And that terrified him. What would Noelle think? She feared becoming something contrary to what her daughter saw in her. But the hatred that grew within her at having the person responsible for her death so close consumed her quickly. "One last time I'll be that tyrant goddess, one last time to avenge you, my girl." It was a promise that was made. However, deep down, I felt something was wrong. He had decided to change, but he had set a condition. "Belle, please come and save me before I do something I'll regret," he asked internally. "Save me from myself," he muttered, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head. She wanted to be stopped. And she pinned all her hope on Belle, preventing her from going down that path. Chapter 10. Light versus Darkness. Night had fallen in Orario, and with it the beginning of the great conflict between the forces of good and those who wished to plunge the innocent into misery, those of evil. The inhospitable streets rumbled fiercely, as did the buildings surrounding them. Ashes, smoke, and debris flew through the air as explosions and sounds of battle echoed throughout the city. Yes, it was definitely a full-blown war. Fights were taking place at different points. One had just begun on the 18th floor of the dungeon, in Riviera, the safe zone on this floor, to be exact. However, there was no opponent. It was just a half-spirit demolishing everything in its path. The others, however, well, at least they were cared for by the children of the families involved in the defense of Orario. Bursts of magic were visible from the Twilight Mansion, home to the Loki family, led by the goddess of the same name. Why is it important to highlight this location? Simple. Inside this mansion were the deities of several families with the aforementioned roles. From a gigantic window on the first floor, the scene was observed with stillness and a certain frustration. How much time has passed? How many years have passed? It doesn't matter. This keeps repeating itself. It's as if the Dark Ages have returned to the peaceful lives of the inhabitants. That time when so much was lost and so many. Hermes commented, frowning and holding the window frame tightly, even bending it. He participated in that conflict. He was on the winning side. But despite that, the losses were many. One in particular he won't forget. It's impossible for the death of your beloved daughter to disappear. A pair of footsteps approaching her caught her attention. The person responsible for this stood at her side, watching what was happening in the distance with a calm and completely blank expression, as if she were a porcelain doll. They didn't win then. They won't win now. What does it matter? The beautiful silver-haired woman, the goddess named Freya, declared with contempt in her words. Hermes turned to her. He was uneasy about how involved she seemed in this matter. Years ago, she'd simply handed over troops and information. Right now, it seemed personal. You look tense, Freya. The voice of a woman who clearly doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut uttered that comment casually. He approached a pair of gods who were taking shelter in their headquarters while keeping his hands in the pockets of his shorts and a mocking smile on his face. When the beautiful woman who received the message and answered the call looked at her, her eyes showed a tiredness and ferocity comparable to the monsters on the lower floors. What's wrong? You didn't need to come, you know. You could have stayed safe at home or at the Tower of Babel, but you decided to come here and accompany us to confront Enyo. Do you have personal matters to attend to with the leader of Evilis? Loki asked him several questions, explaining why they originated in his head and expressing them verbally without hesitation or censorship. She wanted to delve into that deep labyrinth called the mind of a goddess of beauty that had her extremely intrigued. After the visit to the Tower of Babel and the conversation they had when recruiting her family for this day, doubts about the self-destructive behavior the silver-haired girl adopted did not leave her mind, and she desperately searched for an answer that would clarify the situation. I theorized that she was struck by severe depression. However, what could depress a woman who has everything and obtains everything without lifting a finger? Frey returned her attention to the window, ignoring her. That doesn't matter. Our goal is the same. To defeat Enyo and his minions to safeguard the way of life of the innocent in this region. What does it matter if my reasons are selfish? And if they are, it's none of your business. He answered. A shiver ran down the Retid's spine. A deep fear consumed her. She's perfectly aware of the terror the woman in front of her can instill in mortals and gods alike. She knows how dangerous she is and the risk of angering her. However, even taking those factors into account, she seemed to like that mistreatment. Please stop. If you continue with that Yandir damsel attitude, you'll awaken a fetish in me. Loki replied, covering his nose with his index finger as he felt blood would come out of it at any moment. Freya looked at her with some disgust and then simply let it go. She didn't feel like responding to the fetishistic and perverted comments of a woman as strange as her. DCH. You're really disgusting, flat-chested. Now I understand why not even your children respect you. A shrill voice similar to that of a child declared, reprimanding the Retid's attitude. It was Hestia, who also decided to join the crusade in search of Enyo. Hey shrimp. Don't talk about respect when you have to sell your image for a few valis. Loki chided, leaning forward and reducing his height as he did so to face the small pigtailed goddess. I don't do that, damn bored. Hestia replied, butting her forehead against his. The discussion escalated. They both began to pull, scratch and insult each other. Loki grabbed her pigtails and pulled them out. Hestia jumped and poked his eyes even though they are closed most of the time. It's incredible that their childish attitude hasn't changed since they met in Tenkai. Hermes said with his arms crossed and a laugh filled with discomfort at the repetitive act he was witnessing. Beside the brunette, Freya's eyes widened, abandoning their previous inexpressiveness. She was surprised by Hestia's presence there and what it represented in this conflict. Hestia. He named her, moving forward to address the pair of conflicting deities. They both turned to her. Loki was squeezing her cheeks, almost lifting her off the ground as he held her by them. Will your family participate? The female questioned, placing her hand on the red-haired goddess's wrists and causing her to release the person to whom her doubt was directed. Ugh. They hurt. The brunette rubbed her reddened cheeks. Tears trickled down them. Then insisted that it would be a good idea for this shrimp's children to participate. Loki expressed. If you had asked, I would have refused immediately, damn ironing board. The goddess of the bonfire responded fiercely, facing her. Loki rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and ignored her. Then to answer your question, Freya. Yes, my family will fight. Right now they should be scattered across the battlefield, helping your children and those on that plane. Hestia clarified. I only agreed because Finn agreed to compensate us for our participation, and Hermes informed me of a matter of interest to me regarding Enyo's identity. If those conditions weren't met, I'd definitely ditch that idiot with a boss complex. He added, throwing a fierce look and insults at his enemy, to which she responded with mere indifference. This means that that your family's captain will fight, right? Freya showed some interest in the albino son of the black-haired woman, who sharpened his gaze at the question. That's right. Why so much interest in my child? He questioned, suspecting that the beautiful woman had bad intentions. Me too. This seemed to put the deity against the wall, and she hesitated, something such an imposing and serene figure would rarely do. Even though she decided to reveal to the world that the existence of a young waitress named Syr was about herself, it wasn't the time or place for Loki or Hestia to find out. While Asfial Andromeda was already aware of this, it wasn't the same as confessing it to the goddess with whom she holds a certain enmity and the goddess of the man she loves, respectively. It was like a daughter-in-law confronting her contentious mother-in-law. Her hesitation and nervousness were palpable. It was easily identifiable, even by the little girl who had put her in this dilemma. Reply. Hestia insisted. Freya swallowed. This surprised Loki. In recent days, he'd seen sides of the tyrant he'd never seen in so many billions of years. It's because little Syr doesn't tend to hold back when it comes to her love for your son, Hestia. She would obviously speak of him to her goddess. Hermes rescued the silver-haired girl from the harassment of such an angry dwarf. Hey? This came out of the aforementioned. Syr. The waitress from the Lady of Plenty. Both Hestia and Loki recognized her. They even tried to confirm her identity. Hermes and Freya exchanged glances. Didn't you know? She belongs to the Freya family. Although of course, she doesn't play the role of an adventurer for obvious reasons. The traveling god clarified, agreeing with the Norse deity. So Perseus has already informed you of my identity. He theorized the latter as a result of the help that the chestnut tree gave him to get out of the previous problem. This revelation caused Hestia to give up on her quest for answers. After what happened with Bell and Syr, he decided to stay out of the matters that will involve both of them for the well-being of his family's captain. He was aware of the death of the ice spirit Noel and how much it affected the albino's emotional state. He was also aware of the mutual support the barmaid and her son gave each other. That explains a lot. Most people in that place belonged to or were members of the Freya family. Just looking at who owns the bar makes it easy to understand. Plus, little Syr is the longest-serving employee there, only behind Mamma Mia herself. The Redeed held her chin, analyzing the situation and making sense of it. His brows furrowed and his scarlet eyes opened. Although, if she's in love with a rabbit, that means that pair of boobs is going to get away from me. The goddess shouted to the four winds, really annoyed. The gesture of displeasure that Freya aimed at her was severe. There wasn't even a remote chance he'd accept you. Syr loves bellcranel more than anything in the world. He declared, judging the Redeed and breaking any unpleasant thoughts on her part. That's what pisses me off. It seems like every woman in Orario loves that damn rabbit. Loki responded vehemently, radiating fury and turning red with anger. The sparkle in the silver-haired girl's eyes was lost. Oh? He muttered. It's just as you hear it. Tiona anays. Even Lafia, even though she denies it. In fact, Alicia once told me that they talked about how many children she would like to have or things like that. Several of my daughters have fallen before him. And that's only counting the ones I know. I'm sure there are more. That includes you, Camerona. The screams seemed to go on forever. Loki was even gasping for air amidst the complaints, and he finally pointed at Hestia, who blushed and looked away, not denying that this was the case. A vein appeared on the silver-haired girl's forehead at that information. He placed his hands in a triangle shape over his nose and glared at the center. Tell me more. He demanded. This is not the time to talk about that. The little girl with pigtails interfered. I will not lose to anyone. In a low voice Freya said that with a face worthy of the Yandir of the Year. Amidst the chaos, a loud bang came from the mansion's main entrance, alerting the tenants. "We found her. She's at their headquarters." Asphial Andromeda, or Perseus, appeared on the scene, revealing that they had found their target. The rest of his family members also appeared. From the moment the battle began, the children of Hermes flew over the city in search of Enyo so they could confront him. Their presence indicated that the mission was successful. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Loki was the first to meet them. Hestia on the other hand. Demeter. She placed her fist on her chest, bowing her head, afraid of what would come next. He followed the retreat at his own pace. "What's wrong with Hestia?" Freya questioned herself. "You'll see for yourself when we get there." Hermes responded almost immediately with a seriousness unbecoming of a god like him. Then he withdrew and went into the arms of the captain of his family. The silver-haired girl didn't understand the mysticism regarding Enyo's confrontation, although she suspected that the answer wouldn't please her at all. "Who is it?" For the first time, he was interested in the identity of this man. If it was so shocking as to affect Hestia, then it couldn't be just any deity. "It's time to go," the traveling god warned, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. "Okay." The woman nodded. "It doesn't matter who you are. I'll make you pay for the damage you did to us." She thought, determined and gathering the anger that was inside her heart. Loki was being held by Laurier, a beautiful, blonde-haired elf from the Hermes family. A traditional elf through and through. The Redeed looked directly at the non-existent breasts of the person who would be carrying her in his arms with clear disappointment. "Now where will I hold on when we are in the air and I pretend to be dizzy?" He questioned himself, having planned this since he found out about the means of transportation they would be using. "Loki-sama. For some reason I really want to hit her." Laurier reported this angrily. It was as if a sixth sense revealed to her how the goddess felt about her very unremarkable body and curves. Alger, the human demi, was holding Hestia, who didn't seem inclined to engage in conversation during the journey. She stared at a building several kilometers away from them. For obvious reasons, Asphi would be in charge of dealing with Hermes. And finally. "Freya-sama, may I take you?" Lulyun, the chestnut Chienthrope, extended her hand to the deity, offering assistance. She remained silent and just held it, accepting the offer. He was dealing with his own inner demons. I knew that when they descended from the skies to Enyo's location, things would get ugly. The helmet was placed over the heads of transporters and passengers, disappearing instantly. It was the helmet of Hades, the invention that Perseus patented to avoid being detected in any way and thus move without fear of being discovered by enemies. Enormous energy wings appeared on the Tellarias of the 4 Hermes family adventurers. Sooner or later, they soared into the skies. The distance increased almost immediately until, before they knew it, they were almost 20 meters above the ground. The enormous buildings of the richest area of Orario were seen from below. The wind blew strongly, shaking the clothes the 4 duos were wearing. They flew through the skies without stopping, witnessing firsthand what was happening as they flew over the battlefield. It was an enviable sight if you enjoyed fights and blood and fierce brawls, which was not the case for any of those present. In the northern wing of the city, the first battle took place near the travelers. A huge monster made of vegetation with a woman at the top of the Sea of Roots was fighting fiercely against several adventurers, among whom stood out the 2 daughters of Ganesha, Shaktivarma and Ilta. The buildings were destroyed by the beast's enormous roots, which whipped them around like whips. The pair of women, accompanied by other adventurers, dodged and resisted each attack. The blue-haired girl, captain of the Ganesha family, rose to the skies in search of destroying the main body and thus ending this. Cries of support and help were emitted from them. A man covered entirely in black watched from the roof. In his right hand, he held a spear. "Stop playing games and help them, Alan," Frey ordered from a distance. Of course, due to the distance between them and the low tone of her voice, she went unheard. To his surprise, the Catman descended, falling to the ground. He pointed his spear at the beast, and a strange aura surrounded him completely. Their participation in the conflict would begin and perhaps end quickly. "Good luck, my boy." The silver-haired woman wished him well, walking away from there. It didn't take long for them to approach Daedalus Street and witness the second confrontation. The beast resembling a minotaur, only standing on all fours, it destroyed anything that impeded its path when it charged against the adventurers who faced it, among whom the strongest members of the Loki family stood out, being Finn, Gareth and Reveria. They were also accompanied by Raul, Anakity and Alicia, acting as the first line to protect Reveria while she invoked attack magic and thus finish off the demi-spirit once and for all. Loki watched his family visibly nervous, praying for their well-being. Halus Hildr. That cry echoed in Daedalus Street. Ooh. The powerful explosion accompanied by thunder followed. The monster was emitting smoke thanks to the burns it received. Hedon. Freya named him. The blonde elf with glasses directed his attack with the tip of his staff. Hogni. Beside him stood the dark elf with 8th grade syndrome, unsheathing his jet black sword. The pair joined the adventurers present, preparing to fight. Behind them came 4 hobbits, each with different armor and weapons. The children of the silver-haired goddess took on their own roles. Ark's ray. Uam. A beam of energy shot out at a target and its chant was clearly heard as soon as they left Edela Street. The gods looked down. Luminous whined. Om. 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 Several explosions accompanied those 2 words. Ryu. The silver-haired girl recognized the person responsible. And how could she not? It was her best friend. An abominable being was fighting against a sea of first and second class adventurers. Divite all you can. Loki shouted, leading the support to the brave warriors, among whom stood out the aforementioned Ryu Lion, Lafia Viridis, Tiona and Tyan Hiryud, Betloga and 4 Amazons, 1 human, 1 hobbit and 1 Reynard. You got Kali's support. Impressive. The Redeed commented to Hermes, who winked at her. You know he can't see us, right? Also, worry about Aisha and Lena. Asfi reminded him of his god. If anything happens to Lily, Mikoto or Harahim, I'll get it. Hestia claimed the chestnut tree for the participation of her daughters. Before he even acted out, something caught his attention. Hadi. Betloga's fists and legs burst into flames. He's going to use it. Loki was amazed by his son's magic. The moon high in the sky was completely full. The werewolf made his way towards the monster who was desperately attacking with magic. He didn't dodge. He absorbed the magic and the flames grew larger. Fear was reflected in that being from Evilus's entourage. That creature looks very similar to Filvis. It was Loki's impression from a distance, associating the figure of Ein with a young black-haired elf of the Dionysus family. Before witnessing the outcome of the fight, they withdrew. Daughter of Hermes, bring me up to date. The log mentioned 6 monsters. Where are the other 3? Freya questioned Lulyun for answers. However. Ooh. The roar of the black minotaur that attacked Babel months ago was heard, interrupting her. The Xeno safe zone they were taken to is also under attack. They're taking care of that. He informed Chienthrop. About the other 2. Well, the creature Revis and the Sword Princess are fighting on Nos. It's not a demi-spirit, it's something far worse than even the other 5 combined. And the last one is in the dungeon, in Rivera. Observe. Lulyun handed him a sphere-shaped jade-colored object. In it, the 6th demi-spirit was seen tearing the city of Rivera to pieces. It demolished everything in its path without hesitation or restraint. The dungeon screamed and hundreds of monsters emerged from the walls to stop him, but were killed as they approached him. They sent Otter here, didn't they? Asked. The chestnut nodded. Interesting. A smile appeared on his lips. The landscape filled with death and chaos. Any other inexperienced adventurer would be afraid to face it. That wasn't the case for Otter, who practically lives in similar conditions every day. She looked enchanted at the gigantic figure of her family's captain appearing on the scene. The enormous jet black sword was drawn, demolishing the monsters to reach its target. We're close. Prepare to disembark. Lulyun warned. The silver-haired girl returned the oculus to him and looked at the place where they were. His eyes widened and the relaxed expression on his face quickly dissipated. He felt a tingling sensation rise up his back and his chest ache. What are we doing in the Wheat Mansion? She questioned, stunned. The Chienthrop remained silent, averting her gaze. Don't tell me Demeter is impossible. She of all people is the least capable of. Frey named the goddess who owned the seat and the family to which it belonged. A strong pressure hit her chest. It burned so much that the pain could be compared to being burned. Of taking my daughter away from me. His body was shaking. It must be a mistake. Because if it wasn't, that would mean I'm coming to kill her. He whispered, swallowing. Just the thought of taking the life of one of her friends made her stomach turn. Just thinking that this kind goddess caused Noel's death sounded ridiculous. I can't do that. Demeter. She was thinking until she was interrupted. The mental image of the fertility deity changed to that of Noel, completely twisted and terrifying. Mom, will you allow the woman who tortured me to stay alive? You said you would avenge me. A grim smile appeared on the infant's lips. Freya's subconscious was filled with darkness. His breathing became labored, inhaling and exhaling unevenly. They slowly descended to the ground. 3 women were waiting for them. We've arrived, Freya-sama. The girls from the Bar of the Lady of Plenty will be your bodyguards. Well, no one is supposed to know Enyo's identity, so there shouldn't be any security inside the mansion. We don't want to risk losing any of you because if that happens, your children's fauna will dissipate and you will be exposed. The chestnut explained. Freya was completely silent, not making a sound to indicate her understanding of the situation. When the silver-haired girl's feet touched the ground, they began to move and walk slowly, leaving Hermes, Hestia, Loki and company behind. Fill her, Mom. She took me away from you. Noel's twisted voice repeated that to him. He was fighting against that terrifying subconscious. He came to kill Enyo, of course. But things changed when he learned the supposed identity of the Machiavellian god. How would he react when faced with Demeter? Would he be able to contain himself? Because of her I was taken from you. She must be killed. Noel argued about Freya's subconscious. Where are you going? Loki asked, watching her walk away. Don't tell me she's planning on going in alone. Freya. Wait. The bystanders ran, trying to stop her, but the woman's hand landed on the knob and turned it. Don't worry, my child. As I promised, Enyo will die today. The female's purple eyes lost their shine, then their color, turning completely gray like when she is in her Syr form. The door opened. The hinges squeaked, signaling an unexpected visitor. Footsteps echoed in the huge hallway on the first floor. The vision of the deity was altered. Everything was blurry and dark, like a bad dream or a nightmare. He heard the screams behind him asking him to stop and ignored them. The mansion was dark. No lights illuminated any of its sections. For some reason this didn't seem to affect her. He walked naturally, as if he knew every corner by heart. From the shadows emerged members of Evilus. Simple humans who were there to prevent anyone from entering. Freya-sama. Don't let her up. They shouted, going to attack her. Killing her would mean that her children would lose the fauna, which meant greater advantage for her dark faction. However, as they brought the blades of their swords close to the delicate skin of the beautiful goddess of beauty they stopped. They were completely still, as if they were statues. A faint purple light emerged from the silver-haired girl's eyes. He had enchanted them. Commit suicide. He ordered, continuing his walk. The swords they held pointed at their own throats and slash. They embedded them, piercing their necks. The bodies fell to the ground like rag dolls, and blood began to spill out, forming huge puddles. Although that wasn't the most terrifying thing about the case, it was that they died long before stabbing themselves. Their minds were shattered. What is this? Hestia was in shock and fear. He didn't hesitate for a second. Cold sweat ran down Hermes' forehead. I know she's crazy, but I never imagined it would be to this degree. Loki commented. We have to follow her, Naya. Anya ran after her. She was his goddess, and while she's no longer an active member of his family, he didn't want anything to happen to her. Are you planning to kill Demeter? Iridide asked mentally, watching the deity climb the stairs that would take her to the second floor. The ladder's right hand was slightly closed. It was as if she were holding something or someone. Mom, kill them all. Leave no one behind. An imaginary figure similar to Noel accompanied Freya, who held her hand as they usually did. Don't worry. I'll kill those who hurt you, my child. Whisper. The Evilus members couldn't even react without their own guns pointed at their necks as they grinned and drooled. The skin above their cheekbones ripped as they opened their eyes too wide. Following this. Slash. Death awaited them. It was a festival of death and blood. I'm doing it for you, Noel. The silver-haired woman muttered, in a trance, blinded by the anger and revenge that consumed her and blackened her own soul. The distance between her and the person responsible for the infant's death was getting smaller and smaller. The bodies fell. Blood stained the walls. The smell of iron hit the noses of those who still had a pulse. Forgive me, Demeter. Slash. More deaths were added to the tally. But I don't regret what I'm going to do. Slash. The murders continued. She no longer had any doubts about what she would do. She would fulfill her daughter's request. She would kill the person responsible for taking her life, even if it was her friend. There was no doubt or mercy left. Only hatred. Freya. Wait. They asked without being heard. She was engrossed and immersed in her world, dismissing the existence of beings outside of it. It didn't take long to find ourselves in front of the doors that led to the room of the patron goddess of the headquarters. Freya looked to her side and there was Noel. He smiled and bam. He forced his way in with a kick, nearly breaking the wood of the frames and bending the hinges. Demeter, frightened, turned to where the noise originated. Amidst the complete darkness, two purple lights appeared. It was in front of him. The cause of so much pain. Of sleepless nights. The one who made me cry day and night without rest. Freya. The chestnut was confused by the presence of the goddess of beauty in her chambers. The aforementioned woman didn't respond to the call. She simply went after her. With every step she took, a sharp pain struck her. He remembered Bell crying on his knees on the ground in the melting snow, his hands empty. What are you doing here? Demeter asked without answer. The image of Noel laughing changed, changing to a grim expression with empty eye sockets and a forced smile. Fill her. Fill her. Fill her. The childish voice repeated that incessantly. Fill her. You did it. The silver-haired girl pointed at her target, sensing fear on her part. Every footstep echoed in the room. It was terrifying how the noise intensified the closer they were to each other. It was as if the footsteps were getting louder. The chestnut retreated. "Gee, get away from me." Shout. I had never witnessed such an attitude in the goddess of beauty. "You killed her. Speak. Avenge me." Noel asked. "You hurt her. Kill her. I lost my daughter because of you. Avenge me." She slowly pulled out a knife she stole from one of the men who tried to arrest her. Demeter's tears were flowing. Please." She wanted to ask him not to hurt her, but. Claws. She was slapped, falling to the side. He placed his hand on her reddened, swollen cheek. Her body was trembling. She was so terrified she offered no resistance. Freya fell silent and pulled her hair, forcing her to look at her. Each action released a powerful hatred, so much so that putting it into words was impossible. "I want you to remember this when you return to Tenkai. You messed with the wrong girl." He threatened, placing the blade of the knife on the goddess's neck, who pressed her eyelids and bit her lips, preparing for her imminent death. The tears fell without stopping. "Don't do it, Freya." Hermes, Loki, Hestia, Anya, Chloe, and entered the room. Lunwar. Demeter-sama. Daughter and goddess reunited. The human cried when she saw what was happening. She was scared, afraid of losing the one who was like her mother. Ahhh. Freya pulled the deity's long locks again. "I'm sorry for your daughter. But you took mine away from me." The blade of the weapon pierced the layers of skin. A red trickle of blood ran down the surface of the skin and down the woman's neck. Demeter-sama. The human screamed in terror, running to stop her. Before catching her, did the goddess stop? "Or that's what you want me to believe, right, Enyo?" He spoke, dropping the knife and letting go of the brunette before looking at the balcony in front of him. "Forgive me, Demeter. It took me a while to realize you're a victim of this cursed man." He apologized. Lunwar ran to help her goddess. "It was then that. I had no choice." Demeter broke. The lump in his throat strengthened Loki's suspicions. "What did he do? What did he take from you to make you go to such extremes?" Hermes changed his mocking face to a serious one, something rarely seen on him. She fell back, unable to maintain the role of villain. "He came one day. My little ones, he killed them in front of me. The more I refused to participate in his plan." He confessed. Their names, faces, expressions as a sword slid through their throats and blood spurted out, staining me beyond my control. "Every damn detail haunts me day after day in my nightmares." He added. He said he wouldn't stop until he got a yes. He added. Lunwar hugged her. "Sorry." She cried, burying her face in the human's clothes. "It's not your fault. I would have done the same thing if the lives of my loved ones were at stake." He answered, stroking the back of her neck. "I'm glad that it wasn't true. I knew it was impossible that you were responsible for so many deaths." Lunwar's grip tightened. As this scene unfolded behind the silver-haired girl's back, she clenched her fist and screamed. "Come out of hiding. The smell of your cheap wine is disgusting." From a corner, the light radiating from the moon focused on the man covered in red cloth, with countless masks printed on his attire, including the one that covered his identity. "I honestly didn't expect you to get involved, Freya. Though my surprise at that isn't any greater than my surprise at being discovered by you. I assumed it would be the goddess of lies who would do it," he declared, removing his mask and attire. The blonde locks fell out. "Dionysus." Freya named him. "How dare you, damn monster." Hestia reprimanded him, filled with anger and overflowing fury for what he had made her friend go through. "Ahahahaha. I wanted to see those faces. Rage, despair, lost hope. They feed my being," he declared, shuddering with pleasure. Everyone present frowned. "Although of course, I would prefer that the one who taught me what I ask was Loki, not you, meddling dwarf." Dionysus continued. "You won't get that from me." Eurydice replied. "We'll see. When they lose, you'll give me what I want." The blonde said, confident of his victory. "Who said we'll lose?" Hermes questioned, smiling. "Orario isn't offended solely by the Loki family, Ganesha, and Hermes. You forgot about me." The goddess of beauty pointed to herself. "I didn't forget about you. I just didn't consider you'd be involved. Tell me, Loki." He looked at the goddess of lies in the middle of his answer. "How did you convince the crazy tyrant to participate, huh?" Before he could finish his question, a knife pierced his shoulder. The trickle of blood trickled down and the liquid stained the god's sleeve. "Watch your words when you talk about me," Freya warned, seeing herself as the one responsible for the attack. The blonde man was stunned. He hadn't imagined there would be such a swift reaction after his identity was revealed. As he came out of his shock, a wave of pain hit him. "Ah!" He screamed vehemently, trying to pull the sharp object out of his shoulder, but… Phew. He was hit in the abdomen. He fell to his knees and… boom. Another direct punch hit him in the face, pushing him backward. "Does it hurt?" Freya questioned, placing her foot on the handle of the knife still buried in the blonde's flesh and bones. It was then that she stepped on it and twisted it, cutting and tearing even more tissue. Ah. Stop. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. Dionysus wept and implored. This is nothing compared to what you did to me. Since I learned that Ishtar conspired with you to kill me, I should have finished you off. If that were the case, nothing would have happened. However, I would be lying if I said my actions were motivated by that. Freya explained with superiority, moving the weapon from side to side. Ahg. Og. The deity writhed in pain, searching everywhere for his men to rescue him. They won't come. They've been murdered, their minds shattered and their throats stabbed. The goddess smiled grimly. Killing me won't change anything. You guys lost the moment you decided to play against me. The blood he was losing was beginning to take its toll. His skin was paling, and fatigue was setting in. You think so? Frey handed him an oculus. What is this? The blonde asked. It was then that a warning came. The demi-spirit of Rivera has been eliminated. The otter's commanding voice reported. Dionysus's arrogant expression changed. The Daedalus street has been cleared. That. One by one the victory of the groups that fought was reported. Alan Frommel is done with this one. Over and out. Shakti joined the barrage of ads. You've fought Loki and his family so many times that you've come to know their limits. Your mistake is believing my children have the same. The woman declared, holding him by the collar of his shirt. You thought I would allow my home to be destroyed. Once, I might not have cared about the well-being of this place and its people. But she was happy here and I promised her we would be reunited. Besides, you took her away from me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Dionysus spat out that answer. I've been listening to your monologue since you walked in. I don't remember murdering a member of your family. I knew if I did, you'd get involved and I avoided the conflict. So who the buck are you referring to? Ah. Freya suddenly withdrew the knife. Slash. He nailed it into the blonde's thigh. He let go and he hit his head on the floor. His name was Noel. Engrave that in the last seconds of your life. The silver-haired woman ordered. The Xenos defeated the demi-spirit. The fourth message was received. You will be defeated. Hermes communicated from a distance. Four have fallen, there are Revis, Filvis and. That why gave a bad feeling to those present. Dionysus smiled. Everyone get back from Daedalus Street. There's an earthquake. Almost immediately this statement was made and received by Oculus. In the gloom of the night, the floors crumbled with a sinister whisper, one after another, until an ominous presence emerged from the shadows on the ground. The eyes of the deities, silent witnesses of the tragedy, widened in a gesture of unfathomable horror as they witnessed the rise of that being. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared like two lights illuminating the darkness at the sight. They belonged to a monstrous beast, shrouded in the deepest darkness, rising above the remains of the buildings, its presence instilling primal fear in the hearts of those present. Ahahahaha. I'll burn this damn city to the ground. I'll leave it in ruins. You can't stop the inevitable. There's no sense in fearing what you can't stop. Dionysus stood amidst the chaos, his arms outstretched as if embracing madness itself, his laughter echoing in the void, a deranged cackle that heralded the end of what little sanity he possessed. The Nidhegg. Freya recognized him almost immediately. The resemblance between that dragon, spreading its wings like enormous cloth, and the one lying in Niflheim on the eve of Ragnarok was striking. But the deafening roar, the ground began to shake, and buildings shuddered at the towering presence of the obsidian-scaled dragon. Its enormous wings flapped furiously, sending gusts of wind tearing through the rooftops and shaking the city's foundations. With each step, its sharp talons tore through the concrete and glass shattered beneath its colossal weight. The dragon's fiery breath burned with hellish intensity inside its mouth, preparing to expel it and thus consume everything in its path in a torrent of voracious fire. The blonde-haired deity's jubilant laughter suddenly stopped as a louder sound drowned it out. It was not the roar of the monster nor the havoc it caused. No. They were bells. What's that? He questioned, directing his attention to a faint white light on the far right of the city that grew in size as the seconds passed. What was once fear within the forces of good became hope. A mocking smile appeared on their faces and they looked arrogantly at the dark god. So this was the role Finn gave him. Hermes commented. He couldn't believe the cunning and intelligence that the hobbit and captain of the Loki family possessed. It was as if he had foreseen the existence of a seventh entity that would attack the city while they were occupied with the other six. Rabbit feet. Dionysus recognized the silhouette of the young albino. He was disgusted by the amount of power he emitted. The energy materializing around him was not normal. It defied any earthly logic. A human can be that strong. What the hell does this mean? Apparently, the desperation he so sought in Loki was manifested in himself. He wasn't an adventurer, nor a god of war. But he didn't need to be to recognize the calamity-level threat posed by Hestia's son. What kind of monster is in your family? The deity questioned the pigtailed goddess, who placed both hands on her waist and puffed out her chest with pride. Don't confuse the terms, idiot. What you see there isn't a monster, it's a hero. The black-haired woman replied with a challenging look. A chill ran down the blonde spine. The word hero chilled his blood to an unimaginable degree. It's impossible, heroes no longer exist. He refuted, almost spitting out that answer in anger. They never ceased to exist. 7 years ago, they existed, and Evilus's plans were halted. Right now, you're witnessing the heroic spirit of a young hypocrite manifest. That's what being a hero is all about. Putting the lives of others before your own. There's no greater act of hypocrisy than that. Hermes expressed. Dionysus bowed his head. He bit his lower lip and clenched his fists. That idiot turned all of Orario against him just to save a vouver, and yet he rose from the hatred and ashes, proving his worth once again. A vein bulged in Loki's forehead. Much to his chagrin, he had no choice but to acknowledge the young man's courage. The memory of the hero's fall and rise remained alive within him. Lie to yourself as much as you want. That won't prevent you from witnessing reality and your defeat. The traveling god added, facing the blonde, who slowly turned his gaze again to what was happening right in front of his nose. Gods and humans in the room went out to the balcony to observe what would unfold next. However, one of the goddesses remained silent, placing her fist on her chest. What do you plan to do? Frey questioned, extremely worried. I could watch the boy with his eyes closed without any kind of weapon. On Bell's side. Minutes earlier. It's a dragon like the legend of the Knights of Fianna and the Journey of Dim. The albino shouted with excitement, amazed by such an imposing beast in front of him. After this, he shook his head, lessening that mood due to the seriousness of the matter. It was his moment to shine, to participate. Any distraction at this moment would be counterproductive to the mission and the subjugation of Evilus's secret weapon. He took a deep breath, finding inner calm. I watched the destruction the dragon was causing. Buildings fell and streets were burned to the point of becoming mere lava as a result of the high temperatures of the fiery breath it possessed. The already dark sky clouded over. The gentle breeze turned into a powerful wind blowing west. The boy's wide eyebrows furrowed. His brow furrowed. It was nothing more than a tiny speck compared to that thing. Any normal man with any common sense would run away in terror, not confront it. However, he wouldn't do it. Personal and moral reasons prevented him. He looked away momentarily, focusing on the crying of an orange-haired elf a few meters away from his position. So that's what they wanted to turn you into, Noel. He muttered. He had witnessed the fate suffered by Filvis Chyla, Lafia's best friend. Creatures. Demi-spirits. Soldiers at the command of evil. They were willless beings who joined or were forced to participate in dark fiction. Beings dedicated to destruction and motivated by hatred or resentment. Selfish, imposing their desires without regard for the harm they caused. Although what Bell did was no different. Imposing their morality. Setting the tone for what is right and wrong. In the end, he was just as selfish as they were. His wish was simple. Create a peaceful world where good people are happy. One where children are able to run freely and smile without fear. That vision that young woman had now was hers. If we hadn't met, would I think that? Would you be in the place of one of the demi-spirits? He questioned. That doubt entered his mind, and it was completely valid. Evilus wanted Noel's power to use on this day. By chance, she ended up with Syr, and what we already knew happened. If that hadn't been the case, what would have happened? Bell just gritted his teeth and made fists. It filled him with anger to imagine that scenario. His heart was beating fast. He couldn't calm it down, no matter how hard he tried, to begin the destruction of the Nidhogg. Near his feet was a large magic sword. He drew it and held it with both hands, observing it carefully for a few seconds. If he used limit off with this weapon, he would undoubtedly defeat the dragon. However, he threw it aside. The sound of metal falling onto concrete echoed in the alley surrounding their position, even though they were high atop one of the buildings. I'm about to do something stupid that will endanger my own life. He commented, breaking out in a cold sweat. Drops trickled down his forehead. He looked at the artifact on his right arm. It still hadn't fully healed. Following this, he closed his fist, tensing every muscle in his limb. I don't want this to end so quickly. Full of determination, he declared. His right arm twitched. The side he was on receded slightly. His leg moved back, leaving his left leg as support. He inhaled as much air as possible, filling his lungs to their maximum capacity. Noel, Dad will defeat the bad men. He whispered, lowering his eyelids and becoming immersed in darkness. His mind showed him his purest desires. He needed to focus on what he longed for that white glow to manifest. For the Argonaut ability to activate. On previous occasions, since he acquired this power, the start of the charge was marked by the image of the hero named after the skill. The figure of the clown who saved his loved ones and the feats he performed. But today was different. Add. The corners of her lips twitched at the sound of the voice. A lump formed in her throat. That infant who marked his life in his final days was his driving force. Bell. She wasn't the only one. Ween was with her too. Why did both of them appear in his subconscious? Simple, they were his biggest failures. I failed twice to rescue the little girl in danger who was begging for help. Twice I lost her, but only once did I get her back. He thought. Thank you for being my father, please also thank mom and tell her I'll be a good girl, I'll wait for you to see us again. Sometimes I dream a dream where no one comes to rescue me, a nightmare, but this time there were people who came to help me, it made me very happy. The last words of both girls were repeated. I won't lose anyone else. His racing heart found peace in his resolve. Lightning bolts shot from the sky and then raindrops began to fall one by one. The water accumulated in the clouds was released, extinguishing what was affected by the dragon's breath. The drops were icy cold. Each time they hit the albino's nose, they were felt, though this didn't break his concentration. The strands of her hair that danced to the rhythm of the breeze became soaked, damp, causing them to stop. I heard his heartbeat in my ears. Time seemed to slow down. He opened his eyelids, focusing on his goal. At that moment. Clang. The first bell was struck. The white glow so characteristic of his ability was born from his chest, spreading throughout the rest of his body. The light intensity gradually increased until it became an enormous source of light that removed the darkness from the most remote corners of Orario, reaching every being. The force of this charge was stronger than the previous ones. The sound of the bells reached even the dungeon floors and the interior of Nos. The weight fell on her shoulders. It was the hopes of her friends and colleagues resting on her shoulders. Did the rain fall at a slower rate or did Bell see it falling more slowly? I won't let you down. Express. Thanks to the spectacle that the activation of Argonaut entailed, the Nidhogg turned in its direction. His wings flapped, lifting him up and moving towards who he considered a threat. Seconds passed, not even a minute had formed, and Bell's body had already taken on a white color, similar to the one he had presented in the battle against the Black Goliath. The red in his eyes was more intense, leaving particles floating outside them. It's time. He said mentally. His foot furthest from the front landed forward, taking the first step. The water droplets that fell precipitously to the ground due to the action of gravity were pushed in a direction away from the rabbit, being repelled. Another footstep resounded. He made his way to the edge of the roof where he was standing. Each step cracked the area it touched. The rock was broken very easily, as if it were extremely thin ice. The Nidhogg, still far away, opened its mouth. The red light of its fiery breath rose from its throat and peeked out behind its tongue. He was preparing the shot to finish Bell off once and for all. Unfortunately for him, it wouldn't be that easy. A roar emerged from that direction, distracting the beast, who delayed the use of its fire breath. Soaring through the skies. Rising higher and higher to reach the same height as the jet black monster, Bell closed the distance between them. Those below him looked at him in astonishment. The energy emanating from his body was concentrated solely in one area, the right fist that he had previously prepared. The dragon saw the boy getting closer and closer. The 10 meters became 5. The 5 meters became only 1. That solitary meter turned into a couple of centimeters. The flames of his breath desperately tried to come out and burn him. Bell's retracted right side was abruptly brought forward. His contracted arm extended, lengthened. All the strength of that limb, shoulder and back was infused into that movement. As his fist approached the target, a high temperature was felt on his knuckles, the region closest to the beast. But the hero was unfazed. Do it for her, for everyone. He muttered. Flames began to burst from the dragon's snout, burning the surface skin of the hand. However, the air propelled by the young man's attack was condensed enough to become air bullets, causing the fire to return to the inside of the mouth. How much force was applied in that blow? Enough to make the Nidhogg shudder, who closed his mouth, separating his head from the impact path by retracting it. The discomfort of having his attack returned caused him to lose focus for a split second and close his eyes. A serious mistake. When he opened them again, it was too late. Its hard scales could feel something contacting them. One by one they were destroyed as if they were made of simple sheets of paper and… Boom! The powerful punch hit him directly in the snout. The shock waves stopped the rain instantly. The clouds that had previously hung over the city dissipated, revealing the beautiful full moon in the sky. That wasn't all. The windows of the homes were smashed. And if that wasn't enough, it wasn't the only thing that broke. The bones closest to the impact side on the dragon's snout slowly cracked into pieces. His head was thrown back. His long neck followed. The large abdomen then followed the same path. And finally, its hind legs. The entire body of the beast, several dozen meters long, was pushed. He couldn't stop. He was moving away from the impact zone. Bell's fist wouldn't come off. The houses were left behind. Thanks to the speed at which they were moving, they were indistinguishable from blurry brown spots. It didn't take long for them to cross the walls surrounding the city and the river outside them. Little by little the speed decreased and they lost height. Ugh. A single moan came from the albino, who pulled his arm away and… Pooh. He kicked the raven beast's face, knocking it down and onto its back as he regained altitude before falling, giving him time to glide a landing. Ooh. The gigantic body of the winged monster fell. Ayarg. The scream of pain was not long in coming. The cloud of dust covered what would be the battlefield. It was a place far from Orario and any other city. No civilians or anyone to interfere. The Nidhogg slowly stood up. Every movement seemed like a torment. Seconds later, Bell fell, landing on his right knee and left fist. A classic superhero landing. For the first time a dragon reflected fear when he saw it in front of him. His scales trembled. Bell and he made eye contact. The latter's snout hung like a pendulum swinging from right to left. The blow detached his lower jaw. He tried to spread his wings and fly away. However, as he did so, the wind blew through several holes in the membranes that formed them. The fall had caused them. Running away was no longer an option. The young man stood up, recovering without any damage, facing him. The Nidhogg looked at him with hatred. You were summoned to bring pain and suffering. Bell spoke. Created with the goal of hurting the innocent, of erasing the hope of dreaming souls. And with that bring happiness to a damn idiot god who revels in blood and death. The young man was fully aware that his words were nowhere near understandable to a mindless beast like the one in front of him. However, that wasn't their goal. Each one, filled with contempt, aimed at the master of this one. Does he find it entertaining? What do you find funny? Do you take as many lives as you wish with that vile desire? For fun? He hurts innocent people just for fun. Veins stood out on the adventurer's forehead. His teeth ground together, grinding. His blood boiled, taking on a skin tone similar to that of his eyes. He dug his fingers into his palm, forming a fist and making it bleed. The smiles of those he loved most crossed his mind. He took a strong step with his right foot, placing it forward full of determination. Following this he disappeared. The dragon's keen eyesight searched for him in the shadows. By the time it found him, it was too late. He was already close to their location, specifically below them. The rabbit's fist ignited again, and… Boom! Another powerful blow landed squarely in the beast's abdomen, embedding itself up to the forearm. I can't forgive him. The albino shouted. The hero's battle against Evilus's ultimate weapon began. The Knight of Light and the Minion of Darkness would fight. The Glow of Hope and the Messenger of Death would clash, measuring their strength. Bellcranel would face the fearsome Nidhogg. Chapter 11. I want to be worthy of them of her of you, sir. I can't forgive him. The albino shouted. The hero's battle against Evilus's ultimate weapon began. The Knight of Light and the Minion of Darkness would fight. The Glow of Hope and the Messenger of Death would collide, measuring their strength. Bellcranel would face the fearsome Nidhogg. In the current chapter. The battles inside the city against Evilus's monsters had mostly ended except for the one between Revis and Aes, which was still ongoing inside Nos. The wreckage and remnants of the battle were still present in Orario. While the destruction had been minimal and casualties almost non-existent, some of those present were not in the best possible condition. Despite this, everyone's attention was focused on an event that had unfolded right in front of them seconds before. What the hell was that? Such force. It was the comment that a certain dark elf uttered with total surprise and astonishment. At his side was his family companion, another elf, but with blonde hair and an expression of anger and frustration, which emanated from every fiber of his body, as if he were about to explode with fury. What went wrong? He wasn't able to defeat him in one hit. Aerith informed the hobbit of the Loki family and captain of the same. I have no idea. His ability was supposed to be strong enough to take down a monster of his size without any problems. In Riviera, he defeated the Black Goliath effortlessly. What was different now? Din bit his thumbnail, which was burning excessively, while he analyzed the error in the plan or in the attack that was supposed to be unique and forceful. At the other end of her position, an Amazon with bright eyes placed her hand on her chest, completely ecstatic and excited by what she had just seen. Awesome. Argonaut-kun is truly awesome. He jumped with excitement even though he didn't take into account the dragon's survival. Argonaut-kun? The one from the stories? Is there someone like that here? Another Amazon questioned, a veil partially covering her face. Yes. It's incredibly strong. The owner responded almost immediately, nodding repeatedly as she brought her face closer to that of her partner in love with hero tales. Why didn't you kill him? Lafia, who still had some moisture on her face and was holding a half-split staff in her arms, questioned. His face displayed a certain indifference, coupled with a potential pain that wouldn't heal soon. However, at that precise moment, his attention was focused on the flaw in the rabbit he hated so much. I already told you I'm fine, you damn Amazon. That claimed being helped by Lena, the Amazon ex-family of Ishtar who was traumatized by him. The air of confusion around the adventurers and troops of the city of Orario spread like a cloud, sowing doubt and fear. If the Nidhogg wasn't defeated by their strongest attack, what could have possibly defeated it? Or rather, was it really an unexpected or deliberate failure? Bell, why didn't you go all out? Ryu, who instantly understood that this was the second case, was desperate about what might come of this decision. What did he gain? What did he achieve by leaving the beast alive? Did he really decide at this point in the battle to fight that thing face to face? Was he really sane? It was difficult to answer these questions without a direct answer from the albino, backed up by the motives for such actions. He didn't put his all into that last hit. Why? What the hell were you thinking? The captain of the Loki family came to that conclusion, becoming extremely angry. Keeping the Nidhogg alive was extremely dangerous. Bell was jeopardizing the survival of fellow adventurers and the citizens of Orario. A stupid decision that threatened the lives of many. It's like that time with the Vuover. He's being selfish. He puts his desires before reason. What the hell triggered him now? He thought, feeling even more pain in his thumb. He acted quickly before his premonitions became indelible realities. Tiona, Tyan. Go to Nos and help Ace. If Bell's plan fails and he loses, we'll have to fight. The Hobbit ordered, pointing at his family's trio of adventurers who were not in the best condition. Yes, Captain. Typical of Tyan, she was the first to respond and accept. TCH. Get away from me. That stood up and pushed the Amazon aside. But I wanted to see Argonaut Khan in action. Fiona complained with small tears in her eyes. Listen to me. If Bell falls before Otter returns from the dungeon, we'll all die. Ace is the most likely to kill the Nidhogg. A vein bulged in the blonde's forehead due to the immaturity with which the Amazon took the situation, so he was unable to measure his voice volume and ended up giving it away. She had never seen her captain like that before, so she had no choice but to accept and get to work. Hi. She responded, surprised and turning around, starting the journey with her sister and the werewolf towards Daedalus Street to enter Nos. Revenge? Seriously? I should have trained you mentally before physically. Eden, from another point of view, lamented. He watched closely the trajectory the dragon followed after the blow. He had experienced firsthand the potential the Argonaut ability had when activated, so he had no doubt that he held back to avoid killing the target in one hit. He frowned and adjusted his glasses. Things will get complicated if this drags on, the brave one. We must go before it's too late. The elf warned. I know. Gareth. Let's go. The hobbit told the dwarf that they would accompany the Freya family elf to the battlefield where the fight between the rabbit and the monster would begin. Hope. The dark elf followed them from behind, not wanting to miss what was coming. And so they set out on their journey to the outskirts of the walls in haste. Gareth, Finn, Hedin and Hogni ran at full speed to support the albino in the fight. As they retreated, the imposing figure of the king left the dungeon with his jet black sword over his shoulder. Although he was not a spectator of the rabbit's punch towards the Nidhogg, he could feel the tremor of the city as a result of it, as well as the great energy it emanated. Bellcranel. He sharpened his gaze, analyzing the energy traces and thus locating the place where he would go. Meanwhile, with Bell. The rabbit daggers were unsheathed from his hip and held tightly by the handles, almost clinging to them as if his life depended on it. He cracked the bones in his neck, relaxing his body for what was to come next. The tip of Hestia's dagger, her star weapon and the strongest she had, pointed towards the enormous beast that shook the earth that stained it when it fell from the heavens. His gaze focused on the tiny individual who had been able to send him flying with a single blow. If looks could kill, the Nidhogg would have killed him several times over in less than a second. It exhaled steam. It spat out small jets of lava as if it were saliva. Its snout was damaged and its wings fractured, so flight was out of the question. Despite every fiber in the beast's body telling it that fighting this tiny presence was a bad idea, it wouldn't give up. Bell's eyebrows furrowed and he opened his mouth, a prelude to his attack. Firebolt. It was brief. No shouting or rushing. The fireballs that were normally shot when naming said magic were absorbed by his two daggers, being brought red hot from the blade to a few centimeters before the area he held to avoid burns. The dagger Hestia, as usual, absorbed the energy and heat without problems, the second however overheated more than expected and small fractures were generated in the metal fibers. His hands ignited in a white color similar to the one he used for the blow before, and as in the previous chaos, the daggers absorbed it, increasing the length of the blade to a size where those weapons could be considered swords. The sound of the energy halo enveloping the weapons accompanied by the chirping of crickets in the grass was the only thing that broke the terrifying and sepulchral silence that swept across the battlefield. Some branches rustled in the wind, accompanying the aforementioned tune, but there came a time when even the air couldn't flow freely. What triggered it? Simple, a single footstep. As Bell's right foot took a step forward, everything suddenly fell silent. His boots left a mark from his brief stride. The strength he infused into them was nothing compared to what was being exerted in his arms to control the power that yearned to be released from the daggers. He took another step and the wind was pushed, breaking branches, detaching leaves from the surrounding trees. He walked slowly, unhurriedly. The distance was closing in at an extremely slow pace. While this was happening, the Nidhogg remained unfazed. He paid close attention to every tiny movement his opponent made. He had previously underestimated his strength and speed, which had earned him a broken snout and wings that were close to that state. He wouldn't make the same mistake. Despite the size difference, even though a single step with his enormous paws could tear him to pieces, he took the challenge seriously. His mouth opened with difficulty. The bones in his jaw cracked with the effort he had made. The flames of his fiery breath filtered through his long black teeth. He was preparing to fire. If he could increase the effective area of his attack, he could contact him and kill him with his breath. Although it was easier said than done because when he was about to do it, the rabbit's figure disappeared right in front of him. The beast's confusion caused it to quickly put its plan into action. Its snout opened wide, and a great burst of fire spread indiscriminately across the battlefield, with no clear target to hit. Great walls of fire charred the wood and destroyed the surrounding plants with ease. The earth began to crystallize while the rocks melted and turned into magma. Was that the degree his breath could reach? Even though the area was covered with fire, that was no impediment to zoom. The albino positioned himself right in front of him with great ease as he placed the hestia dagger above his head and prepared to bring it down. Slash. Before the beast could react to the young man's sudden reappearance and rapid attack, the dagger descended at high speed. The dwarf-sized scales were sliced in a row, even reaching the monster's flesh, which charred every time the blade of the weapon pierced its skin, as if it were a simple knife cutting butter. He swung his tail to bat him in the air, but slash. But the second dagger, its tail was split in half lengthwise, being open and preventing it from hitting him. The rabbit's feet touched the ground, and when that happened he ran at full speed so as not to stay in the same position. Slash. 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 Because it was not possible to charge its ability for a long time, it would cause recurring damage to the dragon's body surface to break through the scales. His concentration was at its peak. His goal was none other than to break through the natural barriers his opponent had in place to finish him off. When Ina told me about this monster, I thought it was just an extremely large monster without the ability to move freely inside the dungeon. But now that we are in an open field, I must be careful. One false move could mean my defeat. Come on, Bell, move quickly. Don't let it rest. He said to himself, frowning as he increased his speed. Behind him, he left traces of light and a ringing sound that didn't quite make it out before he left his position. Slash. 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 The scales fell one by one to the ground precipitously as the beast's body was cut without difficulty. The dragon continued to spit its fire without contacting anything other than inanimate objects. The ground where the 4 raisins stood was melting. The temperature rose exponentially as the bursts of fire continued. Slash. 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 But this was no impediment for the rabbit, who jumped from one side to the other like just that, a rabbit, continuing with his attacks and overwhelming him to such an extent that the monster began to move erratically, with the goal of at least unbalancing him, so that in this way he would fall and be able to have him in his sights with less problem. Slash. 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 It lashed its tail, breaking everything in its path. It slashed out, leaving deep marks in the ground, but it didn't make contact with its opponent. The debris flew out without any trajectory, being shot out by the force with which it moved and attacked. Slash. 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 But this did not stop the albino from continuing his attacks. The scales tore, split, and fell off. The beast's skin was exposed. The rabbit's arms trembled from the constant pounding of that hard surface against the Nidhogg's body. The metal of the daggers colliding with a material almost as strong took its toll on his arms. Bones thumped against each other, shattering the joints that prevented friction. But he ignored this as he continued fighting. His speed was alarming. The rhythm at which his feet moved and the coordination between his mind and the rest of his body were something he had never experienced before. He wasn't guided by his instincts like he had been on other occasions. Right now, he was putting into practice what that grumpy teacher he'd had the last few days. Slash. 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 The Argonaut's charge in his hands continued to be absorbed by the daggers, allowing him greater cutting force in the upward, lateral and downward slashes he performed. Boom. 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 The dragon fired small bursts while Bell ran, dodging each and every one with extreme precision. Slash. 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 He would attack it and leave his position to move around without staying in a fixed place, preventing the Nidhogg from locating him. Slash. Slash. The shell on his chest slowly opened and a small jade-colored sphere peeked out. The boy's vision sharpened at this. It's a gem of a fetus. He identified it instantly and understood how to defeat that monster. This wasn't just any Nidhogg. A demi-spirit had parasitized that body and was controlling it at will, which is why it didn't analyze the fight without indulging its basest instincts. Boom. After that brief moment of distraction, one of the beams of fire crossed just inches from the boy, who barely managed to dodge it. That was close. He said to himself and continued. Boom. 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 The monster continued attacking him without stopping. Bell threw his left dagger into the air and extended his palm. Firebolt. He screamed, pointing his palm straight at the jewel fetus. Boom. The lightning struck its target. Braig. The powerful growl came from the monster as a result of the attack on its weak spot. Crash. 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 He would abandon his position and shake his body from side to side, tearing everything in his path to pieces. Curse. Bell crossed both daggers to protect himself from the debris flying in his direction. He broke a huge rock that was about to hit him and ran. The monster noticed him out of the corner of his eye and fired. Boom. 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 Bell dodged at high speed. The fire grazed his armor, causing it to begin to melt, but it didn't stop him from moving. He contracted the right side of his body, and the dagger from the same place, the hestia dagger, was sheathed in a quick movement hand. Clang. A single chime was heard as soon as he was close to the Nidhogg. Crash. He jumped up to reach his chest. And he extended his fist with great force, even pushing the wind as if it were an air pump. This slightly unbalanced the beast, however. Doom. The solid blow was received on his chest. Crash. Pieces of scales crumbled to dust. This was strange, though, because. Weren't you supposed to have already broken them? He turned his attention to the Nidhogg's snout and wings, noticing that they were slowly healing. The rabbit realized. The monster's body was slowly regenerating, so, having been left unprotected from its weak spot, it focused its healing on that spot, regenerating its scales so it wouldn't be killed. He fell back to the ground and moved. The heat is starting to become unbearable. I must defeat him before he heals completely, or else the damage I cause will be in vain. He thought, keeping an eye on which areas were beginning to be repaired. As long as the wings aren't completely healed, he won't run away. Right now, his concern was the fetus jewel in his chest. He would focus on that part because anything else was easily overlooked by the Nidhogg. If I forced him to focus his attention on his chest, he wouldn't heal his wings. Zoom. Increased his speed and the ferocity of his attacks. Boom. Boom. Slash. He dodged the fire breath. He avoided the scratches and tail strikes, which in turn scattered a large amount of debris and made the ground uneven, making it difficult to run. But this didn't seem to matter to the rabbit, who continued attacking. Slash. 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 He broke through the armor on his chest, slowly making his way through. He had to outpace the regeneration rate his enemy was counting on. Slash. 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 Pieces of scale fell but were replaced at an alarming rate. Slash. 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 Ah. Bell's arms moved rapidly. Blood was beginning to ooze from his palms from the constant friction with the dagger handles, which were beginning to absorb the heat from the Nidhogg's interior. His strategy was simple. Strike hard and dodge any attack aimed at him. As long as he wasn't hit or incapacitated, he could continue. Zero mind wasn't a concern for him at that moment. If the Argonaut charge and firebolt weren't constant or didn't accumulate enough energy, he could continue using them together for longer periods of time without worry. Burns from exposure to magma and fire. I could handle them. The trembling of her arms from the constant collisions with that thing's skin. It was the least of her worries. Because they were numbed by the vibration, she didn't feel the pain. If there was one thing he'd gained in recent days from his training with Hedon, it was overwhelming physical and mental resilience. His pain tolerance reached a level he thought impossible. His endurance was such that he'd even forgotten his skin was beginning to char. He didn't even care that the artifact in his right arm, which was severed by the juggernaut a few days ago and from which he still hadn't fully recovered, was beginning to crumble. The only thing on his mind right now was defeating that thing with his bare hands. She felt the stares on her back. Among them was one in particular she couldn't recognize. "I know you're watching, Enyo," he whispered, smiling as sweat trickled down his forehead. His clothes were soaked with sweat and the protective shirt was beginning to lose the ties that held it to his chest. He moved nimbly through the pools of fire, dodging the beast's lashes. Each blow embedded itself in the ground, making enormous holes in the terrain. It was as if the slash pushed the air with such force that, upon meeting a solid surface, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. The albino counterattacked, his red eyes glowing brightly in the firelight, and glided across the battlefield with impressive speed and skill. With each movement, her white hair floated in the air, adding an ethereal touch to her presence. Meanwhile, the monster roared in frustration, its fiery breath crackling and burning around it, intensifying the chaos. Slash. The claws crossed just inches from the rabbit's face, which managed to lean back to avoid it. One of the long nails scratched superficially across his cheek before severely damaging it, leaving a trickle of blood. In that same movement he propelled himself forward and jumped. Clang. Slash. Using an even greater charge than in his multiple attacks, he made another cut in the Nidhugg's armor, leaving a small fraction of the fetus jewel visible for a few seconds before regenerating. He fell to the ground and jumped back to regain the distance. Bell was aware of the battlefield and the position of both individuals on it. He observed every movement, anticipating the actions of the albino figure and the monster. The terrain was riddled with bonfires that, if struck, would burn in seconds. Every step had to be carefully calculated, as a single mistake could mean instant destruction. The flames danced in the air, casting shadows and highlighting the imminent danger in every corner of the field. His breathing became labored. The hot air became difficult to inhale, causing discomfort and some pain in his airways. He gritted his teeth and the handles of his daggers, crouched slightly, and… crash. Zoom. It left another crater in the ground from the force of its momentum. Boom. The dragon attacked him with its fire. Firebolt. The flames of magic stopped the monster's flames in their tracks. Slash. He made a vertical cut on the beast's leg. 5. He fell on his side due to losing his balance. Ah. Slash. 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 Taking advantage of the fact that the height needed to reach the jewel fetus was lower, now that the Nidhugg was lying down, he proceeded to ram it more quickly before it got back up. The beast's thick, hot red blood began to flow from the wounds, leaving large pools of blood on the ground and staining the rabbit's arms, which did not stop for a second. However, for some reason, this did not concern the trick itself. He recovered faster than expected and Bell moved away from him. Such a barbarian being had something in mind. An important aspect was revealed after taking so much damage in the final minutes. Slash. 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 The blows and cuts continued from Bell, each one executed with precision and almost superhuman strength. Slash. 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 Stabs, slashes, and kicks followed a special pattern, a lethal choreography that kept the beast in constant tension. Bell moved with the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a warrior. Slash. Slash. The speed at which he was moving was beginning to be understood by the beast, which tried to anticipate his attacks. Slash. 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 His eyes were filled with anger and intelligence. The monster's muscles tensed and relaxed, following Bell's every movement with disturbing precision. Slash. Slash. However, a slight delay on the boy's right flank caught his attention. He struggled to raise that arm as easily as the other. Each attack he launched with his right arm lacked the same force as the opposite one. It was a subtle difference, but enough for the beast to notice. Sweat beaded on Bell's forehead, mixing with ash and blood, as fatigue began to take its toll on his weary body. The flames around him roared, casting dancing shadows across the ground, riddled with bonfires. If he fell into them, he would be incinerated in seconds. Every step had to be carefully calculated, as a single mistake could mean instant destruction. The air was thick with tension, the heat stifling, and the beast's roar echoed across the battlefield like a constant roll of thunder. The young man swallowed, preparing to continue. The dragon exhaled smoke, filling the air with a thick gray mist that swirled around its jaws. Its eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, sharpening as it prepared for the next blow. The scales on its body gleamed with an ominous glow in the light of the flames, and its muscles tensed, ready to launch another devastating attack. For the first time in a considerable time, they were face to face, waiting for each other's actions. As before, the rabbit disappeared from the Nidhugg's sight. Ah! A powerful scream was emitted by the boy, and he embedded his dagger in the same spot. However, something strange happened. The dragon quickly flapped its wings in obvious pain, but with no intention of flying or fleeing. Its goal was to obscure the albino's field of vision to prevent him from reacting to what was coming. The albino's eyes were almost completely closed by the smoke and dust that the dragon pushed towards his face. Suddenly, he could feel something embedding itself in his left arm and, at this small signal his brain was giving him, he unearthed his dagger and turned to block what was coming. Clank. The strong impact from the Nidhugg's free front leg sent Bell flying, breaking his fall with his boots just as he touched the ground. TCH. Bell clicked his tongue, resisting the pain. The blow was so powerful that it cracked his armor and tore the fabric beneath it. 3 threads of blood trickled from his broken armor, leaving dark stains on the scorched ground. He glanced at the affected area and could see the damage and burns. The burned and torn fabric revealed the bruised and reddened flesh from the dragon's scorching claws. Despite the pain, Bell gritted his teeth and focused on keeping his guard up. He knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second longer in front of the beast. 5. The Nidhugg charged at Bell, no longer willing to wait for the albino's attacks. Despite its great size and weight, the dragon moved with impressive speed and ferocity, comparable to that of Asterius, a smaller but no less powerful monster. Crash. Bell pushed back with all his might to keep the Nidhugg at bay. The earth trembled beneath the beast's weight as it advanced, its claws crackling with fire and its gaping jaws emanating smoke and heat. Slash. 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 Clank. The albino moved nimbly, looking for the right moment to counterattack while dodging the dragon's attacks with quick and precise movements. Slash. 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 He opened the Nidhugg's chest again and now the fetus jewel was more easily visible. He was getting closer to his goal of piercing it and ending this once and for all. Things had gotten out of hand. I was an idiot. Charging Argonaut to hit him like in the beginning is no longer an option. I must hurry and break that thing or I'll lose my mind. He lamented in his subconscious that he got into that situation because of his own fault by not following the plan previously established by the captain of the Loki family. However, Bell could feel the frustration and anger seeping out of him. He was fighting the last soldier of Evilus, the organization that had taken the one he loved from him. He couldn't contain his excitement. He wanted to defeat him no matter what. His breathing was labored, inhaling deeply the smoky, hot air. His heart pounded with frantic intensity, his pulse marking the rhythm of the battle. His grip on the handles of his weapons caused friction and small wounds on his palms, but the pain seemed distant compared to the burning fury that drove him. An arrogant, uncharacteristic smile spread across his albino face. It was a smirk of defiance, of implacable determination. His red eyes glowed with an almost supernatural intensity in the surrounding firelight, reflecting a fierce determination and a thirst for revenge that knew no bounds. The Nidhugg roared with fury as it advanced on him, but Bell didn't retreat. Painful memories of what Evilus had taken from him echoed in his mind and it only fueled his determination. There would be no mercy, no turning back. Only victory or death. Remember Hedon Sensei's training. He said to himself, sighing and concentrating all his strength in his limbs. His muscles tensed even more, adrenaline pumping through his veins. The pressure he exerted on the wound temporarily stopped the blood from flowing. Bell glowed with the energy he'd felt before, a mixture of rage, pain, and determination. His body seemed to be enveloped in an aura of intense light, highlighting his figure against the dark background of the battlefield. While the brief use of his Argonaut ability lessened the burden on his mind and allowed for greater use without fatigue, the damage it caused to his body by not cushioning the impact with his greater strength, since the energy dispersed barely upon impact, caused some discomfort in his limbs. Ignoring those uninteresting emotions at this moment, he stood up, placing his right foot forward to show a posture full of confidence and determination to the monster in front of him, which was reciprocated by him. The bones in his hands creaked and, wrinkling his brows and frowning, he said, "I'll finish you off." Running towards him. The Nidhugg opened its mouth for the millionth time in the battle, however, there was one notable difference this time, and that was that its snout was positioned at a diagonal angle pointing towards the sky. Boom. His breath shot upwards, reaching its highest point after several meters of travel after the initial impulse when leaving the beast's mouth. Boom. 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 The fire, having been combined with a large percentage of magma produced inside the monster, divided into several pieces, falling precipitously to the ground due to the action of gravity. Bell moved as quickly as possible to avoid being hit by the flames and incandescent rocks, while paying the utmost attention to avoid falling into the fiery pits that resulted from the previous explosions. Boom. 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 One hit. He thought, opening his eyes wide and letting the blood in his body flow again after the widening of his blood vessels. His eyes began to bleed. The veins in them were bursting from the strain he was exerting, combined with a large amount of ash and debris falling into them. But he couldn't stop for even a second, much less blink, in the situation like this. Activate, activate. He had never attempted to use his Argonaut ability without closing his eyes for even a brief fraction of a second to conjure up the heroic scenario in his mind that served as the trigger for it. The greater the pressure on his body to initiate the charge, the smaller the distance separating the pair. Boom. 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 The remnants of the beast's breath continued to fall. It was like a seemingly endless shower of comets. The grace and precision of the rabbit steps were truly incredible. Through pure instinct and tenacity, he remained standing. He bit his lower lip in frustration because the sound of the bells had not yet arrived and he was already close to the jaws of the nidhogg. However, a cold, icy sensation settled on top of his nose. Thanks to his enhanced senses and enhanced vision, he noticed a snowflake slowly fall into it. Zoom. The monster's tail was flung at him as if it were a harpoon aimed at a whale. In this case, though, the harpoon was much larger than the animal. Noel. Bell named the infant in his mind. His vision blurred. Everything around him slowed down, or perhaps the rabbit's speed increased. A black cloud settled over the battlefield. Snow fell slowly, drifting across the sky as it was pushed by the gentle autumn breeze on the eve of the cold winter. A winter that represented hope in this world. The snow particles hit the boy's scorched and burning skin, relieving the pain, calming the burning. For a brief second that felt like several minutes, he found peace. He found the calm he needed to reactivate his abilities. Having reduced physical and mental exhaustion, the bells rang out. Clang. A small white light emerged from his chest, gradually spreading to the rest of his body, as if it were a spreading fire. The smile appeared on the albino's lips. All that energy was stored in his daggers as in previous times. The beast's spiky tail, despite Bell's state, continued to move toward him. Not at the same pace, not with the same force, but it wouldn't stop. "Thank you, Noel." He thanked her, followed by a long sigh. It was at that moment that everything returned to normal speed. Clank. The nidhogg's enormous tail slammed into the rabbit's right arm, stopping it with great effort. The limb trembled and was overwhelmed by the monster's power. "I was a fool to have acted on my anger. I kept you alive on a whim, out of pure vengeance, putting others at risk if I didn't defeat you. I won't make the same mistake. I'll kill you." He delivered that message, staring down at his rival, who seemed to have understood the message and panicked at this. She tried to flap her wings to get away from him, but… Ah! A powerful scream came from the young man, fiercely raising the unicorn horn dagger, being the only one he had free at that moment, since the hestia dagger stopped the impact between the beast's tail and him. Blood was coming out of his mouth. The fluid was being expelled from his throat due to the damage to his airways. The huge white blade increased in length to a size never seen before. Firebolt. Boom. The explosion ran through the weapon until it ignited a bright red similar to that obtained from the metals of the forge. The sword ascended in a slash that went from bottom to top without anything stopping it. They tore their way out from the monster's lower abdomen, shredding scales, slicing flesh, breaking bones. He moved forward with great ease, with nothing stopping him. The greater the height it reached, the lesser the depth of the cut. There was still more to come before they met the jewel fetus. Even more. Blood flowed from the monster's snout. A huge waterfall of this vital liquid fell from the open wound. "I must use more strength. Give more of yourself, Bell." He screamed inside. Ah. The power of his scream. The brightness of his eyes. The energy of his dagger. All of these factors combined would instill fear in any opponent. The speed at which the dagger sliced through its target increased. A few centimeters from the source of life of that being, something strange happened. Boom. It can't be possible. Bell quickly realized what was happening. The unicorn horn dagger had exploded. Crash. Pieces of the turquoise weapon fell away one by one as it was disassembled down to the handle. The dagger he held crumbled to dust in his hand just before it could complete its task. The repeated multiple energy charges he'd been subjected to finally took their toll. "I have to get away." Without time to worry about it, he came to that conclusion. With one side unprotected, he would be easy prey for the monster, but his legs were unable to move quickly. They trembled from exhaustion. Before he could look down to see what was happening, he caught a glimpse of the beast's enormous front leg approaching his face. Ugh. Clank. The scratch was stopped a few inches from his face, and… Boom. He was forcibly thrown away from the being. 5. 5. 5. It rolled on the ground until it lost speed and stopped. After this, all he could hear was the sound of the flames burning in front of him and the blood dripping to the ground. Everything hurts." He whispered, trying to stand up as he stumbled. His right eye was stained with blood that fell from a huge opening that ran from his eyebrow to the beginning of his forehead. He felt a certain taste of iron in his mouth from the blood that overflowed from the crack at the left corner of his lip, exposing part of his molars as the skin and muscle covering them were torn. Cough, cough, cough. He began coughing up large amounts of blood and saliva, almost vomiting. His teeth were stained with the red wine of this. His body couldn't hold out much longer. His chest was burning. His abdomen was in excruciating pain. It was as if his own internal organs were demanding a break. And his breathing was no different. Any extension in his ribcage was a torment. "This is my fault," he muttered. He was arrogant. He felt overconfident about defeating him. He didn't grasp the challenge or analyze his limits. "If I had defeated him the first time like Finn ordered, I wouldn't be in this predicament," he added, gritting his teeth and wiping his mouth with his forearm. "If I don't defeat him, the city will be destroyed and it will be my responsibility," he commented, slowly reintegrating himself. "I saw the Nidhugg's wound regenerate. I could feel the wings being replaced. If I don't kill him here and now, he'll kill me," concluded. He endured the creaking of his bones, the grinding of his nearly shattered joints, and the burning of his charred skin, leaving the red bleeding flesh exposed. "I can't afford to die. I've promised so many things in recent months that I can't accept that fate." His lips formed a smile. His hope grew. His decision was reasserted. His confidence was never lost, and he was able to rise again. "If I don't reunite with her, if I'm not there to protect her mother, what kind of father will I be?" he joked. "See Noel again. Prevent Syr from suffering again." He couldn't fail them because by doing so, he would be failing himself. The clouds returned, covering the sky. From there, small snowflakes began to fall for the second time, creating a surreal contrast with the heat of the battlefield. One in particular fell on the wounds on Bell's face, cooling her and providing momentary relief, like a hug. The pain disappeared for a brief moment, but her ears still didn't work. She couldn't hear anything at all. The dragon opened its wings, revealing its imposing figure and the jeweled fetus surrounded by flesh once again. It was healing, and the urgency of the moment became even more palpable to Bell. He gripped his dagger tightly with both hands. It wasn't as imposing as a sword, but that weapon had accompanied him since his journey became serious. He took a deep breath. He ignored the metallic taste in his mouth. He ignored the chill on his bare feet from his boots melting in the heat. He paid no attention to the constant dripping of water from his lip and forehead. Every bit of his mind gathered in one place. It was then that the bells so characteristic of his skill rang out again. Apparently, it would be the last in this battle. The one that would decide the winner. Clang. 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 The blade of the jet dagger began to increase in size. The handle grew longer and wider. Clang. It was something new. He'd never seen his weapon behave like that. But this wasn't a time to be amazed. Clang. Clang. With renewed determination, Bell prepared to face the dragon, knowing that this battle would define his destiny. The dragon realized what was happening. What was coming would be an attack just as strong as the one he had received at the beginning of the battle. A certain fear of this happening flashed across his face, and he acted quickly. It inflated its abdomen, its scales gleaming with an ominous glow as it gathered energy. It dug its claws into the rocky ground, tearing at the earth as it charged at Bell with unstoppable force. Its wings flapped furiously, increasing its speed and creating currents of wind that swept across the battlefield. The distance between them was closing rapidly, and Bell knew the dragon was trying to make sure his fire was indefensible at close range. The fury and determination in the dragon's eyes were clear, but Bell didn't back down. Even if his body died, he would carry out that attack. However, before the Nidhugg could get in front of him, something happened. A thunderous and imposing sound echoed, and a huge blast of energy fell from the sky at a speed imperceptible to the human eye right at that jet-black beast. Accompanied by this, two simple words were shouted vehemently. Halis Hild. Ooh. A burst of thunder struck the monster in the side, sending it reeling. The Nidhugg lost its balance and rolled on the ground, its trajectory thrown off course. The crash of thunder echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the beast's roars of confusion and the sound of its claws tearing at the earth as it struggled to recover. The albino looked towards where the scream came from, and the figure of a blonde elf holding his staff with his right hand as he raised it above his head appeared. Hedon-sensei. He recognized him instantly. It was his teacher from those last few days. That elf from the Freya family who had strengthened him. He had come to help him. If you break your concentration, the next one will be for you. The elf scolded him angrily, a vein popping out on his forehead, causing his student to return his attention to the attack and the target. Do. The rabbit nodded, tightening his grip on the hestia sword. The chimes didn't stop. The glow on his body grew brighter and brighter, but it didn't last long as it was quickly absorbed by the weapon, increasing the power of his final blow. The beast stood up again and fired from the ground into the sky. As it had done before, everything began to shatter. Fragments of rock and fire flew everywhere, and its lethal fire was directed toward Bell. Despite the distance, he knew that if it hit him, a single impact would kill him. The fiery projectile was headed straight for him and, unprotected, he felt the weight of despair. Just when impact seemed inevitable, a pair of shields were launched from an unknown location, intercepting the attack and changing its trajectory. The explosion missed him. He felt the shock wave gently and forcelessly pushing against his body, shaking his hair along with the fresh blood on his forehead. "This time make sure you kill him, brat." The hoarse booming voice yelled from behind the boy. Arith-sama. It was about that dwarf of the Loki family, who is famous for his enormous defense and physical strength. He ran as fast as his body allowed and held his massive shields again. Clash. Clash. He knocked them together and landed in front of his protege. "I'll keep you safe as long as possible. Load that thing up and throw it at me." The dwarf shouted, spreading his arms to cover the largest area with his enormous shields. The beast's brow furrowed as he saw that his battle had been interrupted and his impending victory diminished. The other Orario forces had arrived at the battle. Together, and in their current state, it would be difficult to fight them all. He flapped his wings, lifting himself slightly off the ground so he could get a clearer shot at the source of this enormous energy. Fire, smoke, and ash emanated from its mouth. Its jet-black scales shifted as the flames rose from its abdomen and crossed its throat to reach its mouth, dyeing those parts a deep scarlet. A single thought appeared in the mind of that being. In a moment of reasoning. In a brief moment of consciousness, he declared. "I'll run away no matter how much my body regenerates, I won't be able to fight them, much less that thing." Referring to Bell. "Put all your strength into that attack if you want to." Clash. Clash. "You won't hurt that boy," the dwarf declared arrogantly and vehemently. Palis howled. Boom. 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 Hedin continued to launch the lightning blast at the monster's massive body, which staggered from side to side as it continued to charge its final attack. Little by little, more reinforcements arrived in the area. "They're doing their best to fix the mess I got them into." The rabbit murmured, a tiny smile forming on his lips. Suddenly 3 words were spoken in the distance, being heard by the latter. "Uchi no Kazuchi." The great torrent of energy shot out towards the albino who, upon being impacted, his body was imbued with a golden aura. His strength was enhanced. His energy increased to levels beyond his own. Paraham. He knew immediately that it was the Renard member of his family. The girl he saved from the clutches of the goddess Ishtar a few years ago. Hedin's hand reached out, pointing at it and ignoring the nidhugg for a few moments. "Will you use it?" Hogni questioned at his side. "What choice do I have? If something happens to her and we could have prevented it, Freya-sama will hate us." The blonde replied, adjusting his glasses. "The blackness of lies and insincerity consumes, eats away at your being." The dark elf expressed himself in his very characteristic style, not buying his companion's justification. The blonde looked at him with disgust, and after this he began a kind of chant. Seconds passed, the words uttered were filled with metaphors and phrases that made no sense to a normal human. It wasn't until the end that the ability was named and the effect realized. Filter blood. Hedin was brief. It wasn't magic or anything like that. The scarlet torrent similar to that of the Renard, combined with the energy of the Argonaut and that of Uchi no Kazuchi. What is this? If Bell could previously feel an incomparable force flowing through his veins, now that emotion reached unimaginable levels. He glanced sideways at Hedin. He understood. That was his way of saying, "You passed, you stupid student. They're doing their best to fix the mess I got them into." He repeated. "And that's why." The monster fired. Thousands of incandescent magma fragments were launched at great speed towards Gareth and the rabbit. Boom. 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 Gareth stood in the path of several of these. The temperature on his shields gradually rose. The friction and heat emitted by the projectiles were nothing to be trifled with. His massive legs dug into the rock as he slowed down, while his arms retracted as he was pushed. The nidhugg's eyes opened wide in total surprise, so much so that it did not move from its position, despite its intention to flee seconds before. The human was resisting his most powerful attack without flinching or blinking. "I will give everything to you." The aura that surrounded him, red and yellow, was lost, absorbing into the boy's body and purifying those colors until they became a brilliant white. The red eyes shone like 2 lights in the complete whiteness. Like 2 blackberries on the white snow. "Put that thing on the ground. I'll protect it." The dwarf yelled, gritting his teeth as he struggled to avoid being sent flying. At this command, the monster reacted. It flapped its wings vigorously and the wind fanned the flames on the battlefield, turning them into enormous walls of fire. All of the albino's energy was absorbed back into the sword hestia, increasing its brilliance. His body shut down as it was stripped away. The dragon's vaguest instincts told him that with a single touch of that weapon, his existence would be erased. I had to flee. He had to retire. Humiliated by a mere human. No, that human is anything but simple. I couldn't kill him, it was impossible to kill him. That damn rabbit was like a bucking cockroach. No matter how much I burned, cut, and pummeled him, he always stood tall and kept trying to win. If you took away his arms, he'd fight with his legs. If you took away his arms and legs, he'd crawl through the mud and use his head to defeat you. He possessed an unbreakable will to win. A willpower so fierce that nothing would make him waver or give up once he set his goal. Zoom. It rose rapidly, gaining even more height than before, however. Slash. Very. A loud screech came from him. He flipped onto his back and one of his wings was broken again. Clang. The spear fell to the ground. Now, otter. Finn's voice gave the indication and 5. A huge crater formed next to him. A small figure, larger than the previous ones, rose up into the sky and slash. The Nidhugg's back was stabbed by a huge jet black sword. Face your destiny, beast. The adventurer who stands out with the greatest strength in the city shouted, looking at him coldly. A deep terror was born in the monster's heart, so much so that it spread even to the jewel fetus in his chest. Sly-Ash. In a movement imperceptible to the beast, its wings were sliced off and it plummeted to the ground as it continued to stand stunned. Blood gushed out like a red waterfall with no apparent end. Bell watched it descend as if in slow motion. The snow kept falling on the field and on his body. Despite the high temperatures, flakes covered the surroundings. Noel, thank you. He thought. Maybe he was wrong, but that snowfall that occurred every time he was on the verge of death from the Nidhugg made him react. And for some reason he decided to associate it with that young girl, his daughter. And, seeing its task accomplished, the cloud withdrew. The beautiful moon shone over those present. Its rays illuminated the most remote corners of the city and its outskirts. The young man tensed the muscles in his legs and arms. Every ounce of strength he possessed poured into those limbs. He took a deep breath. The image of his friends covering him crossed his mind. The memory of his goddess being the one who supported him from the beginning. All the friendships he made since arriving in the city quickly emerged as a cinematic. And finally Syr and Noel smiled at him as if they were right in front of him. You can do it, Dad. The princess said. Defeated, Bell. The beautiful gray-haired waitress followed him. Hero. Concluded. His feet moved. The world became a soundless place for him. His ears couldn't detect any noise. Everything was completely silent. The path he took to get to the Nidhugg was broken, but he couldn't hear it. I want to be worthy of them of her of you, sir. He thought, smiling as a tear spilled from his good eye. The dragon, recovering from the fall and with its vision interrupted by the dust, ashes and the wall of fire, was unable to protect itself when the figure of bellcranel emerged from that thick cloud composed of these elements. The sword that was pointing downwards was abruptly raised, brandished fiercely. Her mouth opened, emitting a powerful cry of liberation, but she couldn't hear it, she only felt the vibrations of her vocal cords and the air leaving her lungs. The blade tore through the beast's entrails. Its flesh was charred and its scales turned to ash. It was then that the jade-colored crystalline target was contacted and broken, that the Nidhugg's bloodshot eyes went out. Sly-Ash. The monster's body turned to ashes until it disappeared completely. It was then that the darkness the evilest lost. The energy was expelled upward, causing the clouds to be pushed away from it and allowing the glow to spread, illuminating the night sky like a sunrise. Bell's legs trembled, even though he had his sword above his head and his arms fully extended after defeating the Nidhugg. His back slowly fell to the black charred floor. He felt his body was light as a feather dancing in the wind until it touched the surface. He closed his eyes, smiling. They had won. I had nothing else to think, say or do. The work was done. The evilist was defeated. I could rest. Or so she thought until Noel appeared in her mind again. A faint chill held his hand. Dad. You still can't sleep. That bad man is with Mom. The one who hurt me will hurt her too. Don't let him. Tears ran down the terrified infant's eyes. It was then that 5. He touched the ground and woke up, preventing him from falling into Mine Zero. His breathing became labored and with the pain in his body he quickly stood up. He was disoriented, looking around as if he was looking for something or someone. How the hell are you still conscious? Hedden questioned, being the first to appear on the scene. But the albino remained silent, uneasy. What's wrong? Finn was the second to show up, noticing the rabbit's condition. Boy, you really messed up. If I hadn't gotten there in time, I'd. Before Gareth could finish his sentence after throwing his burned shields to the ground, he was interrupted. Enyo? Where is Enyo? Bell cried in despair, grabbing the dwarf's shoulders and shaking them. This scared the man who looked to Finn for help. Calm down, Bell. Enyo was cornered in the wheat mansion. The hobbit tried to separate them while answering the boy's question, completely terrified. "Sir is in danger." The rabbit shouted. It was there that Hedin, Hogni and Otter paled. "Danger? What do you mean?" Before Otter could question him about that, something happened. Boom. The powerful explosion echoed through the city, and the structure that supposedly housed the headquarters collapsed before their eyes. A deep fear struck the hearts of those present, who were speechless at this. Bell quickly ran with the strength he possessed despite the poor condition he was in. "Freya-sama." The members of the Freya family cried out fearfully. The Loki family shouted in fear. "Hestia same." The children of that goddess also ran to that location, overwhelmed with worry. And finally, almost tearing his vocal cords and not caring about the pain each step represented. "Sigh." The rabbit screamed, his heart beating frantically. His mind was fearing the worst, and his breathing was labored, making it difficult for him to breathe. What happened at the wheat mansion? Why did Noel warn him about Enyo? His doubts arose. Chapter 12. No, don't take my Audra away from me. The spectacle of light illuminated the sky and the earth. A pure white energy, enveloped by the jet black ash and the residual fire from the breath of the beast Orario's secret weapon was facing, softened the icy atmosphere created by the clouds and the snowflakes descending from them. It was a night filled with stress, bloodshed, and abundant risk, as well as loss and grief. One in which two forces clashed, one in which the victory of one of the commanders would be sealed. At the top of the wheat mansion, home to the Demeter family, sat several of the city's most important gods, accompanied by adventurers who sought their protection. Their goal was to hunt down the person responsible for this conflict, the deity who was jeopardizing the peace. At first, they believed she was the beautiful goddess of fertility, the beautiful woman known as a kind and generous presence, the beautiful Demeter, which was why they had shown up at that mansion. However, Freya had discovered something, she had captured someone. The aforementioned woman provoked the puppeteer to come out, to reveal himself. His identity was revealed, confessed. It was none other than the god who had defeated, side by side with the forces of Orario, a supposed ally. His name was Dionysus, the god of wine, although this two-faced madman called himself Enyo. Freya's patience was compromised, her sanity shattered. The hatred brewing within her from what had happened before, from the suffering she'd been put through, was playing tricks on her serenity. Having the person responsible for his greatest loss in front of him, he couldn't bear it. She punched and stabbed at the body of that despicable being. She was preparing to torture him until her fury could be sated. That was until her curiosity, due to the calm and hopeful sound of the bells ringing far away from her, made her stop. She abandoned the dying body of Dionysus, seeking to witness the heroic actions of that boy, that child whose heart she had conquered. She wasn't the only one who ignored the aforementioned to watch the spectacle. Like Freya, Hestia and Hermes placed their hands on the balcony railings, excited, worried, and partly scared about what would happen next. The sky was snowing. The beautiful white layer spread over the streets, buildings, roofs, and hair of anyone who was outside a shelter, a surface that would protect them from the cold, a sign of the coming winter, and provide warmth. The beautiful deity of beauty, who proudly held that title, placed her hands on her chest that contained her racing heart, which pressed and calmed the intense palpitation that was a mere consequence of the fear she felt for the brave albino and his well-being. Her eyes, well focused on the imposing figure of her beloved, also caught a glimpse of the snowflakes, each unique and different from the other. The lump formed in his throat. The premature arrival of winter. The timely arrival of snow on the battlefield to lower the temperature and prevent the stifling heat from causing further damage was all too convenient. "My Noel, are you the one who accompanies your father? Do you provide him with your strength from the other side?" The silver-haired girl whispered, smiling shakily as she associated the aforementioned details with a beautiful infant who still marks her life. It was at least curious that the aforementioned also possessed snow powers. Her eyelids held back the tears that were forming. She reached out so that one of these cold decorations would fall into her palm and transmit its low temperature to her skin. "Please help him. Don't let him die." He mentally prayed, hugging the small clump of white frost he collected. I could clearly see the fierce battle raging beyond the walls. The blood and flesh falling to the scorched ground turned into lava, incinerating it and turning it into mere vapor, like ash. The determined and furious expression that Bell displayed on his usually calm face was captured by Freya. The side of him I didn't know I had. That I didn't think he'd possess. His heart pounded wildly, drumming frantically against his chest, his mind twisting in a vortex of worry as he watched himself creep ever closer to the brink, on the verge of being seriously injured by the monster as a result of the rabbit's direct fighting style. Every movement, every thrust the creature displayed felt like a direct blow to his very soul. It pained him to the core to witness the deplorable state he was subjected to, the Nidhegg's ferocious onslaught reducing his body to a specter of what it once was. Despair enveloped him like an impenetrable fog, each roar of the monster echoing in his gut, each gaping wound in his skin, reverberating like a dull echo in his own flesh. The agony was so tangible that he could almost feel the scorching heat of each blow, the merciless brutality of each attack. Freya clenched her fist, her arms and legs shaking with an almost uncontrollable intensity. "Win, Bell. Please win and come back to me." The words escaped her lips, laden with a desperate plea. The tears she had held back for so long finally spilled out, sliding down her cheeks with a bitterness that reflected her anguish. It was no longer like those previous times, when she had delighted in watching him fight with a mixture of admiration and excitement. Now, fear gripped her. She didn't doubt his ability to win, but the fear that he might be wrong, that he might overestimate her, terrified her. She feared losing the man she adored most, she feared losing another person she loved deeply, the young man who had pulled her from the terrible darkness she had fallen into after the death of her beloved daughter. She saw him exhausted, facing the monster with labored breathing and difficulty in raising his arms to wield his jet-black dagger. "I promise I'll be by your side." The words and the voice echoed, repeated, the promise that Bell and Freya, as her alter ego Syr, made to each other on the Bridge of Heroes the first time they saw each other after their daughter left. That oath, the bond that united them, remained latent inside him and also in the albinos, giving him the strength to continue, to endure the pain and fight again. At the sight of the hopeful goddess, whose spirits had been renewed, prostrated the goddess of the bonfire, that small pigtailed deity named Hestia, who, setting aside the valiant and incredible spectacle her son was putting on, captured every tiny ounce of the silver-haired girl's attention, arousing her curiosity and suspicion, born from a tiny, almost imperceptible detail that had escaped her. Hesitantly, she delicately bit her lower lip, reflecting the questions that were originating within her. He was able to muster a certain amount of courage to deliver his message. "Freya, who are you really?" she questioned, filled with discomfort, one eyebrow twitching as she gripped the railing even tighter. Her voice was low enough that no one other than the two of them could hear the message, saving the conversation for the pair. A shiver that made every hair on the goddess's fine, shapely body stand on end, rose from the base of her marrow to the top of it, gripped by unease at that sudden question. He slowly lowered his head to address the black-haired woman, smiling erratically and falsely. "What do you mean, Hestia? I've always been the person you see," he replied, tilting his head and feigning ignorance. Hestia's eyebrows furrowed. Her brow furrowed. She looked angry. Also serious. Completely calm, without allowing himself to lose control, he justified his doubt with an observation he had made minutes earlier. "The Freya I've known for millennia doesn't have gray eyes." Revealed. The color in the silver-haired woman's face paled even further. In a quick movement, motivated by her anxiety, she turned and ran as fast as her shoes could to a table near the entrance to the balcony, where a silver tray, a reflective surface, rested on it. "Wait, don't run away." Hestia ran after her, reaching out to stop her. Freya, on the other hand, only needed a simple glance at the metal sheet to realize what her counterpart had indicated. Her eyes, normally purple and bright, took on the dull grayish hue of her appearance as Syr, something that has happened to her on rare occasions. He dropped the tray and placed his hands on the edge of the table. He took a deep breath, trying to regulate his nervousness, to calm his excitement. It didn't take long for her heart rate to return to a normal range and her eyes to return to their normal color. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. How distracted I was," he murmured, his voice breaking with fear and regret. Fear settled deep within her, regretting the mistake she had almost made. Through carelessness, she had almost let her other side slip away. The memory of the moment she had shared with Bell on the Bridge of Heroes and the promise they had made there had transported her to such an intense emotion that, without realizing it, she began to take on her human form. Starting with what is known as the windows of the soul, the transformation would almost escalate to more noticeable and difficult to hide features. "Answer my question," Hestia demanded, holding her wrist. "What's wrong with them?" Loki approached him, temporarily abandoning custody of the furious prisoner, Enyo. When he was freed from the red-haired goddess's boot, Enyo rushed, unhindered, to the balcony, trying to observe what was happening in the battle between Nidhogg and the rabbit. He was surprised to see more adventurers arriving at the battlefield, coming to the aid of the albino, who, for some strange reason, was surrounded by the same white aura as before, but with greater intensity. And that dagger could no longer be called that. It was now a sword. "You've been acting weird since we arrived, aside from the excitement and emotion of Demeter's news. What happened to you?" Loki questioned, with a mixture of curiosity and concern, returning to the subject of the entrance and massacre that the silver-haired woman caused when they arrived at the Wheat Mansion. She, remembering for those who had forgotten, destroyed the minds of the Guardians and remnants of Evilus, who were trying to stop her from reaching the top of the headquarters, where they were now located. She forced them to slit their throats, taking their own lives by brainwashing them with her charm. His sanity was hanging by a thread. He whispered and said strange things. He mentioned a name and pretended to hold up a hand as he reached for his goal. Freya tried to calm herself as she received the questions from both goddesses, taking a deep breath to stop herself from revealing her other side. Each breath was an effort to contain the storm of emotions raging within her, seeking the serenity she so desperately needed at that critical moment. Hermes stood back, partly because Asfi blocked his way, witnessing the scene without saying a word. Lunwar, who remained kneeling on the ground, embracing her goddess, was unable to ignore him. In Anya and Chloe's case, well, they didn't fully understand what they were talking about. Everything was confusing and lacking in detail. Although Anya had a very bad feeling about it. What the hell do you care about what motivated me to act? I'm on your side, aren't I? You don't need any more explanations. He glared at Loki and Hestia, frowning and emitting a threatening tone that made the atmosphere heavy. The expression of impression on the pair was not long in coming. They were waxed by the silver-haired woman, who lowered her head and clenched her fists, trying to return to the balcony and ignore the oversight. "Get out of the way," she ordered, and was obeyed. The path was open for her as if she were walking onto a red carpet. However. "You bucking arrogant bastard." The Redeed tried to grab her shoulder and pull her towards her to start an argument, but before she could raise her arm, her wrist was held tightly, preventing her from doing so. Hestia shook her head, implying that this wasn't the time or place. She didn't want to let the matter hang in the balance either, although she understood that nothing would be achieved by breaking up the bond that had bonded them together for a common goal. The goddess of beauty continued walking, turning her back on them. "I hope you don't ignore my question, Freya. I'll wait for your answer once this is over." The black-haired woman shouted, causing the aforementioned woman's steps to falter for a second. "I don't owe you anything. Understand your place." She was looked at out of the corner of her eye, filled with disgust and annoyance. Anya stared at her goddess, her eyes filled with a mixture of anxiety and worry. Beside her, Chloe tried to reassure her, speaking in a low, serene voice. "Stay calm, Naya, Anya. Nothing bad will happen, Naya." The black-haired cat told her, with a confidence that seemed unshakable while she patted her friend, since she knew the relationship between the black-haired girl and the brunette. "Whenever I get involved, Naya, with someone in my family, Naya, something bad happens, Naya." The other cat, who was suffering from nervousness, lowered her head, tremblingly holding her spear, avoiding any kind of eye contact with the imposing figure of the Norse deity, even if it was by mistake. The black-haired girl gently squeezed Anya's shoulder, trying to reassure her. "This time it will be different, Naya. Things will hardly go wrong, Naya." Meanwhile, Lunwar, also a worker for the Lady of Plenty, finally stood up, with slow, deliberate movements, after helping Demeter. She had embraced her tenderly, offering much-needed comfort to both of them. The brunette, although she had stopped crying, still had her cheeks flushed red from Freya's slaps. She hadn't protested, accepting the punishment with a mixture of resignation and guilt. Part of her felt she deserved it for being part of Enyo and Evilus's evil plan in general, and that thought weighed on her heart like a huge stone. But now that her beloved daughter was able to convince her to pull herself together, she finally stood up again, facing the situation and preparing for what was to come. Amidst the pressure and stillness in the room, a desperate rage-filled scream woke them up. "Are you bucking kidding me? That damn brat, what the buck is that kid?" Enyo shouted, drawing the attention of everyone present. Her hands gripped the railing with tremendous strength, almost cracking it and causing it to creak, while she scrunched up her face and ground her teeth. The tension in her body was intense, almost painful. The veins on her forehead and arms stood out sharply. The color of her skin was reddening. From his position, he could see a white flash hurtling like lightning straight toward the Nidhugg's body. That pure brilliant glow was incredibly imposing, dominating the scene with its overwhelming presence. The blade of a massive sword Bell held sank into the beast's flesh, destroying the monster's fetus jewel with lethal precision. The impact was followed by a powerful explosion, a sea of flames leaping into the heavens, dispelling the darkness and allowing the moonlight to illuminate the battlefield. The ash and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the devastated terrain and bathing it in a silver glow. On the walls, the voices of the inhabitants cheered the albino's name, echoing in every corner of the city. The few who had stayed in their homes and the adventurers who had abandoned their positions out of curiosity for the confrontation were all now united in a single voice. The entire city was suspended at that moment, no one wanting to miss the outcome of the epic battle between the rabbit and the beast. Excitement permeated the air, a mixture of hope, fear, and admiration. Every heartbeat in unison, while all eyes remained fixed on the figure of the albino, the hero who had defied the impossible and emerged triumphant under the moonlight. Although such feelings only filled those who shared the side of good. Dionysus fell to his knees, tearing out his hair, his gaze lost on the ground, his surprise accompanied by unparalleled anger at his frustrated plans. The calamity, the despair, the death he sought to bring to Orario was dispelled, erased. His goal was lost, the desire of his entire existence in Genkai was thwarted. How did that brat manage to defeat him? Not only did he played with the dragon like it was a goblin. He could have defeated it in the first hit and he chose not to. What kind of monster is it? Why didn't I consider it a threat? He realized his mistake. He regretted having underestimated the hero beginning to emerge from the shadows, the novice adventurer from whom no one had expected anything. He had turned the city against him by protecting a viewer without a hint of remorse. Their mistake was believing, from the very beginning, that heroes no longer existed. You thought the battle was between you and us. You were overconfident, seeing that you knew my family's strengths and weaknesses, but you didn't count on the fact that, right under your nose, when it was needed and required, another symbol of hope would emerge. I hate to admit it, but that son of a bitch is shaping up to be the best of them all. Better than Finn, better than Otter. Loki opened her eyes, slightly annoyed that the albino would take the top spot sooner or later. However, that didn't stop her from recognizing the value he possessed, the promising future that awaited him. It wasn't a fight between Loki and Evilus. The stage was bigger. It was good versus evil, and no matter how dark the night, dawn will sooner or later emerge over the horizon. Iridide added, putting her hands in her pockets and turning around confidently while she saw the sun's rays in the distance receiving them behind enormous mountains in the aforementioned position. Dionysus was defeated, hopeless, empty. For as long as I can remember, you've been ambitious and lustful for power. I never imagined that thirst would escalate into vile evil. You could have become a million things while you were here. You preached with truth and kindness. Of us, you were always the one others trusted, a loyal friend, a kind god. I don't know when you lost your way or what made you change it, but I can't bring myself to feel sorry for you. The same fate awaits you as Erebus. You should have taken his example about what happens to people who try to disrupt the peace. The warm palm of Hermes, who rarely behaves kindly and condescendingly, rested on his familiar's shoulder, shaking his head. He was disappointed, offended, hurt. You're wrong, Hermes. Dionysus will not be sent to Tenkai like Erebus. His fate will be far worse. Freya interrupted. The hand holding the blonde shook and she instinctively let go. Those simple words echoed around the room and froze those present in place, preventing any movement or noise. Anya's tail bristled when she saw the expression on the deity's face. One she knew perfectly well from the years she had lived by his side as his daughter. The fury of the goddess of beauty was to be feared. No one should arouse the Norse goddess's anger, or they could die. Hey, wait. Loki tried to stop her. But Erebus, we had a street to deliver justice. I accepted it just because it was her, but now she's gone. The goddess of beauty responded with a macabre smile that chilled the blood of those present. Her vengeance still burned within her, an unquenchable fire. She still longed for the deity's death. But how do you kill a god? He brushed aside the brown-haired man with a simple backhand movement. You can't lie to me. Everyone here wants to kill him, don't they? I'm not asking you to stain your hands, nor will mine be stained with your blood, I just want you to stay out of it. He crouched down to be eye level with his target, who was shaking with terror. Think with a cool head, Freya. Even if you hold the same title as him, you're not capable of just taking a life without facing consequences. After swallowing, Hermes was able to interrupt, seeking to reason with her. Consequences? A stupid fine. The female spat out that response, raising an eyebrow in disdain as she held her praised chin tightly. Enyo, stoic, maintained a nervous smile, but he didn't have the courage to flee, and every cell in his body screamed at him that, even if he had it, there was no way he could escape from that woman's clutches. It doesn't matter what evil we do here or how many lives we take, does it? The only punishment they can give us on Earth is to return us to Tenkai. That's insufficient, it's inefficient, it's little compared to what he would have to suffer for taking her from me. He whispered, clenching his fist in suppressed fury. The wound on Enyo's shoulder hurt again. The adrenaline from earlier had kept him from feeling the stab, but now it burned like hell, reminding him of the seriousness of his situation. The tension in the air was suffocating, each word resonating like a dark omen, announcing an impending storm. Snatch it away from you. The blonde muttered, digging his nails into the marble and scratching like a cat. He raised his head, visibly annoyed and tired of that monologue that confused him so much. Who did I take from you, you crazy bitch? I didn't touch anyone in your filthy family. You keep repeating over and over that you're doing this for someone I took from you. I don't understand. I would remember the death of someone you care about. Because you don't care about anyone but yourself, you stupid narcissistic goddess. He bellowed. His words emitted a powerful rage accompanied by particles of saliva. He was completely red and he looked like he might faint at any moment because all the blood was rushing to his head. Dionysus's jawbones crunched. His face was crushed by the silver-haired woman's soft, stern hand, her grip tightening to make him suffer. Her nails dug into his skin, tearing through the layers until it bled. You took my baby girl away from me, because of you she died. He bowed his head, holding back. The groans of pain, muffled by the lack of mouth movement the blonde was allowed to make, were the only sound present in the heavy room. No one deigned to break the ice, no one interfered with the contempt directed at the evil god. "You're the guilty one." Tears fell to the ground, originating from the reddened eyes of the beautiful lady. It was then that the pressure decreased, allowing his victim to breathe. Who the buck are you referring to? Who the hell is your little girl?" He spoke with difficulty. Blood oozed from the small wounds caused by his captor's scratches. "Answer ugh." Before receiving an answer or witnessing the weakness in the latter, a powerful blow was received in his face, sending him flying several meters back, entering the room again, leaving the balcony where he lamented having been defeated. "The damn witch. How do you have that strength?" The scarlet thread trickled from his mouth, from his freshly split lip, giving it a taste of iron, as his tongue was impregnated with that vital liquid, while he asked, practically spat out, that question and tried to stop, faltering on more than one occasion, because of the weakness in his legs and arms. "I also hold the title of Goddess of War, and it's not just for show, you know." Freya sneered, walking towards him with a dull look, revealing the intensity of her fury. There was a nagging itch in his knuckles, an insatiable need to inflict more damage. The previous blow hadn't been enough. He longed to strike with devastating force, until his fists bled and the pain became a tangible punishment. Enyo's breathing became erratic, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Despite the blood leaking from his mouth, the pain of the impact seemed absent, as if a layer of indifference enveloped him, resisting the sensation. Freya's fury created an atmosphere filled with tension and a fervent desire for revenge. However, they still didn't know what the silver-haired woman was seeking revenge for in the first place. The lack of knowledge of the motives that triggered the aforementioned harsh, cruel, and malevolent attitude made even outsiders uncomfortable, without coming close to what Enyo felt. What is it? The blonde wondered, fearful of the strange absence of pain. His defeat was already sealed. He wouldn't win. Staying there would only condemn him to a wave of pain. So why did he stay in Genkai? Why didn't he end this once and for all and return to Tenkai, where that woman's fury wouldn't reach him? It was then that he focused his attention on a faint glow emanating from the dull purple of the goddess of beauty's eyes. At that moment, he understood and paled as he reached the answer. "Why you and your damn charm?" He stammered, pointing at her with his index finger, which was moving from side to side in terror. The revelation of his understanding struck him with the same intensity as the damage he had received. The situation became even more terrifying with the realization that he was caught in a game of manipulations and charms that kept him under the control of the sadistic deity, preventing him from obtaining the sweet and merciful ending he longed for. Returning to Tenkai without consequences or remorse. "I hate it when a despicable being like you points your finger at me. Put your finger down." Those beautiful amethyst-like gems lit up again like a lamp. Fully conscious, but unable to control it, the god's body moved. "I don't tend to use guns. The deaths on my record are either at the hands of my children or by suicide. Even in the latter case, it helped them by releasing dopamine, so their death wouldn't be torturous. However, with you." Freya offered him the knife she had previously stabbed him with. "I won't be so kind." He smiled menacingly, indicating what he would do. Slowly, struggling to overcome the silver-haired girl's rules, the blonde took the sharp object and slash. "Ah!" He screamed loudly, thrashing about, feeling the pain intensify. He sliced off the finger he'd used to point at the goddess. The piece of flesh and nail rolled on the ground. Blood was oozing out in considerable quantities, despite the limited blood supply to the distal limb. "You have paid for your lack of respect. Very well." The aforementioned celebrated, clapping. "That was just the beginning. As long as I keep the thought of returning to Tenkai from even entering your head, no matter how much pain I put you through, you will not ascend to the heavens. I only need to keep you in a conscious state compatible with life. The rest, whole, in pieces, is immaterial." He caressed his victim's cheek, lowering his voice, which accentuated the terrifying scene and intensified the fear emanating from the threat, or rather the explanation. These weren't just empty words. She had every intention of doing what she said, and nothing was stopping her. No one was stopping her. "I will quench my thirst for blood with you," he muttered, licking his lips. "Freya. That's too cruel even for you. We can't act as executioners or lower ourselves to their level." Hestia took a step forward, struggling to avoid being crushed by the thick tortuous atmosphere. In response, she was glared at. "An immature brat like you come here to talk to me about cruelty. Pretending that morality makes you better, that empathy and forgiveness put you on a pedestal, is a poor excuse that people without the courage to get their hands dirty use to justify their cowardice. The world itself is cruel, you damn idiot." The goddess of beauty shouted vehemently, gritting her teeth. Her heart would not be tempted to stop anyone who dared to stand in her way. Even if it were the very goddess of the man she loved. "You don't know what it's like to lose. You haven't experienced pain. Since you came down, you've had minor problems that pale in comparison to what I've faced. Don't you dare put yourself in my shoes. You're nowhere near comparable." He added. "And can I match you, hypocritical goddess?" Now it was Loki who entered the scene, taking a step forward and showing his scarlet eyes, while wrinkling his eyebrows in clear disapproval of his counterpart's actions. "Tch." He was greeted with a click of the tongue. They turned their backs on him. "You never cared about the lives lost in the conflicts we faced. I never saw you cry for the children you lost, for the children you took and who perished. Now you come and take on the role of a righteous avenger. You show us that poor attempt at judge and executioner. Don't buck with me." Iridide argued. A vein popped out on her forehead. She hated the hypocrisy with which Freya handled the situation. She disliked the attitude she adopted now that she decided to act. "In the Dark Ages you helped us at the request of the guild and the wishes of your children. You don't care about anyone but you." He added. The silver-haired girl's nails dug into her own palm from the force of making a fist. She bit her lower lip and held back the overwhelming urge to hit Loki. "How many lives were lost in the Dark Ages? Entire families died, several of my children were murdered, some of yours. How many pieces of charred and dead flesh have come out of your headquarters in your damn initiations? Don't give me that shit." Tears streamed down the cheeks of the one on the receiving end of these verbal attacks. The blood began to run dry as she was wounded herself. Resisting the anger, struggling to untangle the lump in her throat, ducking her head, avoiding eye contact, she spoke. Now it was different. He replied in a low, brittle tone of voice. "What? You finally hurt someone you care about? Crap. You're a goddess who doesn't love anyone. And it's even ironic because you hold the title of goddess of love. You don't love anyone. You are not capable of feeling empathy for another being, be it human or god." The constant attacks, every insult and phrase that Loki directed at her, hurt the silver-haired girl's beating and racing heart, which was close to breaking. His legs' arms flailed. "Yes, they finally hurt someone I love. They took my little girl from me," Freya confessed, surprising those present with her unexpected sincerity. The atmosphere became palpably still as she lifted her face, revealing her tear-stained face. The expression on the spectators' faces was priceless. Watching this powerful and feared goddess cry was unthinkable. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each one falling as a symbol of the profound emotional storm consuming her. In that instant, her vulnerability disarmed all who watched, revealing a humanity that many believed lacked in the deity of beauty and war. "And I can't forgive him, I can't," she continued, wiping her tears with the sleeves of her garment, but they did not stop. Loki, for the first time in her long existence, didn't know what to say. He was completely silent, something strange to her, something she didn't know. Who is so special to you that you?" Iridide questioned, covering her mouth with her hand in a gesture of disbelief and shock. Just asking the question was difficult for her. Before they could get an answer, the sound of a knife falling to the ground interrupted them, drawing everyone's attention. "That girl," Dionysus murmured, breaking the silence. The crying stopped, and Freya's stern gaze pierced him like a spear. "Noel was his name, wasn't it?" the blonde declared, slowly getting up despite the pain that consumed him. The silver-haired woman lowered her head, her silence confirming more than words could express. The mention of Noel had struck a chord in her, revealing a wound that hadn't healed and clarifying the situation. The girl Freya was referring to all this time was that infant. At the mention, the brown-haired catgirl, who was close to the aforementioned, took a step forward, her voice trembling. "How do you know Noel Naya no Naya? Why do you know her Naya?" Anya questioned, emphasizing her doubt about how the death of that infant could so affect her goddess, who had apparently never interacted with her. Or at least, not in the way she thought. The atmosphere was filled with a tense silence, every gaze fixed on Freya, waiting for a revelation that might explain the palpable pain on her face. The truth seemed on the verge of being revealed, a truth that would change everyone's perception of the cracked figure of the once perfect goddess. My suspicions were true. Impressed, Hermes said, his voice barely audible in the tense silence. "Yeah." Asfi reaffirmed that she was aware of what was happening and the identity of the woman in question. Freya's eyes, once purple, turned gray, a change noticed by everyone present, unlike the previous time when only Hestia noticed it. The transformation in her gaze reflected an inner storm she couldn't hide. "That brat from the bar, now I understand, ha 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 ha. Now I understand your anger." The evil god laughed aloud, connecting the dots with cruel delight. "It was you, that brat's mother, it was you were the one who stole my gun." "Don't call him a gun," the silver-haired woman replied, full of rage and pain, without denying the above. The revelation resounded like thunder, each word laden with a truth that had remained hidden. Then Yo's laughter slowly faded as everyone present absorbed the magnitude of what they had just discovered. Freya's figure, always so imposing, was now marked by a vulnerability no one had imagined. Her connection with Noelle wasn't simply that of a goddess and a mortal. It was that of a mother who had lost her daughter. However, the mother of the dangerous girl, who received the good fortune of being called that way, was none other than Syr. That name escaped Anya as she called her name in disbelief. Freya turned around instinctively. Sir? Chloe and Lunwar stood there, confusion etched on their faces. They didn't understand what was happening, but the expression on the goddess's face was identical to her friend's. Gee girls, the deity wanted to explain while taking a step towards them, trying to calm them down. But the three waitresses stepped back, completely tense and filled with distrust. The revelation had created an unexpected rift between the trio of waitresses and the goddess, who was supposedly not who they believed. The image of Syr, the friend they swore they knew, intertwined with the figure of that goddess, shattering their understanding of reality. That's why you were so upset when I asked for your help. You were grieving for that little girl. No, first of all, how was that little girl even Evilus's ace? A little girl. Loki reflected, associating Freya's previous attitude with the conversation they had had when he came to her for the assault on Nasso's mission. He remembered the details of how traumatized she had looked. It was a spirit. The revelation by Enyo, Dionysus, whatever you wish to call him, was issued, smiling maliciously. The news echoed in the air. Her grief and desire for revenge for the loss of Noelle had not only affected her judgment but also her ability to maintain her facade. He was out in the open. No masks to hide behind. The despicable villain squeezed a severed finger to stop the bleeding. He regained control of himself. I'm no longer bound to your will. What's wrong, Freya? Is your charm failing? He sneered, finding himself free of control. The unstable goddess of beauty took a couple of steps back, stunned. You adopted her as your own when you didn't even know her origins. We found her deep within the dungeon, in a hidden area filled with ice, frozen. Above her was the Nidhogg. The ice preserved her, but the years passed and her mind degraded. She was an empty shell. With no memories or recollections of what led her to be imprisoned. He recounted, shaking his head and laughing at times. We assumed she had been tasked with stopping the dragon in ancient times. As if a battle between fire and ice had broken out. He added, holding his chin and recounting the hypothesis they had formulated. The silver-haired girl's brow furrowed in a frown. Hearing him talk about Noelle was extremely unpleasant. He didn't care where she came from or who she was before. He cared, and he was sad to have lost her. We had finally found the being that would tip the scales in our favor. When we woke up, she was grateful to us, so much so that she even believed we were her family. Ha 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 ha. The innocence of babies is too great. The deity's pearly white teeth clinked together in suppressed rage as she endured the mockery he directed at the infant. This was noticed by the blonde man, who leaned forward to observe and savor her suffering. I have to admit that I didn't plan for that brat to run into you when she ran away. I'm also surprised that you were that simpleton waitress, but given the 1001 pieces of evidence you've presented to us, that reality is undeniable. Tell me, were you pretending to go unnoticed? What did you gain by hiding behind that mask? Did they enjoy degrading you to a mere mortal? He questioned, fueling the woman's imbalance. Each word was like a stab to her delicate heart. Be quiet. He said through gritted teeth, almost spitting out the request. I could feel the dizziness in his body, the trembling in every muscle fiber. For the first time since I've known you, you look so weak. I have no intention of stopping until your desperation feeds my cravings, quenches my thirst. Drops fell precipitously to the ground, coming from the bowed goddess. How did it feel to have the first person you ever bonded with disappear in front of you? Did you ever think you were worthy of a loving existence? A family? You damn selfish bitch, you're just as worse than me or worse than me. The hatred no longer belonged to Freya alone. The others were beginning to feel resentment and dislike for Enyo, and they felt sorry for the aforementioned woman. The frequency with which the tears soaked the floor increased. The pain was too much to bear. Sooner or later, she would burst. Where did those murderous intentions go? What happened to your decision? Didn't you say you would get revenge on me? I'm waiting. Ha 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 ha. He invited her to act. He opened his arms to reveal his entire body, challenging her to keep her word. That's right. As her mother, I suppose you'd like to know details about Noelle. The truth is that she was a very obedient girl, although she was quite noisy. When we opened her skull to check its regeneration, she would heal it almost instantly, but not before screaming and kicking. How annoying she was. The deity's eyes opened wide. There was no blood or anything, so there was no need to clean it up. Partly, I suppose, because of her regeneration, it was impossible to reach her brain to manipulate it and turn her into a. Before the details could continue, the sound of the wind being cut in the air pushed, shaking the strands of Dionysus's long golden hair interrupted him. Be quiet. Freya screamed, leaping at Enyo with her fist clenched, ready to strike him with all her fury. But in that instant. Be careful, Sir Naya. Anya, with her keen perception, noticed something dangerous and, without thinking, put her hand in the middle of the attack. A knife flew toward the silver-haired girl, the same one used to slice off the finger, but before it reached its target, it pierced and sliced through Anya's palm, changing its trajectory. The force of the weapon pushed her back, and the blade pierced her hand, sinking shallowly into the target's chest. Time seemed to stand still. Freya's gaze fixed on the brunette, first in shock, then in horror as she saw blood gushing from the catgirl's hand, causing her to stagger. Pain distorted her features, but she stood firm, refusing to back down. The knife, although it had lost some of its strength when it passed through the limb, still managed to cause a wound in the woman, enough for physical pain to manifest. He slowly lowered his hand and touched his chest, where blood began to run down his fingers and then fall to the floor, staining the fabric of his garment and the carpet. His breathing became labored. "It hurts, Naya." The waitress complained, falling to her knees and hugging her hand. The goddess remained standing in shock. Blood trickled from her mouth. The weapon was still embedded above her abdomen, below her sternum. Ahahahaha. Wonderful. Wonderful. Die. Hoo. At the laughter of joy and pleasure, Lunwar acted, hitting the blonde with force and ferocity. Crash. The door that allowed entry to Demeter's room was shattered by the speed at which the sack of flesh who calls himself God was sent flying. Freya, Loki, Hermes, Demeter and Hestia rushed to her aid. The first of these hugged the body of her companion, seeing the wound with terror. Anya, Chloe and Lunwar did the same with their friend, who remained in the fetal position, holding her hand. A huge bleeding hole was the result of his intervention. "I don't matter now, Naya," the brunette replied, turning her head towards her goddess. "Freya-sama no sir, Naya, are you okay?" he asked, showing genuine concern and acceptance. The silver-haired woman's tear ducts filled with tears. She couldn't believe her daughter's actions, a friend, moved by the way she treated her, and the lack of criticism or hatred she had for lying to her all this time. Quickly, the catgirl stood up and trotted over to her, pulling back her scarf to cover the wound. "We won't achieve anything without healing potions." Asfi noticed, searching through her things for a potion with that effect. "Stay strong, Naya. Don't you dare go to Tenkai, Naya," the brunette cried, wiping the red liquid from the breast of her protector and mother, from whom she had taken her brother. She showed no resentment, only fear of losing her. Everyone surrounded her, concerned about her health. A tired smile appeared on the woman. "My girl, don't you hate me? Don't you hate me?" he questioned, crying his eyes out. "I could never hate you, Naya. Don't die, Naya." Anya replied, desperate to stop the bleeding, which continued unabated. It was then that a sinister laugh echoed from where Dionysus had been violently thrown, momentarily diverting attention to Freya. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, finding the damned god with a twisted expression on his face as he coughed and spat out blood. He held a huge bag from which he removed one of the corpses of his men who had fallen in battle and who had committed suicide. Demeter's eyes widened as she immediately recognized the contents of the container. Her breathing quickened and her face paled, a mixture of horror and despair flooding her. She knew what that bag contained and the terrible implications it held. "Because Freya manipulated my men at will, killing them on sight, it wasn't possible to use this before. I wonder if there'll be a chain reaction with the rest of the charges if I use it now." Dionysus bellowed, his smile bloodstained as he raised a bag, a threat implicit in every word. The adventurers, with their heightened senses, could clearly identify what was inside. Hundreds of red crystals, glowing with an ominous light. When they realized what it was, their heart sank in terror. Immediately, all eyes turned to the rest of the bodies scattered around the room. Each one contained shipments of those same jewels. They were explosives of enormous power, known as kazakus, capable of causing massive devastation. "Kazakus!" Asfi screamed, tearing through the air with palpable desperation. Without wasting a second, she grabbed Hestia and Hermes and activated the wings of her Tularias, rising into the air to escape the impending disaster. "Freya-sama. Demeter-sama. Loki-sama." The voices echoed in a unison cry of alert and despair. The three girls from the Lady of Plenty, tasked with protecting the deities, acted with sharp reflexes due to the urgency of the situation. Anya, despite the pain in her injured hand, lunged toward Freya, grabbing her tightly, while Lunwar rushed toward Demeter, making sure to catch her before she could react. Chloe, meanwhile, wasted no time reaching Loki, wrapping her arms around him with determination. "Ahahahaha. Die. The game is over, Loki. But I'm not leaving without dragging some of you with me." Amidst a sinister and endless laughter that marked his last desperate action, the god launched the hundreds of kazakus towards them, with a force charged with madness and malice. Ooh. The next moment was an eternal blink, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered the mansion. The shockwave unleashed a chain of detonations, each more devastating than the last, fueled by the cache of explosives that lay with the bodies scattered throughout the building. The sky lit up with a hellish glow as the mansion erupted into a sea of flames, the raging fire quickly spreading to the surrounding houses. The walls collapsed in an instant, devoured by the relentless heat. The bodies of the fallen, who moments before had lain in the stillness of death, were incinerated, reduced to ash that mingled with the black smoke rising into the sky. The scent of gunpowder and burning flesh permeated the air, turning the night into a nightmare where destruction reigned mercilessly. As the minutes passed and the smoke began to dissipate, a gentle snow began to fall over the devastated landscape. The blackened and charred debris finally stopped falling to the ground, creating an eerie silence that spread over the field of destruction. Freya, lying on the ground, opened her eyes, a sharp pain running through her body. Her leg, marked by severe burns, emitted a stabbing pain, while her arm seemed almost useless, as if the fire had robbed it of its strength. Disoriented, she turned her head and tried to focus on her chaotic surroundings. Beside her, she saw Lunwar clinging to Demeter's body. The brunette was unconscious, her breathing barely perceptible. The goddess, on the other hand, was awake, with an open wound on her head, from which a trickle of blood flowed, mixing with her tears. Her trembling hands tried to comfort her daughter, but there was no response. Her lips moved in a desperate cry, but for the silver-haired woman, those sounds were lost in a dull hum, as if the world around her were under a blanket of distortion. A little further on, Asfi was awkwardly descending, her tuleria set ablaze by the blast, scorching her feet as they hit the ground. Despite the pain, she managed to bring Hermes and Hestia down. However, the latter was covered in wounds and was crying inconsolably, tears falling onto her lacerated skin. The traveling god, though wounded, tried to calm her with gentle, reassuring words, though he himself struggled to stay on his feet. Chloe, who had protected Loki, was in a deplorable state. Her black cloak was torn to shreds, and her clothes barely hung on in charred pieces. Her arm, completely charred, was shaking uncontrollably, and her face was flushed from the heat of the blast. Iridide, although largely protected, lay beside him with her leg twisted in an unnatural position, a clear indication of the fracture she had suffered. Freya's neck gently hit the rocks behind her head, lying back. He felt a heavy pressure on his chest that prevented him from breathing regularly. The dizziness didn't stop, and every muscle fiber, every cell in his body, ached and burned. It was then that his mind began to regain control. His thoughts fluctuated, and his memories brought him impending worry. Anya. The name. With what little strength he had left. In a masterful effort that consumed what little consciousness he had left, the few seconds of fullness and lucidity his body provided, he searched for his daughter. Needless to say, he wasn't pleasantly surprised when a trickle of blood fell to his side, inches from his face. She slowly turned her head to the left, fearful. It was there that he saw the catgirl with her mouth open, spurting blood. His eyes widened at the scene. His burned skin prickled. And no. He stretched out his hand, trying to reach her face. Anya's body lay a few feet from Freya's, her side pierced by a metal rod that had pierced her abdomen as she fell several stories while embracing her goddess. Freya, still dazed, felt her breathing quicken and her heart beat frantically as she realized what had happened. He sacrificed his own safety for hers. Still dazed, she felt her breathing quicken and her heart pound as she realized what had happened. A pang of pain and guilt struck her when she saw the end of the metal bar, inches from her own head. The reality of what could have happened hit her hard. Had it been for swift intervention, she would have met her end at that instant, her life ending fleetingly, forcing her to return to Tenkai. Anya, your body. She stroked her daughter's cheek, trying to revive her, to wake her up. Although it caused her enormous pain to move, she raised her chest to speak to her. Don't worry. I'll do something, your goddess will do something. Screaming hurt her, but desperation released adrenaline, preventing her from succumbing. The cat's long brown eyelashes fluttered back. Her eyelids parted, revealing her beautiful, tired, and weary eyes. Her thin face, stained with blood, dirt, and ash, was pale, almost lifeless. See, could I be of use to you, Naya, Freya-sama? He questioned. I wasn't a burden, Naya. He questioned. The goddess's heart cracked. Don't say that. You were never a burden to me. You were always my beloved daughter. My dear friend. Tears spilled from the deity's grimy cheeks as she clutched the cat's dying body in an embrace. He rested his forehead on her shoulder. Not one, so don't die, I want to keep sharing my life with you. Let me keep hearing your voice, seeing your smile, hearing you sing. Her message didn't reach Anya, who continued talking without taking into account what they were answering her. Thank you for protecting me, Naya, for giving me a family, a roof, Naya. When I lost my parents, my family, Naya, I thought it was the end of the world. I hated you for no reason, I blamed you for my brother's decisions, Naya, I'm sorry, Naya. His voice faded, his strength dwindled. I didn't protect you at all. I could only give you a home, not a family. I took your brother from you and did nothing about it. Please gods, everyone, don't take her from me too. It feels warm, Naya. The girl was heading towards a dream from which she would most likely never wake up. Don't die. Don't die. Freya continued to hold her, shaking her so she wouldn't dare give in. Thank you, Freya-sama Sir Naya. It ended. But then, amidst the chaos and desolation, Alan appeared, emerging from the ruins and smoke. His normally cold eyes softened for a moment as he saw his sister, vulnerable and wounded on the ground, just like his goddess. Anya. He named her with concern as he hurried towards both of them. The marks of destruction along his path confirmed the desperation with which he had run when he heard the explosion. As he approached, other adventurers began to arrive on the scene, drawn by the roar and the ominous column of smoke rising into the sky. Among them, there were few healers. Only Cassandra, the only one with healing abilities, was present, and she quickly went to work on the people nearby. The silver-haired woman, filled with despair, extended her hand towards him. Alan, please, Anya is serious. She pleaded, ignoring the pain coursing through her body. The adrenaline kept her going, but she knew her wounds were deep, though insignificant compared to what she stood to lose. The aforementioned man stood motionless, his gaze divided between his goddess and his sister. Confusion and anguish took hold of him, and his usual coldness was replaced by inner torment. Who should he protect? His goddess, whose condition was also alarming, or his sister, who lay on the verge of death? Think of her. Freya screamed in fury, blood staining her teeth as she spoke. I don't matter. Don't you dare put her on the back burner for me again. It was his command, the request that was also an order. The Catman hesitated, caught in a conflict between his loyalty to Freya and his love for the chestnut. But Freya's scream echoed in his head, shaking him from his paralysis. Me too. He stammered, taking a step towards the pair. Finally, with renewed determination, he made his decision, walking towards Anya, reflecting an iron resolve. Without a word, he knelt beside his sister, willing to do everything in his power to save her, even though a part of him still felt the pull toward his goddess, to whom he owed his loyalty. But in that moment, he had chosen to protect his family, his blood, just as he had been commanded, sacrificing everything else. Ani-chan. Seeing the black-haired cat, he reacted. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Did Anya do a good job? Will I be rewarded by Ani-chan Naya for taking care of our goddess Naya? Aren't I useless, Naya? She uttered those questions with what little breath she had left and what consciousness she retained. They were a harsh blow to Alan's pride, reminding him why she saw herself as useless. It was her fault. The strong shell that surrounded him finally broke, allowing him to show emotions and cry. In a quick movement, head bowed, he cut the ends of the metal bar, without removing the portion that remained embedded in the woman, for fear of causing worse bleeding and more blood loss. Without words or promises, and even less answers, he hugged his sister, the last family he had left, wrapping his arms around her, carrying her like a princess, treating her just like he had before. I don't know where Hythe is, we can't wait for her to appear, nor do we have the time for you to find her. Take her to Dian, I'll be fine. D-Saint must treat her, don't allow your sister to die, protect her, take care of her. The goddess suggested, smiling, fulfilled and calm with renewed hope. Okay. Thank you, Freya-sama. Alan nodded, drawing his legs in and starting to run at his top speed towards the hospital headquarters of the aforementioned god. The silver-haired woman, watching her two children walk away, sank to the ground with a bitter laugh that echoed in the air. Fufufu, this is what it feels like to be left out, to be the second choice. He muttered with a mixture of irony and sadness. It was an unprecedented feeling for her, the first time she wasn't the priority, especially coming from someone in her own family who had always kept her on a pedestal of adoration and preference. The laughter continued, mixed with subtle pain. From the ground, the silver-haired woman heard Hestia's agonizing sobs in the distance, but her own body was too exhausted to move. Worry enveloped her, and a single tear slid down her cheek. Bell will be furious to see what has happened to his beloved goddess. She wailed softly, imagining the suffering the man she loved would feel when she appeared. Don't give up, you can do this, Hestia. You're too stubborn to give up now. Don't let the pain consume you, keep fighting. It was a silent cry, a fervent wish that the black-haired goddess would find the strength to continue, for the deity's despair, the cessation of her strength, would end her existence. I still owe you a talk. Said. You can't return to Tenkai without us resolving this. He added. As the pain began to engulf her, she silently prayed for it to hold on, clinging to the hope that the little girl with pigtails could bear the weight of the terrible adversity. Asfi held her in her arms. Cassandra entered the scene and used her magic to prevent the tragic fate that awaited the wounded near her, unaware of the precarious situation the brunette was in just a few meters from her. It was a depressing sight of pain, blood, and the smell of death and loss. It was then that, as if it were a lightning bolt, as if light had compacted and taken human form, a white spark appeared, leaving residual particles behind it, demonstrating the enormous speed at which it moved to reach that place. Who was responsible for the dramatic entrance? What was the name of the desperate young man who was searching every corner in search of something or someone? The pace at which he accelerated and moved across the rocky and uneven terrain was greater than the human eye could perceive, but the same did not apply to the gods, specifically the silver-haired woman who was the first to notice the arrival of that acquaintance. Bell. The dull gray of his eyes lit up as he looked at the boy's winded and lacerated face. It was as if a glimmer of hope and relief in the difficult moment brought him the calm he longed for. The desperation on the albino's worried, anxious face was palpable, easily identifiable. He moved as fast as his tired legs and burned feet would allow. He ignored the burning and pain of his anguish. His lips moved quickly, muttering a word, pronouncing a name, that name of the person whom Noel's manifestation in his subconscious warned him was in danger. When this was identified by Freya, she felt a fluttering in her chest, helping her forget the deplorable physical condition that plagued her. He's looking for me. Small particles of tears, the few that remained after tortuous suffering and endless crying, were drawn from her tear ducts, moved and happy that her beloved was looking for her. However, while the aforementioned was present in mind, this was not the case with regard to the body. He moved frantically through the rubble, repeating Syr's name like a mantra, hoping it would somehow help him visualize her. But as his eyes scanned the ruins, there was no sign of her. Anguish gripped him. Amidst the chaos and dust still floating in the air, a faint voice reached his ears. Bell. It was the silver-haired girl who stretched out her hand trying to reach him. The boy stopped dead in his tracks, focusing on the aforementioned figure in the distance. However, it wasn't the call that made him stop. It was because, in the midst of his despair, he had seen something else, something he couldn't ignore. His own goddess, wounded and in need. "Kami-sama," she said, hurrying, as her legs began to move in his direction, forgetting for a second about the dangerous girl and ignoring the pleading Freya. "Someone. Anyone. Come help us. My goddess is hurt." He shouted vehemently, trying to make his loud voice reach an ally. In the blink of an eye, he was there, hastily bending down to embrace his beloved goddess, who was barely conscious. He fell to his knees beside Hestia, trembling as he wrapped his arms around her. He held her with the desperation of a lost child, seeking comfort in the only refuge he'd ever had. His mother. Tears fell onto the deity's hair as her voice, broken by fear and anguish, barely managed to form words. "Kami-sama, I'm here, please hold on. Someone, please help us." He screamed into the void, torn by anxiety as he looked around, searching for anyone who could help. Hestia, weak and covered in dust, could barely respond. Every breath was a monumental effort and the pain consumed her. "Bell, it hurts so much." Her words were barely a whisper through tears, her voice broken and vulnerable, reflecting the immense suffering she was enduring. The young hero clumsily wiped the dirt from Hestia's stained face, his hands flailing and trying to restore some dignity to her, something that would make her feel a little less hurt and broken. "No, don't worry, Kami-sama, I'll get you out of here, I promise you'll survive." She could barely speak, fearing that the life of the one who had served as her mother would crumble before her eyes. Amidst the gloom and wailing, Freya silently observed the deep bond between Hestia and Bell. The intensity of the moment left her motionless, absorbed in the young man's devotion to his goddess, a love so pure that it even stirred a mixture of envy and admiration in her. The figure of a woman with red hair, tied in two pigtails, approached with determination, emerging behind the silver-haired woman, who recognized her instantly. It was her daughter, Hythe Velvet. "No, go get her, Hythe, heal Hestia," she asked. Despite the pain that consumed her, she left no doubt about what she wanted. The Redeed's expression was hard to read. She didn't like leaving her side, giving priority to a different deity, but her mother's decisiveness and determination prevented her from contradicting her. "Okay." Hythe didn't hesitate, nodding and running with his staff in hand towards the pair to carry out his task. A smile of satisfaction and accomplishment settled on the goddess of beauty as she laid her head back again. The healer's hand rested on the shoulder of the boy clinging to the dying body of the black-haired woman, calling his attention. The albino's doubtful gaze focused on her, confused and puzzled by the presence of a stranger. "I'll take care of it from now on," as Freya-sama requested. "Please allow me to heal her." He asked in a deadpan professional manner. It was just another job, with no emotional weight. The hug increased in strength. "And no. I will not put Kami-sama's life on someone I don't know or trust." The rabbit was reluctant to the idea, replying. "I'm the only one capable of healing her at this time. There's no one around to perform the task, and Perseus doesn't have the medical supplies to heal her. If you decide to wait for someone else, it may be too late. If you return to Tenkai due to your ineptitude, you'll have only yourself to blame. Can you live with that burden? Are you willing to take the risk, boy?" The Redeed furrowed her eyebrows and threatened, trying to reason with him in a stern, typical manner. "Trust her, go help others." The woman who would be placed in Hythe's hand said firmly. The albino remained static at the request. But, after a moment of hesitation, he nodded slowly, deciding to follow the words of his beloved goddess. He struggled to his feet, his muscles protesting fatigue and injuries. Hythe looked at him with concern as he began the healing. "It wouldn't hurt you to get some rest too," he said to her softly. "If you don't do it soon, you could faint or worse," he added. The young man shook his head, determined. "I won't rest until I find Syr and make sure she's okay," he declared, remembering the pending matter that was bothering him. Hestia, between sighs of relief as the healer worked on her wounds, gave a small smile, glancing at the exhausted silver-haired girl. "That waitress is nearby, I'm sure of it," he warned, watching him walk away. He started walking again, searching for Syr with an urgency he couldn't contain. But, just a few steps from where he'd been, his gaze met Freya's. The goddess, wounded and visibly weakened, looked at him with a sad smile. "I'm sorry you see me in such a sorry state," he said in a soft and fearful tone. "Freya-sama." The rabbit called out, surprised and bewildered at the same time. His eyes reflected discomfort, which fueled the distance between him and that Syr. The confusion in her expression stung Freya's heart. Of course, how could she recognize her in that appearance, so different from the sweet waitress she usually is, and whom she knew? Her lower lip trembled, unable to hide the sadness that flooded her. However, when their eyes met, Bell noticed something different. Her eyes, usually so cold and dominant, were now filled with tears. The vulnerability in her gaze surprised him, and without knowing why, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His heart beat faster, feeling a connection he hadn't felt before. Something about the desperation of the woman lying wounded at his feet moved him deeply, filling him with nostalgia and an enormous familiarity that raised hundreds of questions. At that moment, I didn't see her as the stalker who had been following me for months. No, my perception of her was that of a broken woman who wanted to heal. They stared at each other in silence, lost in each other, without uttering a word. The tension between them was high. It was as if a silent bond connected their souls in that moment of shared vulnerability and… Why do I see her in you?" the rabbit questioned, crouching down and reaching out to hold her hand. However, a laugh of joy echoed from the rubble in the distance, interrupting his momentary trance. The laughter was disturbing, and Bell instinctively became alert to the present danger. "He was?" Freya whispered, filled with sadness and resentment. The rabbit, now standing and holding his dagger Hestia, looked at her out of the corner of his eye, noticing the growing pallor on her face. "He's responsible for everything for her leaving," she continued, struggling to stay awake. Her strength was rapidly draining away, and the weight of the truth seemed to crush her. That she resonated in the young man's mind like a persistent echo. He didn't need further explanation. He knew exactly who the deity was referring to. The realization hit him hard, causing his brows to furrow in an expression of pain and suppressed fury. The dagger he was holding fell to the ground with a dull sound as his body tensed with rage and helplessness. "He took her from us, Bell." The silver-haired woman finished sobbing and losing consciousness. The albino stood firm, covering her, refusing to leave her alone, even though the cause of her suffering was within reach. He couldn't afford to abandon her in that state, without the certainty that she would be safe. It was then that Otter's deep voice echoed from behind him, breaking the tense silence. "If you're not going to help her, get out of the way," said the imposing Bose. He saw the king approaching, accompanied by Hedin, the stern-looking elf whom he called master. They advanced determinedly towards Freya, concern for their goddess evident on their faces. Otter, wasting no time, bent down and lifted her with ease, as if she weighed no more than a feather. The goddess, exhausted and wounded, let her body rest in the arms of her family's captain. Hedin, meanwhile, adjusted his glasses with a meticulous gesture. "You have a task to do, don't you? Or have you already accomplished it?" he asked, indicating to his student to tie up the remaining ends. The latter slowly denied. "No, there's still one thing I have to do, sensei," he replied as his gaze hardened, ready to do whatever was necessary. Shaking off any doubts or burdens, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever came. He would keep his promise that he would finish what he had started once and for all. The silhouette of Enyo, who had somehow managed to escape the blast, loomed through the thick cloud of dust, eager to see his victims. His lips were beginning to form a satisfied smile, but his expression instantly changed when the hero who had initially ruined his plans appeared in front of him, blocking his line of sight. Pua. The powerful blow struck his abdomen before he could even react, sending him violently backward and flying into the pile of rubble. The force of the impact resonated through the air, leaving those watching the scene gasping. "No, you won't cause any more trouble," the attacker warned, his eyes gradually becoming dim. The blonde, still stunned, tried to get up, trying to process what had just happened. "What the hell? How come none of them died?" "Poo?" he stammered, without finishing his question. The menacing adventurer's feet planted firmly in front of him, and before he could regain his balance, a precise kick sent him flying again, sending his body rolling on the ground. "Why you?" Dionysus, downplaying his serious physical condition, which was the result of having been hit by the previous explosion, pointed at him fiercely and angrily. The finger cut in half pointed at him despite having the same length as the rest without stretching. "Because of you my plans were ruined," he declared, almost spitting out that claim that filled him with anger and resentment. "Since you appeared in the damn city, things have changed." She crawled backward to separate herself from him and stand up, facing him before the icy gaze of the albino, who did not articulate a movement or gesticulate a word. "First you interfered in my partnership with Ishtar. Then you murdered Jura. You protected that damn Istri elf, and now you murdered the Nidhogg. What the buck makes you so special, brat? Everything you get involved in, you hurt me. How did you get so strong?" He was red with fury. He screamed incessantly, forcing every last bit of air out of his lungs, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his eyes to redden, almost bulging out of their sockets. However, the rabbit did not give up his silence. He turned his head over his shoulder, watching what was happening behind him. She watched Cassandra healing Loki and Chloe, Lily giving potions to Lunwar and Demeter, Hythe activating his magic to heal Hestia, Hermes, and Asphi, who were nearby. Not to mention Freya being tended to by Otter and Hedin, who hurried over to the reed with pigtails to be treated after they finished the rest of their work. The hollow feeling formed in her abdomen. Her mind wandered, and her head spun in a distinct dizziness that wouldn't lead to fainting. Many people he loves and cares about were close to death. Several of them even before this suicidal act at the Wheat Mansion. How many people lost their lives because of the god in front of them? How many friends, acquaintances, family members, loved ones were lost because of their actions, their wickedness, their boredom? I couldn't know. He returned his head to its rightful place, straightening his back and looking down at the blonde. It was in my power to prevent this, and I decided to let my revenge consume me. If I hadn't fought the Nidhogg directly and had finished it off with one blow as stipulated, would Kami-sama be okay? Wouldn't she have been hurt? The others wouldn't have suffered because of my ineptitude and foolishness in facing it hand to hand. He said, his head bowed. The regret he felt for his arrogant actions weighed heavily on his shoulders. "What the buck are you babbling about?" The god reached out with his hand, wanting to grab him by the collar of his shirt, but her wrist was held firmly, squeezing it and causing the bones to collide, causing severe pain. "Tch." He clicked his tongue and tried to break free. "I won't allow any more lives to be put at risk because of me and yours." Bell faced him. The red in his eyes turned completely opaque. He decided to succumb to hatred. The cold, chilling feeling of gloom and death ran up the deity's spine, bringing him a bad omen. "I'll kill you and Evilus with you." That warning echoed in the silence of dawn, devoid of warmth, kindness, reproach, sadness, anger, or any human feeling that characterized the sender of the message. An arrogant yet fearful smile appeared on Dionysus's face, who did not take him seriously. "You're not fooling me, brat. Tch. You're a wannabe hero with stupid morals that limit you. They bind you. And we both know that the dream you so desperately want to achieve is preventing you from taking the life of a god." He scoffed, believing the threats to be empty and baseless, merely trying to instill fear in him. But. His wrist was crushed again. Only he believed that lame excuse. "The one who will kill you won't be bellcranel. It will be Noel's father, in revenge for taking away his happiness." The bones continued to creak and almost break. Just as he said, the speaker wasn't the albino who longs to become a hero, no, it was a broken man fed up with unfavorable circumstances. The dark flame grew within him. The distorted version of what he aspired to presented itself, ready to cross the line, driven by grief. Indeed, he was not the merciful hero he idealized, he was a bloodthirsty avenger, capturing his prey. And this was noticed by Enyo, who, in his vast years of existence, in the billions of years that he has been a living being, felt that which humans, weak, mortal and fragile, deal with daily fear. His feet wobbled. The arrogance and narcissism that had decorated his face vanished, replaced by a grimace of pain and unease. "You force your desires on the weak. You manipulate the hopes and dreams of children, you end lives as if it were a mere game, indiscriminately." Even in his darkest years, he maintained a flame of empathy for others, expressing outrage at what they had to go through. It was a distant cry from his soul, seeking to maintain his humanity. Lucia exhausted, tired. "And what's with that? You also impose your ideals." Trembling with fear, as manifested in his response, the blonde replied. "Yes, I have to admit I sounded hypocritical." To his surprise, the albino agreed. "I'd like to deny it, but that's definitely the reality. Of course, I hate the very idea of being similar to you in any way. It repulses me to even consider it. However, that's the way things are." He added, without stopping. His fists were clenched so tightly his nails dug into his skin. The blood that had once flowed from his split lip had stopped, leaving only a dry stain. The scar across his face had healed. The burns that marked his body, which should have caused him unbearable pain, faded into insignificance. He no longer felt them. The fire of his anger had extinguished them. In that state, where death was closer than murder, it was extremely intimidating, causing the deity to gulp nervously. "We are two sides of the same coin. Opposites," he shouted. They stared at each other, and the inhuman expression on the boy's face chilled the god's blood, aggravating the symptoms mentioned above. "You and your people break the peace, caring nothing about who is hurt or killed. I, on the other hand, long for the peace you seek to disrupt, seeking out the innocent. I am a firm believer that there is goodness in everyone, but not in you. Do you truly believe that your actions are justified? At what point in your miserable existence did you lose empathy for other living beings, increasing your selfishness?" These questions weren't directed at anyone in particular. They were broadcast on the air without any intention of reaching a resolution. "Thanks to you, I realize that with scum like you, there's no need to find logic in your actions. It's a complete waste of time. The best thing to do is nip the weeds in the bud." The red of the dull iris shone again. The darkness he had witnessed flashed through his mind. The fee is sadness. That suffering. The unrest of the young people in the orphanage he recently visited. Abraham's hopelessness. Ryu's hatred. Syr and Noel's cries. All of this was accompanied by a responsible figure who had to pay. What do you mean? We both know that before you touch me, I'll return to Tenkai. You want to become an avenging hero? You can't, there's no way you'll do it. I will return to Tenkai without paying for anything I do here. The Onassis shouted, trying to hide his panic. Before he could say anything else, a strong punch hit him full on. Crash. The impact was so violent that his body crashed through walls one after another, shattering them with the impact until he finally slowed down, colliding with a stronger wall. The Onassis began to cough, tasting the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. A crimson trail flowed from the back of his neck, mingling with the dirt and dust surrounding him. The physical damage didn't compare to the shattering of the security he once had. The albino approached again, his footsteps heavy. He leaned down slightly, looking down on him, and regarded him with a mixture of pity and contempt. "You're afraid of death, of being forgotten. If you truly wanted to return to Tenkai, you would have done so from the very first minute. But you didn't. You're afraid of being a mere bad memory, a mundane being, someone who never achieved anything, and I promise you on my life that it will be so," he said, devoid of compassion. The albino's words pierced the blonde psyche like daggers. Terror permeated every fiber of his being as he felt exposed, his mask of arrogance crumbling to pieces. He began to tremble relentlessly, as if the mere act of staying upright required a superhuman effort. The certainty of his insignificance, that his existence might vanish, consumed him completely, leaving him in a state of severe paralysis. The shattered field, covered in incandescent debris, began to turn white as snow began to fall gently from the dark sky. Each flake, delicate and cold, settled on the ruins, extinguishing the burning embers and creating an almost unreal contrast between destruction and serenity. The adventurer, standing amidst the devastation, felt the snow touching his skin, momentarily soothing his exhausted and winded body. The cold calmed his beating heart, providing a respite amidst so much chaos. But despite the icy comfort, the desire for revenge that controlled him burned, unquenchable by the snow. "For the first time I can genuinely say that I hate someone. Get away from me." Enyo screamed, trying to crawl backward, desperately searching for a way out. But his back hit the cold stone wall, leaving him with no way out. It was clear, he was right. I didn't want to die, I didn't want to return to Tenkai. The certainty of his victory made him unable to conceive of this scenario. "You made me understand that life isn't all roses. I thank you for that, but you've caused so much harm to so many people, and I won't forgive you for that because, after all, you messed with my family." The albino cracked his knuckles. It was as if he were mustering every ounce of strength he had left, despite the extreme exhaustion weighing on him after his previous battle. The battlefield was empty, with no witnesses to interrupt what was about to happen. The snow continued to fall, but its cold touch couldn't stop it. There was nowhere to run, no divine power to save the blonde from what was to come. In the distance, a few meters away, Freya's sons, the King Otter and Hildersleaf Head and Selland, were in complete shock by the turn of events and the new personality that the rabbit had just adopted to face the fury that was blinding him from what was morally right. "I'm not opposed to him killing the bastard who hurt our goddess, but I didn't imagine he'd be the one to take sides." The elf sharpened his gaze, raising his eyebrow, still with his arms crossed, after covering the glass tube that contained the healing potion that alleviated the silver-haired girl's wounds. This potion was originally intended for the albino, but it could not be delivered because he set out on a journey without any rest towards where they were. So this is what he meant when he said he had one thing left to do. The stoic and imperturbable Bose commented. He couldn't take his eyes off him because his attitude seemed so familiar. That devastating thirst for blood. The dark flame of selfishness and hatred consumed him, just as it had in his time. The reason he fought the Nidhogg hand to hand was to test himself and unleash his wrath. You damn idiot, if you had killed that thing with one hit this wouldn't have happened. Heden's grip on his staff shook, claiming his students' ineptitude and resentment, which indirectly caused the Wheat Mansion incident and the injuries in it. As a result of the exchange of opinions between the pair of adventurers and the elf's harsh retorts, Freya's rest was disturbed, causing her beautiful, tired purple eyes to slowly open, peeling back those fine, long silver eyelashes. What's going on? Freya murmured, barely awake, as her blurred vision tried to focus on her surroundings. Please don't overexert yourself, my lady. Although we've healed most of your wounds, some haven't fully healed yet. Otter pleaded, holding on tight to her grip so she wouldn't get out of his arms, but she dismissed his advice and insisted in a broken voice. That doesn't matter, put me down. Still dizzy, her gaze shifted to the young man's figure several meters away. However, before she could comprehend what she was seeing, a desperate cry echoed in the air. Stop. The pathetic, almost pleading cry that echoed in the ominous islands came from Enyo, bringing her out of her trance, awakening her from her daze. What's wrong with him? It was questioned. She forced her gaze toward the young man, and when she stared, she couldn't hide her shock. The Bell she saw wasn't the same young man she knew. There was something dark and fierce in his posture, a shadow in his gaze she'd never witnessed before. The faint purple of her eyes glowed, probing the young man's interior, probing the white soul she loved so much. When she did, a feeling of emptiness came over her. His soul is stained. She muttered in concern, realizing what was happening. In her vision, which had always allowed her to see people's souls as a beautiful fire, she saw something that deeply disturbed her. The pure white flame that represented Bell's soul, that light she so admired, was being tainted. A foul, black flame was beginning to rise within him, tiny at first, but growing larger and larger as the distance between them narrowed. Terror gripped her as she watched that darkness threaten to consume him. It was as if with every step she took toward her enemy, with every moment her anger grew deeper within her, that blackness expanded, enveloping the radiance that had so attracted her. She shook her head desperately, trying to deny what she was seeing, but the vision wouldn't change. The purity of her beloved Otter was in danger, and she could lose it forever, not only in body, but in spirit. However, an internal debate arose in his subconscious. She wanted the albino to end the life of the man who had done so much harm to them, the man who had injured and tortured her beloved daughter. However, the price has already been revealed. You can't get something without losing something else. It's not like he didn't deserve it, he's inflicted so much pain on us. She whispered, in a poor attempt to convince herself it was the right thing to do. But deep down, she knew it wasn't true. She understood that this wasn't the way her Otter would fix things. A tremulous smile appeared on his lips, barely visible, like a reflection of his internal struggle. Noel would have wanted this. He would have wanted revenge on those who made him suffer. He added bitterly. Are you really sure about that, Freya-sama? Otter inquired, his gaze searching for the truth in his goddess's eyes, sowing a spark of doubt in her conviction. If you kill him, there will be no turning back. Eden pointed out with feigned disinterest, when in reality his concern was evident, although he did not dare to interfere directly. The goddess's gaze faded, her eyes taking on a gray hue, a reflection of her true nature, her true being. Her fingers dug into her own arm, marking the skin as tension filled her. I don't find anything wrong with it. This is what should happen. He declared with imperturbable seriousness, reluctant to take the path of revenge, accepting that the final act would be carried out. Freya-sama, you know perfectly well that this is not the case. The voice of a fourth person, a woman, appeared behind the trio, who instinctively turned in her direction, discovering her identity in the process. Helen. The aforementioned named her, surprised to see her there. We share thoughts and emotions, happiness and sorrow, so now I ask you to stop thinking about yourself for a moment and see the bigger picture. Look inside yourself and find among your most cherished desires what you truly yearn for, because if you continue like this, that is what you will lose. The goddess's assistant asked, already standing in front of her and exchanging glances. Freya became defensive, leaning back, refusing to comply with the request, biting her lower lip. Her confidence wavered. In this world, there is no one who knows more about herself than Helen, but she refused to accept that he was right. There's no need. He replied, turning his back on her, trying to convince himself of his own words. Turning around, his gaze returned to the scene unfolding, with the two men as protagonists. Time seemed to slow down, as if each second stretched out indefinitely. He watched as Bell's soul darkened, slowly corrupting itself in the same way it had consumed his own heart in the past. If he carried out his revenge, would any of the goodness that once defined him remain? The darkness could completely erase the light. Was she really willing to allow that to happen? Could she bear the thought of her beloved Audra being lost in the same darkness that had marked her existence? Doubt gripped her heart, growing ever stronger, shaking her firm resolve. And what am I supposed to do? For Belle, right now, the only thing that matters is avenging Noel. Even if I intervene, it won't change anything. Especially not being who I am now. He said, helplessly. She hugged herself, as if trying to protect herself from the cold hatred she felt for her own appearance, for her inadequacy. In this form, as a goddess with no special connection to her beloved, she couldn't reach him or stop him. Small tears began to slide down her cheeks, each one falling with a weight of self-loathing. She hated her appearance, hated her weakness, hated that she wasn't enough to save him from the darkness that consumed him. Freya-sama may be powerless, but perhaps little Syr, the woman she promised to protect, can talk some sense into her. Ellen suggested. Although he was hesitant, his plan made sense, and he was confident it was the only option. And you are sorely mistaken, Freya-sama. Right now, Belle is begging for help. Deep down, he wishes to be stopped, just as you wished as you were charging at Enyo just minutes ago. Neither of you are bad people, you are just broken people giving a desperate, strangled cry, a cry for help, hoping someone will reach out and rescue you from the darkness. I know this because I have been there before I met you, Freya-sama. Be that light for Belle. Keep the father Noel thought he was from disappearing forever. He begged, raising his voice. Become the woman you long to be when you meet again. He added to his plea, urging Freya to act before it was too late. Tears cascaded down Freya's cheeks, flooding her face with a sadness that seemed to have no end. Freya can't fix this. Neither can Hestia. Only you, the real you, can do it, so do it. Otter exclaimed, raising his voice to his goddess for the first time. She, staring blankly, lowered her head, immersed in a sea of uncertainty, trapped in a dilemma that paralyzed her. She didn't know how to proceed. The weight of the situation had her in check. He promised you that you'd both look out for each other. That also means you should protect him from himself. The attendant shouted, charged with a vehemence that resonated deep within the goddess's heart, causing her to react. Suddenly, something inside her woke up, and without her being able to control it, her body began to move on its own, guided by an internal force that pushed her to fulfill her promise. I want to protect you too, Belle. He screamed, shedding the tears of his heavy crying, which were pushed back by the air at the speed at which he was running. Agitated, with her heart beating 1,000 miles an hour and only the back of her beloved, her everything, her Audra, her Belle, blurred in the distance, she continued walking. The thundering of her heartbeat deafened her. The drops overflowing her eyelids blinded her, yet something deep within her guided her down the right path, avoiding setbacks. A natural instinct, an unbreakable bond. His appearance began to change. I want to keep seeing him smile sincerely. I want to share my happiness with you. I miss. Those purple eyes turned gray again. His height decreased. His hair decreased in length. Goodbye, Enyo. The albino declared firmly, extending his hand and puffing out his chest as he prepared for a decisive act. Small embers began to emerge from his palm, transforming into a flame as black as night. The once white light, a symbol of his skill, now turned jet black, a reflection of the dark fire consuming his interior. Power built, ready to unleash the final devastation. I long for us to be the people our daughter saw in us. She bellowed, assuming her true form, the one she so longed to be, without the yoke of the goddess of beauty on her shoulders. It was the manifestation of her purest and most sincere desires. Please don't do it. With a desperate cry, she threw herself at the albino's back, wrapping it tightly in a restrictive hug that stopped any action the rabbit tried to take. No, don't take my Audra away from me. She ended pleadingly and extremely sadly, pressing her eyelids against her eyes and intensifying her crying again. Chapter 13. I love you, Belle. The delicate and trembling arms of the beautiful waitress, who was still in shock, desperately clung to the albino's hot and aching body, surrounding him as if her own life depended on it, thus stopping his advance towards the blonde god with an intensity that contrasted with her apparent fragility. The boy, seeing himself cornered by an extra weight on his almost surrendered back due to the constant effort he had made throughout the night, stopped, paralyzed. His body, forced forward by the inertia of his steps, as if his own will fueled his actions, but not his consciousness, struggled with hers, trying to break free, but unable to do so. The impact of that unexpected act stunned him, freezing his resolve. His arms felt restrained, his legs helpless, and his frustration mounting. He tugged desperately, beginning to drag his captor, causing her feet to squeak in the damp earth, leaving their mark on the ground. But Syr stood firm, digging her teeth into the ground with unwavering resolve, prepared to go to the bitter end. Syr. The albino spoke his name in a hollow tone, like the echo of a wandering soul, emotionless, lifeless. It was a whisper that lacked its usual warmth, a distant reflection of what once was. Syr's body trembled, twisting at the coldness of his voice. A chill ran down her spine like an icy serpent, sowing at deep unease in her chest, soul, heart. In that instant, fear struck her. Perhaps he had reacted too late, perhaps he had already lost it. With his emotions fresh and brimming, his arms curled up, he sought Helen's gaze, and in his companion's eyes, he found the same somber thought, he encountered that same worry, that terror. Otter and Hedden, witnesses to that tense scene, watched in silence, stunned. Their faces wore complicated expressions, unable to intervene, knowing it was not their place, nor their ability to fix this mess, but equally caught up in the drama unfolding before them. Hestia, helped by Hythe to her feet, walked slowly toward them. Her eyes met Syr's, and in the exchange of glances, the waitress silently pleaded with her. The plea did not go unnoticed. The white-haired young man's goddess nodded gently, raising a hand in a reassuring gesture, giving her permission, encouraging her to continue. That bonfire deity inspired her to keep going, to not give up right after starting. For some reason unknown to the waitress herself, those private gestures were enough to restore her confidence. She bit her lip, tensing every aching muscle in her thin body. Stop, please. He begged. Syr's voice cracked with a plea as her embrace tightened even further, nearly melding the fabric of her garments to his back. She could feel the cold in her lover instead of the warmth he normally possessed and radiated. The strength in his limbs and the furious beating of his heart were intensified, allowing her to feel at least a sliver of the brimming anger he was emitting at that very moment. I can't, sir. Bell's response resonated with frustration and irritation in the listener's ears. You can't ask me for something like that. It's not fair. He added, glancing at her from under his shoulder. His beautiful red eyes, which were the preamble, the window, to the most beautiful sight the waitress had ever witnessed in anyone, her soul became dull, fierce, and devoid of any humanity. That scared her in the worst way, making her hesitate. Before us is the one we've been searching for all this time. I thought you more than anyone would want him dead. And you're asking me not to? Are you serious? The boy's desperation was palpable, every word that came out of his mouth was loaded with tremendous hatred and utter disappointment, unable to understand why she, of all people, was preventing him from completing his revenge, from ending that chapter in both of their lives, without knowing that this would not be the end of that cycle of hatred. That damn scum took her from us, sir. He may not have fired the arrow, but he gave Evilus the weapons to cause that pain and suffering. I can't forgive him. Frustration boiled inside him, reflected in his prayers and cries tinged with indignation and disbelief. The gray-haired girl's fingers tightened even more against her chest, as if somehow that gesture could protect her heart from the abyss she saw opening up before it. Inside her, a storm raged. Her thoughts struggled between hatred and reason. She frowned, her breathing quickening worse than before, as she stared at the blonde man in front of them, the man who had been the source of her suffering, of those nights of sadness and crying, where she begged for an end to that misery, where she wished to end her own existence once and for all. The darkness inside her ignited like a ravenous flame. Deep, suffocating hatred surged through her, and the desire for revenge drew her in with a force she could barely resist. The pleasure she felt at seeing him so defeated, so pathetic and frightened, offered her a twisted satisfaction, calming the fury burning in her chest. But despite everything, something else held her back. Because, beyond the hatred, beyond the pain, she didn't want a pure soul, a kind and good being like Bell, to fall into that darkness. Syr could afford to save others, for she knew that abyss. The young woman was rotten inside, beyond saving. That day, she realized that she was truly incapable of change, impossible for her to live up to the expectations her beloved daughter placed on her. The God definitely didn't change. She let herself be consumed, hurting innocent people. She reverted to being a stupid, impulsive woman who drags others into a cruel fate because of her selfishness, wrapped in selfishness and rage. There was no way out. The goal he'd set for himself a few days ago was impossible. But he didn't want the same black flame that consumed her to also devour him. His existence, marked by sin, could have a good purpose after so much evil, a kind of redemption. For the first time, perhaps, just perhaps, she would abandon her worldly selfishness and stand for the man she loved, even if it meant going against her own desires. You promised to protect me. However, I want to take care of you too, Bell. He thought, shedding tears, feeling the drops slide down his cheeks until they made contact with the little clothing that covered the albino. I want to save you even if it's from yourself. For you, for Noel. He whispered, drawing an irregular smile on his reddened lips, recovering the determination he had lost seconds before. She clung even more tightly to the young man, showing herself reluctant and willing to face the ultimate consequences of her decision. I trust in you, in what you represent. In the light of your being, of your soul. He added. An incomparable warmth filled his chest, as if the hope of helping him were a source of energy. But those emotions didn't reach the young man. What has being stupidly pious gotten me lately? There are people you can't change them no matter how many chances you give them. They're just scum. White hair, stained with dirt and dried blood, covered the upper part of the albino's face as he responded, lowering his head. His back and chest expanded, then returned to their normal position. The words uttered by his tired lips and ragged vocal cords came out haltingly and slowly, as if speaking would cause him great pain. Not just physical but mental. And those scum, they deserve nothing but death. I deeply regret not being able to provide it, however just returning him to Tenkai will satisfy me. He added. If it weren't for Enyo, they would. In his mind, he projected the things he'd lost, the situations in which trusting others had brought him misfortune. The moments when if he'd made a radical different decision, he could have avoided so much misery. They wouldn't have gone through with that. Ween was saved by a miracle. Fate wasn't planning on granting me that blessing again. Concluded. One word from his sad monologue remained etched in the woman's subconscious. One that hurt. Slag. Syr's lips trembled at that answer. A strong pressure hit her chest, worrying her. What he said could easily describe her. That resentful phrase how many people in their eons of life have said or thought that, directed at her. The insecurity from before was returning. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a way to reach him. Her emotions were colliding with a solid wall of resentment. It's been that way ever since they met. He's advanced, and she's admired him from behind. Her hand has stretched out, trying to reach him, but she's never come close to the towering figure of the boy she'd waited for, the one her heart yearned for. It was a cruel fate. Everything seemed unimportant if I didn't have it. Nothing made sense if I lost it. Yet the fear that the young man she fell in love with might disappear lingered. She clenched her fist, swallowed, did any tiny thing that would allow her to hold on a little longer, that would give her enough willpower to still try to save him, when she didn't even believe in her own salvation from that dark hole she'd sunk into eons ago. You're not the same as me. You're better, you've always been better than any of us. He clung to that idea, wrinkling his eyebrows. She released the hug, her arms no longer surrounding the boy's winded body. The boy, seeing himself free, wanted to continue with his objective. However, her hands on the sides of his reddened, wet face, gently lifting it so that they could see each other directly. It's not what you want to do. I can see it as clear as day. I want to kill him. I've wanted to end his life as slowly and painfully as possible. Even a few minutes ago those desires consumed me, and I was on the verge of doing it. Not a night goes by when torment doesn't spur me to action. The volume of the reply gradually decreased, turning into a muffled murmur. So why? Left with the first part of the sentence, which seemed incomplete, Bell wanted to question her, to investigate the reason that motivated her to stop her attempts to get rid of the leader of Evilis, the dark god who has caused them to lose friends and even their own mental stability. Every night, the image of Noel haunts me, keeping me from sleeping. I'm forced to wake up in the middle of the night, terrified, panicking, at the way he's manifesting himself in the place where I should be happy, the place where I hold him so dearly. I hear his pleading cries, his complaints blaming me for not saving him, for using him. Syr interrupted him. This was his moment. This was the moment he could vent honestly and directly to the young man, wanting to prove a point. That wounded heart and unstable mind released the poison contained since that fateful day that was killing them little by little, seeking atonement. And I'm sure it's been the same for you. She muttered as a waterfall of tears streamed down her pale skin. Each tear seemed to contain a profound sadness, as if she were broken beyond repair. The sight of her suffering sent a chill, an electric shock, down Bell's spine. The shudder ran from the nape of his neck to the base of his spine, causing his eyes to open wide. He'd never seen that expression on the waitress's face, not even when Noel died. The mixture of grief and understanding was disarming, and his conflicted subconscious struggled to process what he was feeling at that moment. We love her very much, don't we? Syr asked, gently removing her hand from the boy's cheek. The cold left a void in her skin, but it was quickly replaced by the warmth of his touch as she intertwined her fingers with his, a gesture as intimate as it was painful. The albino felt a tremor inside him, not just in his body. It was his soul that was vibrating, on the verge of collapse. Fear flooded him. Fear of what that contact meant, fear of what she was asking of him. Slowly, he withdrew his hand, pushing it away as if it were a burning object, but the girl didn't yield. Her fingers insisted, seeking to hold onto his with an iron will. The pair's breathing began to unravel. Air flowed in and out of their lungs in erratic gasps, as if their bodies didn't know how to maintain control. On Bell's side, he was still scared, both of her and of himself, and every second their palms remained connected, sank him deeper into an abyss of emotions he didn't know how to handle. A dim light illuminated the boy's dull scarlet eyes. A calm, delicate glow appeared in Syr's, which were purple. However, the opacity returned to the albino's eyes. She still couldn't reach him, she failed again. Syr, answer me, why do you intend to stop me? Bell's voice, thick with frustration and severity, cracked with every word, as if he were about to completely crumble. Indignation burned, but beneath it lay desperation. He longed for resolution. One the waitress couldn't give him. The latter froze. She faltered as she tried to articulate a response, and only empty babble emerged, sounds that didn't form a coherent explanation. What could I say to him? How could I explain that I was fighting for his soul, that I saw the darkness slowly consuming him, and that I couldn't allow it? Shall I tell him that his soul is turning dark? She thought, a lump growing in her throat. But what right did she have to say that? How could she confront him with that truth when she knew that, deep down, it was also her own selfishness speaking? She couldn't deny that she wanted him for herself, that she wanted him pure, untouched, without that stain of hatred that was now suffocating him. And then there was Noelle. Could she really tell her that Noelle wouldn't want this? How could she be sure? That little girl wasn't there to speak for herself, to correct her words or reinforce her assumptions. The waitress, worried and overwhelmed, didn't know what to do with the uncertainty that overwhelmed her. Every attempt, every excuse, unraveled in his mind. He couldn't find his own truth, only lies that crumbled before they could leave his mouth. Lies that would have no weight on him, that couldn't touch his now hardened heart. Lies she had always used, with cunning and ease, to shape the world to her advantage. But this time, he felt powerless. All he had were empty justifications, and he knew none of them would be enough to save him. Her life had always been tainted by those lies, those selfishness, those envy, and those hatreds, and at this decisive moment, she felt that burden suffocating her. How could she stop him, convince him, when her own heart was filled with the very shadow she was trying to banish from him? For the first time in a long time, he felt he couldn't make his will come true. What had once seemed simple now seemed impossible. Giving up, lowering her shoulders, defeated, she had no choice but to say the first thing that came to mind. I don't know. Simple and to the point, condemned by her own doubt, she expressed the ignorance that plagued her, that saddened her. You don't know. The boy repeated, disappointed. He stiffened as he straightened, ridding himself of any lingering doubts. His cold, determined gaze pierced the young woman like an arrow straight to her heart. Without waiting any longer, he decided to ignore her, determined to move on. She, trapped in helplessness, looked around for help, but all she found was a growing crowd, drawn by the bustle and tension in the air. The murmurs grew louder as more and more eyes took in the scene. The sky, which had only minutes before begun to lighten with dawn, clouded over, as if the world itself felt the gravity of what was about to happen. The first rays of the sun were obscured by the gray blanket that lay over them. Ellen, watching from a distance, looked worriedly at her goddess, unable to physically intervene, but aware of the internal conflict raging within her. The albino's hand tried to break free, to slip out of the waitress's grasp, seeking the freedom he felt was being denied him. At that moment, the words of the silver-haired woman, Freya's assistant, echoed in Freya's mind. He is seeking help from within, Freya-sama. Do not abandon him. Do not let fear control you, do not let lies remain your shield. If your reason for stopping Bell is selfish, tell him so. He is looking for sincerity, not excuses. The young woman's support was immediate. No one understood what the young woman was going through better than Helen. Lie selfishness. Syr murmured, repeating those words in her subconscious, revealing the truth she tried to deny. She couldn't keep hiding it from him any longer. Resolutely, she reached out, taking Bell's hand again, preventing him from escaping. I stopped you because I don't want you to be like me. He confessed, whispering with vulnerability. The albino frowned, puzzled, searching for an explanation, a clarification. No more lies. No more games. I am a selfish goddess. A woman who is ruled by her own interests. And what I want now is to get you back. She smiled arrogantly, deciding that now she would achieve it. There would be nothing stopping her. Like you? The adventurer questioned, not understanding what he meant. What were they like in? What similarities did that stern Bell and she share? Yes, I don't want hatred and revenge to take over you. Your hands, your soul, your being were not created to bear the weight of resentment and evil that this world unleashes. You did not come to this world to hurt or destroy. Syr continued, breaking down as she lightly pulled the boy towards her. Slowly, she positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path with her own body, just as she had minutes ago. You're a good person, Bell. Her tone softened, almost pleading, as she directed the boy's free hand to his chest, where his heart was pounding. You bring hope to those around you. You're a hero who saves those who suffer, a generous soul who brings happiness. I don't want you to lose everything because of Enyo, to lose yourself. The son of Hestia, feeling the quickened heartbeat beneath his palm, shuddered, fighting the emotions that were overwhelming him. I won't lose myself by deleting it. Just this once. He answered firmly, or at least that was his intention, the doubt being evident in his own words. Once you cross that line, there's no turning back. She screamed, interrupting him in the middle of his statement. She was flooded with tears, evidently desperate. That unbreakable will surprised those present, especially Bell, who had never seen her so reluctant, so desperate to protect him. "Are you aware of what you're doing, sir?" the boy asked angrily. His eyes, filled with rage, fixed on Syr, demanding an explanation. "You're protecting the man who took our Noel from us." The claim came out as a roar, offended. Her face flushed with the intensity of the situation, but she didn't back down. On the contrary, her gaze hardened and her voice resonated firmly, unfazed by the emotional storm she was facing. "I'm not protecting that scum," he replied with unexpected intensity. "I'm saving our daughter's father from making the worst mistake of his life." Revealed. The air became thick. Every word that came out of her mouth felt inadequate, as if she would crumble in the air before reaching Bell. Anguish constricted her chest, and for a moment, she doubted whether she had the right to stop him, to impose her will on him. Yet she didn't give up. The person receiving that statement was taken aback by the force of the response. His fist trembled at his side, and his breathing became erratic. "We're not talking about just any monster, nor just any enemy." He broke down in rage, raising his index finger, pointing at the blonde god. "We're talking about him. Only him. The one who took someone we love from us both. And yet you ask me not to do it." The rage on his face was so palpable that the very atmosphere seemed to vibrate with his anger. The black flame within him grew, fueled by the desire for revenge, defying efforts to contain it, to appease that darkness. The young woman's confidence wavered for a moment. Seeing that expression on the person she loved so much disarmed her. The darkness inside her, the one she had tried to suppress, seemed to gain ground, like an unstoppable tide. But she couldn't give up. She couldn't let him fall into the abyss. "We are neither judges nor executioners, Bell." The tone of his prayer is softer, but no less decisive. "It sounds hypocritical coming from me, I know. I, who have brought suffering and pain to so many people." He paused, swallowing, aware of how much he was revealing. Memories flooded back as if they had happened recently. "However, in this position, with you about to fall into that endless dark hole, I must be a hypocrite. A tragic hypocritical heroine, like all heroes, right?" He smiled at her, tilting his head in a kind and empathetic gesture. The albino stared at her, incredulous. How could she, a simple waitress, have caused so much suffering? He didn't understand. To him, Syr was a kind, joking person, a constant in his life who offered him warmth and comfort. How could she have caused pain? He didn't believe her, refused to believe it. It was simply ridiculous. However, that wasn't what mattered now. He didn't even have time to question it because the gray-haired woman took a step forward, her gaze never leaving his. "There are many things you don't know about me," he said in a somber manner, as if revealing the secrets he had kept for too long. "And perhaps most of them will make you hate me. But there are 3 truths that will never be questioned in my entire life." The silence was broken by the soft murmur of the wind. "First, I love my friends and my family." He glanced sideways at the aforementioned, who remained completely still. It was a heartbreaking and impressive honesty. She was seen by the rabbit, who, inside, began to calm down. "Second, I loved Noel with all my soul." He took another step forward until the distance between them was barely a breath away. "And third." Syr's hand reached out for him. Her fingers gently brushed the fabric of his clothes. And that emotion she had from the first moment she met him blossomed. "I love you, Bell." The confession fell like a bolt of lightning in the midst of a storm. The albino was petrified, shocked, unable to process what he had just heard. His lips parted, but no words came out. The fury he had felt, the burning hatred that had driven him until that moment, began to waver, weakened by Syr's words, by the truth she had just revealed to him. What? Before he could ask her to repeat herself, he was interrupted by a thin, trembling finger that was really cold, placed on his dry lips. "I love you, Bell. I've loved you since the first moment I met you, and that feeling has only grown stronger as the days have passed." She confirmed, opening herself up to him. The cause of her longing, the one responsible for her love, the one to whom she directed that confluence of emotions that filled her with joy and happiness with just a minute of interaction a day. The rabbit's eyes glazed over, unable to react. It wasn't as if he ignored the possibility. Nor was it an unthinkable occurrence, given that the hints haven't been subtle at all. However, what does a person respond to an "I love you" when they are in a critical situation like the one they were in? That was the point. However, he had nothing to say, nothing to refuse, nothing to reciprocate. This wasn't a proposal, nor was it a way to manipulate and control him, so he wouldn't kill Dionysus. No, it was simply the truth. An unnecessary truth in the current context, a fact that shouldn't influence the decision he would make. Although, it is because of that same love that I feel. It seemed to work. The soft palm of the gray-haired girl caressed the boy's tired body, giving him peace, giving him warmth, providing him with calm. "I can't allow you to continue this farce." He added, without stopping the caresses. A farsa. The albino repeated, feeling overwhelmed by the tranquility, drugged by the good feeling. The man I confess my love to is not the vengeful soul who fears no retaliation, who is stained by hatred and misfortune. It goes to that kind young man who captivated me with his smile, who reached out to me at my lowest point, who makes every day he shares with me an unforgettable experience. The Bell I love is the one I'm trying to keep from disappearing. Because if I lose him when I had the chance to prevent it, I'll never forgive myself. It will have been the worst mistake I've ever made. The rabbit's closed fist was opened by the waitress's free hand as she narrated her monologue. He picked her up and brought her back to his chest so he could feel the heartbeat of that woman in love. Those who had finally calmed down. Those who no longer reflected desperation. She trusted the boy, believed in his will, admired the path he had built, the path he had forged. He wrapped her up so that she could not show any doubt or rejection. Your hands aren't rough. They're thin, delicate, and provide hope even in the darkest moments. That's you, Belle. A hero whose mere presence makes the hearts of others leap, infusing them with the energy to continue another day. You're the good person Noel saw in you, the father he longed to be. If you cross the line, both of you will disappear. The words, the ones she had ignored since the beginning of the confrontation, finally made their way into her body, mind, soul, producing the effect Syr herself had prayed for. For the love of God, please don't take away from me the man my heart chose to love. Don't strip me of that light of hope that brightens my gray days. I don't want to lose him. I didn't wait so many years to find you, my love, my everything, my odd or my beloved Belle. Tears, reborn like a phoenix, flowed again from her reddened eyes gray. Yes, the purple was gone. A tiny change for some, but one that sparked a fleeting curiosity in the albino observer, who ignored it for the moment, seeing her so sensitive. She smiled at him again. The drops that ran from her cheeks fell from her chin to her delicate skin. The heat you transmitted to him when you were just out was like red-hot needles stabbing. I've never been happier than I was with both of you. I want to continue sharing my life with you. We still have to wait for our Noel to return. Please don't change, don't succumb to your negative emotions. You promised to protect me, I promised to protect you, and that's what I do, even if it's from yourself. That's why I ask you, I beg you to wake up. The barriers were breaking. The darkness was clearing. For the memory of our daughter, for the people who love you, for those desperately searching for a hero, for me. The tension in Belle eased. The pain that afflicted him vanished like dust in a breeze. The sky, which moments before had been covered with dark clouds, slowly began to clear, as if nature itself were responding to the weight that was slowly fading into the air. The first rays of the sun finally broke through, bathing the scene in a warm golden light. Those souls, trapped in the gloom of conflict, welcomed the arrival of dawn with relief, like a medicine healing their deepest wounds. It was the tomorrow they had long awaited, the turning of the page they so desperately needed. I will also try hard. Syr said, full of emotion. I will strive to be the woman he saw in me, to be the mother he so desired. Each word came out with a sincerity that resonated deeply within her very being. The albino remained silent, watching how the woman in front of him, so familiar and at the same time so unknown, revealed herself in a way he had never imagined. I will become a woman worthy of his love. He continued, his hands still in contact with the bell, refusing to let go. And worthy of you too. A faint smile crossed his lips. I might make mistakes, I might mess up a few times, and I might get carried away by my own emotions, but I know it'll be worth it. His sincerity floated in the air, light and yet full of sincere promise. I know I can do it with you by my side. In the midst of all that chaos, there was still hope for both of them, for all who needed it. Let's work together and live up to your expectations, Belle. He declared, leaning her to one side with tenderness and joy, recovering that happiness-filled personality that characterized her. One that couldn't be as sincere as she is when she's with him. Syr. Belle, finally reacting, named her. The sun's rays, filtering through the scattered clouds, accentuated Syr's silhouette. In that instant, she seemed to shine, like a beacon of hope in the midst of darkness, radiating a calm that enveloped not only her, but him as well. If anyone could see beyond his appearance, they would notice something extraordinary happening deep within his soul. A small white spot was beginning to emerge, like the sprout of new life in a withered field. And if anyone could see into Belle's heart, they would perceive a similar change. The darkness that had consumed him began to dissipate, like smoke in the wind, as the light of his soul slowly returned to tinge his essence with the purity that once defined him. The trembling, almost shy smile appeared on the albino's lips, the smile that had been absent in recent days. And then, without further resistance, without further internal struggle, he hugged her. He hugged her with desperate strength, as if in that gesture, he could find the peace he so desperately needed. Finally giving in, he let go of all the barriers he'd erected to protect himself from the pain. Everything will be okay. Syr whispered sweetly and comfortingly while caressing Bell's neck with tenderness and tact. His chest became wet with tears he could no longer hold back, and his legs, exhausted by the weight of everything he had carried, gave way as well, surrendering to fatigue. Without hesitation, she crouched down beside him, sitting on the floor as if the world around them had disappeared. There were no more battles to fight in that moment, only a mutual comfort, a silent understanding. She comforted him like a mother would her child, enveloping him in a peace he hadn't felt in a long time. There was no need for words. Nor to say anything, because the most important thing was already being communicated through that gesture. For the first time, he showed her his own weakness, the same weakness he had hidden long ago, when they had promised to protect each other. For so long, Bell had put the waitress's emotions before his own, swallowing his pain, his anger, his sadness, all to keep her safe. Yet now, for the first time, he allowed himself to be vulnerable. Now, it was his turn to be cared for. His turn to be treated as someone who also needed to be protected and cared for. That was the importance of the actions of that waitress. The mother of his daughter. Don't hold it in, just let it out. You don't have to be so hard on me. I'll accept you, I'll accept all of you. The latter said. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for existing, Bell. She continued, clinging to him. Finally her nervousness disappeared. Her efforts weren't in vain. She was able to save him. The aforementioned raised his face, detaching it from the chest of the red-haired woman and looking at her. I couldn't have chosen a better father for Noel. Syr concluded, wiping away the moisture that was running off the young man with her fingertips. Side by side, ignoring the existence of everything and everyone, as if the entire world had no place in their own reality. In that moment, only the two of them mattered. It was as if they had created an intimate secret space where time stood still, where the past and future ceased to matter. In that instant, a unique sensation enveloped them. An emotion so profound, so unique, that for Syr it felt incomparable, something she had never experienced before. It was a feeling she longed to prolong for hours, perhaps even forever. That was the day two souls, who had wandered in darkness, finally found each other. It wasn't a simple physical union. It was much more than that. Bell and Syr's souls touched, recognized each other, and, in a way, healed each other. Just because someone loses their way doesn't mean they're lost forever. Otter muttered as he watched the scene, filled with a rare understanding. A few feet away, Loki watched with a mixture of amusement and admiration on his face. A nervous but proud laugh escaped his lips. The gods don't change, eh? He said ironically. Nonsense, that idiot. The wider smile spread across his face. His admiration for the woman was evident, so much so that he couldn't stop staring, lifting his eyelids to reveal his fiery eyes. That idiot isn't the same one I knew. It ended. What she had witnessed wasn't just the transformation of a relationship, but the transformation of a goddess. And all of this, not because of the love that goddess felt for her supposed daughter, but because of the love they had felt for Noel, an emotion that had changed her to the core. Bell and Freya, I don't know how to react to this. Hestia muttered. Fatigue was beginning to overcome the boy. The calm provided by the waitress's soft arms, her tender caresses, was slowly lulling him to sleep. It was as if his entire body, after the long internal battle he had waged, not to mention the external one a few minutes earlier, was finally allowing itself to rest. The gentleness of the girl's touch healed his weary soul, leading him to a deep restful sleep. Within minutes, he fell asleep. His breathing was calm, his mind resting from the storm. Freya-sama. Ellen tried to speak, breaking the silence. Shhh. Syr silenced her, bringing a finger to her lips. She didn't want to break the moment, didn't want to allow anything to separate her from him. Gently, she placed Bell's head on her lap and continued to pet him, as if that simple act could keep him safe. I don't want to leave your side. At least not today. He whispered to her. If possible, for all eternity. This thought was received by the assistant. With a gentle gesture, she brushed the young man's hair from his forehead, leaning down slowly to place a kiss on his skin. A kiss that contained all the love, devotion, and gratitude she felt. I love you, Bell. Thus he concluded, sealing the declaration with the same fervor he had promised in his heart. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.